several individuals traversed the eastern passage. To avert unforeseen circumstances, it was customary for 3 to venture into the cave for exploration, while the others remained stationed at the entrance to prevent the elusive Inji-ma from making a hasty escape. Before long, they arrived at the location where the robust man with the surname Yuan had discovered the Inji-ma. It was a modest-sized cave. This time, the elegant woman in black and Bai Yao stood guard outside, while Han Li accompanied the elder and others to investigate within. Upon entering, they immediately noticed something peculiar about the cave. Not only was the eerie wind remarkably weak, but there was also a pleasantly warm sensation. In addition to discovering some soft, yielding sand, they stumbled upon several rare pieces of warm jade were heaped in one corner of the cave. A faint, fragrant aroma lingered in the air, reminiscent of medicinal herbs intertwined with sandalwood, as if it were a harmonious blend of both. A glance downward revealed a series of chaotic hoof-like prints on the ground, albeit diminished in size by several folds. Indeed, it is unmistakably the Inji-ma, the elder with the surname Fu exclaimed, having circled around the prints twice and inhaled the fragrance with evident excitement. Since Brother Fu has confirmed it, there can be no doubt. Let us pursue at once. This passageway is rather narrow, likely a bifurcation. We shall inch our way forward, and we will surely drive it out, the robust Yuan replied, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. Indeed, your words hold merit. We shall. The elder Fu nodded, but before he could finish, a rumbling sound reverberated through the cave, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble, and the entire cave began to shake. Then, a series of thunderous roars echoed from outside the cave, as if a colossal creature were nearby. The 3 were startled, and simultaneously, ethereal light flickered around them, transforming into 3 streaks of escape light as they swiftly departed the cave, appearing in the passageway in an instant. The 2 women stared ahead in astonishment. Before them, the sound of heavy footsteps resounded, the source of which remained unclear, yet every step caused the entire passage to tremble. Simultaneously, the terrifying roars emanated from the same direction, clearly produced by the same entity. Exchanging glances, without needing any prompt, they each summoned their respective magical artifacts, their expressions grave as they gazed ahead. While others struggled to see far due to the black, eerie wind, Han Li's pupils shimmered with a blue light, allowing him to spot a spectral creature over 100 yards away. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Before him stood a colossal wolf, its body entirely covered in green fur. The beast stood on all 4s, towering at least 3 yards high, its head as large as a small room, with blood-red eyes and sharp, obsidian claws resembling deadly blades. However, what alarmed Han Li the most was that as the massive wolf let out a tremendous roar, bursts of green corpse fire erupted from its mouth, occasionally brushing against the icy walls, leaving deep, uneven grooves that shimmered with a melting light. A corpse wolf. The name of this ghastly creature surfaced in Han Li's mind. Yet typical corpse wolves were merely ordinary specters, and even those larger in size were nothing to this exaggerated form. The sheer enormity of this corpse wolf far exceeded any records in ancient texts, and the aura it radiated was incomparable to that of an ordinary specter. Just as Han Li intended to alert the other 4, his gaze shifted and he suddenly noticed something half hidden atop the wolf's head, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, that is, the Inji-ma. What? Brother Han, what do you mean? Elder Fu turned his head in confusion, asking in disbelief. A formidable specter approaches the Inji-ma should be in its company. Han Li succinctly replied. The Inji-ma? Upon hearing this, the others immediately displayed expressions of delight. At that moment, the massive silhouette of the wolf became vaguely visible amidst the eerie winds. Although they had yet to fully discern its true form, the sheer size of the creature sent a chill through the hearts of Elder Fu and the robust man Yuan, causing their smiles to vanish. The expression of the elegant woman in black darkened, and suddenly, she flicked her fingers, sending forth a dozen white orbs of light that shot upward, bursting in the sky. The blinding white light illuminated a vast area, revealing the wolf's terrifying visage to the others, causing their faces to shift in color. All of them were seasoned individuals. They could tell at a glance how formidable this wolf was. Yet in that instant, they also caught sight of a pale object lying atop the corpse wolf's head. Although its lower half was entirely concealed within the green fur, the exposed portion unmistakably resembled a tender white horse's head, its emerald eyes fixed intently on the group. This revelation spurred both astonishment and joy among them. Everyone, be cautious. We must not allow the Inji Ma to escape. This corpse wolf is likely a mutated specter, although it may pose some challenges. It will be a simple matter for the five of us, all Yuaning cultivators, to slay it. Bai Daoyu, your sole responsibility is to capture the Inji Ma, Elder Fu advised, promptly retrieving a chain-like artifact from his storage pouch, which emitted a dark glow and shot forth like a venomous serpent towards the colossal wolf. The others promptly joined the fray. The woman in black flicked her sleeve. Unleashing 3 crimson flying swords, the robust man activated a jade token, causing several winged scorpions to burst forth and charge ahead. Han leaped gently blue, causing several flying swords to radiate with brilliance, transforming into a cascade of golden light. Simultaneously, Bai Yao flipped her palm, revealing a translucent net that shimmered in her grasp. With a gentle shake, the net transformed into a veil of white mist that descended upon the wolf's head, aiming directly for the Inji Ma. Though it was their first collaboration, the combined might of their artifacts was truly formidable. The Inji Ma, seemingly possessing some sentience, was frightened by the onslaught and instinctively crouched further down, hiding itself within the wolf's fur, refusing to show itself. The corpse wolf, witnessing such a barrage of attacks, glared fiercely, its roar abruptly ceasing as it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of green phosphorescent flames that surged forth, instantly transforming into a colossal wave of green fire to meet the magical artifacts. In an instant, the emerald flames clashed with the glowing treasures, creating a cacophony of explosions as they intertwined. Whether it was Han Li's flying swords or the other artifacts, they were thwarted by the corpse fire, unable to advance a single step closer to the colossal wolf. The scorpions summoned from the jade token, unable to evade in time, were engulfed by the green flames, instantly dissolving into wisps of smoke, indicating the formidable power of this corpse fire. The white net intended for the Inji Ma suffered the same fate, lifted by the green flames and unable to descend. Witnessing this, Bai Yao could not suppress a cold snort. The Bei Ziyagong was situated in a land of perpetual ice and snow, and this woman, adept in ice-based artifacts and techniques, naturally held little regard for such trivial corpse fire. Without waiting for Han Li and the others to react, she formed a hand seal and, with a commanding shout, her aura erupted, enveloped in a layer of misty cold air. A dazzling crystal light surrounded her, making her appear like an ethereal ice goddess. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and while Han Li and Elder Fu managed to endure, the woman in black and the robust man involuntarily shivered. The colossal wolf seemed to sense the impending danger, taking a deep breath before unleashing an even greater torrent of corpse fire. Almost simultaneously, Bai Yao released the ice fan she had summoned, which spiraled gracefully before settling in her delicate hand. With her body radiating chilling light, she directed the fan towards the corpse wolf, gently waving it downward. This time, the icy gale that emerged was not the yellow wind Han Li had previously witnessed, but rather a bone-chilling snowstorm laden with countless ice crystals that surged toward the wolf. The green and white light clashed magnificently, instantly drowning out the brilliance of the other artifacts, and a series of explosive sounds echoed from the collisions. The corpse fire emitted by the wolf was indeed exceptionally potent, encountering the ice-based technique specifically designed to counter it. It showed no signs of retreating. Bai Yao, witnessing this, felt a flush of crimson cross her cheeks, her annoyance mounting. With a slight shake of her ice fan, it unexpectedly doubled in size, significantly amplifying the ferocity of the icy winds it unleashed. At this moment, having gauged the strength of the corpse wolf, the elder and the others would not allow Bai Yao to confront the specter alone. The elder pointed at the previously summoned chain, which emitted a sharp sound as black flames erupted along its length. Then, with a swift motion, the chain transformed into multiple identical fire chains, coalescing into a massive fiery net that loomed above the wolf's head, ready to descend with tremendous force, akin to a celestial web. Meanwhile, the woman in black murmured incantations, causing the three red flying swords to tremble vigorously before merging into a single enormous sword, its blades slicing through the air with great ferocity. The robust man, maintaining a calm demeanor, retrieved the jade token, producing a blue gourd that released an exceptionally dense purple mist, drifting toward the wolf, the nature of its efficacy remaining a mystery. As Han Li observed the coordinated efforts of his companions, his brow twitched slightly. Unbeknownst to them, a red thread flickered and vanished from his sleeve, slipping away unnoticed. With such a multitude of attacks converging upon it, even the formidable wolf felt the pressure mounting. As the fiery chains and the massive crimson sword joined the fray, the corpse fire was immediately pushed back. The dense purple mist was also on the verge of encroaching upon the creature. Although the zombie wolf possessed limited intelligence, its inherent instincts as a wolf allowed it to sense danger. In an instant, a flash of green light enveloped its body, causing it to shrink in size. Then the coarse, stiff fur on its back bristled upright. With a low growl, a flurry of verdant rays erupted forth, densely saturating the air and encasing all 5 individuals within its grasp. This sudden turn of events took the group by surprise, yet they dared not underestimate the situation. Each member hastily summoned their powers to counteract the onslaught of green light, causing their offensive momentum to wane. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the mutated zombie wolf unexpectedly pivoted and bolted back in the direction from whence it came. The elder and his companions were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected maneuver. Chapter 982. The soul-devouring threads. At that moment, a flash of crimson light flickered, and with another blink, the flying needle transformed into a red thread that pierced through the protective green flames surrounding the corpse wolf. With a resounding thud, the thread, remarkably sharp, penetrated the green flames effortlessly. Startled, the giant wolf violently shook its head, yet the red thread inexorably entered its neck, emerging from the opposite side. With a painful roar, the corpse wolf erupted with a surge of black mist from its 4 limbs, vanishing into the eerie winds, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this scene, the elder and his companions were naturally overjoyed. Pursue! A commanding shout erupted from an unknown source, and several individuals radiated spiritual light, ready to harness their escape techniques to give chase. However, at that moment, a sudden cry emanated from Han Li's waist. The sound was not loud, yet Han Li's expression changed drastically as he swiftly retaliated, unleashing several azure sword energies that shot forth, striking the ground a dozen feet away with force. With a series of thunderous booms, ghostly light flickered on the ground, and several shadowy black hands materialized, effortlessly deflecting the sword beams with a mere flick of their fingers. Subsequently, a gust of ominous wind surged forth, revealing 3 swaying figures shrouded in shadows. These were the 3 corpses that had previously appeared at the intersection. Their intentions remained unclear, as they had managed to evade the intersection's magical array and stealthily followed the group here, remaining cleverly concealed. However, as Han Li and the others attempted to leave, one of the corpses inadvertently allowed its aura to leak, alerting Han Li's soul beast within his spirit beast pouch, which forced its emergence. Though these corpses were similarly emaciated, their heights and forms varied slightly. With Han Li's exceptional memory, he instantly recognized one that looked strikingly familiar, one that should have turned to ashes. Han Li's expression shifted subtly, while the black-clad, beautiful woman and the elder beside him simultaneously gasped in astonishment. How is it that these corpses have returned to life? When I discovered them, they were utterly lifeless, the black-clad woman exclaimed in disbelief. It seemed she had encountered another one in a different cave. Bai Yao Yi's surprise mirrored Han Li's, as a hint of skepticism flickered across her face. What? Do you recognize these specters? Now was not the time for further discussion. Pursuing the shadowy steed was of utmost importance. Han Daoist, Senior Sister Chong, you two should stay behind to deal with these specters, while the rest of us will pursue the spiritual entity if it manages to hide again. Locating it will prove quite challenging, the elder with the surname Fu stated. Despite his own astonishment at the appearance of the 3 corpses, he remained focused on capturing the shadowy steed. In his mind, he believed that whether Han Li and his senior sister could handle the peculiar corpses, or they could confront the corpse wolf, there would be no issue. The others indeed voiced no objections. After the black-clad woman nodded in agreement with Han Li, Elder Fu and his 2 companions transformed into streaks of light and soared upward, swiftly pursuing the corpse wolf that had vanished into the eerie winds. After retracting the crystallized flying needle, Han Li stood shoulder to shoulder with the black-clad woman, coldly gazing at the corpses before them. Although the arts of the ghostly path were inherently bizarre, the fact that a body, destroyed by the dispelling divine thunder, could reappear was truly astonishing. Thus, while Han Li maintained an outward appearance of calm, he inwardly heightened his vigilance. They as an elder of the Nine Nether sect. The beautiful woman possessed extensive knowledge of demonic and ghostly techniques, and she too did not underestimate these corpses. Despite the dazzling radiance of the colossal red sword hovering above them, she refrained from acting recklessly. Though Han Li and his companion remained remarkably composed, the ghastly figure across from them could no longer contain itself upon witnessing the retreat of the other three. The larger among them suddenly advanced with 2 bold strides. And with a gaping maw, it expelled a thin, grayish strand that hurtled straight toward the elegant woman. "Seeking death," she exclaimed, her expression darkening as she let out a cold huff with a flick of her sleeve. A barrage of over 10 fireballs erupted from her robes. She then pointed towards the massive sword hovering above her, which cleaved the air, unleashing a fierce scarlet sword aura that descended with great force. In her estimation, this seemingly inconspicuous strand was merely condensed from corpse energy, easily countered by her fire-based techniques. However, what transpired next was astonishing. With a series of muffled thuds, the gray strand effortlessly pierced through all the fireballs. In a dazzling flash, the fireballs vanished into thin air, completely absorbed by the strand. Following closely, the crimson sword aura met the same fate, barely faring better against the strand that it merely quivered before being consumed. Leaving no trace behind as it approached the black-clad beauty without pause, the woman's expression shifted to one of alarm. She swiftly waved her fragrant sleeve, summoning a small azure shield that materialized before her. As the shield shimmered, it expanded several-fold, placing itself defiantly in front of her. Almost simultaneously, the enormous sword in the air descended with blinding speed, while the spiritual energy of spells might be absorbed. She believed a direct assault from a magical artifact would not succumb to such a fate. Her instincts proved correct, for when the massive sword struck the gray strand, it faltered momentarily. Elated, the woman prepared to unleash her sword's inherent powers. But suddenly, the gray strand blurred and multiplied into over 100 strands. The multitude of strands entwined the great sword in a chaotic embrace. An eerie, spectral glow materialized upon the gray strands, and upon contact with the sword's crimson light, they began to wither. Gradually, the sword's surface shifted from red to black, appearing as though it were being tainted. The connection between the woman and her sword dulled, leaving her momentarily stunned. In a surge of urgency, she swiftly tapped her storage pouch, summoning a disc-like artifact into her grasp. Yet, before she could invoke it to extricate her sword, a thunderous crack echoed beside her as a brilliant golden arc shot forth, striking the massive sword directly. With a resounding roar, the gray strands began to shatter under the radiant light. The great sword regained its freedom. "Thank you, Brother Han, for your assistance," the woman exclaimed joyfully, hastily expressing her gratitude. With a swift gesture, her flying sword transformed into 3 crimson beams that darted back into her sleeve, disappearing from sight. After rescuing the woman, Han Li paid no heed to formalities. His gaze remained fixed on the air above, his brows furrowed in concentration. For, with a low growl from the ghastly figure, the previously dispersed gray strands coalesced once more, swiftly returning to their original form. At that moment, the other 2 ghastly figures also advanced, preparing to strike together. The black-clad beauty's expression darkened at this sight, but after a lingering glance at the gray strands, a sudden realization struck her. "Soul-devouring threads," she exclaimed, her face paling to an alarming degree. "These are not mere corpse energies. They are the essence of death." Upon hearing this name, Han Li felt a flicker of familiarity. After a moment's contemplation, he immediately recalled its mention in the Dian Bao Jing he had recently perused. As memories of the related descriptions surged forth, a shadow of gloom enveloped his countenance. This entity was indeed one of the rare ghostly powers known to a select few cultivators, the Corpse Shah. As the name suggests, its essence is rooted in malevolent energy, yet it is not merely ordinary malevolence. Rather, it is a peculiar amalgamation that forms when the deathly aura of a person imbued with such energy coalesces with the residual essence of their corpse before dissipating. It is said that the formation of Corpse Shah is exceedingly rare, necessitating the remains of a cultivator at least at the core formation stage, along with several indeterminate conditions, to occur by chance. However, once this sinister energy manifests, it becomes virtually immortal, capable of absorbing the five-element spiritual essence and corrupting various magical artifacts, rendering it an extraordinary manifestation and one of the pinnacle techniques of the ghostly path. As for the Sha soul threads, though he had not previously encountered them, they appeared to be a technique derived from this corpse Sha energy, explaining their formidable nature. That it seemed that while his exorcising thunder could indeed disperse this entity, it could not obliterate it entirely. Just as Hanli was piecing together this unsettling information, the three mummified corpses simultaneously extended their hands, fingers curling and snapping, unleashing a barrage of gray threads from their fingertips. The black-clad beauty inhaled deeply, summoning a dharma wheel from her grasp, her lips moving in a steady incantation. As the wheel spun in midair, it suddenly emitted a spectrum of seven-colored spiritual light, enveloping Hanli and his companion within a radiant barrier. The seven-colored brilliance, a Buddhist artifact. Hanli had initially raised his hand, golden arcs of electricity already dancing at his fingertips, but upon witnessing this scene, he paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The Sha soul threads, remarkably swift, struck the seven-colored barrier in an instant, but were thwarted, unable to penetrate its protective veil. Hanli was not taken aback. After all, Buddhist techniques were inherently designed to counteract ghostly powers, and even the sharpest Sha soul threads could not easily breach the sanctity of Buddhist light. However, it was rather surprising that this woman, as an elder of the demonic sect, possessed such a Buddhist treasure. Seeing that the Sha soul threads were momentarily ineffective, the three corpses did not relent. Instead, they began to tremble their fingers, causing countless gray threads to materialize around them, layering upon the seven-colored barrier with the intent to ensnare the two completely. A cold glint flashed in Hanli's eyes as he rubbed his hands together and then thrust them outward. Two thick golden arcs erupted from his palms, striking the barrier. With a crackling sound, a golden electric net formed on the surface, swiftly disintegrating the surrounding gray threads into ethereal wisps. The three corpses, undeterred by this development, continued to spew forth new Sha soul threads, the dispersed gray wisps quickly reconstituting. Chang Daoyu, let it out, Hanli uttered succinctly. With a resounding clap of thunder, a pair of silver wings suddenly manifested behind him. The black-clad beauty, startled by Hanli's words, was about to offer a word of caution when she beheld this extraordinary phenomenon. Immediately, she swallowed her words and pointed at a specific section of the barrier, which promptly split open with a slender fissured at that moment. With a powerful flap of his wings, Hanli vanished into the silver light. The three corpses, now possessing a glimmer of awareness, momentarily halted, their gazes darting around in confusion. Yet, in the next instant, a flash of silver arc appeared a mere few feet behind them, and Hanli's figure re-emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, the three corpses flicked their fingers, unleashing dozens of gray threads that surged toward Hanli. He did not flinch. Instead, he opened his mouth and three beams of golden light erupted forth, racing towards the three corpses. In terms of speed, it was evident that Hanli's golden rays outpaced the gray threads by a fraction. With a series of muffled thuds, the two forces collided. Simultaneously, the malevolent soul threads reached Hanli, poised to ensnare him. Yet, with a low shout, a prism of seven-colored radiance enveloped him, and as the gray threads struck its surface, they were instantly repelled. The sight of this seven-colored aura caused the black-clad beauty in the distance to momentarily pause in astonishment. Hanli, maintaining an impassive expression, pointed toward the three corpses. With three resounding cracks, three small swords simultaneously discharged arcs of golden light, creating a net of electricity that ensnared the three corpses within its grasp, causing arcs to crackle violently. In an instant, the corpses emitted no sound as their forms disintegrated amidst the explosive golden arcs, only to reveal three shadowy clusters of energy. These entities were relentlessly torn apart by the golden arcs yet continuously merged back together, seemingly possessing an indomitable vitality under the exorcising divine thunder. Hanli frowned at this sight. These were indeed the true forms of the corpses. They had fused their corpse energy with themselves, rendering them seemingly immortal for the time being. The only recourse was to employ a sealing method to temporarily bind them. Observing Hanli's success, the black-clad beauty joyfully retracted her protective barrier and rushed over. Seeing this, she suggested, "There is no need for multiple attempts. These ghostly entities may possess strange abilities, and ordinary seals are unlikely to contain them. It would be better to eradicate them entirely." Eradicate them entirely? The beauty appeared bewildered, not fully comprehending the implication of his words. Just then, Hanli abruptly tapped his spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a dark light shot forth, spiraling before landing gracefully on the ground, revealing a sleek, ebony monkey, the crying soul beast. Awakened by the corpse energy, the beast had been in a state of heightened excitement. Upon materializing, before Hanli could issue commands, it charged forward with a loud snort. Instantly, a radiant glow erupted from its nostrils, enveloping the dark energy within the golden arc, which was then effortlessly drawn back into the beast's gaping maw. After several enthusiastic gulps, the crying soul beast joyfully hammered its belly with its hands and began to leap about. Brimming with exuberance, the beauty watched in astonishment, her mouth agape, though there were few spirit beasts capable of consuming ghostly entities in this world. She had never heard of one as adept as this little monkey that could effortlessly devour entities imbued with corpse energy. Moreover, the only spirit beast resembling the monkey and possessing such a gluttonous ability was the legendary azurite spirit ape, yet this creature bore no resemblance to that, while the beauty was lost in her thoughts. Hanli observed the crying soul beast, noting its lack of any abnormalities, which put him at ease that he did not immediately retract the beast, but instead pondered for a moment before beckoning it. The obedient little creature performed a graceful flip and settled on Han Li's shoulder, remaining still. Let us proceed. Did I wonder if Brother Fu and the others have managed to capture the Yinji horse? Han Li cast a glance at the black-clad beauty, speaking in a calm tone. They should be close, she replied. The corpse wolves have already been injured by you, Brother Han, and cannot flee too far. Moreover, there are the assistants of Daoist Yuan and Daoist Bai. The woman of the Chong surname forcibly suppressed her curiosity regarding the crying soul beast and replied with a smile. Han Li chuckled, just about to articulate his intention to depart, when suddenly both he and the beautiful woman opposite him were struck by a wave of alarm, their expression shifting dramatically. After exchanging a glance filled with mutual suspicion, Han Li flicked his sleeve, while the woman reached into her storage bag, revealing a formation plate in her palm. Turning it over to examine its surface, the mark of Yuan Dao friend has vanished. He noted, what about yours, Chong Dao friend? Han Li inhaled deeply and asked gravely, the mark I placed on Yuan Dao friend has also disappeared. Could it be that something has happened to him? They had only just parted from us. The black-clad beauty's face reflected disbelief, uncertain, but it is highly probable that Brother Fu and the others have encountered a formidable foe, or that Yuan Dao friend has been ensnared by some unforeseen restriction. Certain formations can sever our magical traces, Han Li replied with calm assurance. What you say is true, Han Dao friend, we should hasten to investigate, the black-clad beauty said anxiously. Han Li nodded in agreement, and the two transformed into streaks of light, departing the area and soaring down the passageway ahead. After navigating through 7 or 8 twists and turns, and traveling over 10 miles, the two were suddenly greeted by a bright expanse. Before them lay a vast open area, littered with heaps of abandoned ore. Exercising caution, they slowed their pace. However, after flying 100 or so yards, the piles of ore vanished, revealing a small square. At the center of the square stood a towering green bamboo, its upper end piercing the cave's ceiling, while the lower part was arranged into a massive formation that spread almost throughout the square. Surrounding this were a dozen tall stone pillars, each bound by iron chains to a pitch-black, desiccated corpse, all of which had been disemboweled, just like the 3 that Han Li had previously encountered. What astonished Han Li and the woman was the sight of a humanoid creature covered in green fur beneath the bamboo. This creature sat there, one hand clutching a headless body, engrossed and feasting on something with great relish. The attire of the corpse unmistakably indicated it belonged to a member of the Yuan clan. Beside the green-furred creature loomed a colossal figure, the corpse wolf they had seen earlier, which was also devouring something, its claws evidently tearing into the spirit turtle of the Yuan clan at this moment. The spirit beast's aura was completely extinguished, and it too had met its demise. The Yinji horse remained motionless atop the corpse wolf's head. Seeing this, Han Li felt a chill run through him, while the black-clad beauty scanned the surroundings with a pale countenance, subsequently gasping in shock. Brother Fu, she exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. Following her gaze, Han Li noticed 2 gray, cocoon-like entities suspended motionless in the air on either side of the square. Enveloped in layers of gray threads, clearly the soul-devouring threads they had previously encountered. However, the density of these cocoons far surpassed that of the earlier corpses. Within the 2 cocoons, one emitted a continuous rumbling of explosions, while the other remained silent, intermittently revealing glimmers of crystalline light. It appeared that the elder from the Fu clan and Bai Yaoyi were merely trapped within, still alive. Yet, in mere moments, 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators had suffered 1 death and 2 imprisonments. Han Li maintained a facade of composure, yet the terror churning within him was all too evident. The elegantly clad woman in black, despite her concern for the elderly nobleman's predicament, was acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment for a rescue. After casting a glance at the gray cocoon, she averted her gaze. Yet, with an unintentional flick of her fragrant sleeve, a hand deftly reclaimed the Buddhist wheel, securing it once more. Meanwhile, the green-furred monstrosity paid no heed to the two. Engrossed instead in its relentless feasting, with two sharp cracks, it easily tore off an arm and consumed it in mere moments. Observing the gruesomely mangled body of the burly man, Han Li's pupils constricted, and a flicker of blue light ignited in his eyes to at that instant. The soul-screaming beast perched on his shoulder emitted a shrill cry, its fur bristling in alarm as it fixated on the green-furred creature. Adopting a stance of aggression, however, through the resonance of the soul-screaming pearl within him, Han Li sensed an overwhelming agitation in the beast, tinged with a significant measure of fear, as if it were confronting a formidable foe. His caution intensified. Yet, upon hearing the beast's piercing cry, the green-furred creature abruptly halted its actions, then casually hurled the remains of the body, which soared through the air for over 20 zhang before crashing to the ground. Han Li and the woman in black exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. The green-furred creature possessed extraordinary strength. Unperturbed, it rose to its feet and turned its gaze towards them at last. Han Li discerned the creature's true form. At first glance, its face resembled that of a sharp-nosed monkey, yet upon closer inspection, it was distinctly different. It lacked the protruding fangs of a monkey, which would have been several inches long and exceedingly sharp. Moreover, the creature's mouth was smeared with blood, and its eyes shone a brilliant silver, appearing almost devoid of pupils, rendering its visage eerily bizarre. Most strikingly, as the creature stood, two prominent bulges emerged from its back. Resembling fleshy sacs, the green-furred beast swept its gaze across the two, fixing its attention on the soul-screaming beast resting on Han Li's shoulder, its expression morphing into one of peculiar astonishment and bewilderment. Under the creature's intense scrutiny, not only did the tuft of fur on the beast's back stand on end, but its entire body bristled in trepidation. Then, with a powerful leap, it sprang forward, landing several zhang in front of Han Li, and clapped its hands against its chest with all its might, unleashing a surge of dark energy that caused its form to swell dramatically in an instant. A fearsome giant ape, towering over 10 zhang in height, materialized within the cavern, its back adorned with a vividly detailed crimson demon emblem, as lifelike as if it had come to life. Upon the transformation of the soul-screaming beast, the green-furred creature seemed to sense something amiss. Abruptly retreating several paces while shaking its shoulders, with a resounding crack, two enormous fleshly wings unfurled from the bulges on its back, shimmering with a dazzling silver light, blinding in its brilliance. Silver-winged yiksha. The woman in black gasped, her voice laced with dread, her eyes wide with terror. Han Li's complexion paled considerably. The silver-winged yiksha was known to be a formidable entity within the realm of corpse refinement. Second only to the golden body moon corpse. In other words, it was a fearsome existence comparable to a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Legend suggests that should a late nascent soul cultivator engage in combat with it, it is often the humans who face defeat. Because this refined corpse evolved from the flying corpse, with a mere flutter of its silver wings, it can ascend to the lofty heights of the ninth sky or descend to the shadowy realms of the underworld. It possesses the innate mastery of both wind and earth, two formidable escape techniques. Not only is its body impervious to blades and spears, but it also possesses immense strength and is well-versed in illusionary arts. Its pair of silver eyes, devoid of pupils, can easily ensnare the minds of less formidable cultivators, rendering them obedient without their awareness. As information about the silver-winged night demon rapidly flashed through Han Li's mind. He tightened his lips with every recollection. To his astonishment, after three had arrived, two more unexpectedly appeared at his doorstep. He could hardly recall the last time he had savored fresh flesh and blood. It seemed that this time, he might indulge to his heart's content. Once the twin wings of the silver-winged night demon unfurled, it immediately ceased to fear the presence of the wailing beast. Instead, it grinned widely and spoke in human tongue, its words strikingly clear, almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Chapter 984. The silver-pupiled illusion. Upon hearing these words, the corners of Han Li's mouth involuntarily twitched. Two small swords flashed and shot forth, aimed directly at the two gray cocoons suspended in the air. Realizing the formidable nature of the creature before him, Han Li quickly resolved to rescue the remaining two companions. If the four of them were to join forces, their chances of victory would naturally increase significantly. Observing this scene, the silver-winged night demon remained motionless, yet a cold smile crept across its lips. With a flicker of its silver eyes, 2 gray hands abruptly emerged from each of the gray cocoons, swiftly reaching for the 2 golden swords with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Han Li found his 2 flying swords ensnared by hands formed from the soul-searing threads. Though startled, he maintained his composure. With a focused thought, the 2 gray hands erupted with a thunderous roar, flickers of golden light dancing within. The protective divine thunder unleashed by the flying swords shattered the soul-searing threads. And in an instant, they seemed poised to break free from their entrapment. However, at that moment, a torrent of gray threads surged forth from the gray cocoons, cascading down in layers. Simultaneously, a wave of gray mist emanated from the massive hands, once more coalescing into threads in an instant. The 2 golden swords found themselves ensnared once more. Han Li furrowed his brow, clenched his fists, and immediately his entire body shimmered with golden light, a resounding roar erupting as a dazzling golden electric net materialized around him. Resembling a thunder god descended from the heavens, the silver-winged night demon, who had been intently observing the wailing beast, shifted its gaze to Han Li, a hint of astonishment flashing across its face. Interesting, you managed to dispel my soul-searing threads. The 3 corpse fiends must have also been eradicated by you, it stated with an emotionless tone. Indeed, I did destroy them. You speak and act almost indistinguishably from us humans. It seems your intelligence is remarkably high, and you possess the ability to weigh certain pros and cons. I shall not dwell further on that. If you are willing to hand over that shadow grass mare and release my 2 companions, we can depart this place immediately. Han Li glanced at the remnants of the burly man and then pointed toward the shadow grass mare, speaking coldly at that moment. The wailing beast, transformed into a colossal ape, let out a low growl, its back adorned with a ghastly pattern glowing with a menacing crimson light, exuding a sense of threat. You desire this little creature? Very well, release your companions and allow you to leave this place. And I shall consider it. The silver-winged night demon responded without hesitation. Did you truly agree? The woman in black has already levitated the Dharma wheel into the air. Upon hearing this, her expression brightened with delight. However, Han Li remained silent. I have consented to numerous conditions, yet you need only acquiesce to one of mine. You may depart from this place, but this spirit beast must remain. The silver-winged night demon extended a single green-furred finger and pointed at the colossal black ape, its silver eyes twinkling as it spoke. The woman in black was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of astonishment. Keep my spirit beast? Surely you jest. Han Li let out a cold laugh. Then you shall not leave either. Remain here and become blood fodder alongside us. At the sight of Han Li's refusal, the silver-winged night demon's visage twisted into a grotesque snarl. Its fangs expanded dramatically, while its eyes radiated with a myriad of silver beams. Beware its illusions. A voice suddenly emerged from within a gray cocoon, belonging to an elderly man of wealth, though it was faint and quickly fell silent. Yet, the warning had evidently come too late. The dazzling silver light was blinding. Even with Han Li's keen spiritual sight, his eyes instinctively shut. The woman in black, upon witnessing this brilliance, felt a wave of dizziness and had no choice but to close her eyes as well. This is bad. In the instant Han Li closed his eyes, he silently exclaimed. When the 2 of them finally reopened their eyes, the surrounding environment had indeed undergone a drastic transformation. The square, the gray cocoon, and everything else had vanished without a trace, replaced by an indistinct haze, leaving them unsure of their whereabouts. An illusion. It seems to possess considerable rank. Han Li murmured. Whether it is truly formidable, one must test it to ascertain. The woman in black raised an eyebrow in response. Concerned for the elderly man of wealth, who appeared exceedingly weakened, she could no longer afford to wait. She hastily pointed to the Dharma wheel above her head. With several soft sounds, the wheel emitted a brilliant light, and numerous 7-colored beams shot forth, vanishing into the mist without a trace. It was as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Yielding no response whatsoever, the expression of the woman in black darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, she unfastened a spirit beast pouch from her waist and swiftly tossed it into the air, forming intricate hand seals. Instantly, a crimson radiance erupted from the pouch, transforming into a swarm of winged serpents. These serpents, though only about a foot long, bore crowns upon their heads, their scales gleaming a brilliant red, unmistakably not ordinary spirit serpents. Chanting incantations, the woman in black suddenly unleashed several red spells towards the swarm of serpents. Immediately, as they opened their mouths, countless flames erupted forth, surging wildly and igniting that a vast sea of fire formed in an instant. Beginning to churn violently, observing the woman's actions, Han Li did not intervene or offer words of caution. Instead, he seized the opportunity to scan the surroundings with an impassive expression, his pupils flickering with blue light. As the towering flames surged, the once gray and misty sky underwent a dramatic transformation. Plunging into an inky darkness, the flash of silver light illuminated the scene, revealing two colossal demonic eyes emerging from the black fog, each the size of a zhong, radiating silver brilliance. Undoubtedly the featureless silver eyes of the silver-winged night demon, transformed into this astonishing size through some illusion. Cackling laughter echoed from the sky, and then a torrent of silver light erupted from the giant eyes. Striking down upon the sea of flames, an uncanny spectacle unfolded. Wherever the silver light swept, both the raging flames and the flying serpents disappeared without a trace, if evaporating into thin air. The entire sea of flames instantaneously vanished without a trace. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Han Li remained impassive, while the dark-clad beauty's expression shifted dramatically as she unleashed a crimson flying sword, aiming it at the silver-eyed apparitions in the sky. However, her efforts were as futile as attempting to grasp the moon reflected in water, yielding no results whatsoever. At that moment, the woman's heart sank, clearly astonished by the formidable nature of the illusion, which seemed to far exceed her expectations, leaving her with no assurance of breaking it. Meanwhile, the eerie laughter in the air persisted, growing louder and gradually resonating like thunder. Simultaneously, silver eyes began to materialize one after another, each one equally enormous. After a brief moment, not only was the sky filled with these monstrous eyes, but silver glimmers also flickered amidst the surrounding mist. Suddenly, all the monstrous eyes flashed with silver light, simultaneously transforming into radiant crescent moons. Following this, a series of piercing howls echoed from the dark miasma, accompanied by heavy footsteps that seemed to herald the emergence of some monstrous entity from the fog. "Brother Han, do you have any means to dispel this technique?" The dark-clad beauty finally could no longer contain her anxiety and turned to inquire. She had already contemplated that if even the mysteriously formidable Han Li could not find a solution, she might have to resort to expending a significant amount of her essence blood to attempt some arcane technique. Instead of responding immediately, Han Li raised a hand, from which a thick golden arc materialized. With a resounding crack, the golden arc shot forth, striking precisely at one of the silver moons that had just emerged from the mist. With a thunderous explosion, both the moon and the golden arc erupted simultaneously, causing the other silver moons to unleash a torrent of silver light, momentarily blinding the surroundings. The dark-clad beauty felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, involuntarily blinking her beautiful eyes. However, once her stance steadied and her focus returned, she found herself back in the square. The black mist and silver moons completely vanished. A profound sense of relief washed over her. With her extensive experience, she was not overly astonished by this turn of events. Opposite her, the silver-winged night demon stood unmoving beneath the emerald bamboo, yet one of its silver wings extended protectively in front, blocking the crackling golden arc, its icy gaze fixed intently on Han Li. The beauty noticed that upon one of the creature's green-haired palms rested a small, obsidian mirror, which reflected the two of them. Though modest in size, the mirror radiated an eerie, dark light, captivating one's senses and drawing them into its depths, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. "You were able to discern my location amidst the illusion. This is rather peculiar. With the assistance of the evil moon illusion mirror, the power of the silver eye illusion is enhanced by at least 50%. It is not merely a matter of having a strong consciousness to dispel it. Your eyes exhibited something unusual within the illusion just now. Have you perhaps cultivated a special secret technique of spiritual sight?" The silver-winged night demon spoke coolly, casually swatting aside the golden arc with a flick of its wing. Han Li, upon hearing this, merely chuckled coldly, offering no response to the inquiry. Instead, he shook his sleeve. And immediately, a clear ringing sound resonated forth as dozens of golden small swords surged out like a swarm of fish, transforming into a cascade of golden light that danced before him, while a resounding thunderclap echoed behind him, revealing a pair of silver-white wings. Yet Han Li remained undeterred. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a snow-white pearl enveloped in a swirling mass of purple flames. The pearl spun incessantly before him. The moment this orb emerged, the temperature in the entire plaza plummeted, as if one were transported into an icy realm of snow and frost. Previously, when Han Li unleashed his sword light, the silver-winged Yiksha remained indifferent. But as the feathered wings manifested behind Han Li, a flicker of surprise crossed the creature's visage when the snow crystal pearl, shrouded in the purple celestial flames, made its appearance and briefly displayed its terrifying might. The creature's expression grew grave. Han Li's actions did not cease. He casually summoned a spirit beast pouch into the air, from which a swarm of golden beetles buzzed forth, transforming into a golden cloud that floated above. With a series of hand seals, a layer of 7-colored spiritual light emerged around him, and as he flipped his palms, a purple mirror slowly ascended, coalescing into a mass of violet radiance. Currently, aside from his lethal trump card, Han Li was fully equipped with an array of magical treasures. Faced with this flying corpse, which could potentially rival a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he dared not exhibit even a modicum of carelessness. Chapter 984. The Evil Moon Illusion Mirror. Meanwhile, the dark-clad beauty observed Han Li commanding such an impressive array of extraordinary treasures. She raised her hand to summon a greenish small shield. Positioning it defensively before her, with another flourish of her storage pouch, 2 butterfly-shaped artifacts soared forth, dancing gracefully in front of her, as though they were living beings. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, her arsenal undoubtedly extended beyond these few items. Yet the dynamics of cultivator duels did not imply that merely possessing a greater number of treasures guaranteed an advantage. Even the most treasure-laden cultivators would find their spiritual consciousness strained when attempting to wield too many artifacts simultaneously, leading to an inevitable limitation on their capabilities. After all, during a battle, one must rely not only on treasures but also retain a certain portion of spiritual intent to cast spells. The extent of this retention varied based on individual circumstances. A cultivator who perceived their treasures as formidable but their spells as somewhat lacking would naturally allocate more spiritual consciousness to their artifacts. Conversely, one with ordinary treasures, yet mastery over potent secret techniques, would retain more spiritual consciousness for spellcasting. Furthermore, the more powerful the artifact, the greater the spiritual consciousness it typically consumed. This explains why it is rare for golden core cultivators to wield ancient treasures. Even the mightiest of cultivators would only select a few high-powered artifacts for combat. Han Li's simultaneous release of such an extensive array of treasures, even in the absence of significant spiritual consciousness retention, was a testament to the strength of his own spiritual awareness. However, before Han Li and the woman could join forces, the silver-winged Yiksha's expression darkened with ferocity, and an overwhelming aura erupted from its form. It then hunched its body and struck down with a powerful palm. With a thunderous boom, its outstretched fingers slammed into the ground. Han Li and the woman were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the creature's intent, when a rumbling sound filled the plaza. The ground beneath them shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the stone pillars binding the cadavers began to tremble violently. "This is bad." Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he flapped his wings, and both he and the surrounding treasures vanished from sight, leaving only the golden cloud formed by the gold-devouring insect and the wailing beast. The silver-winged Yiksha let out a sinister laugh, and with a flash of dark light, it too vanished from the spot, its corporeal form disappearing without a trace. With a deafening roar, a surge of dark light and silvery brilliance erupted simultaneously at the edge of the formation. The collision of the two unleashed a myriad of radiant beams that ricocheted outward, revealing 2 winged silhouettes, none other than Han Li and the silver-winged night demon. In that brief moment of delay, black mist began to emanate from the lifeless corpses on the surrounding stone pillars, transforming into towering columns of darkness that shot skyward, swiftly enveloping the entire square in a vast, murky shroud. Han Li and his companions found their escape routes severed, ensnared within this ominous veil. The dark-clad beauty, sensing the ominous turn of events as the formation manifested its peculiar phenomena, instinctively transformed into a streak of light that darted outward. Yet, after covering a distance of over 20 zhang, the veil had already formed, leaving her with no choice but to halt her retreat, her expression fluctuating between anxiety and determination. Han Li gazed at the silver-winged night demon amidst the dark light. His countenance clouded with frustration. This moment, the demon exhibited 5 blood-red rings upon its limbs and neck, pulsating with a vibrant glow, clearly indicative of some binding artifact. "Indeed, you cannot escape this place. Otherwise, with your divine abilities, why would you willingly remain trapped here? I never anticipated that this formation could be activated without spirit stones. You cannot leave the confines of this formation, can you?" Han Li exhaled sharply. His tone icy. As the radiance of the formation gradually faded, the stone pillars surrounding the veil remained shrouded in black mist, the columns of light showing no signs of waning. Heh. This demon-binding array was indeed crafted specifically to ensnare me. Yet, the one who established this array never envisioned that, after so many years, a significant portion of its restrictions would become usable by me, while I am bound and unable to leave this place. You too are ensnared within it, the silver-winged night demon declared with a triumphant laugh, its wings fluttering lightly. A cold glint flickered in Han Li's eyes as the howling beast below suddenly snorted, unleashing a blinding yellow mist that surged skyward, hurtling towards the airborne corpse with astonishing speed. The silver-winged night demon's laughter abruptly ceased as it swiftly waved its wings, disappearing from sight just before the mist could connect. However, the next instant, it reappeared atop a cluster of emerald bamboo. Yet, the beast's head swiveled, and the vast yellow mist relentlessly pursued its target. This provoked a fierce glint in the demon's silver eyes. With a sudden glare, it furiously waved its wings, unleashing a torrent of silver light that collided head-on with the yellow mist. Surprisingly, the yellow haze, which was supposed to be devastating to specters, found itself held at bay by the silver beams, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Although Han Li was aware that the silver-winged night demon was no ordinary reanimated corpse, he felt a shiver of trepidation at the sight. Seeing this, the demon's initial fear dissipated significantly. With a sinister grin, it shimmered momentarily before vanishing into a swirl of dark light, reappearing directly above the howling beast, its mouth agape, ready to unleash some malevolent force. Yet, just then, a thunderous buzzing erupted from above, startling it into raising its head, from which a jet-black beam of light erupted, striking the descending golden cloud, a manifestation of Han Li's devouring gold insect swarm. After Han Li unleashed his lightning escape, the swarm of insects remained suspended in the air, motionless. Now, with the appearance of the flying corpse nearby, Han Li's consciousness stirred, and he unceremoniously launched an attack. However, the black pillar of light emanated from the silver-winged night demon. Infused with the corpse energy cultivated over countless millennia. It was not only profoundly tainted and chilling, but also carried a potent corpse poison. Even though the gold-devouring insects possessed bodies as hard as iron and were immune to all toxins, they fell from the sky like raindrops under the onslaught of this corpse energy, and in the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the swarm had been decimated. The remaining gold-devouring insects, startled, scattered in all directions, no longer congregating together. Yet, amidst this moment of chaos, the wailing soul beast had already reacted. With a snort, another wave of yellow mist surged upward. The silver-winged night demon, however, gracefully flapped its wings, appearing effortlessly a dozen yards away. The radiant mist, of course, swept through the air and veined that moment. Where the silver-winged night demon had stood, a flash of silver light erupted, and Han Li materialized there amidst a thunderous clap. Without uttering a word, he waved his sleeve, and numerous flying swords transformed into a vast expanse of golden light, surging toward the silver-winged night demon. Simultaneously, the swirling purple mirror, after a brief flash, emitted a purple beam of light that followed the path of the sword light. Meanwhile, Han Li's fingers, concealed within his sleeve, discreetly flicked, causing a red line to vanish in an instant. Then, he cast a nonchalant glance at the ground, where the gold-devouring insects that had previously fallen suddenly trembled, flapping their wings once more, buzzing back into the air, albeit appearing somewhat feeble and lacking vigor. This sight brought a slight sense of relief to Han Li's heart. At that moment, not far away, the woman in black seized the opportunity to point at the two white jade butterflies. The two jade butterflies swelled in size amidst the white light, transforming into figures the size of a person. Following this, they flapped their wings vigorously, and two swirling white tornadoes swiftly materialized before the enchanting woman. As the tornadoes formed, accompanied by her incantations, they morphed into two white wind dragons, fiercely charging toward the silver-winged night demon. Witnessing such a multitude of simultaneous attacks, the silver-winged night demon grinned maliciously, suddenly raising both hands. One hand conjured the sinister moon mirage mirror, while the other produced a fist-sized sphere of light with a soft pop. This sphere, shrouded in a gray mist, glimmered with a chilling, ghostly radiance. Coldly regarding the first oncoming golden sword light, the demon unhesitatingly brought its hands together, causing the sphere to vanish into the mirror's surface. Immediately, dark light flickered within the mirror, and countless spheres identical to the first erupted from it, swiftly merging together. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sphere with a diameter of several yards emerged, unceremoniously enveloping the silver-winged night demon. The blinding golden light flashed as the sword light struck fiercely against the sphere. With a soft pop, the massive sphere shattered like a bubble, yet these fragments quickly transformed into numerous smaller spheres. However, the golden light had already flickered past the silver-winged night demon, intertwining as dozens of flying swords flashed in unison, reducing the demon to countless pieces. The sword light then unhesitatingly shot forth from amidst the myriad of small spheres. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a surge of shock rather than joy. He could hardly believe that mere flying swords could be sufficient to slay this creature. Indeed, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The small orbs of light converged towards the center, merging into a singular, larger orb, while fragments of a body blurred into obscurity. To everyone's disbelief, the silver-winged night demon emerged unscathed within the colossal orb. As if nothing had transpired, Han Li furrowed his brow at that moment. The violet beams of light and the two wind dragons commanded by the black-clad beauty surged forward with formidable intensity. A similarly bizarre spectacle ensued. The immense orb shattered once more, and the silver-winged night demon was once again torn to shreds by the wind dragons and the beams of light. Yet, when the orb reformed, the dismembered remains appeared intact within it, as if it were an immortal being. The silver-winged night demon regarded the two with a hint of cold amusement, making no further moves. However, from the dark mirror in his hand, orbs of light continued to pour forth incessantly, causing the giant orb to expand to an impressive width of over 10 zhang, and it showed no signs of slowing its growth. That a grave expression crossed Han Li's face. Although he could not ascertain what would occur within this enveloping orb, he was certain it boded ill. While the black-clad beauty felt a chill of apprehension in her heart, she instinctively formed hand seals, commanding the two wind dragons to launch a second wave of assault. Instantly, the two wind dragons spiraled and dove into the orb once more, effortlessly shattering it. The silver-winged night demon was once again vanquished like a mere phantom. Yet this time the wind dragons did not retreat from the orb. Instead, they opened their maws wide, unleashing countless pale wind blades that shot forth in all directions. Before the smaller orbs could coalesce again, they were obliterated into even tinier fragments. A tempest raged at the core of the original orb, accompanied by piercing howls. Han Li refrained from urging the nearby flying swords to join the fray. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and silently observed the unfolding chaos, a flicker of blue light shimmering deep within his pupils. Chapter 985. The shattering strike. Something is amiss. Your wind dragons have diminished considerably, Han Li suddenly exclaimed, turning his head sharply to shout at the black-clad beauty that in truth, she had already sensed an unsettling change without needing his reminder. Upon hearing Han Li's words, she was startled. Swiftly forming hand seals, she commanded the wind dragons to halt the wind blades, which then whistled out from the orb. After a graceful spiral, they hovered motionless in the air. Indeed, the size of the two wind dragons had shrunk by nearly half compared to their original form. The orbs that had been reduced to the size of beans, upon the wind dragon's emergence, swiftly reformed as one. At this juncture, the colossal orb had expanded to over 30 zhang in width, occupying nearly one-third of the entrapment's shimmering barrier. Within the orb, the silver-winged night demon sneered coldly as he conjured the manifestation of the evil moon mirage, a mocking grin adorning his face. Observing this, Han Li let out a sigh. He had encountered a similar situation during his battle with the 6th Dao's young master in the chaotic star, C years AG Odat that time, when Tianren had deployed a peculiar treasure that allowed him to hide within a cluster of purple clouds, slightly distorting space, rendering Han Li's flying swords utterly ineffective against him. Ultimately, it was only through the overwhelming force of the demon slash that he managed to break the barrier and sever the opponent's arm. It appeared that the silver-winged night demon was employing a comparable technique, albeit of a higher caliber than that of the 6th Dao's young master. However, Han Li had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had not refined the demon slash. However, employing the same tyrannical methods, it should be possible to break this technique. Regrettably, his Qizhu Fengmen sword can no longer form the Grand Gunk sword formation. Otherwise, this silver-winged night demon, immobilized by the spell, would surely meet its demise once trapped within the sword array, regardless of how peculiar that luminous sphere might be. Upon reaching this conclusion, Han Li swiftly devised a plan. He took a deep breath. Then with a single hand struck his storage pouch, revealing a crimson talisman which suddenly appeared in his palm. The talisman was adorned with flickering fiery runes, and a minuscule red dragon seemed to manifest within it, resembling a spirit-summoning talisman. This talisman was concocted by Han Li while refining the three-flame fan, utilizing the essence of an 8th-grade red fire dragon spirit. which inadvertently delayed him, almost causing him to miss the gathering with the wealthy elder and others at the Poison Valley. Thanks to his prior experience in crafting, the quality of this talisman far surpassed the previous one, significantly enhancing the magical power it could summon. Without hesitation, he struck his palm against his body, and the fiery talisman vanished in an instant. An ethereal dragon silhouette emerged behind him, instantly merging with Han Li. Enveloped in a blaze of crimson light, horns sprouted from his head, and fiery scales flickered across parts of his form, transforming him into an otherworldly half-human, half-dragon visage. His magical power surged to the pinnacle of the mid-Yuaning stage. Han Daoist! Exclaimed both the dark-clad maiden and the silver-winged night demon in astonishment upon witnessing Han Li's transformation. Clearly having never encountered a spirit-summoning talisman before, the silver-winged night demon, feeling the abrupt surge in Han Li's cultivation, wiped the smirk from his face. At that moment, Han Li formed hand seals, and dozens of golden flying swords that had been circling around the luminous sphere surged skyward. After a graceful spin, they emitted a harmonious chime, then trembled as they transformed into 6 swords each. Almost 200 golden sword lights erupted forth, converging toward a single point. In an instant, a brilliant golden radiance illuminated the air, as dazzling as the sun itself. As the brilliance dimmed, a colossal sword, over 10 zhang in length, appeared above the luminous sphere, its overwhelming presence causing even the silver-winged night demon to change countenance. Upon seeing the giant sword materialize, Han Li promptly pointed at the snow crystal orb in front of him. With a swift motion, it transformed into a violet beam, shooting towards the giant sword. Simultaneously, he directed his consciousness to unleash a spell upon the sword. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, a golden arc, as thick as an arm, suddenly enveloped the giant sword in countless arcs of electricity, radiating golden light and a continuous rumble of thunder. As Han Li summoned the exorcising divine thunder, the snow crystal orb struck the sword's hilt. After a flash of purple light, the orb vanished without a trace. Immediately, an eerie purple flame spread from the hilt along the sword's body, intertwining with the golden arcs, creating an effect reminiscent of a divine artifact. The silver-winged night demon's expression grew increasingly grim, a hint of pallor creeping onto his furry visage. At this juncture, the enormous luminous sphere occupied nearly half of the space within the radiant screen, forcing both Han Li and the dark-clad maiden to gradually retreat. Yet, gazing at the giant sword, the expression of the dark-clad maiden was far more astonished than that of the silver-winged night demon. Her thoughts racing in urgency. Under such a terrifying assault, it is certain that even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would not dare to withstand this strike head-on. Just as the beautiful woman was struck with astonishment, Han Li coldly uttered his words. The enormous sword, accompanied by a deafening roar, descended, simultaneously unleashing a golden sword light several feet in length. Before the sword could make contact with the luminous sphere below, its spiritual pressure caused it to tremble incessantly. With a flash of golden light, the giant sword cleaved downward, shattering the sphere into fragments with a force of spiritual energy. Once the radiance dissipated, the sphere revealed no figure within. The silver-winged night demon had unexpectedly appeared in the air a short distance away, gazing at the giant sword with a sullen expression. Under the oppressive might of the giant sword, this creature ultimately dared not confront Han Li's strike directly. As the sword approached, it utilized its silver wings to flee. However, the evil moon mirage in its grasp ceased its outpouring, its technique forcibly disrupted. Consequently, after the colossal sphere was destroyed, it could not revert to its original state. The silver-winged night demon, with a flicker of its gaze, was contemplating what divine art to employ next when a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly reached its ears. Instantly, a crimson line materialized behind it, vanishing in an instant as it aimed for its skull. Although the silver-winged night demon's powers could rival those of a late-stage nascent soul, its awareness was not lacking. Despite the unexpected appearance of the red line, it swiftly shook its wings without turning around, blocking the attack. With a thunderous boom, to the demon's surprise, the red line struck its wings and suddenly transformed into a massive fireball that erupted. This startled the silver-winged night demon. Yet, upon realizing that this fireball was merely an illusion and posed no real threat, it exhaled in relief. However, once the flames dispersed, the interior was found to be completely empty. The red line had vanished without a trace. After a moment of bewilderment, just as it intended to search with its spiritual sense, a rumble of thunder echoed in front of it as the giant sword soared into the air, once again cleaving downwards. Meanwhile, the black-clad beauty, from a distance, chanted incantations, summoning two wind dragons that had mysteriously arrived above the flying corpse. After one circled, it opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of densely packed wind blades that shot downwards. At this moment, the silver-winged night demon could not afford to ponder anything else. With a flick of its wrist, it summoned the evil moon mirage to its front, remaining motionless, then raised both hands heavily toward the giant sword, causing two enormous hands, formed from sinister soul threads, to materialize in midair, each towering a considerable height, boldly striking to intercept the giant sword. This was not the time to gauge the sword's power as it had done earlier when immobilized. Simultaneously, the demon's silver wings expanded dramatically, creating a silvery screen above its head that a series of rapid, sharp sounds ensued as the wind blades struck the screen, which easily deflected them aside. When the giant sword met the enormous hands, a resounding clash echoed. The sword, wielding astonishing might, cleaved one of the hands apart. However, as the sword's radiance diminished somewhat upon striking the second hand, both entities were involuntarily sent flying back, appearing evenly matched. Just as the giant sword clashed with the second gray hand, the previously vanished red line bizarrely reappeared, positioned precisely in front of the silver-winged night demon's chest. Not good. The silver-winged night demon's heart raced with alarm, and it hastily reached forward to grasp it, but it was too late. The red line flickered and, with a soft sound, pierced through the evil moon mirage, only to be caught in the grip of a clawed hand in the next moment. The movement swift as lightning. The small black mirror, upon a sharp crack, shattered into a myriad of black sparks. You dare to destroy my precious mirror, upon witnessing the destruction of the evil moon illusion mirror. The silver-winged night demon was visibly shaken, its face contorted with extreme rage. This treasured mirror seemed to hold significant importance to it, for even the fiery needles grasped in its claw were now ablaze, glowing a fierce red like a branding iron, yet it appeared utterly oblivious to that fact. Hanli was momentarily taken aback. His intent in launching a surprise attack on this mirror was quite straightforward. It was simply too troublesome when paired with this creature's illusionary arts, and it was far better to resolve the matter in one fell swoop. Now, confronted with the wrath of the silver-winged night demon, Hanli felt a peculiar sense of intrigue, yet his movements did not falter in the slightest. With a swift hand gesture, the once dim golden giant sword erupted with a thunderous roar, disassembling into nearly 200 beams of sword light that converged to form a colossal sword net. Descending in unison, he showed no mercy. Should the opponent dare to use those silver wings to block, he would not hesitate to employ his sword infused with the essence of metal, swiftly cleaving the foe into countless pieces. As the snow crystal orb spun, several fist-sized firebirds erupted from it, gracefully descending. However, despite the silver-winged night demon's immense fury, it did not fall for Hanli's assault. Instead, with a flick of its wings, it vanished and reappeared in another location, glaring menacingly at Hanli, its silver eyes turning a deep crimson. I initially wished to conserve my essence and merely use illusions to ensnare you, but now, I have changed my mind. I shall capture you myself, extract your soul, and consume it piece by piece, the silver-winged night demon declared with a face full of malice. Following this, it flickered into existence above the head of the corpse wolf, and without a word, it stomped down upon the wolf's skull. With a few vigorous flaps of its silver wings, a layer of yellow light emanated forth, and together, both human and wolf silently sank into the ground, akin to a wraith. Earth escape. Hanli's brow furrowed instantly as he pointed towards the flying sword and the orb, summoning all his treasures back to that moment. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the ground, causing the entire formation to tremble violently. Then, wisps of yellow light and black mist surged from various parts of the formation, and from the depths below, a heart-wrenching scream from the silver-winged night demon echoed. As if in excruciating agony at this juncture, the black-clad beauty's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. She glanced at Hanli, then lowered her gaze to the formation beneath. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her jade teeth and suddenly shot towards one of the gray cocoons. En route, she raised a hand, releasing a scissor-shaped artifact that shot forth with blinding brilliance, seemingly exceptionally sharp. As the blade took flight, it transformed into a golden streak. The black-clad beauty evidently intended to use this treasure to rescue the wealthy elder first and foremost. Hanli, however, furrowed his brow in dismay. Saving someone was indeed commendable, yet personally flying over and recklessly widening the gap between them was hardly prudent. Just as the golden light approached the massive cocoon, with a resounding bang, a green figure shot forth from the ground, swiftly blocking the path before the cocoon. With bare hands, it reached out, unleashing several claw-like strikes that sent the golden scissors flying. Initially, both Han Li and the black-clad beauty presumed this figure to be the silver-winged night demon, but as the light dimmed and they discerned its features, they were both taken aback in astonishment. The green figure bore the head of a wolf and the body of a human, with blood-red eyes. It was unmistakably the colossal corpse wolf they had encountered earlier. It was unclear what kind of arcane art had been cast, as not only had it transformed into a humanoid form, but its physical stature had also dramatically diminished several-fold, its countenance twisted in a menacing glare towards the dark-clad beauty. However, what caught Han Li's attention even more was the sudden absence of the shadowy steed. Injima, which had originally been perched upon the wolf's head. Had this ethereal creature remained concealed underground, or had it vanished to another location? Such thoughts coursed through Han Li's mind, and as a flicker of blue light glimmered in his eyes, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. The result was an immediate change in his expression, prompting him to shout at the dark-clad beauty, "Beware of what lies behind." Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his fingers, unleashing over a dozen azure sword energies that hurtled towards her. Upon hearing Han Li's urgent warning, the experienced combatant felt a chill run through her. Without a moment's thought, she pointed to the azure shield in front of her, which promptly shifted to her rear. Concurrently, she gathered her magical essence, causing the radiance of the law wheel above her head to blaze forth, as 7 colors of spiritual light merged into her protective aura, significantly amplifying its potency. Just as she established her defense, a seemingly formless pale golden figure flickered into existence behind her, the silver-winged Yiksha. This flying corpse had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its green fur had entirely vanished, replaced by pale golden scales, while its pair of silver wings emitted an ethereal blue-white glow. The silver eyes now bore a pair of pale golden pupils. Yet even more astonishing was the complete absence of the overwhelming corpse aura that had once emanated from it. A sweep of consciousness revealed it to be nothing more than an ethereal entity. Upon its emergence, without uttering a word, the creature raised a hand, and though its body remained still, its arm abruptly swelled several times in size. From its dark claws burst forth golden light, which it used to seize the azure shield that had just appeared behind the beauty. As the shield materialized, it expanded dramatically, radiating an aura of seeming indomitability. Yet, in a bewildering turn of events, the silver-winged Yiksha disregarded the shield as if it were inconsequential. Its arm glimmered with golden light, and its claws silently pierced through, grasping the protective aura surrounding the dark-clad beauty. A crisp sound of shattering echoed as the claws merely hesitated for an instant before tearing through the protective light as if it were mere parchment. With a sickening sound, the claws plunged into the woman's chest, reducing her heart to mere fragments before effortlessly emerging from the other side. Witnessing this, Han Li's heart sank. To be confronted by such a formidable flying corpse was indeed a matter of life and death. At that moment, the azure sword energy surged forth from a distance, but the silver-winged Yiksha merely waved its wings, dispersing them with an ethereal blue-white brilliance. Nevertheless, Han Li's attempt at rescue was not in vain, as it afforded the beauty a fleeting moment of respite. Seizing this chance, a radiant red light flickered atop her head, giving birth to a small, infant-sized Yuan Ying that bore a striking resemblance to her, albeit cradling a diminutive flying sword. Almost simultaneously, it flashed with urgency, maneuvering the sword to instantaneously teleport several dozen feet away. A few more swift movements would guarantee its escape. However, the silver-winged Yiksha let out a sinister chuckle, abruptly casting its corpse aside, becoming formless in an instant. Following this, a faint silhouette appeared beside the Yuan Ying, opening its mouth to unleash a gray silk net that perfectly ensnared the Yuan Ying, which was on the verge of teleporting once more. "Han Dayu, save me!" The beauty's Yuan Ying cried out in alarm, desperately calling for Han Li's assistance while frantically maneuvering the flying sword to batter against the net. Yet, had his corporeal form still remained, there might have been a chance to sever the entangling threads and escape. Now, with only her primordial spirit intact, not only was her magical power severely diminished, but she also encountered the malevolent soul silk capable of absorbing the quintessence of the 5 elements, inevitably being repelled by those threads. The silver-winged Yiksha afforded her no opportunity whatsoever. As soon as the web was unleashed, it reached out with a single hand, conjuring a massive gray hand from the void, effortlessly ensnaring both the web and her primordial spirit. In an instant, a gray cocoon, about the size of a foot, materialized and floated in the air. At that moment, the form of the silver-winged Yiksha became distinctly visible. It cast a glance at the gray cocoon and then at Han Li, emitting a cold chuckle. Heh, I had thought you would employ lightning evasion to rescue her. To my surprise, you have chosen to prioritize your own safety. To save her, if it were possible, I would indeed do so. However, had I rushed in earlier, I would have merely walked into a trap. The vast net you have woven above should be retracted now. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he spoke these words with a hint of indifference. You have discerned my intentions. It seems your ability to see through my illusions is not merely a stroke of luck, remarked the silver-winged Yiksha, a flicker of surprise crossing its visage. At that moment, high above its head, a colossal gray net materialized, and it was unclear what technique this fiend had employed to conceal such an immense net without a trace. Were it not for Han Li's keen spiritual perception having reached a significant level, he would have been unable to detect this insidious trap. Nevertheless, even without the net, Han Li would likely have refrained from acting hastily. The newly transformed silver-winged Yiksha exhibited peculiar traits. Not only did its aura of death remain impeccably contained, but its wind evasion technique appeared remarkably more adept than before, almost achieving the level of blending with the breeze. Had he not possessed spiritual sight, it was likely he would not have detected its presence even at close range. Furthermore, the Yiksha's recent strike had effortlessly penetrated the defensive treasure of the dark-clad beauty, sending a chill of unease through him, amplifying the sense of the bizarre, upon noticing that Han Li had not fallen into the trap. The silver-winged Yiksha snorted coldly and gestured towards the humanoid corpse wolf. The corpse wolf, upon seeing this, immediately soared toward him, arriving beside the flying corpse in the blink of an eye, twisting its wolfish head to glare menacingly at Han Li. Just then, a resounding roar erupted from beneath Han Li, as the soul-tearing beast unleashed a display of its might. Throughout the earlier battle, aside from the initial moments, Han Li had restrained its reckless movements with his mental prowess, leading to the beast's growing frustration as it observed the silver-winged Yiksha flitting overhead without the ability to intervene. Now, witnessing the approach of the corpse wolf, it seized the chance to bare its teeth in a display of aggression. The corpse wolf, upon hearing that growl, immediately exhibited a flicker of terror, its gaze toward the soul-tearing beast filled with trepidation. The silver-winged Yiksha, observing this, darkened its expression, but after a moment's thought, it suddenly opened its mouth and expelled a gray orb. Seizing this orb, it tossed it into the gaping maw of the corpse wolf. Upon swallowing the orb, the humanoid corpse wolf immediately turned, releasing clouds of gray mist as its necrotic energy surged, its fear dissipating instantly. Han Li regarded all of this with indifference, instead seizing the opportunity to focus on the azure shield of the dark-clad beauty. The treasure, having lost its master, floated motionlessly in midair, its surface gleaming faintly azure, smooth as ever. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, and as his gaze shifted, it fell upon the pale golden scales adorning the silver-winged night demon. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed his expression, as if a memory had been stirred. At that very moment, the silver-winged night demon threw back its head and let out a piercing howl, then, with a swift motion, vanished into the wind. Meanwhile, the corpse wolf emitted a resounding roar, unleashing streams of corpse fire from its maw, charging directly towards the nearby wailing soul beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the wailing soul beast tossed its head, sending forth a wave of yellow mist from its nostrils. Although the corpse wolf's fear diminished significantly after manifesting its light sphere, it still dared not approach the yellow mist even a fraction. Instantly, its form became indistinct, transforming into several phantoms that circled around the wailing soul beast in a chaotic dance. Due to its smaller size, the corpse wolf's escape was astonishingly swift, while the yellow mist struggled to keep pace. Yet, the corpse wolf was still wary of drawing too close to the wailing soul beast, which, with its vigilant nose, continuously released divine light, enveloping itself in a shimmering barrier of yellow mist, while its massive fist flailed wildly in all directions. With its gigantic, ape-like physique, the wailing soul beast's fists were formidable. Even a mere graze from the corpse wolf's undead form would likely prove overwhelming. Thus, both creatures found themselves locked in a tense stalemate at the same time, as the wailing soul beast was momentarily ensnared. The silver-winged night demon and Han Li engaged in a ghostly dance high in the air, one pursuing while the other retreated. Arcane currents crackled around Han Li's wings, producing a relentless thunderous roar, as his figure appeared to move without any discernible pattern. One moment in the west, then suddenly in the east. In an instant, he could transition from a lofty height to merely a few yards above the ground. The silver-winged night demon, employing some unknown sorcery, emanated a faint azure-white glow from its wings, appearing almost ethereal, yet it consistently shadowed Han Li's lightning-quick movements, never losing its pursuit. Before long, Han Li began to feel the strain. The enemy's wind evasion technique clearly surpassed his own lightning evasion, with the intervals between their approaches growing shorter. Almost as soon as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, the silver-winged night demon would be right behind him, propelled by the wind. Suddenly, as Hanli re-emerged from high above, instead of immediately taking flight, he pressed forward with a snow crystal bead. Instantly, the bead began to spin, releasing vast plumes of purple flames in all directions. Simultaneously, dozens of golden small swords that circled around him erupted in brilliant sword light, enveloping the surrounding area within a 10-yard radius. Just as he completed this arrangement, a faint silhouette materialized nearby, 5 or 6 yards away, causing ripples in the space around it once. The purple flames and sword light converged upon this figure. Hanli raised one hand dramatically, summoning a thunderous roar as a thick golden arc blossomed from his arm, morphing into an electric python that lunged forth. Upon witnessing this formidable display, the silver-winged night demon was taken aback, but its scales quivered in response. Releasing a radiant golden light, a resplendent golden shield soon manifested, encasing the silver-winged night demon within. A thunderous cacophony ensued as the sword light, purple flames, and golden arc converged in a blinding explosion, momentarily engulfing the golden shield within their brilliance. Chapter 987. The essence of golden escape and ice flame. At that moment, with a resounding clap of thunder, Hanli vanished from his original position. A flash of electric arc appeared 20 or so zhang away. Yet, as soon as he materialized, Hanli fixated on the location where the brilliance erupted. His expression grave. Under the scrutiny of his keen spiritual perception, he discerned the situation within the radiance with utmost clarity. The azure bamboo cloud sword, infused with the essence of metal, was expected to be extraordinarily sharp. However, as its sword light struck the golden barrier, it was effortlessly repelled, giving the impression that the sword's formidable power had never been unleashed, merely deflected by the barrier's own force. Meanwhile, the electric python, born of the exorcising thunder, merely caused the barrier to quiver slightly, without affecting any substantial disruption. Yet, when the violet flames descended upon the golden barrier, a glint of cold light flickered in Hanli's eyes. As the radiance receded, a colossal block of ice, pale purple in hue, emerged in the distance, ensnaring both the golden barrier and the silver-winged night demon within its icy grasp. The silver-winged night demon remained unscathed within the barrier, though its visage reflected astonishment, clearly taken aback by the fact that the violet flames could freeze the golden barrier. However, since its true form remained unfrozen, liberating itself would be a trivial matter. With both hands pressing against the golden barrier, the silver-winged night demon unleashed a torrent of golden light, puncturing the ice with countless fine holes. The entire block of purple ice shattered into fragments. A sudden chill gripped Hanli's heart. He extended his hand, summoning all flying swords to whirl around before swiftly returning to him. Moments later, the silver-winged night demon flickered and effortlessly reappeared outside the purple ice. It then turned its lifeless gaze toward Hanli, coldly regarding him for a moment before abruptly raising a hand. A resplendent golden orb materialized above its palm. At this juncture, Hanli spoke. Now I can finally ascertain that, aside from the earth and wind escape techniques, you indeed possess the art of golden escape. However, to my knowledge, few human cultivators can master this technique. As for corpse refinement, only the legendary golden body moon corpse is said to possess such powers. Have you perhaps begun your ascension? After uttering these words, Hanli's eyes lingered on the faint golden scales that adorned the demon's body. The silver-winged night demon, taken aback by Hanli's inquiry, soon responded with a sinister chuckle. I commenced my ascension eons ago. Had you several mid-yuan cultivators collaborating from the outset, there might have been a chance, but now it is merely you, a solitary individual. Even with some mystical powers, it is but a delusion. Upon finishing this statement, the silver-winged night demon no longer concealed its intentions. With a gentle flap of its wings, they transformed from silver-white to a pale golden hue, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth, shaking even the massive barrier that enveloped the formation. Hanli's pupils constricted. This presence was undeniably more formidable than any late Yuan cultivator he had encountered, far surpassing the likes of the 3 great cultivators from Tiannan. The only beings capable of overpowering this flying corpse were likely the 2 ancient demons he had encountered in the abyss of demonic fall. Hanli, inwardly alarmed, maintained an outwardly calm demeanor and tentatively remarked, even if you have long since begun your ascension, being trapped in such a lightless abyss, you cannot absorb the essence of the Moon. Even if you were to cultivate for another 10,000 years, success would remain unattainable. You currently possess only a superficial understanding of the art of Gene Dun, employing methods that are somewhat peculiar. However, when faced with artifacts devoid of golden materials, these techniques become utterly ineffective. As Hanli contemplated this, the image of his opponent piercing through the bronze escape and deflecting all his flying swords flashed through his mind, provoking a sense of trepidation. After all, in this day and age, it is rare to encounter artifacts that do not utilize golden materials. Is that so? Then prepare to fully experience the consequences. However, I have no interest in pursuing you any further. With the next strike, you shall obediently surrender your life. The silver-winged knight demon ceased further discourse with Hanli, raising one hand to elevate a dazzling golden orb, while the other hand suddenly extended with splayed fingers, targeting the surrounding stone pillars adorned with cadavers, unleashing beams of gray light. In the blink of an eye, these beams vanished into the bodies of the numerous corpses without a trace. Hanli barely had time to intervene, and his expression darkened as a sense of foreboding settled within him. As anticipated, a cacophony erupted from the stone pillars, chains clattering to the ground as the corpses opened their emerald eyes and staggered away from their confines. Yet, after merely a few steps, they froze in place, their emotionless gazes fixed upon Hanli in the air. With so many corpses assisting you, you stand no chance of victory. Surrender willingly, and perhaps you may evade the torment of soul refinement. The silver-winged knight demon proclaimed ominously. Hanli surveyed the surrounding corpses in silence, and after a moment, he let out a deep sigh that he had not anticipated that this venture would indeed necessitate such a treasure. One could not tell whether it was your misfortune or my lack of luck. Murmuring softly to himself, Hanli no longer hesitated, reaching for an exquisitely crafted storage pouch at his waist. With a soft sound, a fist-sized orb of light shot forth from the pouch, spiraling before landing in his hand, revealing an ancient-style feather fan. This fan, only a few inches in size, was adorned in gold, silver, and red, with an intricate array of runes and symbols densely inscribed upon it. As it fluttered, the three colors shimmered unpredictably, and countless symbols emerged, creating a dizzying effect upon anyone who dared to gaze upon it. It was evident that this artifact was of extraordinary significance. At that moment, however, the silver-winged knight demon had already completed his incantation and launched an attack. With a resounding shout, he abruptly tossed the orb into the air. As the golden orb spun, it released a myriad of golden rays. The instant these rays left the orb, they transformed into countless golden needles, akin to strands of cow hair. After swirling around the orb, they shot towards Hanli in a torrential downpour. In an instant, half the sky was ablaze with golden light, a rain-like assault that left Hanli with no avenue for escape. Simultaneously, the corpses beneath the stone pillars raised their hands, unleashing streams of malevolent soul threads from their fingertips, intertwining in the low air. In the blink of an eye, a colossal net spanning dozens of feet took shape beneath Hanli, shrouded in a gray haze, mercilessly enveloping him. This net was of such immense size that its contained malevolent energy was astonishingly potent. Were a typical cultivator to encounter it, they would likely find themselves rendered powerless, their limbs weakened by the overwhelming malevolent force before they even came into contact with the net, ultimately succumbing to capture. Hanli, being inherently a body infused with sinister energy, remained indifferent to such malevolent forces, especially after having practiced the Ming Wang Ju. However, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the opposing force. As if ensnared in an inescapable net of attacks, his expression darkened immediately, and as he rubbed his hands together, a radiant flash occurred, transforming the Sanyin fan into a size of several feet. Grasping the fan's handle with one hand, he concentrated his entire essence and forcefully waved it downward. To his astonishment, he felt a significant portion of his power being siphoned away with that single motion, nearly prompting him to discard the fan in panic. Fortunately, upon the fan emitting a cry resembling that of a phoenix, his internal energy stabilized. Subsequently, with a sudden flick, a torrent of tricolored flames surged forth from the fan's surface, coalescing into a fire phoenix of considerable size, adorned with golden, silver, and crimson plumage, and it soared directly toward the colossal net. This extraordinary phenomenon momentarily stunned Hanli, yet he could not afford to linger on it. Initially intending to direct another wave at the golden needles, he realized his dwindling power necessitated a change of strategy, so he pointed towards the flying swords before him. Instantly, the swords radiated brilliant golden light, twirling rapidly as golden lotuses blossomed around him, enveloping his form completely. Undeterred, he opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of essence blood onto the swirling shoe-edging pearl above his head. The pearl quivered violently, releasing a wisp of deep violet flame. Under the influence of his incantation, this flame spiraled around him with remarkable speed, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet and producing a peculiar sizzling sound. A towering ice wall, exceeding 10 feet in height, materialized around Hanli as the violet flames dissipated, shimmering with purple luminescence and enclosing him securely within .at that moment, amidst the dazzling gold light. Countless golden threads shot towards the ice wall. The sound of clanging resonated throughout the air. Following a brief intertwining of golden and purple light, the surface of the ice wall illuminated with numerous golden dots, leaving behind an intricate array of several-inch-deep holes. With each successive assault of golden threads, layers upon layers accumulated atop the wall. Although Hanli's ice barrier was over a foot thick, it was swiftly diminished by several inches from the surface. His expression shifted slightly. Unbeknownst to Hanli, the silver-winged night demon opposite him was equally astonished by this spectacle. He was aware that although these golden needles were composed of gold-attributed spiritual energy, such energy was not merely expendable. It had been painstakingly refined from an unknown gold mineral during its prolonged confinement in this realm. These unique spiritual energies, honed through millennia of tempering with corpse fire, possessed formidable power. Once transformed into needle-like artifacts, their sharpness was extraordinary. The inability to pierce through Hanli's defenses amidst such overwhelming attacks left the demon perplexed. After all, not long ago, it had shattered a piece of purple ice using the same golden radiance. The silver-winged night demon was unaware that the violet flame Hanli had summoned with his essence blood was not an ordinary purple celestial fire, but rather a refined essence of ice flame, derived from continuous consumption of Shuepa pills and the power of the shoe-edging pearl. This flame encapsulated the utmost chill of all purple celestial fire, far surpassing that of the common variety. However, to ignite this flame, in a state of insufficient magical power, Hanli had no choice but to forcibly summon it using a drop of his essence blood. That moment, the three-colored fire phoenix, summoned by Hanli with his precious fan, plunged headlong into the massive gray net below. The net, composed of the sinister soul threads, shimmered with a gray light and unleashed countless gray strands that ensnared the seemingly small fire phoenix. In an instant, the densely woven threads obscured the sky, nearly concealing the bird's form entirely. With a proud and clear cry, the fire phoenix spiraled gracefully and suddenly erupted with a series of mysterious halos, within which the golden, silver, and red lights revolved incessantly, revealing profound runes that appeared exceptionally resplendent as those sinister soul threads shot into the halo. An astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 988. The might of the spiritual fan, countless gray strands trembled and became momentarily suspended within the halo, before they flashed and transformed into wisps of gray mist. The intricate web, akin to the melting snow of spring, disintegrated into nothingness under the halo's flowing light. It was at this moment that the three-colored fire phoenix commenced its true assault. As it spread its wings, it suddenly transformed into a colossal sphere of light. The surface of the halo pulsated rhythmically, expanding and contracting, and in the blink of an eye, a tricolored wheel of light appeared in the low air, its immense size enveloping the entire gray net within its embrace. The surface of the wheel was adorned with swirling runes of gold, silver, and red, some as large as a foot, others as small as a span, each inscrutable and evoking a profound sense of awe in onlookers. The extraordinary spectacle below astonished both Hanli in the air and the winged night demon, compelling them to gaze down in surprise. In an instant, the brilliant light flickered, and the colossal wheel of light vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, along with the gray net spanning dozens of yards in diameter, as if it had never existed at all. The silver-winged night demon's fleshly wings flapped unconsciously, its face a mask of disbelief and stupor. But it was well aware that the immense net had nearly concentrated all the corpse energy it had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Now only a few wisps remained within its desiccated body, barely sustaining its transformation into a corpse and rendering it incapable of launching any formidable attacks with a single strike from the opponent's fan. All the hard-earned powers accumulated over countless years of cultivation were utterly dismantled. The sheer terror of the spiritual energy contained in that three-colored wheel left the silver-winged night demon heavy-hearted. Had it been ensnared within, it would have likely faced dire consequences. This was no mere matter of the flame's temperature within the halo. It encompassed certain heavenly laws, forces accessible only to those of the divine transformation stage. Although it had yet to ascend to the same realm as a golden-bodied moon corpse, Having lingered on the cusp of this stage for many years, it still possessed some insight and awareness. The minuscule fraction of celestial power infused in that previous strike weighed heavily on the silver-winged night demon's heart. What kind of treasure was the fan wielded by its adversary that rendered it so formidable? In truth, with its current level of cultivation and abilities, had it possessed a top-tier treasure that complemented its techniques, it might not have truly feared such an assault. Yet, regrettably, since gaining sentience, it had been trapped within this formation, lacking the opportunity or resources to forge any suitable treasures of its own. Had it not been for the subsequent arrival of the monks who entered the cave and were methodically annihilated, their corpses would not have been utilized in a blood sacrifice to forge the corpse fiend incarnation. Its actions would have remained severely constrained, although it procured a haphazard assortment of treasures from the fallen cultivators. Hardly any of them caught its discerning eye. The sole item that brought it any semblance of satisfaction was the evil moon illusion mirrored. It was precisely because this singular artifact was of such worth that it had invested immeasurable effort into it, relying on it for several powerful techniques. Thus, when Hanli shattered it, it incited an unprecedented fury within. As the silver-winged night fiend's eyes darted in trepidation, Hanli, witnessing the formidable power of the Three Flames fan, felt a surge of elation. Observing that the icy barrier before him had been nearly obliterated by the incessant barrage of golden needles, he no longer hesitated. With a swift flourish of his hand, a small vial, recently retrieved from his storage pouch, materialized in his grasp. Hanli uncorked the vial and poured its contents into his mouth, instantly allowing a drop of 10,000-year spirit night essence to flow within. Under the influence of the elixir, his meridians burgeoned with an abundance of pure spiritual energy, restoring his magical prowess in an instant. With the vial secured, Hanli reveled in the revitalizing surge of magic coursing through him. Casting a cold glance at the distant silver-winged night fiend, he deftly twirled the Three Flames fan before gripping it tightly once more. The fan radiated with brilliant light, its surface shimmering with tricolored runes. This time, Hanli was determined to vanquish the formidable foe before him once and for all. Fortunately, the adversary was bound by restrictions that prevented it from fleeing. Otherwise, despite the immense power of the fan, should the fiend choose to evade using its escape techniques, Hanli would find himself at an impasse. Upon witnessing this scene, the silver-winged night fiend's expression shifted dramatically. Given the previous display of the fan's destructive power and the limited space within the luminous barrier, it realized it had no choice but to confront the impending assault head-on. Gritting its teeth in silent despair, the fiend pointed at a considerably smaller golden orb suspended in the air. Instantly, the golden light ceased its radiance, and with a soft hiss, the orb vanished into the silver-winged night fiend's body, subsequently manifesting a resplendent golden shield around it. Almost simultaneously, the flying corpse gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of murky black corpse aura, each tendril flickering with an eerie luminescence, swiftly engulfing the golden shield. Hanli, observing this development, let out a cold chuckle just as he was channeling his entire magical energy into the fan. Suddenly, the formation beneath him began to tremble violently without warning, the entire array pulsating with radiant light. In an instant, the surrounding gray barrier flickered and then vanished without a trace. Stunned, Hanli hesitated momentarily. But before he could comprehend the situation, a more significant upheaval occurred. From a distance beyond the formation, the ground ruptured dramatically, erupting in a dazzling display of spiritual light that a vast new formation materialized around the original array. Embedded with nearly 100 spirit stones, swiftly resonating and merging with the prior formation to form an entirely new array. This, with Hanli's expertise in formations, he recognized it almost immediately an enormous teleportation array, currently being activated. At that moment, Hanli's heart sank. Who knew where this contraption would transport him? In a state of frantic urgency, he hastily retracted the ice barrier. The moment a thunderous roar erupted behind him, he was compelled to utilize the thunder escape technique to swiftly vacate the area of transmission. Yet, it was evident that Hanli's movements were belated. The surrounding magical formations instantaneously resonated with a low hum. And at a distance of over 100 zhang, a blinding white radiance erupted, only to retract moments later, leaving the space utterly vacant. Hanli, along with the silver-winged night demon and everything else, vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to anyone, a similar phenomenon was concurrently unfolding in 3 obscure locations within the remnants of the Great Jin. In addition to the silver-winged night demon, 3 other unidentified monstrosities were similarly transported away by the colossal magical formations. The catalyst for this entire event was a group of cultivators from the Yi family, gathered at an unnamed small lake in the southern frontier. However, at this moment, the sky above the lake was densely populated with high-ranking Yi family cultivators. Engulfed in chaos. What is happening? Was it not stated that the concealing formation had been properly arranged to mask the celestial anomaly? Where is the concealing formation? Is there a malfunction, or was it simply not activated? In its current state, the spectacle was discernible to cultivators thousands of miles away. It would soon attract an unending throng of immortals. Do they wish for our Yi family to face annihilation? In the air above the small lake, a square-faced cultivator firmly grasped the collar of a white-haired elder, his countenance ashen as he barked. Behind him, several other Yi family cultivators wore equally grim expressions. At the center of the lake, an extraordinarily thick milky white beam of light soared skyward, its diameter a staggering 30 zhang, resembling a colossal pillar propping up the heavens. Surrounding this central beam, 6 other identical pillars emerged, forming an eye-catching circle around the lake. It was no wonder the square-faced cultivator was filled with rage. I cannot fathom how this occurred. We had inspected the concealing formation just yesterday, and I had dispatched several disciples to activate it this morning. The white-haired elder, a master of formations responsible for unsealing the barriers, now bore a face of alarm as he spoke. Second brother, let go of the esteemed Linglong. He has invested considerable effort into deciphering this formation. It cannot possibly be his fault. There must be another reason. You few, hasten to inspect the concealing formations. If they have not been activated, do so immediately. If there is a malfunction, rectify it without delay. If these formations can be repaired in a short time, we can unite our strength and slay all the cultivators within 1,000 miles. The speaker was a scholar in his 30s. Clad in a white robe, his skin as smooth as jade, yet his words were remarkably ruthless. However, upon the utterance of this scholar's command, the square-faced cultivator immediately complied, releasing the white-haired elder. The elders of the Yi family, pointed out by the scholar, all bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, great elder. Subsequently, these individuals swiftly darted in various directions. The young cultivator, possessing a somewhat refined appearance, was none other than the esteemed great elder of the foremost family in the great gene. After issuing his orders, the scholar turned to the white-haired elder and inquired, if the concealing formation has malfunctioned, there should be no unforeseen issues regarding the unsealing, correct? The scholar's voice betrayed no emotion, and the white-haired elder shivered slightly before promptly responding with utmost reverence. I assure you, great elder, there is absolutely no problem. The seal of Kunwa Mountain has been breached, a fissure now widening and waning. And within the span of a year, the entire seal may vanish entirely. This will suffice. Low-ranking cultivators of your clan, gather immediately and commence preparations for evacuation. There is no need to return to the clan. Proceed directly to the designated hiding places. Anyone daring to show themselves within the year shall be dealt with according to clan regulations. The young scholar spoke in a measured tone. The white-haired elder felt a chill in his heart and promptly acknowledged. He then descended into the lake, vanishing from sight. The other cultivators of the Yi family regained their composure, standing quietly in place as they awaited further instructions. The locations of the concealed arrays were not far, and given the speed of the nascent soul cultivators, a round trip would take but a moment. Consequently, after a brief interval, some of the Yi family's elders returned, their faces marked with expressions of shock and fury. Elder, it is dire. The array I investigated has been completely destroyed. The disciples managing the array have all vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, the scholar's expression darkened, eyes glinting with cold light. The remaining cultivators were similarly shaken, their demeanor shifting into a state of unrest. Chapter 989, Celestial Anomalies. Before long, as the remaining cultivators returned from their investigations, they reported conditions identical to the first. All arrays had been obliterated. This revelation plunged everyone into deep concern. The Yi family's cultivators fell into a profound silence. In this vicinity of 100 miles, apart from our Yi family cultivators, no other practitioners are present. If someone infiltrated and caused this destruction, their timing is indeed too fortuitous. Just as we have unsealed the barrier, someone has tampered with the concealed arrays. It seems the issue lies within our own ranks. The scholar suddenly chuckled coldly. A traitor among us? Surely not. All here are members of the Yi family. How could such a thing occur? All Yi family members? That may not necessarily be the case. Is there not one who does not bear the Yi surname? After a bout of discussion, someone spoke up thus. Upon hearing this, most of the cultivators shifted their gazes toward an individual. This person, with an unremarkable appearance and calm demeanor, was none other than the human manifestation of the ancient demon. Elder Han is someone I personally invited, and he has been in the company of Uncle Chi all along. Do not indulge in baseless suspicions, the Yi family elder reprimanded. Indeed, Elder Han has been conversing amiably with me, the big-headed figure added nonchalantly. The other cultivators, hearing the words of the peculiar figure, naturally placed their trust in this Yi family elder, and their doubts swiftly dissipated at this juncture. However, the scholar instructed the square-faced cultivator, second brother, please delve to the lake's depths and ascertain if anyone else is missing aside from the vanished disciples. I understand, the square-faced cultivator readily affirmed, then transformed into a beam of light, disappearing beneath the lake's surface. Elders, we should also make preparations. Although the phenomena here are astonishing, we can no longer conceal our presence. However, in the short term, no forces will pose a threat to us. There are no significant sects in the southern region, and cultivators from other areas will require more than 10 days or half a month to arrive. Although the circumstances within Kunwa Mountain remain shrouded in mystery, we must expediently unearth its hidden treasures, particularly the 2 celestial artifacts, which we must secure in a timely manner. Only in this way can we ensure our self-preservation. Even if our schemes are discovered, otherwise, not only would centuries of planning be rendered futile, but the Yi family would also face the grave peril of annihilation. Such a fate is utterly intolerable. The scholar in white robes solemnly addressed the others. Indeed, great elder. The remaining elders of the Yi family replied in unison, a chill coursing through their hearts upon hearing his words. After a brief pause, the square-faced cultivator and the white-robed elder emerged swiftly from beneath the lake. Upon reaching the scholar in white, the square-faced cultivator spoke grimly. Third brother, it seems that 2 of the array masters below are indeed missing. They are the nephews of the 5th and 12th families. Do these 2 dare to betray their kin? Betrayal may not necessarily be the case, but they could have been hunted and exterminated by someone. The scholar retorted. When did they disappear? It has been 2 days, I believe. These 2 were responsible for a remote array, and at the time, no one suspected anything. It was only today, when all disciples gathered, that their absence was noted, the white-haired elder replied, a sheen of cold sweat upon his brow. It appears the issue indeed lies with these 2. However, regardless of the truth, it has become irrelevant. Once we enter Kunwa Mountain, all array masters and clan disciples shall withdraw immediately. By the way, have we confirmed the location of the sealed fissure? The scholar inquired calmly. Yes, we have located it using the array, about 20 miles to the north. Underground, there should be a fissure, several tens of feet long, 1,000 feet beneath the surface. The white-haired elder hastily responded. Lead the way. Let us depart, the scholar declared without hesitation. Yes, great elder. The white-haired elder bowed in compliance. Thus, a group of 9 cultivators set forth, propelling themselves northward. Moments later, their light of escape illuminated the treetops of a lush forest 20 miles away. The white-haired elder halted the escape light, surveying the surroundings before revealing a pale silver array disc from his palm. Chanting incantations, he cast a spell upon the disc, which immediately shimmered with spiritual light, revealing faint symbols and luminous points. Indeed, this is the spot, the white-haired elder asserted confidently after a brief observation of the disc. Excellent. 9th sister, release the spirit beast. Let us descend. The scholar turned to an elderly Taoist nun behind him. The nun complied, tapping her spirit beast pouch, and a beam of yellow light erupted forth, rapidly expanding into a massive centipede over 10 feet long. Exhaling a noxious green mist, its demeanor fearsome. Without further ado, all Yi family cultivators, save for the white-haired elder, ascended onto the centipede's back. With a low command from the nun, a faint yellow shield enveloped the giant centipede, encasing all the cultivators within. The centipede then twisted its body and plummeted downward. Upon making contact with the ground, the enormous creature vanished silently, disappearing without a trace. It was, in fact, a demon beast adept in earth evasion techniques. The elderly man with white hair lingered in the air for a moment, and upon seeing no signs of the Yi clan cultivators emerging, he let out a long sigh and turned back towards his path. Simultaneously, high above, 200 miles away, several cultivators clad in blue robes with red head wraps gazed at the distant 7 pillars of milky white light soaring into the sky, exchanging looks of astonishment. What is this? Such an astonishing celestial phenomenon, remarked a young man in his 20s, lost in thought. Regardless of its nature, it certainly does not pertain to mundane affairs. Why you shitty? Hurry back to the sect and report this matter. I will lead the other disciples to investigate, instructed a solemn-faced cultivator with a dark complexion. Upon hearing this, another cultivator promptly agreed and took to the skies on his flying apparatus. the remaining group, under the guidance of the middle-aged cultivator, swiftly darted towards the direction of the small lake. In a more distant location, atop a lofty mountain peak, over 100 cultivators of various attire gathered closely together. These cultivators possessed relatively low cultivation levels, mostly at the chi refinement stage, with scarcely a few at the foundation establishment stage, forming a gathering of low-tier practitioners. Despite their limited prowess, the striking light pillars were impossible to miss. And at this moment, everyone stood atop massive boulders or soared into the air, staring in astonishment at the direction of the light at the foot of an unnamed desolate mountain. A slightly plump elder stood outside a partially open stone door, gazing thoughtfully at the beams of light on the horizon. A similar scene unfolded around the small lake where the Yi clan cultivators resided. Practitioners within a 1,000-mile radius were stirred by the astonishing light pillars, with nearby cultivator families and hidden hermits alike hastily making their way toward the source of the lights. Before long, news of an extraordinary treasure emerging spread like wildfire throughout the entire southern wilderness. Within a few days, even nearby states and counties caught wind of the occurrence. In an instant, the entire southern wilderness was abuzz with excitement. At the very moment the Yi clan cultivators descended underground, Han Li found himself standing in the center of a colossal teleportation array in an unknown location. Surrounded by massive, rough stone walls that resembled a grand cavern, he gazed down with a furrowed brow at several objects at his feet, shattered circular rings, blood-red and glistening, emanating a faint spiritual glow. These were the very confinement artifacts that had previously ensnared the body of the silver-winged night demon, with the rings now broken and the demon nowhere to be found. The outcome was all too evident. Reflecting on this, Han Li's gaze shifted to his waist, where a green jade talisman, shimmering with a soft spiritual light, adhered to him. The design of this talisman seemed familiar. It was a rare teleportation talisman. He had encountered similar talismans during his travels in the chaotic Star Sea, though back then it had merely been a paper talisman. Han Li's brow knitted in concentration as he produced a blue, radiant token from his hand, the large teleportation token he had acquired years ago. When he was teleported, he had no knowledge of where he would end up, fearing that he might be sent too far away and torn apart by spatial pressure. Thus, he had swiftly retrieved the token and clutched it tightly. However, he never anticipated that, at the moment the teleportation light appeared, this talisman would materialize at his waist, leaving him no opportunity to evade. It remains uncertain whether the special functionality inherent to the colossal teleportation array itself, or the ingenious arrangements made by the cultivators who established this formation years ago. However, this ancient teleportation talisman is undoubtedly vastly different from those of contemporary design. Yet it holds significant research value. Contemplating this, Han Li raised his hand to seize the jade talisman, but before his fingertips could make contact, the talisman suddenly dissipated with a soft pop, transforming into specks of ethereal light. He was momentarily taken aback. Then a bitter smile crept across his face. The creation of this teleportation talisman was indeed a laborious endeavor. The spiritual energy inscribed within was evidently only sufficient for a single use, suggesting that other teleportation talismans would similarly be unable to retain their potency. The others Han Li referred to were the weeping souls nearby and the two gray cocoons still suspended in the air, adorned with identical jade talismans. The very moment he lifted his gaze, these talismans vanished just as he had anticipated. As for the corpse wolf, it had already transformed into a genuine cadaver, its form now that of a sizable weeping soul beast, which was energetically leaping upon the wolf's remains, exuding boundless excitement. Ironically, the misfortune of this wolf lay in its proximity to Han Li as it emerged from the teleportation array, with Han Li's superior spiritual sense allowing him to recover from the disorientation first. He unceremoniously unleashed a fierce strike of the exorcising thunder upon the wolf, severely injuring it, coupled with the weeping soul beast immediately exhaling a yellow mist that swiftly absorbed the wolf's cadaverous energy. It effortlessly dispatched the massive creature. The silver-winged night demon, seemingly indifferent to the wolf's fate, showed no inclination to continue battling Han Li. Finally liberated, the fiend seized the opportunity to employ wind escape, vanishing into the breeze. Chapter 990. The colossal skyward mountain. Han Li likewise refrained from pursuing the silver-winged night demon, as on one hand, the adversary was no longer confined, and the triflame fan alone would not easily vanquish it. On the other hand, his gaze shifted to the weeping soul beast. In its large hand, it was brandishing a white object incessantly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a plump little horse, with emerald green eyes and a size of merely half a foot, It was unmistakably the ultimate objective of his current perilous venture, the elusive Inji horse. Ironically, this spiritual entity had encountered misfortune. At the onset of the teleportation, it had once again sought refuge within the corpse wolf's body, consequently. As the weeping soul beast engulfed the wolf's cadaverous energy with its yellow mist, it was inadvertently swept away as well. Had it not been for Han Li's keen observation, promptly halting the weeping soul beast, this spiritual creature might have been swallowed whole. As for Han Li's two flying swords, which were originally ensnared, they managed to break free from their confinement at the moment of teleportation, taking advantage of the silver-winged night demon's preoccupation to return to him through the activation of his spiritual sense. However, the black-clad beauty's nascent soul, similarly bound by the soul-binding silk, was devoured by the silver-winged night demon before it could be transported away. The only source of his frustration stemmed from the fact that his crystallized flying needle had been seized by the silver-winged night demon, who had casually appropriated it. Fortunately, although this treasure was not his primary magical artifact, it had been refined by him, and thus the adversary would not be able to erase its spiritual essence in a short span of time, leaving him with a potential opportunity to reclaim it. This moment, Han Li cast a sweeping glance around him. This place bore some resemblance to the original underground cavern, yet the chilling winds were conspicuously absent. Instead, an astonishingly abundant aura of spiritual energy permeated the air, revealing itself to be an immense cavern, seemingly situated atop an exquisite spiritual vein. This revelation stirred a sense of astonishment within him. Han Li then lowered his gaze to the teleportation array beneath his feet. With his profound knowledge of formations, he discerned at a glance that although this colossal teleportation array was markedly different from any he had previously encountered, it was evidently a one-way transmission array. In other words, he had been transported here but could not utilize this array to return to his original location. Upon grasping this fact, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, and his gaze shifted to the two enormous cocoons nearby. There remained a vigorous reaction of spiritual energy within, indicating that the wealthy elder and Bai Yaoi were still alive. After a brief moment of hesitation, he summoned the Inji horse with a gesture, drawing it into his grasp, and subsequently affixed several restraining talismans before placing it into a spirit beast pouch. Once he had completed these tasks, Han Li raised both hands, unleashing two thick golden arcs that struck the gray cocoons. A resounding boom echoed as the golden arcs transformed into two golden electric nets, enveloping the cocoons. In an instant, blinding golden light erupted, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. With the absence of the silver-winged night demon to preside over the situation, the malevolent soul threads began to disintegrate in layers amidst the golden brilliance. Finally, with two thunderous explosions, the two cocoons burst open in succession, releasing a man and a woman, the wealthy elder and his companion. However, both appeared pallid, their expressions exceedingly grim. Anyone ensnared by the soul-absorbing malevolent soul threads for such an extended period would undoubtedly suffer, and their magical power had surely been compromised. "Thank you, Brother Han, for your timely rescue." The wealthy elder's expression softened as he clasped his fists in gratitude. "Had it not been for your remarkable intervention, we would have surely met our doom. Who could have anticipated that the Inyang Cavern harbored a silver-winged night demon? We were caught off guard and ensnared by this creature's stealthy ambush. My friend Yuan was tragically caught and had his nascent soul shattered in an instant, losing his life." Bai Yaoi also bowed respectfully to Han Li, offering a wry smile as she spoke. Upon hearing these words, Han Li merely smiled faintly. Although the two appeared genuinely grateful, he could perceive the deep-seated apprehension lurking in their eyes. After all, despite their confinement within the cocoons, they had sensed the might of Han Li's confrontation with the silver-winged night demon. Han Li's ability to withstand the onslaught of the silver-winged night demon, and even ultimately frighten away this flying corpse, indicated that the two of them together would pose no threat to him. Furthermore, having been transported to this unknown and mysterious locale, with only the three of them present, it was only natural for them to feel an overwhelming sense of unease. Should Han Li suddenly harbor malicious intent, they could hardly expect a favorable outcome. However, Han Li simply tossed the spirit beast pouch containing the Inji horse toward the wealthy elder, calmly stating, "The Inji horse is within. I shan't elaborate further. If you could refine a few more nurturing elixirs, I would appreciate it if you could reserve 2 for me. Would you be amenable to this request? 2 elixirs? No problem at all. If there are indeed any surplus, I shall certainly set aside 2 for you, my friend," the wealthy elder replied, feeling relieved. "I have no objections either. I feel quite ashamed As I was unable to contribute much this time, it was entirely thanks to Brother Han's efforts. It is only fitting for fellow cultivators to share more. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yao lightly laughed in agreement. Very well. You two fellow cultivators should take a moment to sit and rest here. I shall first investigate this place, Hanli remarked, narrowing his eyes as he glanced towards the soul exit. Brother Han, feel free to proceed. Both of us have indeed expended a considerable amount of spiritual power. So we shall meditate for a while, the elderly man with the surname Fu replied without objection. Bai Yao nodded in affirmation before directly settling into a cross-legged position. Hanli smiled, and a green radiance enveloped him as he transformed into a streak of azure light, simultaneously extending his divine sense to guard against any potential ambush from the silver-winged night demon lurking nearby. He was not overly concerned, for the two had taken the Ingji horse and slipped away. The spiritual mark he left within their bodies still lingered and would take several days to dissipate. Should they exhibit any signs of movement, he would be able to track them immediately. Hanli was no saint. The fleeting thought of killing for treasure had briefly crossed his mind. However, his knowledge of the cultivation pill was quite limited. And even if he were to obtain the formula and attempt to refine the elixir himself, the success rate would undoubtedly be low. Moreover, the two individuals had left a favorable impression on him thus far, preventing him from cultivating any strong desire to harm them. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to release them. Upon exiting a chamber-like area, he found himself on a flight of azure stone steps that ascended steeply, extending far beyond his line of sight. Was it possible they were situated deep within the mountain's core? He felt a twinge of surprise, yet did not hesitate as he soared upwards. However, after a considerable time, Hanli found himself astonished. The steps remained unchanged before him, an utterly astonishing phenomenon. But the duration of flight had been brief. At his speed, the distance was formidable, were it not for his divine sense persistently scanning the surroundings. Revealing no fluctuations of any formations, he might have suspected he had fallen into some sort of restriction. Who would construct a passage of such an extraordinary length? With this puzzling thought in mind, he continued his ascent for several more miles until he finally spotted a glimmer of light at the exit. A sigh of relief washed over him. Upon emerging from the passage, Hanli was greeted by a brilliant sight. Finding himself on a massive platform, the ground was laid with meticulously arranged azure stone tiles, stretching an impressive 1,000 zhang in breadth. Taking a deep breath, the fragrance of flora and blossoms filled his lungs, and the spiritual energy seemed even more abundant than that at the teleportation arrayed at a glance ahead only deepened the astonishment on Han Li's face. At the far end of the platform stood a towering rock wall. As he gazed upward along its surface, he was startled to discover that the sky appeared merely as a faint white line. Suddenly turning around to regard the direction of the passageway from which he had emerged, he found himself flanked by another similarly curling rock wall, with the opposing wall enclosing him in between. The colossal platform was, in fact, constructed within an extraordinarily deep mountain gorge. Hanli looked up for quite some time before shifting his gaze to either side. Aside from some winding cliffs, he found little of interest. Without further contemplation, he transformed once more into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky. After soaring for several thousand zhang, Hanli finally emerged from the gorge. However, upon a brief glance, disbelief etched itself across his features that he hastily summoned his escape light and shot off, spending the better part of a day flying nearby before returning to the original location. His face a canvas of uncontainable astonishment. How could he articulate this? A singular word resonated within Han Li's mind. To recount, he had encountered a plethora of towering mountains, the most imposing being the sacred mountain in Tianqing City amidst the chaotic Star Sea. This mountain loomed high, akin to a pillar propping up the heavens, and boasted 81 tiers, providing residence for numerous cultivators, a testament to its grandeur. Yet now, he found himself at the foot of another colossal mountain, seemingly rivaling that sacred peak, perhaps even surpassing it in size. Though he could not ascertain the comparison, as he gazed upward, verdant hues met his eyes, concealing any semblance of an endpoint. The so-called mountain gorge was merely a trivial fissure at the base of this giant. However, it was not merely the mountain's enormity that rendered Hanli speechless. It was the realization that such a magnificent edifice was ensconced within a vast restriction. A mere glance towards the mountain's exterior revealed a misty white barrier descending from the sky, boundless and seemingly enveloping the entire mountain. The sheer scale of this phenomenon filled Hanli with trepidation. Such feats could only be accomplished by ancient cultivators. After a moment's hesitation, he propelled his escape light towards the barrier. After flying for a considerable time, he reached the white curtain, The light he commanded appeared infinitesimal before such a grand spectacle. Upon approaching, Hanli scrutinized the thick, impenetrable barrier for some time before abruptly turning back without a second thought. He needed no physical test to sense the terrifying spiritual energy contained within this restriction. Not even a mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivator could hope to breach such an absolute barrier through sheer force. Let alone a Huashan stage practitioner. As he retraced his path to the mountain, Hanli observed the mountain from afar, still unable to gauge its true magnitude. He noted that the mountain remained eerily silent, devoid of any sounds, no bird song, no beastly cries, as if it were a lifeless husk. Yet, the vibrant spiritual energy within was palpably present. This bizarre juxtaposition instilled in Han Li an acute sense of danger. Ultimately, with a somber expression, he flew back to the gorge and returned to the original cave of the teleportation array. Chapter 991. Purple mist. Upon returning to the cave, Han Li refrained from disturbing them. After a moment's deliberation, he tapped his storage bag with one hand, and a stack of array flags and discs materialized in his grasp, which he nonchalantly tossed into the air. Instantly, various colors of spiritual light shot forth. Vanishing into the surroundings of the cave, and a rudimentary magical array formed in an instant. This array not only served to conceal but also functioned as an alarm should any enemies invade the cave. The other two individuals paid no heed to Han Li's actions, remaining seated in utter stillness. Han Li smiled faintly at this, then settled into a corner of the cave, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. After a day and night, the wealthy elder and Bai Yaoi gradually regained their magical powers. When the two of them rose in succession, Han Li's expression shifted as he opened his eyes. "Have both of you fully restored your powers?" he inquired with a calm demeanor. "Thank you, Brother Han, for your protection. My powers and Brother Fu's have nearly returned to full strength," Bai Yaoi replied with a charming smile. "Brother Han, after your excursion, do you discern our current location?" the wealthy elder asked, glancing at the enormous array in the center. Unable to suppress his curiosity, "I am uncertain. However, we find ourselves within the belly of a colossal mountain, surrounded by restrictions that seem to render exit a formidable challenge." Han Li responded candidly. "A colossal mountain. It is only natural that Brother Han, hailing from overseas, is unfamiliar with the renowned mountains and rivers of the mainland. Yet, perhaps I might recognize it," the wealthy elder remarked, his eyes lighting up with confidence. Is that so? Since Brother Fu has said as much, why not venture out and see for ourselves?" Han Li chuckled, neither affirming nor denying the suggestion. From Brother Han's tone, could it be that this mountain possesses some peculiarities? "I shall accompany you," Bai Yaoi interjected, her bright eyes sparkling with intrigue. Han Li nodded, his expression non-committal. Displaying powers far surpassing those of the other two, he had naturally assumed the role of leader. Hence, after exchanging glances, the elder and Bai Yaoi transformed into two streaks of escaping light. Soaring out of the cave, Han Li remained seated, not rising, yet flipping his palm to reveal the tracking talisman, which materialized in his hand. His gaze swept over the talisman, where two luminous points, one white and one black, were distinctly visible. Han Li narrowed his eyes, staring at the talisman in silence. After an indeterminate time, he raised an eyebrow, his hand radiating brilliance as the talisman vanished from sight. Moments later, a flash of light appeared at the cave entrance, and the wealthy elder and Bai Yaoi returned, their expressions notably grim as they materialized before Han Li. "How did it go? Did you discover anything, my friends?" Han Li inquired, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Although he was not well versed in the affairs of the Great Jin, he would certainly be aware of any such grand spiritual mountain. Indeed, as soon as Han Li spoke, the wealthy elder broke into a bitter smile. "Brother Han, please do not jest. I have neither seen nor even heard of such a colossal mountain that I cannot even ascertain whether we are still within the boundaries of Great Jin." Upon finishing his words, a trace of worry crossed the elder's face. "Indeed, if such a remarkable mountain truly belongs to some region of Great Jin, I would have certainly heard whispers of it," Bai Yaoi added, her brows tightly knitted. "Perhaps, although I know not the nature of the restrictions outside, nor the circumstances beyond this mountain, the teleportation array was undoubtedly established by ancient cultivators. Its sudden activation transported us, along with the silver-winged night demon, to this place, most likely triggered by some restriction amidst a conflict, or perhaps due to some other unknown reason. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence now. We should focus on refining the pregnancy-enhancing pills and then further investigate this mountain. What do you both think?" Han Li proposed, his tone measured and serene. "Brother Han speaks wisely. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and staying a while longer poses no issue. Furthermore, even if this mountain bears some oddities. With Brother Han present, we have not to feared it might even present us with an opportunity, the elder concurred. The elderly man with the surname Fu paused in silence before breaking into a smile and speaking. Bai Yao Yi, equally eager for the cultivation elixir, naturally had no objections to this matter, thus nodding in agreement. Brother Fu, you are indeed commendable. I trust both of you have also noticed that, perhaps due to the external barrier, our spiritual senses are significantly suppressed here, that we can only extend our senses a few miles at most. Given the vastness of this mountain, even if the three of us were to work together, it is uncertain how long it would take to explore it thoroughly. Han Li suddenly interjected. Indeed, I have also observed this matter early on. Moreover, the pervasive deathly aura within this mountain is quite eerie, suggesting it is likely not a place of tranquility. Bai Yao Yi concurred. Regardless of the mountain's nature, the abundance of spiritual energy here greatly benefits the refinement of spiritual pills. Let us first concoct the cultivation elixir. The elderly man with the surname Fu remarked with a dry chuckle. Han Li and Bai Yao Yi had no objections, and thus the group promptly set up a spirit-gathering array within the cave. Followed by several protective barriers, the elderly man then commenced the alchemical process for the cultivation elixir. During this time, Han Li and Bai Yao Yi refrained from venturing out, vigilantly guarding the process, for the elixir held immense significance for both of them. Even if the mountain harbored other peculiarities, they would not allow their focus to waver, while Han Li and the others awaited the emergence of the cultivation elixir. A gathering of cultivators from the Yi family assembled around a stone pavilion on the mountainside. Most were seated cross-legged near the pavilion, each holding a spirit stone in their hands, seemingly recovering their magical energy. The white-robed scholar, the elder of the Yi family, floated above the pavilion, gazing into the distance at a long stone staircase built against the mountain. The staircase was entirely constructed of pristine white stones, resembling a celestial ladder from afar. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this staircase was astonishingly wide, measuring a good 50 to 60 zhang. Whether looking upward or downward, the staircase vanished into a milky white mist, rendering everything beyond it invisible. The scholar maintained an expressionless demeanor, suspended in the air, motionless. Before long, a flash of spiritual light appeared on the horizon, and a brilliant rainbow shot forth, soaring directly towards the pavilion. Only then did the scholar's expression shift as he turned his gaze towards the incoming light. In the blink of an eye, the pale yellow rainbow arrived before him, its brilliance coalescing to reveal a peculiar figure with an oversized head. Yi family's seventh uncle. 3 young ones, I have already investigated. After ascending the staircase for several dozen miles, there lies a gateway, which is none other than the renowned Wanxiu Gate. However, this gateway is sealed by a barrier. Without breaking this seal, we cannot proceed further, the peculiar figure stated gravely. The Wanxiu Gate. That is indeed correct. That it is said that in ancient times, the Kunwa Mountain was home to countless practitioners, with numbers reaching the thousands. Only by passing through this gate can one access the various layers of the Kunwa Mountain cultivators. The scholar exhaled deeply, his expression easing. However, I perceive that the seal on this gate is quite extraordinary. It would be prudent to act swiftly. We do not have much time to squander. The peculiar figure observed the resting cultivators below the pavilion, his brow furrowing. I am well aware of this. However, the others have expended significant magical energy and must first recuperate, he replied. Even if I have no business with Uncle Chi, this place is certainly not a safe haven, and it is imperative to provide protection for the elders. I cannot afford to split my attention, the scholar lamented. Indeed, I did not anticipate that traversing the rift would prove to be such a formidable task. Fortunately, all who have come are cultivators of at least the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be casualties. The eccentric could only sigh. Upon hearing this, the scholar smiled. Just as he was about to utter another word, his expression suddenly changed, and he gazed intently in a particular direction. What is it? The eccentric inquired, taken aback that it seems that there is a sound emanating from that direction. The scholar replied solemnly that a sound. The eccentric questioned, his suspicion piqued. Channeling his spiritual power, he discerned a faint beastly roar in his ears, reminiscent of a lion or tiger, yet also akin to a dragon's roar, growing increasingly louder. What is this? It appears that something truly approaches. A glint of cold light flashed in the eccentric's eyes as he deftly produced a shimmering silver object in his hand. The scholar also turned his gaze towards the distance, not blinking an eye. Moments later, a purple mist loomed in the distance, hurtling towards them. with the beastly roars echoing from within the FOG'd eye in the blink of an eye. The purple mist surged nearby, merely 100 paces away from the stone pavilion. The scholar and the eccentric could now discern a shadowy figure concealed within the mist, its blood-red, fist-sized eyes fixated upon them, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and fury. Clearly, it was no benevolent creature. The eccentric's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a streak of silver light, which vanished in an instant. However, at that very moment, a colossal claw, akin to a chicken's foot, shot out from the purple mist, producing a resounding thud. As silver light flickered upon its surface, the beastly roar from the mist intensified as the giant claw clutched the silver light tightly, revealing its true form. It was a small, exquisite silver shuttle, mere inches in size, shimmering brilliantly. Yet, from the giant claw, several drops of green blood dripped down, causing the creature within the purple mist to emit a pained roar, its fierce eyes flashing with rage. Suddenly, the entire purple mist began to dissipate, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only two ferocious eyes, which blinked a few times before disappearing without a trace. The eccentric and the scholar exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. This was undoubtedly a creature adept at stealth and evasion. Now, amidst these mountains, their spiritual senses were severely suppressed. Dealing with such a creature was the most vexing dilemma. After sharing a glance, the two simultaneously cast their spells. The eccentric opened his mouth, unleashing a yellow-hued flying sword that spiraled before transforming into a massive sword over 10 feet long. The sword radiated brilliant light, and after a brief flight, unleashed a multitude of blinding sword chi, enveloping everything within a radius of several dozen paces. Meanwhile, the scholar scoffed coldly, shaking his sleeve to reveal a small green banner in his hand. He then tossed it to the ground, causing a surge of green mist to erupt from the banner, instantly transforming into a vast cloud, sheltering the nearby cultivators from the Stone Leaf clan beneath its cover. Infeng was filled with confusion. He speculated that the formidable physique of the disciples from the Ubijna underworld palace was likely not solely due to their cultivation of demonic energy, but rather had much to do with the secret technique before him. Humph, trust you, that would be akin to believing pigs can fly. He spoke, casting a significant eye roll at Sun Zhihui. The three inexplicably deceased disciples were all from the forefront of the corpse burial valley, a phenomenon that had captured the attention of all. It seemed that the mysterious entity only targeted those who led the way. The tender age of 7. Qingling sent me to Shi to pay my respects as a disciple. In truth, Qingling could have taught me herself, yet she insisted that I bow before Shi, a gesture of profound respect. I couldn't help but admire her foresight. Traversing the cobblestone path, I arrived at the renowned flower square, where the faint echoes of hymns drifted from the surrounding churches. Suddenly, faced with an unexpected ambush, Dracula let out a thunderous roar, his strength surging dramatically. Mo Liaqing had been trailing Jing Sheng Susu. Yet Jing Sheng Susu proved to be even more exceptional than he had anticipated, likely due to her frequent dives to Mayor. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I shall return to the Jiang residence to seek you out later, Yu Fuxing remarked as he made his exit. Infeng felt a shiver run down his spine. He recalled the terrifying force that awaited beyond the stone gate, always accompanied by the mournful wails of countless spirits, chilling him to the core. He suspected that the dreadful pull and the ghostly cries were likely connected to the intricate carvings. You intend to recode the genes? Jing Sheng Susu was indeed a standout in the clinical research report. The repair enzyme she discovered could accelerate the body's self-recovery, having already succeeded in animal trials, yet before entering clinical trials, she was informed that the research had been halted. Yang Qian let out a barely audible sigh, aware that her previous words bore weight. As she unconsciously fidgeted with her hands, she admitted to feeling somewhat angry. Yet the words of apology and reconciliation eluded her. Why aren't you drying your hair? Although the weather was not particularly cold, leaving her hair damp would likely lead to discomfort throughout the day if she were to develop a headache. Zhou Zikai reached out and gently pulled Tang Bingyu into the room, with the cameraman following closely behind. Upon seeing that he had exchanged for the poison pearl, some elders from the major sects, who had been somewhat concerned for their disciples, felt their worries ease. This individual did not wield his toxic skills for malevolent purposes, and his toll on human lives was significantly lower than that of many peers. After acquiring the poison pearl, it was assumed that he would not misuse it or incite any chaos. Brother Jing, are you still adjusting to the Imperial Guard? He stepped forward to walk alongside the other, his pace unhurried, compelling Yuan Zheng to match his rhythm. They were soon to embark for the Sky City, Yet Rose's thoughts lingered on that fateful night. Liu Bei would be his final adversary. Defeating Liu Bei would render the surrounding regions of Qizhou and Bingzhou entirely under his control. Wang Yuanjiang, the eldest of the Wang family, appeared to be in his 50s, serving as a leading figure among his contemporaries. A true pillar of strength, Kai Yin tilted her head back, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, thoroughly enjoying the compliments bestowed by her husband Su Fuhai. Should you dare to unleash my Diao-chan, I shall ensure you experience my wrath. Zhou Feifei shot a fierce glare at Su Fuhai across from her, and as the game loaded, she promptly maneuvered her Diao-chan towards the mid lane. Chapter 992. The Hall of the Poison Saint. With a pair of muffled thuds, a flash of brilliance erupted 30-odd zhang away from the stone pavilion as two streams of sword energy swept through. Yet, this time, the creature shrouded in mist seemed to have been thoroughly provoked. With a pair of furious roars, the fog abruptly dispersed, revealing a monstrous avian beast with the head of a lion and the body of an eagle. Possessing 4 majestic wings, this creature, with its wings unfurled, loomed at an imposing size of 5 or 6 zhang, enveloped in a sinister purple glow, exuding an aura of ferocity and malevolence. A lion-headed beast. Upon discerning the true form of the avian fiend, the odd individual gasped in disbelief. The scholar's complexion paled, and with a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a black and crimson flying dagger that hurtled menacingly towards the beast. Strangely enough, the once aggressive creature displayed a flicker of fear upon sighting the dagger. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a swirling torrent of purple light that met the dagger head-on. After a resounding explosion, amidst a tempest of black and purple, the dagger surged forth, shattering through more than 10 rings of light. Yet, with each cut, the dagger's dark radiance waned, and ultimately, as it approached within mere zhang of the beast, it dimmed to a lifeless glow, thwarted by several rings of purple light. The avian fiend, elated by this turn of events, prepared to unleash its powers anew to ensnare the dagger for good. However, from a distance, the scholar also opened his mouth, expelling a surge of vital blood. Subsequently, he deftly formed hand seals, causing the blood to swiftly morph into a series of crimson runes that vanished into thin air. Once more, the dagger erupted with a blinding crimson brilliance, shattering all nearby purple rings in an instant, before flashing towards the beast and descending with great force. The creature, taken aback, flapped its 4 wings in retreat, hastily raising one colossal claw to intercept the strike. Consequently, green blood spattered forth. Although the dagger was momentarily halted, the razor-sharp claw was nonetheless cleaved away by a significant portion. With a sudden uplift of its massive head, the beast let out a thunderous roar that reverberated like a clap of thunder, causing both the scholar and the odd individual to experience a ringing in their ears, their bodies swaying involuntarily. Yet, an even more astonishing spectacle soon unfolded. As the roar echoed, a semi-transparent golden ripple erupted from the lion's head, directly confronting the dagger. Upon contact with the black blade, it was as if the dagger had been struck by an overwhelming force, sent tumbling backward in a chaotic spin. Meanwhile, the several streams of yellow sword light commanded by the 7th uncle fared even worse. Merely grazing the golden waves, they disintegrated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. As the golden ripple dissipated, the fiend's expression grew wearied. It cast a venomous glare towards the scholar, then flapped its wings with a mighty force, summoning a thunderous sound, before its form blurred and vanished amidst arcs of electricity. In the next breath, it reappeared over 30 zhang away, demonstrating an astonishing mastery of lightning escape techniques. However, the beast dared not linger, transforming into a streak of purple light and darting away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had vanished beyond the horizon, leaving the odd individual to exhale a sigh of relief. Yet, as he turned his gaze, he noticed the scholar's pallid complexion, prompting him to inquire with concern. "Are you all right, my friend? Harnessing the black blood dagger is inherently taxing on one's energy. Why did you resort to using your vital blood to forcibly augment its power?" "Fear not. I am merely a bit fatigued." The scholar replied. In ancient times, the lion beast was renowned as a fearsome creature, possessing abilities that surpassed even the late-stage cultivators of our Yuan-Ing realm by a significant margin, if we do not take timely measures to drive it away. Entangling with it could lead to dire consequences. Having endured some hardships now, it is unlikely that it will disturb us again. The scholar inhaled deeply and shook his head. Indeed, such ancient ferocious beasts typically possess bodies tougher than refined steel. Without utilizing the Heishui Dao of my Yi family, it is no easy feat for an ordinary magical treasure to inflict harm upon the lion beast. Upon hearing this, the peculiar individual displayed a look of relief. The scholar smiled faintly and glanced down into the green mist, noticing that the Yi family cultivators, who had been startled by the arrival of the lion beast, were gradually returning to a state of calm. He nodded in affirmation and exchanged a few more words with the peculiar individual before gracefully descending into the stone pavilion, closing his eyes to meditate. The recent exertion of the inherited treasure, the Heishui Dao, had depleted a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, and it was only prudent for him to recuperate. Meanwhile, within the mountainous region where the Yi family and Han Li resided, beneath a towering peak near the Wandu Valley, 5 figures clad in white stood in a row at the mouth of an inconspicuous valley. Opposite them were 2 cultivators in black robes, respectfully reporting something. Has an astonishing celestial phenomenon occurred? A voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, yet indistinguishable in gender, resonated from an unknown source. Yes, Elder, one of the black-robed cultivators responded, near an unnamed lake in Puyun Prefecture. 7 remarkable pillars of light have emerged, extending skyward. When did this happen? Has anything noteworthy been discovered? The owner of the voice seemed intrigued. This transpired 4 days ago. Our disciples relayed the news immediately through sound transmission talismans. It is said that beneath the last few pillars of light lies an immense seal. The seal is so vast that we have yet to ascertain its specific configuration. However, it is rumored that several sects in the southern region have been alerted, and some Yuan-ing-level cultivators are en route. Another black-robed cultivator respectfully interjected. 7 pillars of light. It sounds reminiscent of spiritual energy leakage caused by a broken seal. Such a remarkable phenomenon warrants my presence. However, you mentioned that the old man Fu from the Jiuyu sect appeared near the Wandu Valley recently. Yet no news has surfaced since. Have you perhaps erred in your investigation? If you cannot even locate this individual, how can you expect to find the one surnamed Han? The voice suddenly turned frigid. Elder, please quell your anger. We have received credible reports that some cultivators indeed saw the old man Fu heading this way, only to vanish near the Wandu Valley. The 2 black-robed cultivators showed signs of panic, with one hastily confessing, there are indeed traces of cultivators active within the Wandu Valley, but aside from the Yin-Yang Cave, I have not ventured further. All other areas in the valley have been searched without finding anyone. You wouldn't dare suggest that the old man Fu has descended into the Yin-Yang Cave, would you? If that were the case, having lingered here for a while, I should have gathered some information by now. Unless he truly intends to spend his days in seclusion beneath the Yin-Yang Cave for eternity. Upon hearing this, the 2 black-robed cultivators muttered to themselves, momentarily at a loss for words, their faces drenched in cold sweat. In this brief span of time, it is indeed a feat for you to have gathered information about this location. Allow me to grant you a little more time. Please send someone to keep watch over this valley. I shall take a trip to Puyun Mansion first. Also, inform Elders Wu and Xiao to join me there. The presence of more people will facilitate our endeavors. Yes, esteemed Elder. The 2 black-clad cultivators felt a sense of relief in their hearts and bowed in unison. Yet, the voice did not elaborate further. Instead, 5 spectral figures, clad in white, suddenly flickered and simultaneously soared into the sky, their escape light converging as they pierced through the void at the same time, above a desolate expanse near the border of Puyun Mansion. A group of cultivators was hastening towards a small lake, comprising over 20 members, each donned in blue robes and adorned with red scarves. The foremost quartet possessed Yuan-ing-level cultivation. Among them, a middle-aged cultivator marked by distinct azure patterns on his face exuded an exceptionally cold aura, evoking a palpable sense of danger. Brother Hua, must we truly mobilize such a large contingent? You have brought forth nearly half of our Poison Saint sect's disciples. Should any mishap occur, it could severely deplete our sect's vitality. Voiced another elder in the early Yuan-ing stage, expressing concern as they sped through the air. Had this been a mere ordinary rare treasure, I would not dare to take such a risk. However, this time, it is highly likely that we are on the verge of discovering Kunwa Mountain. For the sake of the hidden treasures within, this risk is indeed worth taking, the middle-aged cultivator declared. His words strikingly bold. Kunwa Mountain, the spiritual mountain that our sect has been in search of since its inception, exclaimed another elder with gray hair, his surprise evident. Indeed, that I have mentioned this matter ever since several of our junior brothers advanced to the Yuan-ing stage. In ancient times, this mountain was one of the few renowned spiritual peaks in the human realm. Though the precise reasons remain shrouded in mystery, it was sealed away by ancient cultivators using profound powers. Nevertheless, the treasures hidden within are undoubtedly plentiful. Furthermore, our sect's founder was actually a descendant of an ancient cultivator who sealed this mountain, yet he possessed little knowledge of the exact location of the seal, only that it lies somewhere in the southern frontier. Hence, our sect was established in the southern region to seek out this mountain. Yet alas, our founder received no news in his time. This matter has since been treated as a closely guarded secret, passed down through generations of elders, the middle-aged cultivator stated, his azure patterns flickering ominously. How can Brother Hua be so certain that this celestial phenomenon heralds the emergence of Kunwa Mountain? It could very well signify the appearance of other hidden treasures, queried the elder with thick brows, skepticism lacing his voice. Heh. Aside from revealing that Kunwa Mountain lies somewhere in the southern frontier, our founder also possessed a spirit pearl crafted by his ancestors. This pearl was specifically forged for Kunwa Mountain, capable of sensing the renowned flying immortal stone atop the mountain. As soon as the mountain reappears, the pearl will resonate immediately. Just a few days ago, the pearl enshrined in the ancestor hall suddenly emitted a series of melodious chimes, confirming that Kunwa Mountain has indeed resurfaced. Even without reports from our disciples regarding the celestial signs, I would have dispatched individuals to search throughout the southern frontier. The middle-aged cultivator explained. I see. The remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly transforming into one of excitement. It is unfortunate that Senior Brother Yuan is not present within the sect. Otherwise, if the 5 elders of the poison sacred sect were to join forces, our expedition would be considerably more secure. The gray-haired elder sighed deeply. After Senior Brother Yuan ventured out some time ago, he returned in a mysterious manner, and now his whereabouts are unknown, making him unreachable. Nevertheless, I have already issued instructions for our disciples to notify us immediately upon encountering him. Our objective now is to seize the opportunity while the other sects remain oblivious to the happenings at Kunwa Mountain. To enter the mountain first and swiftly retrieve the majority of the secret treasures. It remains uncertain whether the emergence of this mountain is due to the failure of its seal or the actions of other cultivators. Should it be the latter, I must exercise additional caution during this journey, the middle-aged cultivator remarked. His countenance growing grave. A surge of frustration welled within me at the mere thought of having to face Song Qing to obtain our marriage certificate next Monday. After Fu Er managed to persuade Princess Jing'an to join in our outing, coincidentally, Lu Shi came to engage in conversation with her, and subsequently, Lu Shi was also swayed. One by one, they all ended up being lured in, including the Chen family and Lu Shi, who had just returned home. Lu Shi, with a smug grin, provocatively smiled at Lu Wu, asserting that he preferred his elder sister. I was certain that Wu Ge could not be his biological brother. I pondered for a moment, deciding to revert to my old strategy. I placed a soul-restraining talisman on my forehead. Since fate had brought us together, I would face him in battle without hesitation. At dinner, he consumed 2 bowls of food, and for the first time in all the time I had known him, I witnessed him eat so heartily, causing my heart to ache deeply. He truly must have been both exhausted and famished to behave this way. Upon hearing the conversation, Su Chan pressed her lips tightly together. No matter how resilient she was, or how much she wished to conceal her tears in front of others, she could no longer contain the overwhelming tide of emotions that surged forth at that moment. Tang Xiao leaned beside me, resting her arms on her chin, emitting a series of light chuckles. Dura, observing this, began to feel anxious as well. Lu Wu comfortingly patted her, advising her to accompany Princess Jing'an and return to Lingyun Courtyard for rest when fatigued. Before departing with Lu Si. As soon as I arrived home, I called Zhuang Yan, eager to inform him of our return and to inquire when he would be willing to meet me. I suspected he was apprehensive about his grandmother's potential disapproval of me, which could lead to a complete estrangement from his family. He was a person deeply attached to his emotions. If it truly came to that, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. His current resolve to remain with me despite his father's opposition might stem from the fact that his father had previously wronged his mother due to Xiahou Huan's actions. The room was filled with drifting fabric and cotton fluff, cascading gently to the ground. As he posed his questions, his mind began to filter through the sequence of events, meticulously searching for any flaws. With the situation having escalated to this point, a flicker of regret finally surfaced in Shan's heart. Provoking this young man might well have been his gravest misstep. What did a 10-meter-long sword signify? Even if it were made of wood, wielding such a blade was an utterly impossible feat. The sheer distance of 10 meters, not to mention the challenge of lifting it, would demand an immense expenditure of strength. With an outstretched hand, he deftly removed the loosely tied satin ribbon from her waist, causing her garments to slip away, revealing the delicate curve of her snowy shoulders, which seemed to beckon with enticing fullness. The flickering candlelight enveloped her figure in an increasingly hazy allure, exuding an irresistible charm. It appeared that the young man's world was beset by troubles, desperately in need of assistance from a person of exceptional prowess. As long as you remain by my side, I can endure this pain. It is but a burden I must bear, and I fear it not, spoke Feng Qichen, her dark eyes fixed upon her. Against the trunk of a tree, two figures stood closely entwined, with the silver moon casting a harsh glare upon Xiahou Cheng, who found himself beneath the weight of the other, had he not exercised great restraint. Xiahou Cheng might have believed he could brazenly reject him without consequence that a cold smirk played upon Lan Tianxi's lips as he mused inwardly. With merely 100,000 troops, not even half of what this prince commands, how dare they provoke me? Is this not akin to an egg colliding with a rock, a self-destructive folly? Was this truly the method by which Lu Qianyin led her forces into battle? Regardless of his thoughts, Shen Yunxi hoped fervently that Su Lianrong would learn from the profound loss of her child this time, severing any further entanglement with her in due time. She wished for Su to recuperate and serve loyally by Feng Linyue's side, no longer opposing her. Chapter 993. Division of the Elixir. The practitioners of the Poison Saint sect, after engaging in brief conversation, hastened their escape, accelerating their pace beyond that of before. Arriving a day earlier would prove immensely advantageous for them. In Puyan Prefecture, at the side of the small lake, several hundred cultivators of varying levels had already congregated, forming clusters of 3s and 5s. Many had even ascended into the sky, centering around 7 beams of light, silently searching for something on the ground. A scant few possessed Earth escape talismans or had some knowledge of Earth evasion techniques, occasionally burrowing in and out, excitedly conversing with their companions. It was evident that the immense seal concealed beneath had been discovered. In contrast to the seal's vastness, the fissure forcibly divided by the Yi family through a magical formation had yet to be accurately located. Nevertheless, this revelation had sent waves of exhilaration through the cultivators. Many had already dispatched communication talismans to their respective families or sects, while some had taken to the skies, hastily departing to report the matter in person. The majority of the cultivators present were at the foundation establishment stage, with relatively few at the chi refinement or core formation stages. Most were casual cultivators who had fortuitously stumbled upon the phenomenon, while others were spies from various factions, swiftly responding to the news. For those at the nascent soul stage, none had yet made an appearance. This was hardly surprising, as the small lake was situated in a desolate region, devoid of renowned mountains or significant clans and sects nearby. Naturally, nascent soul cultivators would not venture into such remote and impoverished territories without reason. Even the practitioners from the Poison Saint sect, who had rushed upon receiving news, still faced a 2-day journey ahead. However, the more seasoned casual cultivators, upon realizing the unimaginable magnitude of the underground seal, reluctantly chose to depart, fully aware that whatever immense benefits lay beneath were far beyond their capacity to contend for. Remaining any longer would risk entanglement in the conflicts of higher-tier cultivators, a perilous predicament indeed. Certainly, there exist a handful of impetuous young low-tier cultivators who are unwilling to depart. That on one hand, they yearn to uncover what lies beneath the seal, while on the other, they harbor a sense of reckless hope. They believe that although their cultivation is modest, should fortune smile upon them, it is not impossible to seize a chance amidst the chaos. Thus they are inclined to gamble. Consequently, this locale has become a veritable mlang of individuals, rife with ulterior motives. However, for Hanli, who finds himself ensconced within the confines of the towering seal, this holds little significance at this moment. He and Bai Yao are fixated on the wealthy elders seated in the center of the cavern, their eyelids unwavering. While it may be said they are watching the elder, it would be more accurate to assert they are riveted on the resplendent golden cauldron hovering 3 feet above the ground, slowly rotating in the air. The elder is exhaling wisps of emerald flames, his hands deftly manipulating an arcane incantation, incessantly directing it towards the cauldron. Each incantation that strikes the cauldron, enveloped in green fire, sends forth brilliant hues of light, creating a dazzling spectacle. The fragrant aroma of herbs wafts from within the cauldron, rich and enticing, invigorating the senses. The elder's gestures become increasingly rapid, his expression growing more grave, indicating that the alchemical process is reaching a critical juncture. Beside him, Hanli appears calm, yet internally, he experiences a twinge of anxiety. The rare materials, including the elusive Yinji horse, have all been added to the cauldron in recent days. Should this batch of elixirs fail, they would have no second Yinji horse for their concoction. Thus, despite the elder's confident assurances regarding the success of the nurturing elixir, Hanli's heart is naturally beset by uncertainty as he witnesses the impending completion of the elixir by Yao Yi. Though she maintains a composed demeanor, cannot entirely conceal her fervent anticipation, her bright eyes occasionally shimmering with eagerness. Suddenly, the cauldron halts its rotation, accompanied by a resonant hum emanating from within. The herbal fragrance intensifies, becoming even more potent. The elder's eyes gleam with excitement. His incantations and flames momentarily cease, and with a deft movement of one hand, he reveals a small vermilion gourd, measuring only 4 to 5 inches in height. With his other hand, he flicks his middle finger, producing a resounding pop as a white energy orb strikes the cauldron's lid. The lid trembles and then falls away. In an instant, 5 fist-sized luminous orbs shoot forth from the cauldron, each containing a thumb-sized green pellet, glistening like precious jade. As these orbs swirl above the cauldron, they scatter in all directions, intent on escape. However, the elder, having anticipated this, swiftly brandishes the gourd, unleashing a cascade of radiant light that envelopes all the orbs, drawing them into the gourd. At last, the task is complete. The elder exhales a sigh of relief and turns to Han Li, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Thank you, Brother Fu." Han Li responds that I never expected we would actually produce 5 elixirs. I was concerned the quantity might be insufficient. Bai Yaoyi rises, her voice filled with delight, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her all the more enchanting. The materials I prepared initially could yield around 5 or 6 elixirs. Otherwise, I would not have invited only 5 companions. The elder's smile falters slightly as he recalls the unfortunate fate of his fellow disciples, Chang Shimi and Yuan Daoyu. Evidently, the bond between the elder and the enchanting woman in black is profound. Although cultivators are generally accustomed to the cycle of life and death, the elder cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow upon witnessing the success of the elixir, knowing that his beloved junior sister has perished as a consequence. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Yaoyi's expression shifted from joy to a gentle sigh of understanding. Han Li, however, maintained his composure, remaining silent. "Daoist Bai, do you possess a wooden box of the appropriate attribute? It is preferable to avoid using a common jade box, as it tends to cause the medicinal properties to dissipate. This elixir is extraordinarily potent. If consumed immediately, one would require at least half a year of seclusion to fully refine its energies. Otherwise, the effects would be significantly diminished." The elder's expression briefly flickered with sadness as he addressed Bai Yaoyi earnestly while weighing the gourd in his hand. "Of course, I have a wooden box. Given the rarity of this elixir, I certainly would not consume it right away," Bai Yaoyi replied with a radiant smile, revealing a yellow wooden box with a simple gesture. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, and without further ado, flicked the bottom of the gourd with a finger, causing a crimson mist to swirl forth. A white sphere of light shot out, racing towards Bai Yaoyi, with one hand supporting the wooden box. She reached out with her other hand, grasping the elixir, which transformed into a beam of white light, seamlessly entering the box. After scrutinizing the spirit elixir several times and sensing the astonishing spiritual energy it contained, she joyfully secured the box. Expressing her gratitude to the elder, she insisted it was unnecessary. The wealthy elder chuckled in response, retrieving a green wooden box from his storage pouch. To Bai Yaoyi's astonishment, he similarly extracted a spirit elixir from the gourd and placed it within this wooden box before promptly stowing it away. Following a few awkward chuckles directed at Han Li, he unexpectedly tossed the entire crimson gourd back to him. Although Han Li instinctively caught it, a hint of surprise crossed his face. "What is the meaning of this, my friend?" "I merely requested 2 elixirs for nurturing the infant," Han Li remarked slowly, furrowing his brow. "Rest assured, I am not a greedy individual. My survival and acquisition of this spirit elixir are solely due to your assistance. My junior sister has already fallen. I require but 1 elixir. If you do not mind, please take all 3, the elder stated earnestly. Upon hearing the elder's words, Han Li glanced at the gourd in his hand, then scrutinized the elder once more, a light chuckle escaping him. He could discern some of the elder's intentions. It appeared that this elder from the 9 Nether sect felt his own importance had diminished after successfully refining the nurturing elixir and feared that Han Li might suddenly turn against him. Thus, he opted to part with another elixir as a means of averting misfortune, demonstrating his goodwill while minimizing any potential threat he posed to Han Li, provided Han Li was not the type to turn ruthless without cause. Accepting this elixir would likely prevent any unwarranted hostility. With such a generous offer presented to him, Han Li naturally would not decline. "Since Brother Fu has made such an offer, I shall not refuse." Han Li graciously accepted, and in a flash of light, the crimson gourd vanished from sight. To decline the elixir would likely arouse suspicion in the elder and his companion. But haha, Brother Han, there is no need for such modesty. These are indeed yours by right. The wealthy elder laughed heartily, his demeanor visibly relaxing. Bai Yaoi was certainly well aware of the intricacies at play, remaining silently amused at the side. The relationship among the three had significantly eased. Since the elixir has already been perfected, we should promptly search for a way out that we might also explore this mountain. It could yield unexpected discoveries, suggested the elder, casting a glance towards the cave's entrance. However, as soon as he spoke, the entire cave suddenly trembled slightly, followed by a deep, resonant rumbling that echoed from the surrounding stone walls, continuous and unrelenting. Hanli and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Could there be others in this mountain? Bai Yaoi inquired, biting her crimson lip and expressing her astonishment. Not necessarily. It could also be the commotion caused by the fleeing silver-winged night demon. The elder replied, shaking his head, a trace of hatred flashing across his face, evidently recalling the incident involving the demise of the beautiful woman in black at the hands of this fiend. Regardless of the source, we must exercise caution upon our exit. Together, the three of us should not have to fear much, Hanli stated after a moment of silence, his tone calm, yet resolute. With that, he flicked his sleeve, and a wave of azure mist surged forth, enveloping the cave as the mist passed. The various formations laid within the cave were dispelled one by one, and the array flags and discs shot out from the walls and ground, swiftly vanishing into Han Li's sleeve. Let us depart. We shall discuss matters further outside, he declared, retracting the mist and immediately enveloping himself in spiritual light, transforming without hesitation into a streak of azure light. Leading the way out of the cave, after exchanging a glance, the elder and Bai Yaoi did not delay, following closely behind with their own means of flight. Chapter 994. The steel as the elder and Bai Yaoi emerged from the extraordinarily long passage. Han Li was already floating high above, gazing at the peaks of the canyon at that moment. The two elders noticed that the distant rumbling sound had grown even fainter outside, had it not been for their status as Yuan Ing stage cultivators. With senses far exceeding the norm, they might have dismissed the sound as nothing more than a fleeting breeze that seemed to emanate from above, and indeed, quite a distance away if it weren't for the ceiling formations creating a closed space within this mountain. The reverberation would have been too overwhelming for them to hear at all. After listening for a moment, the elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "Since we are unfamiliar with everything here, it would be prudent to investigate ahead rather than wander aimlessly. Naturally, we should employ stealth techniques to travel, minimizing the chances of being detected by others." Han Li turned to glance at the two, suggesting, "That seems wise." The elder and Bai Yaoi readily agreed without hesitation. The elder formed a hand seal, and suddenly, a vast expanse of green light erupted from his body, which then dimmed and coalesced, rendering his figure indistinct, ultimately transforming into a faint green shadow, unless one approached closely to examine. It would be nearly impossible to discern his presence. This was also due to the considerable suppression of spiritual awareness within the mountain. Outside of this mountain, such a concealment technique would lose much of its efficacy against cultivators of the same realm. Bai Yaoi, however, raised her delicate hand, a glimmer of cold light flickering between her fingers, revealing a crystal-clear token, seemingly crafted from ice. Lifting the token with one hand, she simultaneously uttered a melodious incantation, causing a cascade of silver light to burst forth from the token, enveloping her graceful figure in an instant. As the luminous glow flickered, Bai Yaoi's figure abruptly transformed into an ethereal presence, observing the two casting their spells in succession to conceal their tracks. Han Li smiled subtly, yet made no discernible move. A mere flicker of spiritual light enveloped him, rendering his aura entirely imperceptible. Run, the elder of the Fu clan, alongside Bai Yaoi, stood before Han Li, their senses nearly deceived into believing there was no one in front of them. This sudden occurrence startled both elders. In that moment, Han Li, unflustered, produced a concealment talisman, applying it casually to himself, and in an instant, his form became indistinct. "Let us depart," Han Li commanded softly, and the three ascended into the air. In this mysterious and unfamiliar realm, they dared not fly too swiftly, their pace only marginally quicker than that of a lightness technique, as they pursued the sound of the roaring in the distance. As they traversed this lush and vibrant landscape brimming with spiritual energy, each locale seemed a prime cultivation ground within the human realm. Were this in the outside world, countless sects of immortal practitioners would vie fiercely for such a place. Yet here, it was abundant. After half an hour, the trio encountered no unforeseen events, nor did they display any overt signs of joy. The journey was shrouded in a dismal atmosphere, devoid of any signs of life, leaving them feeling anxious and profoundly oppressed. "Han, have you noticed?" The spiritual energy here is exceptionally fine, yet despite our lengthy flight, we have not encountered a single spirit herb or spirit tree, only ordinary flora. This seems rather peculiar, Bai Yaoi hesitantly remarked. I have observed this as well. While the spiritual energy is commendable, it grows increasingly potent as we ascend. This aligns with the characteristics of the spiritual mountains in the outside world. Perhaps the prior practitioners believed that planting spirit herbs at higher altitudes would yield better results, and thus they deliberately cultivated it this way. Han Li responded, devoid of surprise, his tone leisurely. Even more abundant than this place. Bai Yaoi exclaimed, somewhat taken aback, for the spiritual energy here had already seemed to her an unparalleled cultivation site. Brother Han, if indeed the summit of this mountain harbors an even superior sanctuary for cultivation, we need not be in a rush to depart. Perhaps we should spend some time cultivating here, the elder from the Fu clan mused, intrigued by Han Li's suggestion. Brother Fu, you wouldn't genuinely consider this place an ordinary spiritual mountain, would you? A location so rich in spiritual energy, if it were a safe haven for cultivation, how could it have been forsaken by the previous practitioners? Moreover, the entire mountain seems to be shrouded in constraints, indicating its peculiar nature. Were it possible to leave, I would not linger here, Han Li replied with a cold chuckle. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the elder's expression shifted multiple times before he finally offered a wry smile. Brother Han speaks truth. This place is indeed not suited for tranquil cultivation. It seems I, in my momentary desire for the spiritual energy here, have been somewhat foolish. One cannot blame Brother Fu for such thoughts. It is not only you who has entertained this idea. I too have had similar inclinations, given that such a cultivation site could save us considerable time in meditation, Bai Yaoi lamented. Han Li smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak further, his gaze inadvertently swept across the vicinity, causing his expression to change subtly, and he abruptly halted his flight. His pupils gleamed with a blue light as he focused intently on one side. The elder and Bai Yaoi exchanged curious looks, following Han Li's gaze. In the distance, a veil of white mist swirled, rendering the scenery somewhat indistinct. However, the trio had encountered such mountain fog numerous times during their journey and felt no sense of unease. It was not feasible for them to delve into the mist each time out of curiosity. Let us take a look, Han Li suggested, his gaze flickering. There may be something of use to us. With that, he suddenly shifted his escape light and shot straight into the white mist. The elder and Bai Yaoi were puzzled, yet they understood that Han Li would not act recklessly, so they followed him without hesitation. Upon entering the white mist, they were momentarily taken aback. Before them lay a broad white stone staircase that ascended and descended, seemingly extending into infinity. Beside the staircase stood a towering stone tablet, shrouded in mist, measuring over 10 zhang in height and 3 zhang in width. Han Li stood before the tablet, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at something inscribed upon it. What's the matter? Brother Han, have you discovered something? The elder inquired curiously as he landed on the platform. At last, we comprehend the identity of this mountain, Han Li replied gravely, turning his head. Come, my fellow Taoists, take a look. This stone tablet bears the history of this mountain. Oh, let me see. The elder's spirits were lifted upon hearing this, and he quickly approached. Bai Yaoi followed suit, her steps light and graceful. After a swift glance at the tablet, the two were left speechless. The stone bore only 2 ancient characters, elegantly inscribed in a grand script. Kunwa. Could this be the fabled Kunwa mountain? The elder exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the ancient text. Bai Yaoi, covering her mouth with one hand, mirrored his astonishment with wide, expressive eyes. Indeed, it must be Kunwa Mountain. In ancient times, this mountain was renowned as a sacred land for immortals, a gathering place for ancient cultivators. Han Li asserted. Given the mountain's vastness and the richness of its spiritual energy, it is undoubtedly Kunwa Mountain. Yet, according to legend, wasn't this mountain taken to the spirit realm by ancient cultivators or submerged into the underworld due to their conflicts? How could it possibly appear here? Bai Yaoi murmured, her gaze fixed upon the tablet, still in disbelief. My fellow Taoist, those are merely legends. It seems the truth is that, for reasons unknown, this mountain has been sealed away. We 3 have inadvertently activated an ancient teleportation array, bringing us to this place. The elder quickly regained his composure, his voice brimming with excitement. With the name this mountain bears, there must be countless ancient cultivators' abodes here. If we manage to find even a few, we are bound to reap great rewards. Perhaps, Han Li replied, but considering the mountain's sealed state, it is likely those ancient cultivators left with precautions. I doubt there will be many valuable items within those ancient abodes. However, this stone tablet, though roughly crafted, has stood here for countless millennia, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and has undoubtedly transformed into a remarkable treasure. Han Li shook his head and then stepped forward, gently tapping the stone tablet with his hand, his gaze shimmering with intensity. What? This mountain tablet is a treasure. The elder and Bai Yaoi were momentarily stunned, then exchanged incredulous glances, rendered speechless. How to perceive this monument? It merely appears to be an ordinary blue stone tablet. Although it exudes a certain ethereal aura, it pales in comparison to even the most inferior materials used for refining artifacts. The two individuals could not help but cast a peculiar glance at Han Li. It seems my esteemed friends harbor some skepticism. However, as long as I am convinced, that suffices. The corners of Han Li's mouth curled upward, his expression seemingly unperturbed, yet inwardly, he was greatly perplexed. For, not only had the two beside him failed to discern anything unusual, but he himself was also at a loss. The reason for his assertion lay in the fact that the earth-armored dragon, which had been quietly resting in his spirit beast pouch, became suddenly agitated the moment he approached the stone tablet. It incessantly conveyed its unease through its resonant cries, indicating the object's extraordinary nature, even after sweeping the tablet with his Ming-Qing spiritual eyes. Han Li found no discernible anomalies, leaving him in a state of ambivalence. Yet, driven by a mindset of having slain foes without mercy, he hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to utter such profound declarations. Subsequently, with an excuse at hand, he placed his palm upon the stone tablet, which instantly radiated azure light. The tablet trembled violently, rapidly diminishing in size amidst the luminous glow, just as it shrank to half its original size. Han Li's brows furrowed, and with a flick of his hand, he sought to lift the tablet, intending to stow it away in his storage pouch. However, as he elevated it a mere foot, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The seemingly mundane blue stone tablet emitted a resonant hum, followed by an eruption of myriad white rays. Almost simultaneously, Han Li felt it grow heavier, as the azure light could no longer contain the tablet. With a thunderous crash, it plummeted back to its original position, akin to a colossal weight crashing down, causing the ground to tremble violently. The reverberation left Han Li and his companions with a ringing in their ears, while the surface of the stone platform within several dozen feet of the tablet fractured inch by inch. What is this? A shock coursed through Han Li's mind, causing his eyes to narrow. Chapter 995. The Crystal Tablet. The surface of this tablet. Before Han Li could ascertain the situation, the elderly gentleman beside him suddenly pointed at the back of the stone tablet. Han Li raised an eyebrow. If his memory served him correctly, the rear of the tablet was devoid of any markings. Nonetheless, the elder would not act without reason. In an instant, he shifted slightly, appearing mysteriously at the back of the tablet, facing Han Li. After a brief glance, Han Li was taken aback. The back of the tablet appeared to be fracturing into pieces, revealing glimmers of brilliant blue light amidst the deep fissures. Spirit stones? Han Li's gaze flickered, uncertainty brewing within him. Suddenly, he flicked his fingers, unleashing over a dozen strands of azure sword energy that intertwined and coalesced into a radiant azure light, enveloping the upper half of the stone tablet. In an instant, stone fragments flew wildly, enveloping the vicinity in a haze of dust. However, with the sharpness of Han Li's sword energy, it took mere moments for blue light to manifest beneath the radiant glow, growing increasingly resplendent. Ultimately, when Han Li halted his fingers and the azure light dissipated, the once mutilated stone tablet revealed a deep blue crystal embedded within its center, as if it had originated from within the tablet itself. This crystal measured several feet in length, its azure hue striking and exceptionally translucent. Though not fully exposed, its rectangular and flattened form suggested that the entire blue stone tablet served merely as a thick shell encasing this crystal. It is not a spirit stone. Although it bears a striking resemblance to a water attribute spirit stone, it does not contain the essence of water attribute spiritual energy within. Bai Yaoi, with her strikingly beautiful eyes of stark contrast, blinked twice and asserted with certainty, "Indeed, it is not a spirit stone. No one would directly utilize a spirit stone to forge something, let alone inscribe upon it. This appears to be a stele." Han Li gazed intently at the exposed surface of the crystal stone and exhaled lightly upon seeing the undulating, ancient symbols etched upon it. Subsequently, he no longer hesitated. Gathering his entire magical power, he extended one hand toward the crystal stone in the void. Instantly, a hand of azure light materialized in front of the stele, its fingers curling as it reached forward and firmly grasped the top of the crystal stone, pulling it upward with great force. Indeed, it was exceedingly heavy, yet with preparation, Han Li, utilizing his formidable magical prowess, forcefully extracted the crystal stone from the steel. A hazy blue crystal steel now appeared before Han Li, with runes flowing and shimmering with a faint blue light. Upon a closer examination of the inscriptions, Han Li's heart stirred unexpectedly, though he maintained a composed demeanor, with both hands forming a seal. He swiftly pointed at the crystal steel. Immediately, the steel trembled slightly before its form rapidly diminished, transforming into a brick-shaped object of half a foot in size, which swiftly vanished into the depths of Han Li's large sleeve. Although the Elder and Bai Yao Yi were equally intrigued by the crystal steel, they recognized Han Li's disinterest in displaying the object for their observation and wisely refrained from mentioning it further. Instead, after a brief discussion with Han Li, the two decided to ascend the mountain along the staircase. At this moment, they had confirmed that the faint rumbling sound indeed emanated from the summit. Thus, the three of them once again concealed their forms and soared into the air. Han Li, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that the rumbling they heard was actually the sound of the Yi clan's cultivators laboriously attempting to dismantle the barriers at an unknown height along the mountain. However, the distance between them was not as close as they presumed. A barrier still separated them from the location of the Yi clan's cultivators. After all, the cave from which they were teleported was situated far lower than the designated point from which the Yi clan's cultivators emerged through the fissures in the barriers. Currently, the eccentric individual and the Yi clan's Grand Elder, both formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivators, hovered motionless in the air above a rocky outcrop, not far beneath them. The remaining Yi clan cultivators stood in a temporary array, each positioned according to their respective roles, harnessing the array's power to unleash various treasures in a desperate assault on a massive archway, faintly visible atop the stone steps. An ancient demon mingled among the Yi clan cultivators, directing a dark flying sword summoned from an unknown source, attacking expressionlessly. The archway itself seemed capable of emitting myriad rays of light, effortlessly absorbing all assaults, as if it were an extraordinary treasure in its own right. Little ones, how much longer do you estimate it will take to breach this gate of myriad cultivators? The eccentric inquired of the white-robed scholar, his expression tinged with a hint of anxiety as he gazed at the archway enveloped in a variety of spiritual lights. Perhaps another day and night will suffice. This archway is far more troublesome than I anticipated. No wonder it once held such a formidable reputation. The scholar replied with remarkable calmness. We have already lingered too long before this archway. If only we could descend to lend them a helping hand. The time required to break the seal could at least be halved, murmured the large-headed peculiar man, yet he remained utterly motionless, displaying no intention of taking action. Given the presence of ancient ferocious beasts like the lion bird on this mountain, I must naturally exercise caution that I would rather delay the breaking of the formation by a day or two. Both of us must consistently maintain our magical energy at full capacity. Seventh uncle, let us be patient. We have only just entered this mountain for a few days, and there is still ample time. Haste makes waste, the scholarly figure remarked with a calm demeanor. That is indeed true. Even if the Yuan-Ing cultivators from other sects were to act swiftly, by the time they arrive here and locate the fissures in the seal, it would still take a considerable amount of time to enter this mountain. However, the mere challenge posed by this myriad of cultivators' gate has already consumed such an extensive duration, and I fear that the subsequent restrictions we encounter will prove even more troublesome. The peculiar man sighed. There is no need for concern, seventh uncle. Our Yi family has been meticulously planning this undertaking for an extended period, and we have naturally considered the matter of breaking the restrictions. Over the years, our clan has already gathered several specialized treasures for dismantling seals. It is simply not yet time to employ them, the scholar said with a slight smile, exuding an air of remarkable confidence. I see that in that case, I shall rest easy, the large-headed peculiar man responded, his expression relaxing. Subsequently, the two of them quietly observed the situation regarding the breaking of the seal without uttering another word. However, not long after, the peculiar man's nostrils quivered slightly, and his countenance suddenly darkened. Without uttering a word, he pointed in a certain direction, flicking his finger in midair. Instantly, several streaks of yellow sword energy erupted forth without warning, enveloping a large tree several dozen yards away. A gentle breeze stirred beneath the tree. A creature with green fur and silver wings suddenly materialized there. The creature made no motion with its hands. It merely flapped its wings, effortlessly deflecting the sword lights. Subsequently, this sharp-eared, monkey-faced beast surveyed the Yi family cultivators below with a cold gaze, glanced at the scholar and the large-headed peculiar man, and then, without a sound, unfurled its wings and shot away, vanishing into the ether after a few swift motions. Did I not see that incorrectly? Such remarkable wind evasion techniques, capable of rendering oneself invisible by harnessing the wind. This creature seems to resemble the rumored silver-winged yiksha. Had it not been for the faint aura of decay surrounding it, I might have easily been deceived. The large-headed peculiar man did not pursue it. But his expression grew grave. An aura of decay? I did not sense that. Only seventh uncle, practicing the blood card true art, could cultivate such acute sensitivity. Yet, it appears that this silver-winged yiksha possesses a considerable degree of intelligence as well. The scholar's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which the silver-winged yiksha had vanished, his expression somewhat grim. Is not Kunwa Mountain reputed to be a land of celestial spirits? Why do we encounter nothing but ferocious beasts like lion birds and flying corpses? Fortunately, we have joined forces. Had either of us come alone, the peril would have been immense. The large-headed peculiar man shook his head a few times before furrowing his brow. The notion of a land of celestial spirits is merely a relic of the past. The present Kunwa Mountain has, for reasons unknown, been sealed away. Such oddities are not particularly surprising. However, these matters are of no concern to us. Our purpose here is solely to obtain the celestial treasure. There is no need to inquire further about anything else, the scholar stated after a moment of silence. While that may be true, the sentiment remains unaltered. However, if the creature lacks intelligence, then regardless of its cultivation level, there is nothing to fear. Yet, the silver-winged yiksha possesses remarkably high intelligence, and we must exercise greater caution concerning this entity that we cannot allow it to jeopardize our grand ambitions, the large-headed figure remarked with a chilling gaze. Thank you for the warning, seventh uncle. I shall be more vigilant regarding this creature, the scholar nodded, his tone growing more solemn. At the very moment when the elder of the Yi family encountered the silver-winged yiksha and managed to frighten it away. In the lofty expanse above the stone pavilion where the Yi family cultivators had once rested, a seemingly ordinary dense barrier suddenly flickered with light. Following this, a head crowned with white hair protruded. Peering curiously, appearing somewhat comical, upon discovering the absence of others in this place, the individual promptly squeezed through the barrier, shimmering with silver light, and then alighted gracefully upon a colossal luminous disk, gliding towards the stone pavilion and landing securely atop it. At that moment, the individual lifted his head, revealing a face lined with wrinkles and small, round eyes. Indeed, it was the enigmatic elder Xiangji Li. This is Kunwa Mountain. TSK, the spiritual energy here is truly extraordinary. Yet, who, I wonder, has the audacity to breach this seal? If that entity were to be unleashed, does one intend to drag the entire Djinn into the abyss? I, too, find myself in a predicament, being so close that feigning ignorance is impossible. Xiangji Li cast a glance around, and at once, he faintly heard a rumbling sound. Unable to contain himself, he began to curse vehemently atop the stone pavilion, his expression one of utter discontent. Knowing that this place brings misfortune, yet still daring to come here, I must commend your audacity. Just as Xiangji Li's tirade subsided, a sweet female voice suddenly resonated in his ears, soft and tender, reminiscent of a lover's gentle call. Yet, upon hearing this voice, Xiangji Li was struck by an icy chill, as if all his blood had congealed. Senior, you have emerged, the old man swallowed hard, stammering in his speech. Emerged? I have been out for countless millennia. It is merely that the final barrier set by the three elders of Kunwu, crafted with the strength of thousands, cannot be torn apart by my solitary power. Otherwise, I would have long since departed, rather than linger here until now. The woman's voice remained exquisitely gentle, yet Xiangji Li's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 996, The Marvelous Celestial Phenomenon Impossible. Under the suppression of two transcendent spiritual treasures, and given that the seal has already cracked, if the senior were truly freed, she could have exited this mountain long ago. Why would she continue to remain here? It is probable that the senior merely released a fragment of her consciousness to intimidate me. In the wake of his panic, Xiangji Li quickly recollected himself, his expression regaining composure in an instant. You are aware of the 9 true demon suppression formation and the transcendent spiritual treasures. Could you be a descendant of the 3 sons of Kunwu? Though the woman's voice remained melodious, her tone suddenly turned colder. I am not a descendant of the esteemed 3 elders of Kunwu. However, there are indeed a few in this realm who possess knowledge of your matters. I happen to be one of them. As Xiangji Li spoke, he continued to scan his surroundings with utmost caution. Do not search any further, for the true form of this concubine remains ensnared. I shall not permit you to jeopardize this rare opportunity for liberation. You may remain here, abiding patiently for several months. As the woman coldly uttered these words, the space above the stone pavilion distorted, and a hazy vortex materialized before them. Suddenly, a cascade of multicolored radiant light surged from the vortex, enveloping the old man, an extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Ji Li's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a luminous silver light that transformed into a streak of escape. Hurtling forth, however, the swirling colors emitted a formidable force, creating an immense suction that momentarily stifled the old man's flight. In an instant, the radiant light enveloped him, and Xiang Ji Li vanished without a trace. As though he had never existed. It appears that a prolonged slumber is inevitable. The cultivators who reach this place are increasingly formidable. I hope the day I awaken coincides with my true liberation. Come with 3 sons. I shall make you aware of the price for sealing this concubine. On that day, the woman murmured weakly for a few moments before erupting into a fit of manic laughter. Her voice abruptly ceasing. 7 days later, as the Yi family breached the gate of myriad cultivators only to find themselves ensnared in an exceptionally intricate illusion array. Hanli and his companions were likewise impeded by a peculiar restriction, forced to ponder the means of its dissolution. Above the surface where the seal lay, the vicinity of the unnamed small lake was abuzz with activity. The number of cultivators gathered here had surpassed 1,000, scattered across several dozen miles, with even a dozen or so nascent soul-stage cultivators present. Among them, the most conspicuous were 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect standing in a row along the lake's edge. The remaining nascent soul cultivators mostly acted independently, evidently having hurried here upon hearing the news at that moment. A disciple stood before the elders of the Poison Saint sect, reporting something. Elder, we have searched the majority of the underground seal and have made some progress. There is something concealed by an illusion array over 20 miles from here that a disciple proficient in formations is currently striving to dismantle it. Although it is a temporary array, the individual who set it up is exceptionally skilled, thus requiring additional time for its resolution. The disciple with a red scarf respectfully stated, having a lead is good. We have been here for several days. If we cannot locate the entrance to the seal, it would be troublesome. However, you must be cautious not to let others discover your actions. Return now, and inform us immediately upon breaching the illusion array. The middle-aged cultivator with azure markings on his face exhaled a sigh of relief and commanded. Understood. The disciple bowed and then retrieved an earth escape talisman, slapping it against himself, causing his figure to vanish underground. At this moment, another elder of the Poison Saint sect suddenly spoke. Brother Hua, there is no need for excessive worry. We have no nascent soul late-stage cultivators in the southern wilderness. Even if other sect cultivators arrive, the 4 of us together need not fear anyone. While this sentiment holds truth, each day of delay allows for more high-level cultivators to arrive. Moreover, the southern wilderness is not solely dominated by our sect. Several others rival the Poison Saint sect. Should they arrive before us, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. Furthermore, should a few more days of delay ensue, it is likely that individuals from the 10 great sects of both righteous and demonic affiliations will intervene in this matter. The middle-aged man with the surname Hua remarked ominously. Upon hearing this, some elders of the Poison Saint sect appeared unconcerned, while others exhibited a flicker of unease. Just then, the Huaclan cultivator suddenly uttered a soft gasp, abruptly raising his gaze towards a section of the sky. The others, momentarily taken aback, followed suit. In the distance, they beheld flickering spiritual lights as a large, grayish mist coalesced out of thin air at the horizon. Swiftly approaching with an extraordinary velocity, the 4 members of the Poison Saint sect instinctively sensed the terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from the mist, and their expressions shifted dramatically in the blink of an eye. The mist enveloped the small lake, and with a soft pop, it dissipated without a trace, revealing 5 faint white figures suspended in the air, each indistinct and motionless, the 5 sons of the Heart Demon. The expression of the Huaclan cultivator abruptly froze. The 5 sons of the demon? Could they be the incarnations of the elder demon Qian from the Yin Luo sect? An elder of the Poison Saint sect gasped in a pale whisper. Humph, aside from this ancient demon, who else in the world could possibly master such nefarious techniques? The true form of Elder Qian could possess any one of the 5 sons, unless one possessed the capability to simultaneously vanquish all 5. He is virtually immortal. After a cold snort, the middle-aged cultivator with the surname Hua spoke softly, his tone laced with trepidation. That I had no idea that someone so well acquainted with Elder Qian's 5 sons' incarnations resided within the Poison Saint sect. I never anticipated that you would bring fellow sect members to this place. Do you possess knowledge of the sealed entity here? A languid voice drifted down from the sky, somewhat ethereal and elusive, making its origin difficult to ascertain. Hee, Elder Qian jests. How could I, Hua, possibly know anything? It is merely that this location is relatively close to our Poison Saint sect, and I brought a few fellow disciples to take a look. Yet, it is curious that you, as the esteemed Grand Elder of the Yinluo sect, would find the leisure to come here. Taking a deep breath, the Huaklin cultivator responded with a forced smile. Oh, is that so? I recall that the nearest sect to this location is the Transcendent Immortal sect, is it not? When might your esteemed sect have relocated? As for me, I am merely attending to some matters in the southern wilderness and fortuitously stumbled upon this commotion. The Grand Elder of the Yinluo sect spoke with a smile that was more semblance than sincerity, clearly skeptical of the middle-aged cultivator's words. I had thought that someone of Elder Qian's elevated stature would not venture out lightly. What could possibly prompt you to take such personal action? The Huaklin cultivator chuckled awkwardly, probing with a question. Nothing of great importance. I am merely dealing with a trader fleeing to the southern wilderness. I too am simply acting out of restlessness. I asked that so. It seems I was overly concerned. The Huaklin cultivator and Elder Qian exchanged a series of inquiries and responses, before both fell into a contemplative silence. In that moment, an unusual atmosphere enveloped both parties. The discovery was made. Near the northern edge of the seal, there lay a fissure that could grant entry. The members of the Poison Saint sect were currently attempting to decipher the entrance's restrictions. On one side of the small lake, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground, soaring into the distance while loudly calling out. This exclamation startled all nearby cultivators. At that moment, from the very spot where the figure had surfaced, several disciples of the Poison Saint sect, clad in blue robes and red sashes, surged forth, their faces contorted with anger as they pursued the fleeing cultivator. However, that fleeing monk appeared to have mastered some extraordinary evasion technique, moving with astonishing swiftness and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the Hua surname cultivators darkened considerably. I see, Qian remarked, that I have also dabbled in the art of formations, and I may indeed lend a helping hand to your esteemed disciples. I shall take my leave first. With a hearty laugh, the old demon Qian swiftly transformed into 5 ethereal white shadows, plunging downward and vanishing into the lake, leaving no trace behind. Let us go. This old demon Qian is ruthless. We must not allow him to harm our disciples. The Hua surname cultivator, his face pale with fury, stamped his foot and then, with a flick of his wrist, produced a pre-prepared yellow flag. With a swift shake, a mass of yellow clouds enveloped the members of the Poison Saint sect, wrapping them as they burrowed into the ground, similarly disappearing from sight. Not only Qian and the Poison Saint sect members, but the other cultivators, having heard the command, also dove underground, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of nearby cultivators in the blink of an eye. Those remaining on the surface were naturally the lower-tier cultivators who either lacked the earth evasion technique or the necessary treasures, left to watch helplessly. 20 miles north of the small lake, deep underground, lay an enormous pitch-black space. The radiant orb of light flickered at the edges of this dark expanse, while beneath it stretched an endless expanse of white misty light. This light was not only extraordinarily dense, but also surrounded by layers of terrifying lightning. Any who dared to approach would be met with a fierce arc of electricity, striking without hesitation. Those fortunate enough to evade it could only endure the onslaught, as their protective auras flickered violently, causing no one to dare approach recklessly. However, amidst the gathered cultivators, there was a particular spot on the misty screen devoid of lightning, where 7 or 8 disciples of the Poison Saint sect in blue robes and red scarves stood guard, their expressions grim as they faced the other cultivators, preventing any from drawing near. Consequently, these few were met with scornful insults from the remaining cultivators, yet none dared to act impulsively. After all, the Poison Saint sect had a formidable reputation in the southern frontier, and nearly all the cultivators present were locals who would not carelessly invite trouble upon themselves. Yet, while some were wary of the Poison Saint sect's standing, there were those who would not yield to their authority. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot forth from the crowd, accompanied by a cold voice declaring, "Get lost. I intend to enter." The speaker, though aged, spoke with considerable ire, showing no courtesy. "Senior, this is our sect's discovery first. Several of our esteemed elders are nearby, and you should point one disciple of the Poison Saint sect." Seeing a nascent soul cultivator step forward, could only invoke the names of his elders, attempting to assert himself. "Haha, even if Huadianki himself were present, I would still insist on entering." The figure cloaked in red light scoffed, raising a hand as a blinding radiance ignited in his palm. "Is that so? I wonder how my disciple has offended Brother Zhang Wei to the extent that you would personally seek to teach him a lesson? At that moment, a faint voice suddenly emanated from afar, followed by several beams of light, each a different hue, shooting forth. The speaker, facing the figure shrouded in red light, appeared utterly stunned. It was none other than the flower-clad cultivator himself. Indeed, Brother Hua has truly arrived. I, Zheng, have been remiss. I was merely jesting with your esteemed disciple earlier. How could I truly bully the weak? To the astonishment of the other cultivators present, the once menacing figure cloaked in red light, upon seeing several elders from the poison sacred sect, immediately broke into a forced laugh, transforming as if he were an entirely different person, seemingly unconcerned about his own dignity. Heh, this must be the illustrious Zhang Wei, the scatterer of the four directions. Now that I see him in person, he is indeed as renowned as the tales recount. A hearty laugh erupted from another side, and then, in a blink, 5 figures, pale as bamboo poles, suddenly appeared between the red light and the cultivators of the poison sacred sect, the 5 sons of the heart demon. It turned out that Brother Qian from the Yin Luo sect had arrived. The voice of the red-cloaked cultivator shifted dramatically, as if taken aback. Indeed, Brother Zheng's reputation is hardly inferior to my own. Old demon, Qian chuckled lightly. This statement holds some truth, the scatterer of the four directions, in the context of the great Jin's cultivation realm, is indeed a notable figure. However, it is not so much his prowess that is commendable. Rather, he embodies the quintessential duplicitous character who preys on the weak while cowering before the strong. When confronted by cultivators of lesser cultivation, he assumes the guise of a ferocious tyrant, showing no regard for courtesy. Yet, when faced with those whose power surpass his own, he instantly capitulates and flatters, disregarding his own dignity. But should an opportunity arise, he would promptly reveal his true colors, ruthlessly exploiting vulnerabilities and engaging in underhanded schemes. Such a character has naturally incurred the ire of many cultivators, even drawing the animosity of some nascent soul-level practitioners. Though he is a loose cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, practicing a technique that facilitates swift advancement yet possesses abysmal abilities. He fortuitously acquired an ancient treasure, the flying boots of the four directions, which, when activated, grants him a speed comparable to that of late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, he later cultivated several peculiar secret techniques designed for self-preservation. Combined with his tendency to avoid provoking formidable practitioners above the mid-nascent soul stage. Consequently, despite being loathed by many, he has continued to roam freely, becoming one of the most notorious figures in the great Jin's cultivation realm. Such a character, naturally, receives no cordiality from Hua Tianqi, yet old demon Qian appears to take a particular interest in him. However, upon noticing the presence of the Grand Elder from the Yin Luo sect, this scatter-minded individual immediately began to retreat into the crowd, laughing nervously, much like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Observing his cowardly demeanor, old demon Qian abandoned any inclination to engage him further and turned to Hua Tianqi with a half-smile, saying, "Brother Hua, does your esteemed sect's disciple intend to keep me out here together with you?" Brother Qian jests. "Our poison sacred sect would never dare obstruct you, esteemed friend. Indeed, we have no intention of hindering any fellow cultivator. However, the area is currently concealed by an illusion array. We merely wish to dispel it first, ensuring that no cultivators become ensnared within," Hua Tianqi stated after a moment of contemplation, his gaze flickering. "Ah, it seems I have misjudged your sect's good intentions," Qian replied. "However, this mere illusionary formation presents no challenge for me. I, Qian, am eager to enter now. I wonder how my esteemed friend feels about this." The old demon Qian chuckled coldly, advancing with determination. "No problem. As long as you can breach the formation, I shall not obstruct you in the slightest," Hua Tianqi replied with unhesitating resolve, gesturing for his disciples to immediately clear the path. Though the other 3 elders of the Poison Saint sect felt a tinge of confusion, their unwavering trust in Hua Tianqi prevented any of them from voicing their concerns. The several disciples at the core formation stage obediently stepped aside. "I shall take my leave first." The old demon Qian laughed heartily, his 5 white figures swiftly darting toward the white light barrier, which soon shimmered with a blue glow, causing the white figures to vanish without a trace. "Are there any other friends wishing to challenge the formation?" "I, Hua, shall not impede you either." Hua Tianqi spoke slowly after the light barrier regained its calm, his azure markings rippling on his face. This action from Hua Tianqi left the previously aggressive crowd of cultivators exchanging glances in bewilderment. Even the scattered real person Zheng Wei, who had just moments ago been assertive, now lurked silently among the throng. Earlier, everyone believed the Poison Saint sect sought to monopolize the entrance, inciting animosity and a collective desire to be the first to enter the seal. Yet now, with the exit offered and a formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivator already inside, caution began to prevail. Setting aside whether this illusionary formation could be breached, the prospect of the elder from En Luo sect unleashing a sudden massacre within the formation made them question their ability to withstand such an assault alone. Naturally, hesitation ensued. Observing this shift, Hua Tianqi smirked slightly, disregarding the others as he turned to his disciples and commanded, "There is no need for you to remain here. This trivial illusion can be overcome with a little more time and our combined efforts. You may return to the surface." "Yes, Great Elder." The 7 or 8 core formation disciples bowed and complied, flying upward without looking back, swiftly disappearing from view. Following a call from Hua Tianqi, the 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect stepped into the illusionary formation below. And after a flash of radiant light, they too vanished from sight. The remaining cultivators stirred restlessly. Most of them were solitary practitioners, and even those who had arrived in pairs were merely 2 or 3 core formation cultivators. They dared not venture into this formation. The remaining nascent soul cultivators isolated themselves, each displaying a contemplative demeanor. With the entrance now unguarded, an awkward silence enveloped the scene. "Esteemed friend, why not join forces with me to enter?" A figure crept from the crowd, appearing before a tall man, grinning mischievously. "Join you? I think not. I have long heard of your infamous reputation," the nascent soul man retorted, rolling his eyes in disdain upon hearing Zheng Wei's words. "Why must you distance yourself from potential allies? It appears that besides us two, the other 3 nascent soul cultivators here are unfamiliar faces. If we were to unite, we need not fear the old demon Qian or the Poison Saint sect members." Zhang Wei maintained his composure, speaking amicably. "Convince the others first before seeking me out," the tall man replied dismissively. The robust man felt a stir in his heart upon hearing those words. Yet the notorious reputation of the other party compelled him to hastily declare his terms without further contemplation. "Very well, your assurance is sufficient, my friend, that I shall leave the rest to Zhang." Zheng Wei assured, thumping his chest. He then flew towards a distant elder, whose entire being radiated a purple glow, under the astonished gaze of the robust man. "This esteemed friend, would you care to explore within? I have already conferred with the companion over there, and we are seeking 3 more allies to accompany us. Might you be inclined to join?" Before the elder could express his surprise at the unexpected visitor, Zheng Wei wore a beaming smile. The elder furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance at Zheng Wei before looking towards the robust man, whose curious gaze met his. Upon their eyes meeting briefly, a flicker of realization crossed the elder's face, accompanied by a subtle smile. Soon after, 5 originally unacquainted Yuanying-level loose cultivators entered the illusory formation together. Consequently, the high-ranking cultivators left outside vanished without a trace at the same time that numerous Yuanying cultivators ventured into the illusory formation. Han Li was intently observing his surroundings, where blue light flickered in his eyes. He found himself alone in a realm reminiscent of a dream, surrounded by ethereal clouds of various colors, with no sky above or earth below, merely floating in midair. This cursed place is exceedingly strange. No matter how he tried to fly away, he found himself unable to escape. No restrictions were apparent, and it hardly resembled an illusion. Was he truly destined to be trapped here? Han Li muttered to himself, his expression reflecting deep frustration. Days prior, the trio had stumbled upon a rare spiritual herb growing on a boulder beside the staircase, which prompted the wealthy elder to eagerly attempt to harvest it. However, the moment the elder uprooted the herb, he inadvertently triggered some form of restriction, causing Han Li to feel a flash before he suddenly found himself alone in this place, with Bai Yi and the wealthy elder nowhere to be found. Faced with the Formation-S restrictions, although Han Li could not yet be deemed a master of formations, he had extensively studied ancient peculiar formations and initially did not fear them. Yet, it wasn't long before a sense of foreboding enveloped him. He could not even ascertain whether everything around him was an illusion, only knowing that no matter how long he flew, the same scene repeatedly appeared before him. Furthermore, the powers of his divine sense had long been employed, yet yielded no signs of anomaly as for employing his flying sword and other magical treasures to attack. He had tried them all, only to see them soar away freely before dissipating into nothingness, utterly failing to strike anything tangible. Thus, no matter how fierce his attacks were, they proved utterly futile. After drifting aimlessly in this space for an extended period without results, Han Li finally decided to halt. After narrowing his eyes in contemplation for a while, he suddenly settled into a cross-legged position, gently closing his eyes, and began to meticulously review the various ancient formations he had practiced in his mind, seeking to identify any similar restrictions to break free from the formation. Time passed slowly as Hanli remained motionless, resembling a wooden sculpture. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration, Hanli's expression shifted, and he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the colorful clouds surrounding him. So that is how it is. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Han Li's gaze held a hint of peculiarity as he murmured softly to himself. Chapter 998. An Unexpected Encounter. Han Li gradually rose to his feet, and at that moment, a massive azure hand materialized out of thin air, seizing the colorful cloud firmly in its grasp. A low incantation resonated in the air. Han Li fixed his eyes upon the great hand, forming a peculiar hand seal with both hands, reciting incantations under his breath. After a tremor, the hand abruptly closed its 5 fingers, tightly clenching the red cloud within its palm. Azure light flared forth, transforming the hand into a blinding sphere of light, dazzling and resplendent. Yet, Han Li promptly opened his mouth, expelling a wisp of azure infant flame that gently entwined around the luminous sphere, swiftly engulfing it in a torrent of flames, enveloping the sphere entirely. At this juncture, Han Li dispersed the spell in his hands, gazing impassively at the glowing sphere, remaining silent. After an indeterminate period, a twitch at the corner of Han Li's mouth signaled his sudden movement. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent a wave of radiant light soaring into the air. The flames extinguished instantly, revealing a pale red orb. It seemed there was indeed no mistake. Such profound techniques of concealing and transforming objects could only belong to ancient cultivators. However, even in ancient times, how many practitioners possessed knowledge of such formations? Fortunately, within the ancient texts gifted to him by Xian Ruyan, there existed a similar restriction. Otherwise, he would have been utterly clueless on how to break the formation. It appeared that he would need to bolster the power of his spiritual eye further. If he could continue utilizing the Mingqing spiritual liquid for over a century, he should be able to penetrate such high-tier illusion techniques. Han Li sighed, feeling a tinge of frustration at his inability to see through this formation with his spiritual, but he disregarded the motionless red orb floating in the air, casting his gaze around before fixating on a blue cloud. Again reaching out with a hand to seize it, and releasing another wisp of infant flame. This time, the cloud dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he immediately reached for another blue cloud. After 2 consecutive failures, he finally refined a blue orb. Thus, after spending nearly half a day, he successfully refined orbs of yellow, blue, and gold. Han Li then solemnly beckoned towards the several orbs, which swiftly hurtled towards him from their previous positions. Following this, he flicked his fingers in a series of intricate gestures. The orbs began to revolve around him slowly, progressively increasing in speed until they formed a 5-colored ring, adorned with shimmering spiritual lights. Exuding an air of profound mystery. Go. Han Li declared softly, a hint of intensity in his brow. As he halted his finger movements, the 5-colored ring shattered, and the orbs shot forth in an extremely intricate trajectory, suddenly dispersing in all directions in the blink of an eye. The orbs reached 5 seemingly unrelated locations nearby, spinning incessantly, while simultaneously undergoing bizarre expansions and contractions. Just as Han Li squinted his eyes, a series of thunderous explosions echoed, and the 5 orbs erupted simultaneously, revealing 5 spheres of various hues that flickered with blinding brilliance, as if the space had been filled with 5 dazzling suns. Even Han Li instinctively shut his eyes, unable to gaze directly at the 5 radiant lights. The moment when the 5 beams of light converged, enveloping the entire space, the scenery around him shifted. And in the blink of an eye, Han Li suddenly found himself standing upon a familiar stone staircase. Not far away, there loomed the immense stone, once adorned with spiritual herbs, that they had previously observed. Han Daoyu, Han Xiong. A startled exclamation from both a man and a woman echoed beside Han Li. Upon shifting his gaze, Han Li discovered that Bai Yao Yi and the elderly man of the Fu clan had also appeared just a few zhang away. Their expression strikingly weary yet filled with astonished delight. Both of you have also escaped, Han Li remarked with a hint of indifference. Surely it was Han Xiong who shattered this peculiar restriction. The Fu elder exclaimed, his voice tinged with lingering fear. I have never encountered such a terrifying formation. I truly believed I would be trapped there indefinitely. It was evident that this elder from the Jiu Yu sect had suffered considerable losses under that inexplicable constraint. His magical power and spirit evidently diminished. My circumstances are quite similar to those of Fu Xiong. I too found myself at a complete loss within that restriction, this time. We owe our freedom to Han Xiong's intervention in breaking the formation. Bai Yaoi added with a wry smile, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her jade-like features. It is nothing that I merely fortuitously recall having heard of a similar restriction, which enabled me to dismantle this one. Such ancient restrictions are indeed exceedingly rare, Han Li replied with a chuckle. The spiritual herb that Fu Xiong retrieved, if I am not mistaken, must have been an illusion conjured by some artifact. I fear you may have been deceived. An illusion? Surely not. I distinctly, Fu Elder began, only to be interrupted as he noticed something. What is this? He appeared momentarily stunned as he retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, only to find it devoid of any spiritual herbs, replaced instead by an ordinary jade rui. The elder was left utterly flabbergasted. In truth, the moment the three of us set foot upon that colossal stone, we had already sown the seeds of this restriction's illusion. Your plucking of the spiritual herb merely triggered the formation's most potent defenses, Han Li explained. Perhaps you might take another look over there. He gestured casually toward the direction of the giant stone. The elder and Bai Yaoi turned their gazes to see, astonishingly, a spiritual herb bearing a cluster of purple berries atop the stone. These ancient cultivators are truly insidious. How could they have devised such a treacherous trap here? What were they thinking? The elder's demeanor shifted to one of exasperation. Bai Yaoi, too, appeared taken aback, her lips slightly parted in disbelief. There is no need for alarm, my fellow cultivators. Such ancient restrictions inherently require an artifact to be actively engaged by those within the formation to fully unleash their power. Naturally, it would transform into this form. Moreover, I have merely temporarily disabled this restriction. I have not utterly obliterated it. Han Li stated languidly. This Kunlun mountain feels less like a realm of celestial spirits and more akin to a den of dragons and tigers. The elder's face was filled with disappointment upon realizing the spiritual herb was now lost. We must exercise greater caution henceforth. This place is no ordinary ancient cultivator's relic. Any strange occurrences warrant careful consideration to avoid attracting misfortune. I was fortunate enough to dismantle this formation this time, but I cannot guarantee such luck will persist in the future. I trust both of you understand my meaning. Han Li's gaze flickered momentarily, his voice taking on a solemn tone, suddenly turning icy. That I shall refrain from acting recklessly again, the Fu elder replied, awkwardly chuckling that he recognized his own impulsiveness in the attempt to procure the spiritual herb. Bai Yaoi nodded thoughtfully. Since both of you comprehend the gravity of the situation, let us proceed. The sounds from the mountain have ceased. We have delayed for several days. The others may have already reached the summit. Han Li turned his gaze toward the peak, then resolutely continued along the stone steps. Bai Yaoi and the elder naturally followed closely behind. This time, no troubles were encountered. After several hours, the three of them finally soared over numerous massive ridges and arrived at the stone pavilion where the disciples of the Yi family had entered on that day. The very place where Xiang Zhili had mysteriously vanished. Upon sighting the stone pavilion, the elder and Bai Yaoi remained relatively unfazed, but Han Li suddenly uttered a soft exclamation and abruptly halted. Fixating on a certain spot on the ground outside the pavilion, the elder and Bai Yaoi, noticing his reaction, turned their attention in that direction, and they too discerned something unusual. On the soft ground lay a faint and shallow footprint, easily overlooked if one were not paying close attention. Indeed, other practitioners have visited this place, Bai Yaoi remarked, a hint of astonishment in her voice, her delicate brow furrowing. Not only that, but look at those rocks, the elder murmured, casting his gaze toward a particular stone beside the pavilion. Upon it, there was unmistakably a long, narrow, and deep groove, an evident mark left by a formidable sword chi. This was undoubtedly the result of the yellow sword chi unleashed by the seventh uncle of the Yi family that day. The mark appeared freshly engraved, suggesting that not only had others been here, but it seemed they had also engaged in some form of confrontation. Could it be that silver-winged night demon? Bai Yaoi speculated, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Perhaps. It seems those individuals ascended following the stone steps. This is fortuitous. Someone has cleared a path for us, allowing us to avoid unnecessary complications. Han Li spoke with a remarkable calmness. Upon hearing this, the elder smiled and was about to respond when, suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from a nearby luminous barrier, and a pale figure shot forth from within, positioned directly in front of Han Li and the others. The figure was clearly visible, causing both Han Li and Bai Yaoi to be overwhelmed with excitement. They had never anticipated that the exit they sought would be right beneath their noses. However, The elder's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the white figure, the five-heart demon, the incarnation of the Qian old demon. Han Li was taken aback by these words, although he felt he had heard of the five-heart demon somewhere before. He could not recall who the Qian old demon was. Bai Yaoyi's complexion also turned ashen upon hearing this. Just then, consecutive sounds of piu-piu echoed, and four identical figures emerged from the white light. Five ethereal, pale figures stood side by side, their vacant gazes simultaneously fixed upon Han Li and his companions, the Grand Elder of the Yin Luo sect. Upon witnessing the bizarre appearance of the five figures, Han Li finally remembered their origin, and his expression darkened. "So it is you, fellow Taoist Fu. What a remarkable coincidence. No wonder Qian's subordinates have been searching for you in vain. It turns out you had entered this place ahead of them. This fairy, with her uniquely peculiar attire, must be a practitioner from the Beiyu Shaoji Palace. I have an acquaintance in your palace, Lady Liu.as for the last fellow Taoist, TSK. Could it be that it is Brother Han? Hailing from the southern lands, Brother Han, you have made it exceedingly difficult for our sect to locate you, and the individuals from the Heavenly Lawn Sacred Hall." The voice of the elder Qian first expressed astonishment, quickly followed by a wild laughter filled with delight. In Chapter 999, titled The Rise of Malice, upon hearing the name Han Li and terms related to the southern lands, the affluent elder and Bai Yaoi displayed a hint of surprise. However, Han Li merely gazed into the distance at the five white shadows, his expression shrouded in gloom. Remaining silent. It is worth noting that he had personally slain a mid-stage elder of the Yin Luo sect, even seizing one of their treasured artifacts, the Ghost Luo banner. Therefore, the notion of reconciling and turning strife into peace was utterly inconceivable. Moreover, he had initially sought to obtain the method to dispel the soul-sealing curse from the Yin Luo sect, a technique known only to the sect leader and the elder before him. Thus, Han Li had already contemplated taking further action against the Yin Luo sect after this encounter. Consequently, now faced with the unexpected confrontation, he began to contemplate the possibility of engaging in a direct confrontation with them. After all, both individuals were high-ranking members of the Yin Luo sect, and opportunities to catch them alone were exceedingly rare. Although he had just battled a silver-winged night demon comparable to a late-stage nascent soul, a creature that had nearly met its demise at his hands due to its lack of powerful artifacts and the restrictions placed upon it, he believed he had not exhausted all his means at that time. He still possessed a humanoid puppet that remained untouched, which could potentially provide him with the assurance needed to confront the current late-stage demonic cultivator. Furthermore, despite the fearsome reputation of their five sons of the Heart Demon, his exorcising thunder had proven remarkably effective against demonic arts. As Han Li's thoughts raced like lightning, contemplating the stakes involved, one of the five white shadows suddenly formed a hand seal, and after a flicker of grayish light enveloped him, a gray-robed cultivator emerged from the white shadows. The peculiar nature of his appearance was reminiscent of a specter. The gray-robed figure's face was obscured by a veil of faint gray mist, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet his grayish-white hair and attire suggested he was an elderly Manto. Han Li's astonishment. The true form of Elder Qian had separated from the possessed demon child and manifested directly. This revelation heightened the vigilance not only of Han Li but also of the affluent elder and Bai Yaoi. As they fixated their gaze upon the elder demon, eager to discern his intentions, yet the elder remained silent, instead opting to pat his waist, from which a pitch-black, ink-like small banner materialized in his hand. He then gently waved it in the direction of Han Li and the others. The elder's complexion shifted dramatically, and he immediately grasped a treasure with one hand. Bai Yaoi shimmered with cold light, instantly enveloping herself in protective spiritual energy. In contrast, Han Li merely raised an eyebrow, displaying no other overt actions, though his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. How peculiar that the small banner emitted a flash of black light. Yet no other anomalies followed. This led Elder Qian to mutter to himself, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Elder Qian, what do you mean by this? Are you brandishing the Ghost Luo banner and contemplating an attack? Do you intend to incite a war between our two sects?" Although the affluent elder held an intense apprehension towards Elder Qian, they boasted three mid-stage nascent soul cultivators on their side. Especially with Han Li's profound abilities, which instilled them with a degree of confidence against the adversary. A war between sects. I have no interest in such matters. Qian merely has some old matters to settle with this friend from Han. You two are not involved. Should you choose to depart this place now, I, Qian, will not make things difficult for you. After scanning the three individuals with a calm gaze, the old demon Qian stated, "Your words resonate deeply with me. Daoist Qian. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Five Sons United in Heart Demon, and I was just thinking of engaging in a friendly exchange with you. Han Li chuckled, effortlessly echoing the sentiment. Upon hearing their remarks, the elder with the surname Fu and Bai Yao exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. The old demon Qian, somewhat taken aback, let his icy gaze linger on Han Li for several moments. This, Brother Qian, while I am aware that there are some grievances between Taoist Han and your sect, it would be rather inappropriate to act rashly here, wouldn't it? Perhaps we should first investigate this mountain? The elder Fu suggested, his brow furrowed in concern. This was not merely a desire to protect Han Li. Rather, the Kunwa mountain appeared exceedingly perilous, and having a capable ally was too valuable to jeopardize so easily. Moreover, only by forging a bond with Han Li could he avoid being isolated and fearful of the old demon Qian's sudden wrath. As for this mountain, I, Qian, will certainly explore it. However, this Taoist Han has been pursued by our sect for quite some time, and I cannot simply let him go. I will first resolve this matter with Taoist Han before proceeding. What say you, Brother Fu? Do you wish to intervene? The old demon Qian let out a cold chuckle. Beyond this mountain, I shall not meddle in the grievances between you and Taoist Han. But here, the three of us must cooperate to explore this mountain, and it seems I cannot grant you your wish. Brother Qian, Bai Yao declared resolutely after a moment of contemplation. For her, the fear of losing Han Li, a significant ally, weighed heavily, placing her in a precarious situation within this mountain. Moreover, having witnessed Han Li's formidable powers, she did not truly believe he would be intimidated by the old demon Qian. Otherwise, would he have dared to utter such words? Faced with the unexpected firmness of the elder Fu and Bai Yao, the figure in the gray robe glimmered with a chilling light, his gaze seemingly capable of freezing the very hearts of those it fell upon. Yet, neither the elder Fu nor Bai Yao were ordinary cultivators. Although they were internally astonished, their faces betrayed no hint of fear. Very well, in light of my two fellow Taoists, I am not entirely unwilling to set this matter aside for the moment. However, a treasured item of my sect has been misplaced in this individual's possession and must be returned to me immediately. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to engage in a battle with the three of you. Even at the cost of exhausting my energy, the old demon Qian said, his cold demeanor softening slightly. A treasured item? Are you referring to the ghost Luo banner? Han Li laughed heartily, speaking without reservation. Indeed, that is the item in question. It should have fallen into your hands after the demise of our sect's fourth elder in Tiannan. If you return it now, I can temporarily grant you leniency. The old demon Qian replied in a grave tone. Grant me leniency? Your words are quite bold. I can return the ghost Luo banner to you. But there is a condition. I wonder if Brother Qian would be willing to hear it. Han Li paused for a moment before suddenly gazing skyward, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. A condition. You killed our sect's fourth elder, seized our treasured inheritance, and yet you dare to propose conditions before me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? The old demon Qian erupted in laughter, filled with fury. The five spectral figures behind him flickered and, in unison, advanced swiftly to stand before the venerable Qian Laomo. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension. The elderly gentleman of the Fu clan, observing from the side, appeared greatly astonished, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. The fourth elder of the Yin Luo sect had mysteriously vanished, and as one of the 10 foremost sects of the demonic path, the Jiu sect naturally possessed some knowledge of the matter. However, the elder never anticipated that this notorious demon cultivator would meet his demise at the hands of Han Li, nor that the illustrious Gui Luo banner of the Yin Luo sect had fallen into another's possession. In a wonder, Qian Laomo, fully aware that this was not the opportune moment for conflict, remained unwilling to let their compatriot Han Daoyu escape unscathed. As for Han Li concealing his origins, revealing himself not as an overseas cultivator but as one from Tiannan, that was hardly worth mentioning. Humph, returning our sect's treasured possession, Qian Daoyu speaks so lightly. Does he not ponder why the fourth elder of our sect would venture to Tiannan for no apparent reason, and even covertly target my companion? Do you truly believe I would surrender this banner so easily? Han Li's expression darkened, and he suddenly spoke with an icy demeanor. The reason for the fourth elder's journey to Tiannan and the circumstances of his demise at your hands are of no concern to me. Nor do I wish to know. However, I must reclaim my sect's heirloom. Otherwise, what face will Yin Luo sect have left? The old demon declared resolutely. So, it seems, Qian Daoyu harbors no intention of heeding my conditions. Han Li's pupils constricted, revealing an intensely ominous glint. Ha ha. Conditions. Were you one of the great elders of the 10 sects, perhaps I would entertain your words. But you, a mere cultivator from Tiannan, dare to negotiate with me?" Qian Lao Mo laughed uproariously, his gaze cast skyward, and in an instant, he erupted with a tremendous aura of malevolence. Vanishing into one of the white shadows, the 5 white figures immediately radiated a ghastly light. Their previously lifeless eyes suddenly ablaze with a frenzied thirst for blood, transforming the atmosphere into one of extreme peril. Alas, I nearly overlooked this detail. This old demon practices the reverse emotion, severing heaven technique. This technique emphasizes acting on impulse. And our earlier threats have backfired, inciting his wrath. Upon witnessing Qian Laomo's frenzied demeanor, the Fu elder suddenly recalled something, filled with regret as he spoke. Bai Yao Yi, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows slightly. But without dwelling on it, she raised her hand, summoning an icy crystal flying dagger that soared into the air, twisting into a white ribbon that circled restlessly above her head. Han Li, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, narrowed his eyes slightly, subtly moving a hand concealed within his robe to reveal the 3-flame fan. Meanwhile, his other hand quietly pressed against his storage pouch, his consciousness locking onto the shadowy figure. He had resolved that should conflict arise, he would seize the opportunity to strike with all his might the moment the old demon's attention wavered due to the distraction caused by the elder and by Yao Yi, aiming to inflict a devastating blow in an instant. Even if he could not take the old demon's life on the spot, he would ensure that his cultivation suffered damage, thereby creating conditions for another attempt on the esteemed elder of the Yinluo sect. After all, the soul-binding curse upon Nangong Wan was a matter that Han Li could not afford to forget. Only by acquiring the genuine method to break the curse could he find peace of mind. He was prepared to face the consequences, even if it meant losing his standing in Dejin and being relentlessly pursued by the cultivators of the Yinluo sect. I could see that moment. The 5 demonic figures simultaneously emitted eerie, muffled cries, their forms abruptly becoming ethereal and insubstantial. From a distance, the white silhouettes appeared as 5 wisps of smoke gently swaying, and then, in an instant, they elongated, poised to pounce with malevolence. Just then, a resounding explosion erupted from the very spot where the white figures had emerged, unleashing a blinding burst of silvery light that dazzled the eyes. Before Han Li and his companions could comprehend the situation, a series of swift, piercing sounds resonated from the silver glow, as nearly 10 beams of varying colors shot forth in rapid succession, spiraling before coalescing into numerous human forms nearby. What has transpired? Why do my fellow Taoists appear so alarmed? Old Demon Qian inquired, astonished. The white figures, which had initially assumed aggressive stances, suddenly flickered and returned to their original positions, turning abruptly to face the rear. This was prompted by the sight of cultivators emerging from the light screen, each appearing utterly disheveled yet all possessing the strength of the nascent soul stage. Even the proud old demon would not dare to disregard them. Moreover, the explosive sound that had just resonated from the light screen filled him with an ominous premonition. Indeed, Brother Qian's prowess is remarkable, arriving here ahead of us, he observed at awe. Is that not Taoist Fu from the 9 Nether sect? And these two are. The cultivators revealed themselves to be the 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect, along with 5 additional nascent soul practitioners, among them the elusive Master Si-San, who, upon seeing Han Li and his companions, displayed a flicker of surprise. Brother Hua, what a coincidence this is, he exclaimed. However, what was the cause of the earlier explosion? The elder Fu, his heart heavy with concern, hastily pressed for an explanation. Humph. It is we who ought to inquire of you. My fellow Taoists, retorted one burly nascent soul practitioner with a cold snort. Since you arrived here before us, it stands to reason that the illusion array outside was also arranged by you. The recent explosion from the array that blocked the passage must have been your doing. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, their gazes fixating on Han Li and his companions, their faces reflecting growing hostility. Please do not misunderstand. The elder Fu interjected, by the time we arrived here, other cultivators had already been present. The illusion array you speak of has nothing to do with us 3. You have suffered a great loss. Do you intend to vent your frustrations upon us? At this, the elder Fu's countenance darkened, and he spoke with unyielding candor. In such a convoluted situation, one must not show weakness, lest they be perceived as easy prey, inviting further attacks. Are there still others present? This revelation astonished not only the 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect, but even old Demon Qian. Humph. The 3 of us were inadvertently transported here by an ancient formation. At the time, we heard the sound of a barrier being breached from the mountain, but we were subsequently trapped by a restriction for several days, preventing us from locating those individuals in time. I suspect that the matter of the illusion array is indeed related to this group, the elder Fu elucidated, demonstrating his astuteness. Is that truly the case? The burly man appeared hesitant, while the other cultivators regarded him with a mix of belief and skepticism. Brother Fu is a law elder of the Nine Nether sect. He would not deceive us about such an evident matter. Moreover, if it is indeed the Jiuyo sect that has unsealed this seal, then the ancient friends of the Jiuyo sect would undoubtedly need to be present in person to oversee the proceedings. Hua Tianqi's expression softened slightly, seemingly convinced by the elder's words. This does make sense. The man pondered for a moment and found it reasonable as well. However, upon entering just now, the three individuals seemed to have some discord with Brother Qian. Could it be that friend Fu had inadvertently offended Brother Qian? Hua Tianqi's eyes flickered momentarily, and he suddenly inquired about this matter. After all, the earlier confrontation between Han Li, the three of them, and the old demon had not escaped the notice of these cultivators. Regarding this matter, the elder's face reflected a moment of hesitation. As the elder with the surname Fu contemplated how to respond. Far away in a grand hall atop Kunwa Mountain, a large-headed figure wielded a small golden hammer. With a swift motion, a silvery arc of electricity shot forth, shattering a stone tiger puppet that had approached him into fragments. Behind him, the members of the Yi family were similarly activating their magical treasures, launching frenzied attacks against various stone puppets before them. These puppets, resembling terrestrial beasts and avian creatures, were not only exceptionally hard, but could also unleash a variety of rudimentary spells, making them quite fearsome. They surged forth from the four corridors surrounding the palace as if they were inexhaustible. However, the Yi family cultivators maintained their composure, methodically channeling their magical treasures, exuding an air of confidence. After a brief interval, a tremendous crash echoed from a distance. The corridor in that direction suddenly collapsed entirely, halting the emergence of stone puppets from that side. Upon hearing this sound, the faces of the Yi family cultivators revealed a hint of delight. Shortly thereafter, the other three corridors also succumbed to the thunderous sounds of collapse, with no new puppets joining the fray. In mere moments, the remaining puppets within the grand hall were swept away by the efforts of the Yi family members. What on earth are these strange entities? They appear rather different from the current puppets. Only then did the Yi family members relax, each retrieving spirit stones to sit cross-legged on the ground. Although this encounter seemed to pose little danger, their prolonged exertion of magical treasures had indeed depleted a considerable amount of their mana. At that moment, a beam of escape light shot forth from the last collapsed corridor, swiftly arriving before the group, revealing a white-robed scholar. Elder Han, you were indeed correct. At the end of those corridors, there exists a side hall for each. The puppets emerged from within. Following your method, I was able to break the seal and destroy the central mechanisms of those side halls. The scholar remarked with a smile to one of the individuals present. It is nothing. I had seen relevant records regarding the origins of this puppet array in ancient texts, which is how I knew how to handle it. Otherwise, merely enduring in place would lead to exhaustion even for those of immense cultivation. The response came from the seemingly unperturbed ancient demon. Haha, it appears that my invitation to Elder Han was indeed of great significance. In the future, I suspect there will be much more to rely upon. The scholar spoke amiably. You are too kind, Elder. Even without such words, I would exert myself to the fullest, the ancient demon said lightly. A hint of courtesy in his tone. This elicited a nod of satisfaction from the scholar. At that moment, the large-headed figure interjected with a chuckle, considering the time. The contingencies we set within the illusion array should be set to activate. If fortune favors us, perhaps we may secure some additional time for the Yi family. Indeed, by now, it is likely that someone has breached the formation. Once an individual enters the array, it will inevitably trigger the subsequent mechanism, causing the illusionary formation to self-destruct in a remarkably brief span of time. However, the obstacles resulting from this self-detonation will dissipate within 5 or 6 days at most, allowing the entrance to become accessible once more. Moreover, even without this incident, if we wait a while longer, the entire seal will begin to weaken. The scholar spoke with a solemn expression. There is still ample time before the seal transitions from mere diminishment to complete collapse, providing us with sufficient opportunity to retrieve the treasures. By now, we should be nearing our position on Kunwa Mountain, and it should not be far from the main structure of this mountain, inquired the large-headed creature. Yes, we should be quite close. However, the frequency of the restrictions we are encountering has increased, indicating that we are approaching the vital area of Kunwa Mountain. The scholar contemplated before speaking slowly. That is reassuring. Yet, there is another matter that is quite troublesome. The silver-winged nightshade has been lurking ominously behind us. What could its intentions be? Does it seek to ambush us? Upon uttering these words, the large-headed creature turned to glance at the entrance on the opposite side of the grand hall, revealing a hint of concern on his face. The other members instinctively followed his gaze, only to find the area deserted, as if void of any presence. Nevertheless, the disciples of the Yi family were acutely aware that somewhere in that direction, the silver-winged nightshade was likely concealing itself, observing them from a distance. This realization left the cultivators feeling quite unsettled. Were it not for the presence of two late-stage nascent soul cultivators accompanying them, ordinary cultivators would scarcely dare to remain under the scrutiny of such a formidable entity. Fearing an immediate dispersal, this flying corpse indeed presents quite the dilemma. Given sufficient time, with the capabilities of myself and Uncle Chi, it would not be impossible to devise a plan to severely injure or even eliminate this creature. However, we are pressed for time and must act with utmost urgency. In such circumstances, a reckless attempt to drive it away may provoke its wrath. For now, we can only observe what lies ahead and see if there are any restrictions we might utilize to lure it into a trap, thereby confining this monster. After a lengthy contemplation, the scholar could only express his thoughts in this manner. The others, upon hearing this, largely agreed, nodding in affirmation. After all, relying solely on their own strength to escape from a creature as adept at evasion as the silver-winged nightshade seemed utterly implausible. Thus, after slightly replenishing their spiritual energy, the group exited the stone hall, emerging at the threshold. However, as the disciples of the Yi family gazed ahead, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they stood dumbfounded. Before them lay a vast expanse of undulating stone steps, numbering in the dozens, each leading to different locations on the mountain. Yet, every path was shrouded in the same swirling white mist, rendering it impossible to discern where each staircase ultimately led. How could this not leave the Yi family and their companions bewildered? What shall we do? Even if each of us were to explore a separate path, it would be utterly infeasible to investigate them all. An elder sighed softly, turning to the scholar with a wry smile. There is no need for alarm. This indicates that we have entered the core of Kunwa Mountain. Hence the multitude of branches appearing before it ought to be regarded as a fortunate occurrence. Acting independently is certainly not a viable option. Once the manpower becomes insufficient, there will be no means of self-preservation. We must decide on our course of action. But first, let us proceed to that platform over there to ascertain if there are any identifiable markers. The Confucian scholar, truly deserving of his title as the eldest elder of the Yi family, quickly regained his composure and devised a plan. The platform he referred to was a vast expanse of white jade, where all the stone steps converged, situated merely a few miles away, appearing exceedingly grand. Upon hearing the scholar's suggestion, the others, lacking any superior alternatives, could only concur to first examine the plaza. Thus, the group ascended with great haste, propelling themselves towards that direction. However, as soon as they took to the air, they found themselves plummeting downwards with a series of splashes. A prohibition against flight. How could such a restriction be in place here? Exclaimed the large-headed peculiar individual. Fortunately, the members of the Yi family had not ascended too high. Although somewhat disheveled, none were injured, leaving everyone in a state of mixed surprise and delight. While the flight prohibition considerably delayed their movements, it also indicated that they had indeed entered a crucial area of Kunwa Mountain. Chapter 1001, Kunwa Palace, Lingbao Pavilion, and the Demon Suppression Tower. Cultivators from this esteemed location are quite rare in our great Jin. Regardless of the reasons, since you, my friend, have slain an elder of the In Luo sect and taken the Ghost Luo banner, this enmity will not be easily resolved, remarked Hua Tianchi with a look of astonishment. He had just heard a brief account from the elderly gentleman of the Fu family and was genuinely taken aback. The others were similarly stirred, casting curious glances at Hanli. For them, Tiannan seemed rather distant. In the eyes of the great Jin cultivation community, it was almost an inconsequential place. The origins of this individual and his entanglement with the In Luo sect piqued their curiosity immensely. I was merely acting in self-defense. Had the elder from the In Luo sect not sought me out, I would not have found myself in this predicament, Hanli replied with an expression of indifference. Very well. Regardless, the three of you have been here for some time. You should have some understanding of this mountain's true nature by now, remarked the burly man in the nascent soul stage, seeming rather impatient regarding the matter between Hanli and the old demon Qian. I do have some knowledge on this matter. This place is none other than the Kunwu Immortal Mountain you speak of in the Great Jin. replied Hanli, his gaze flickering before he responded nonchalantly. Kunwa Mountain. The few nascent soul cultivators were initially taken aback, then erupted in joy. Qian, the old demon, was equally astonished by this revelation. Meanwhile, the four elders of the Poison Saint sect were already aware of this information and merely exchanged glances. So, it appears that some individuals have already arrived ahead of us. It remains uncertain how many cultivators there are and from which factions they hail. However, given their ability to unlock such a substantial seal, their strength must be formidable. Brother Qian, regardless of any disputes between you and fellow Taoist Han, this is not the time for conflict. Instead, why don't we join forces to expel that group from this mountain and then later divide the treasures of Kunwa Mountain according to our own fortunes? As for the grievances between you and Taoist Han, we can seek another opportunity to resolve them outside of this mountain, suggested Hua Tianqi, stroking his chin and casting a glance at several white figures. Join forces? Upon hearing this proposal, the old demon Qian fell into a contemplative silence. As the scattered figures of Zheng Wei and the five from the Han dynasty heard these words, their hearts stirred, and they began to whisper and deliberate amongst themselves. Observing this development, the elder from the Fu clan and Bai Yaoi exhaled a sigh of relief, while they were confident that their combined strength would not fall short against the malevolent Qian. They preferred to avoid engaging in this inexplicable confrontation altogether. Unnoticed by anyone, Han Li's brow furrowed slightly, and he let out a faint sigh within his heart, realizing that he could not take action. He understood that his plans to unravel the soul-sealing spell would have to wait for another opportunity. With this thought in mind, Han Li raised his gaze towards the area on the light screen where Hua Tianqi and the others had emerged, and inquired, "Friend Hua, after the illusionary formation detonated, how has the sealing exit been affected? Is it still possible to enter or exit? Ultimately, it is best for Brother Han to see it for himself. For the time being, this passage is indeed inaccessible," Hua Tianqi replied with a sigh, not concealing the truth. Han Li pressed his lips together, and after a moment of hesitation, he proceeded without further ceremony. Soaring towards the light screen in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the silvery glow. Concerned for their own interests, the elder from the Fu clan and Bai Yaoi could not help but watch intently. Moments later, Han Li emerged from the silver light. His expression darkened, and upon meeting the gazes of the elder and Bai Yaoi, he shook his head. It is indeed impassable. However, it appears that normalcy will soon be restored. In the meantime, let us first explore this mountain, Han Li stated calmly. The events that followed unfolded with remarkable simplicity, despite Qian's extreme arrogance. Upon realizing that they were in the renowned Kunwa Mountain, he ultimately abandoned the thought of immediate confrontation. He did not wish to leave empty-handed after being granted the opportunity to enter such a treasure-laden realm, and thus reluctantly agreed to temporarily set aside his grievances with Han Li. After a discussion among the five who had allied with him, they unanimously consented to this plan. With our combined strength, we can contend even against practitioners from the top 10 sects, Hua Tianqi declared with a booming voice. Leading the remaining elders of the Poison Saint sect up the stone steps towards the mountain, Qian snorted coldly, and 5 white shadows flickered, merging their escape lights in a tight pursuit. Han Li and the others silently followed suit, taking to the skies. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family had already positioned themselves upon a vast white jade plaza, measuring at least 100 acres. The ground was entirely paved with exquisite and pristine white jade, surrounded by towering white jade pillars reaching up to 10 zhang in height. Each pillar was intricately carved with rare spiritual beasts and celestial birds, vividly lifelike, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld them. However, the Yi family members paid no heed to these jade columns at that moment. Instead, they congregated at the opposite end of the plaza. There, at the foot of each stone staircase extending from the plaza, stood imposing jade tablets inscribed with names such as Jinshi Pavilion, Shangyun Hall, and Qiling Courtyard, prompting the members of the Yi family to furrow their brows in endless speculation. The Jinshi Pavilion, without question, must serve as a repository for materials. The name Shangyun Hall evokes a sense of ethereality, suggesting it is unlikely to be a place of quiet contemplation or a site of great significance. The Qiling Courtyard, on the other hand, is evidently that a practitioner from the Yi family observed thoughtfully, gradually speculating on the general purposes of these locations. The others nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning quite compelling. Thus, the most probable sites for storing the celestial treasures are confined to these 3. The centrally located Kunwa Hall, the adjacent Lingbao Pavilion, and the peripheral Jinma Tower. Ultimately, the Yi family practitioner selected three paths to pursue. The scholar and the peculiar individual refrained from speaking but remained contemplative, clearly weighing the accuracy of the elder's assertions. It goes without saying that Kunwa Hall is undoubtedly the heart of this mountain. The very name of Lingao Pavilion suggests it is a repository for treasures from ancient practitioners, making it entirely plausible for the celestial treasures to be housed there. As for the Jinma Tower, it likely serves as a bastion for the suppression of demons by ancient practitioners. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding the mountain's seal, it is quite conceivable that the celestial treasures were placed here. After all, ancient practitioners were known to utilize the powers of treasures to subdue formidable demons. The Yi family practitioner elaborated further. Indeed, what has been said is astute. I too believe that the celestial treasures should be stored in one of these three locations. However, given our capabilities, we can only focus on two paths at most. The scholar finally spoke up. Two paths. Which two do you intend to choose? The peculiar individual inquired hesitantly. Lingao Pavilion and Jinma Tower. The scholar replied without hesitation. These two places. Yet I believe that Kunwa Hall holds greater potential than Jinma Tower. The peculiar individual shook his head. Lingao Pavilion is certainly worthwhile, even in the absence of the celestial treasures. Acquiring other artifacts would render our journey not in vain. My reluctance to choose Kunwa Hall stems from its overt significance. I have a lingering suspicion that, given the mountain's seal and the deliberate placement of two celestial treasures, they would not merely be displayed in Kunwa Hall. In contrast, using these treasures to suppress demons is indeed highly plausible, the scholar stated calmly. While this reasoning is not without merit, I still contend that Kunwa Hall, as the core structure of this mountain, must be investigated, the peculiar individual replied, initially nodding, then shaking his head. I am well aware of your reasoning, my esteemed uncle. Yet, we have only a limited number of personnel. Splitting into two teams is already a challenge. Dividing into three would render our strength too feeble. The scholar sighed with a wry smile. The remaining Yi family practitioners engaged in discussion, some endorsing the scholar's cautious approach. While others found merit in the peculiar individual's perspective, the conclusion could not be reached amidst the deliberation. Observing this scene, the peculiar individual's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Let us proceed as follows. Our party consists of exactly 9 individuals. You and I shall each lead 3 to explore Lingao Pavilion and Jinma Tower. Lastly, we will enlist a clever elder with adept evasion techniques to scout Kunwa Hall. Should there be formidable barriers that cannot be breached alone, we shall promptly return to in this manner. We will maintain awareness of our circumstances, depending on which of the other two paths proves more favorable. We may still have time to revisit Kunwa Hall." Thus, the peculiar individual made his suggestion. Very well, let us heed the words of Uncle Chi. However, since this disciple is alone, he must exercise caution against the ferocious beasts and that silver-winged night demon. He should take the Metian bracelet with him. The scholar contemplated briefly and deemed it feasible, thus agreeing. Yet, he added a few more words. With the Metian bracelet in hand, this individual would be able to safeguard himself even in the face of grave danger. The peculiar man nodded in assent, offering no objections. Immediately, the Yi family members divided into 2 groups, while the ancient demon silently positioned himself behind the peculiar man. The one designated to scout Kunwa Hall was the square-faced middle-aged man, who volunteered for the task. After all, among the Yi family cultivators, apart from the peculiar man and the scholar, he appeared to possess the highest cultivation level. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, the scholar acquiesced, promptly retrieving a bracelet crafted from white bones from his storage pouch and handing it to the man. Each activation of the Metian bracelet necessitates the sacrifice of one's own blood. If second brother can refrain from using it, it is best to avoid employing this treasure, the scholar earnestly advised. "Fear not. I am fully aware of the situation," the square-faced cultivator replied in a deep voice. Accepting the item. It is said that the Demon Suppression Tower is specifically designed to imprison heinous demons and malevolent spirits. I have long heard of its renown. I wonder what other malevolent creatures lurk within. Allow me to venture there, the peculiar man casually remarked. Haha, Uncle Chi and I seem to share the same thoughts. I have also harbored a keen interest in that Demon Suppression Tower. However, since Uncle Chi has expressed it so, I shall let him take the trip. I will accompany the 3 of them to Lingao Pavilion to search for treasures. The scholar was momentarily taken aback but soon dismissed the thought and readily agreed. Chapter 1002. The woman. The large-headed peculiar man was unceremonious, and the square-faced cultivator also clasped his fist towards the scholar. Securing the Metian bracelet in his hand, with a slight sway of his form, He gradually departed up the central stone staircase. The scholar did not hastily lead the remaining individuals away. Instead, he observed the peculiar man and the square-faced cultivator vanish into the white mist at the end of the staircase before retracting his gaze. He turned to an elder beside him and spoke with calm indifference. "Feng Xian, how many sets of formation flags and arrays do we have left?" Reporting to the Grand Elder, "As per your instructions, we have left a temporary array at each site after dismantling a set of restrictions. To date, aside from the ZY 7-star array, which costs several 100,000 spirit stones, we have no other array tools at hand." The elder respectfully replied, "Very well, let us set up the ZY 7-star array here. Additionally, place that group of tiger-headed wasps and the 2 blood-sucking bats within the formation," the scholar commanded without hesitation. "Understood," the elder promptly responded, patting his waist, producing a stack of misty array flags, and then striding towards one side of the square. Only then did the scholar glance back towards the mountainside, his expression shifting. Silently contemplating his thoughts, an hour later, the figures of the scholar and his companions melded into another stone staircase. That moment, far below, at an unknown depth, Han Li and his group had just passed through the immense archway of the 10,000 Cultivators Gate. There, the Yi family cultivators had established a rather sophisticated illusion array, capable of ensnaring even foundation-building cultivators for at least several days. However, when confronted with such a multitude of nascent soul cultivators, they were effortlessly dispatched by the likes of the old demon Qian and Hua Tianqi, without even a moment's delay. Upon witnessing the grand archway of the 10,000 Cultivators Gate, Qian and his companions had no doubt that they had arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Instantly, aside from the 3 of Hanli, the rest were filled with uncontainable excitement and hurriedly ascended the mountain. Naturally, as they climbed the stone steps, they could not avoid encountering various other restrictions set by the Yi family. This only intensified the eagerness of the old demon and his companions rather than dissuading them. Yet, it was evident that the restrictions laid by the Yi family were increasingly formidable. Although the old demon and his companions relied on their formidable powers to break through each one with sheer brute force, they still found themselves somewhat delayed. After an entire day and night, they finally arrived before the colossal stone hall, which was teeming with stone puppets. "Fellow comrades, exercise caution. If there are restrictions laid here as well, it could prove to be quite troublesome," one of them remarked. The individuals ahead truly demonstrated great prowess, carrying an impressive array of formation tools. It seemed that even if they were not from one of the top 10 sects, they undoubtedly belonged to some immensely powerful faction. Hua Tianqi gazed towards the vaguely visible ancient hall ahead, his expression slightly grave. "Humph, to possess such grand capabilities, if there is a restriction up ahead that could even lay out an ice flame polar array into formation flags and discs, it is not something every sect among the top 10 can achieve. I am rather curious about the true identities of those ahead," Qian coldly remarked. "Nonetheless, this journey has allowed those individuals to effectively dismantle the restrictions of Kunlun Mountain for us, which is quite advantageous. Even if we encounter some temporary restrictions from them, we will undoubtedly catch up," Hua Tianqi confidently asserted. "Let us hope so," Qian replied indifferently. As they spoke, over a dozen individuals rushed into the hall. The sight of the stone puppet remains scattered across the floor astounded everyone, causing them to halt and survey their surroundings. The absence of any fluctuation from restrictions was indeed an unexpected revelation. After a brief scan of the stone hall with his divine sense, Hua Tianqi hesitantly remarked, "This is quite normal. It is likely that those individuals have exhausted their array tools." The elderly man with the prosperous surname chuckled lightly. "However, what are these things? I have never heard of puppets made of stone," the burly man among the 5 nascent soul cultivators observed, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the ground. "These are not mere stone puppets. They are more accurately described as stone spirits. This technique involved forcibly embedding the essence of certain demon beasts into specially crafted stone statues through some arcane method that was once prevalent in ancient times. But for reasons unknown, this secret art has suddenly vanished," one individual remarked nonchalantly, bending down to pick up a piece of debris from the ground. Examining it carefully, it was none other than Hanli, who had spoken little since departing from the stone pavilion. "Oh, Han Daoist, you are familiar with such ancient techniques?" Hua Tianqi inquired, astonished, glancing at Han Li. "It is nothing much. I have conducted some research on puppetry. However, it is a pity that these are all damaged artifacts. Otherwise, I would indeed wish to study them further," Hanli replied. Hanli spoke, casually tossing the stone in his hand, which landed with a resounding thud and rolled a few times upon the green stone floor. He had just discerned that these remnants of the stone spirits appeared to be mere ordinary materials, albeit having undergone a peculiar refinement. Yet, the most notable aspect was the strange mystical arrays and runes etched upon the surface of the shattered stones. Nothing could be gleaned from these fragmented remains. If Daoist Han wished to acquire a complete stone spirit, it would be quite easy to eye in the collapsed areas surrounding them. There might still linger a few intact specimens. One of the other cultivators, his eyes glinting with intrigue, suddenly pointed to a fallen corridor and cheerfully remarked to Han Li. Upon shifting his gaze, Han Li discovered that the speaker was a seemingly honest middle-aged cultivator, who turned out to be the notorious Zheng Wei, a rogue practitioner. Unfamiliar with his ill repute, being not of the great gene, Han Li, however, was no stranger to discerning character through experience. He smiled slightly, intending to respond, when suddenly, the old demon Qian let out a thunderous shout. "You beast, seeking death!" Immediately, 5 white figures raised their hands in unison, unleashing 10 columns of gray light that shot forth from their palms, striking a nearby uninhabited area. Following a thunderous roar, a 4-winged monstrosity with the head of a lion and the body of an eagle appeared out of thin air, glaring menacingly at the crowd. This was the very beast that had previously attacked the cultivators of the Yi family. Astonishingly, this ferocious bird, which had once suffered a significant injury at the hands of the Yi family's elder, now appeared fully healed, showing no signs of its prior wounds. However, it seemed that having faced defeat once, the creature had learned caution. Once its form was revealed, it immediately flapped its 4 wings, transforming into a blur of purple light and shooting away in the opposite direction. The old demon Qian did not command his 5 disciples to pursue, and the other cultivators, startled by the beast's ferocity, hesitated for a moment, allowing the creature to slip away from the stone hall and vanish from sight. A lion-headed beast? How could such a creature exist here? Hua Tianqi exhaled deeply, murmuring with a darkened expression. He pondered that if he were to encounter this ferocious bird alone, his fate would surely be dire. The elderly man of the Fu surname and Bai Yao Yi exchanged glances, both recognizing a flicker of fear in each other's eyes. They were acutely aware that an even more formidable silver-winged yiksha roamed these mountains. Yet, for their own reasons, Han Li and the 2 of them chose to remain silent about this matter, while the other cultivators remained oblivious to the existence of such a beast. The remaining cultivators, including the burly men, also turned pale. This ancient ferocious bird was a presence comparable to late-stage nascent soul cultivators, certainly not to be trifled with. However, after the lion-headed beast's appearance, Han Li, who had been inclined to explore the corridor, abandoned the thought. Given that there was not only the silver-winged yiksha on the mountain, but also such a creature, it seemed prudent to remain with the group for now, unbeknownst to Han Li and the others. The demon bird, having swiftly exited the stone hall, circled before darting down the mountainside. It flew for a full half-hour before suddenly descending upon an exceptionally verdant giant tree, emitting a cacophonous cry that echoed like a wailing ghost. "I see now. What a racket you make. Is it merely my duty to exact revenge on your behalf? I have no inclination to engage in such matters, after being trapped in that dismal underwater abyss for so many years. Having finally liberated myself, I have no desire to invite further trouble. Moreover, those 2 groups of human cultivators are all nascent soul practitioners, none of whom are benign. A voice, resembling a rusty bell, echoed, and then a flash of green light emanated from the massive tree, revealing a tree hollow approximately 10 feet high. A woman clad in dark garments emerged, her face etched with impatience. This woman possessed a figure akin to a beryl, her skin a deep shade of ebony, and her hair, coiled atop her head, was exceptionally dark, yet 2 inches of white strands protruded absurdly, rendering her appearance grotesquely unappealing. Upon hearing these words, the beast, resembling a lion and a bird, seemed to seethe with anger, its eyes glowing red, and its cries grew increasingly mournful. "How naive of you. It is your own carelessness that led to those cultivators severing half of your claw. Why should I be compelled to avenge you? Furthermore, the descendants of the 3 sons of Kunwu imprisoned us within that spirit-binding array precisely to have us guard this mountain for them. I have no intention of fulfilling their wishes." The woman, hands on her hips, spoke through clenched teeth to the lion-bird beast. "However, if we do not eliminate the intruders, and those cultivators breach the Kunwu Palace and seize the talisman that binds us, we may find ourselves once again at the mercy of others." Suddenly, another man's voice resonated from the air, followed by a flash of blue light, as a silver-winged yiksha materialized before them. "Humph. Do you truly believe they can invade the Kunwu Palace? Do you think the defenses of the Kunwu Palace are mere decorations? especially that North Polar Yuan light, which is nearly impossible to evade, should those individuals dare to assault the Kunwu Palace. They would be doomed. Yet, the ugly woman displayed no astonishment at the appearance of the silver-winged Yiksha, instead responding with an icy demeanor. Friend Gue, that is not necessarily the case. Although the North Polar Yuan light is formidable, those who dare to breach the array may possess late-stage nascent soul human cultivators, who could very well own artifacts capable of resisting the North Polar Yuan light. Furthermore, do you not wish to seize this opportunity to reclaim our life talismans? Otherwise, even if we escape the spirit-binding array, we shall remain unable to leave Kunwu Mountain. The silver-winged Yiksha replied with an impassive tone. Chapter 1003, Manifestation of the Demonic Hordes. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Although I am unaware of the current state of the outside world, it is unlikely that one could find a more suitable place for cultivation than here. I shall remain here to cultivate until the day of my ascension. Upon hearing the silver-winged Yiksha mention the life talismans, the ugly woman's expression shifted, and her tone became noticeably harsher. Friend Gue, you are well aware that the seal has been broken, and remaining here to cultivate is utterly impossible. Why persist in this pretense? Moreover, considering our shared history, should we not join forces to overcome this predicament? The silver-winged Yiksha furrowed his brow. Indeed, there is some shared history. You are a human cultivator who has transformed your physical form into a spirit, while the lion bird beast and I were once the spirit birds and beasts nurtured by that human. Both of us having been sealed within the spirit binding array alongside you. The ugly woman, surnamed Gue, did not deny this. Nodding her head slightly in acknowledgement. It is precisely for this reason that we three possess the potential for cooperation. However, the Kunwu Palace is protected by specific restrictions designed to counter us, rendering it impossible for us to approach the palace under normal circumstances, now, with human cultivators paving the way for us. All we need to do is stealthily follow in their wake and infiltrate. When the time comes, we can strike together, and seizing the life card will be an effortless endeavor. Humph, you make it sound so simple. However, I have heard from the lion beast that both groups of cultivators are quite numerous, and there are late-stage cultivators leading them. By the way, that troublesome cultivator you mentioned, who is suspected to possess a celestial treasure, seems to be mingling with these individuals as well. At that point, we might not only fail to obtain the life card, but also end up losing our lives. That I have already endured captivity. I would rather forsake the life card and, at worst, retreat into the depths of this mountain's spiritual vein to sleep for over 1,000 years. By then, even if they possess the life card, I shall not cross paths with them. What can they do to me? The ugly woman felt a stir in her heart, yet outwardly remained reluctant to yield easily. Gue, my friend, do not forget that I am equally proficient in earth escape techniques. The silver-winged night demon appeared somewhat impatient, his expression darkening. What do you mean by that? The woman glared fiercely, her gaze chilling as she fixed it upon the silver-winged night demon. It is quite simple. If my life card is taken by those humans, and they inquire about relevant matters, I will undoubtedly be compelled to divulge your secrets. Do you believe that these cultivators would easily let go of a 10th-level Mystic Rock Turtle's demon core? At that point, I would undoubtedly be sent after you. The silver-winged night demon stated calmly. In that case, why don't you and I hide together? The ugly woman huffed a few times, her anger visible. I will not let this opportunity to seize the life card slip away, nor do I wish to be trapped in this mountain for eternity. You must understand, without the ability to absorb the essence of the shadowy moon outside the mountain, I will never evolve into a golden body moon corpse. The silver-winged night demon spoke bluntly. Humph, are you threatening me? The woman suddenly leaped several feet high, pointing accusingly at the silver-winged night demon. Hige, whether it is a threat or not, Gue, you can judge for yourself. Do not forget, you still owe me a favor. Those ancient cultivators placed a blood curse upon us, rendering us mindless fools. Had I not secretly given you a fragment of the clear void pill, you would have long since become a bloodthirsty madman. You would not be standing here today with the ability to transform. The silver-winged night demon flapped his silver wings, his voice turning icy. I certainly remember that favor. Upon hearing about the blood curse, the woman's arrogance diminished significantly. But do not forget, besides us, there should be a fourth entity involved. This day, we have not yet encountered it. We do not even know whether it is a ghost or a demon. If we could join forces with it, I might reconsider. After a moment of silence, the woman finally exhaled, her demeanor easing. I have already searched high and low and found no trace of the fourth trapped spirit formation, nor any sign of other demons or ghosts. Perhaps the fourth entity was not fortunate and is long gone. After all, It does not have the clear void pill to maintain its sanity. The likelihood of a bloodthirsty madman surviving all these years is exceedingly slim. Moreover, even if it does exist, we currently lack the time to search for it in detail. The silver-winged night demon shook his head. The ugly woman's expression fluctuated between dark and light. After a considerable pause, she finally let out a long sigh and resolutely declared, "Very well, since you have brought up the matter of the Qingshu Dan, I shall lend you my assistance once more. However, it is agreed that once we obtain that life token, we shall depart immediately. I have no intention of lingering in this wretched mountain any longer. I shall seek out a secluded place and henceforth engage in solitary cultivation away from the world. This is precisely correct, as long as we possess our freedom with our level of cultivation. There is no place in the world we cannot reach." The silver-winged night demon displayed a glimmer of delight on his face. The woman transformed from the Xianyan turtle possessed abilities that even surpassed his own, making her a formidable ally. However, before we take action, we must devise a careful plan. Since those cultivators are already aware of the presence of our two companions, we must exercise caution to avoid falling into the traps set by human practitioners. After the ugly woman agreed, she suddenly appeared remarkably calm. Of course, this time, the silver-winged night demon unhesitatingly concurred. The nearby lion beast also let out a low roar, raising its neck. Subsequently, the three creatures gathered beneath the colossal tree and began to converse in hushed tones. After what felt like an entire meal's duration, the trio suddenly soared into the air, swiftly making their way towards the stone steps. In the blink of an eye, the area beneath the giant tree fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of the breeze. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, another seemingly ordinary tree nearby began to tremble suddenly, and then it started to shrink dramatically from large to small. Enveloped in a green glow, a certain part of the tree's surface swelled, revealing two enormous emerald green eyes. These eyes were exceptionally vivid, and as they turned slightly, they coldly gazed in the direction where the silver-winged night demon and the others had vanished. Devoid of any emotion, this tree was, in fact, transformed from an unknown demon, and despite the astonishing powers possessed by the silver-winged night demon and his companions, they had failed to detect this demon lurking so close by. A truly inconceivable situation. After staring into the sky for what felt like half a day, the demon's eyes flashed with green light, and with a whoosh, the tree it had transformed into burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. This moment, the area was truly rendered quiet and desolate. Meanwhile, in another location, after Han Li and the others had lost sight of the lion beast, they had no intention of lingering in the stone hall any longer. Instead, they swiftly exited the stone edifice. As soon as they stepped outside, they encountered the same anti-gravity barrier that had previously ensnared the Yi family cultivators, causing them to plummet from the sky. This took them by surprise, but it also filled them with joy, for they realized they had finally arrived at the critical location of Kunwa Mountain. "What is that?" Bai Yaoi exclaimed in astonishment. Her bright eyes fixated on the distant stone steps, her delicate features brimming with shock. The others, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly turned to look. They soon discovered that several miles away, the stone steps wound and twisted, disappearing into a vast expanse of towering bamboo forest. This forest was filled with enormous purple bamboos, thickly clustered and nearly covering every visible inch of the distant landscape. The white jade plaza that should have existed ahead was completely obscured by the bamboo, vanishing without a trace. A faint purple mist lingered within the forest, accompanied by an astonishing spiritual pressure that sent a chill down Han Li and the others' spines. This formation seemed to be far more formidable than the ice flame polar array. However, this should be the last barrier set up by that group. Once we break this array, we will be able to pursue them, Han Tianqi remarked gravely after observing the situation closely. In light of this, what are we waiting for? The ancient demon Xian erupted into a fit of wild laughter, and in an instant, the 5 demon children transformed into a radiant mist, sweeping directly towards the bamboo growth. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hua Tianqi also led a few members of the poison sacred sect to drift towards the purple bamboo forest. "Let us make our way as well." Suddenly, an elder from the Fu family called out. Noticing that Han Li's complexion had turned exceedingly grim, as if something was amiss, the surge of alarm coursed through his heart. "It's nothing. Let us proceed." Han Li inhaled deeply, and his expression instantly returned to normal. With a flicker, he chose not to elaborate further and drifted several zhang away. The elder stroked his chin, though filled with suspicion. He managed to suppress his thoughts and followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to the elder, just moments prior, Dozens of flying swords within Han Li's body had trembled inexplicably. This startled him, and he realized that the ancient demon was also present within this very mountain. How could Han Li possibly maintain a composed demeanor under such circumstances? Could it be that the ancient demon was among the cultivators ahead? How could this fiend infiltrate their midst and come to this mountain? Was there something of significance here that the ancient demon coveted? Or was there some other insidious scheme at play? A torrent of thought surged chaotically through Han Li's mind, shattering his tranquility. This was not to imply that Han Li, now in possession of the three-flame fan and a late-stage nascent soul puppet, was still excessively fearful of the ancient demon. Rather, the timing of its appearance was exceedingly perplexing. Such a vast expanse of the great gene had led him to encounter this demon repeatedly, compounded by the fresh memories of the 10,000 Zhang abyss in Tiannan, deep within Han Li's heart. An unsettling premonition began to take root. At this moment, Qian, commanding the 5 demon children, had arrived at the bamboo grove, releasing waves of great chill from the white figure, surging towards the bamboo forest. Suddenly, a resonating hum emanated from the purple bamboo grove, and 7 columns of violet light erupted from various points within the grove, as if the purple energy within had come alive, transforming into waves that repelled the great chill. The two forces clashing like monstrous beasts, the arriving members of the poison sacred sect, along with the stout cultivators, wasted no time in unleashing their own spells, causing a myriad of treasures to transform into vibrant rays. Hurtling fiercely towards the bamboo grove, as Han Li silently unleashed several flying swords, absent-mindedly joining the fray. A number of uninvited guests approached the sealed passageway outside the barrier, which had recently been resealed due to the explosion of the illusionary formation. Chapter 1004. Xuanqingzi in the depths of the earth, over 20 li north of Shaohu, several hundred cultivators gathered at the entrance of the fissure in the seal. The explosion of the illusionary formation had rendered the several zhang-wide cracks starkly visible before the cultivators, yet this also heightened the danger of the passage. The entrance shimmered with silver light, surging forth like a silver wave. At the entrance, those self-aware individuals who felt unable to participate in the contest took refuge at a distance. Additionally, 3 factions of cultivators congregated there. Seemingly in a stalemate. One group was composed entirely of female cultivators clad in emerald garments, each young and beautiful, with graceful figures, unmistakably hailing from the local sects of the southern border. At the forefront, there stood only 2 individuals, a woman in the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm, whose appearance was rather ordinary, and a young girl in the early stage of the Yuaning realm, who was strikingly beautiful. Opposing this group of female cultivators was a party of over 30 cultivators. Curiously, this group appeared to be subtly divided into 2 factions, one clad in dark garments, while the other donned flowing white robes. Before them stood 5 Yuaning cultivators, among whom were Gu Tianhao and the celestial maiden Lin Yinping. Both prominently featured. However, the most attention-grabbing figure was a handsome young man standing beside the celestial maiden. His aura revealed him to be a formidable late-stage Yuan-ing cultivator, the esteemed Master Su from the Tianlan grassland. The final group of cultivators was the smallest, comprising merely 3 Taoist priests in green robes, led by an elderly Taoist with white hair and a ruddy complexion, exuding an ethereal demeanor. He too was a late-stage grandmaster. Madam Mu, why must your esteemed sect wade into these treacherous waters? It is not that this humble Taoist looks down upon you, but rather that this venture is fraught with peril, and a moment's inattention could severely wound the vitality of the Huaxian sect. I am merely advising you out of respect for our past relations, the elderly Taoist remarked gravely, indicating a certain familiarity with the woman, Xuanqingzi. Even if the Tai sect claims to be the foremost righteous sect, it should not act so imperiously. This seal clearly lies within our sect's sphere of influence. How is it that the Huaxian sect cannot enter? As for danger, our disciples do not regard it with trepidation. The woman replied coolly. This group of female cultivators turned out to be from the Huaxian sect, another major sect in the southern frontier, notably close to the seal. The reputation of this sect in the cultivation world was even more resounding than that of the Poison Saint sect, largely due to its practices that predominantly trained female cultivators, with high-ranking elders being women as well. The sect's fearsome reputation stemmed from its insidious curse techniques, said to be capable of killing from miles away without leaving a trace, leading to frequent reports of cultivators who had offended them meeting untimely deaths far removed from the sect's influence. The Madame Mua of the Huaxian sect was particularly notorious for a legendary tale of having simultaneously cursed 3 cultivators of the same rank from different locales. The elderly Taoist harbored unresolved grievances with her from years past. Hence, Despite being a senior elder of one of the most prestigious sects in the Great Jin, he maintained a demeanor of utmost politeness. Brother Xinqing, I shall not meddle in the affairs of other sections, however. Our Yinluo sect must gain entry. Gu Tianhao interjected from the other side. Having accompanied the Tianlan cultivators day and night, he had encountered 2 other elders from the Yinluo sect upon entering the southern frontier and learned of the underground seal. He promptly gathered everyone to this location, feeling confident that their numbers surpassed those of the Tai sect. Thus he was not inclined to retreat. If you truly wish to enter, I shan't obstruct you. To be candid, I have received intelligence that there are those who scheme to unravel this seal. Though I am unaware of what lies beneath, it is surely nothing good. Furthermore, I will not involve myself in this matter. Given the current state of this fissure, how do you intend to proceed? Even I would not dare to venture recklessly into such a rift, the elderly Taoist cautioned. Old Xuanqingzi, upon hearing these words, did not exhibit any anger but instead turned his gaze towards the silver radiance at the entrance, responding noncommittally. Upon hearing the elder's remark, the green-clad woman and Gu Tianhao fell into a contemplative silence. This was indeed a challenging dilemma. The violent fluctuations of the restrictions within the fissure rendered entry a perilous undertaking. Our Huaxian sect has recently acquired a rare treasure known as the Sun Moon Shuttle. One of the few artifacts that seamlessly combines offense and defense. If my junior sister and I join forces, I would be willing to give it a try, the woman stated as she brushed aside her flowing green tresses. The Sun Moon Shuttle, the artifact that is one of the 3 spirit shuttles? The elder's face displayed astonishment. It is nothing of great significance. Our sect has merely recently obtained it and intends to designate it as the heirloom of Huaxian sect. The woman replied, her demeanor unperturbed, revealing no hint of hesitation. Since you possess such a treasure, I shall refrain from further comments. My dear Taoist friend Mu, do take care. I too shall enter this seal in 2 days. The elder nodded, indeed choosing not to elaborate further. In 2 days? Did you not just claim that you were unable to pass through? Gu Tianhao detected a hint of incongruity. Did I not mention it? In 2 days, the esteemed Kimio Zenrin of the Heavenly Demon sect will arrive, with the assistance of Kimiado's spiritual turtle-flying chariot. Traversing this fissure should pose no issue. The elder stroked his beard, stating matter-of-factly, Kimio Zenrin is also coming here. Gu Tianhao and the others were taken aback. Indeed. The confidential report I received pertained to a matter involving both the righteous and demonic paths. It is precisely a matter for myself and Kimiadeo. And we had separated to pursue leads not long ago in the southern border. Now that we have found a clue, it is only natural to summon Brother Qimiao to lend me a helping hand. It is not that I am timid, but if the report holds true, I believe I would be of little use alone. It is far more prudent to wait for Kimiadeo to enter the seal together. The elder spoke with an air of tranquility. Upon hearing that even the esteemed Kimio Zenrin of the Heavenly Demon sect was mobilizing, Gu Tianhao's countenance darkened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he began to communicate silently with the Saintess Tianlan and the youth surnamed Su. The youth's expression remained unchanged, while Lin Yinping furrowed her brows in concern. Observing this, Gu Tianhao hastily uttered a few more words until the youth finally nodded slowly. Although Lin Yinping harbored some reservations, she did not voice any objections. Only then did Gu Tianhao's expression ease, and he resolutely addressed Xuanqingzi. From Taoist Xuanqing's tone, it appears that there are indeed significant issues beneath the seal. However, since our esteemed elder has already descended, I cannot remain idle. While we may lack treasures such as the Sun Moon Shuttle and the spiritual turtle-flying chariot, we must still make an attempt. Since the elder has made his stance so clear, Brother Gu feels he has a basis to rely upon. I shall not play the villain in this matter. Whatever divine abilities can be employed to traverse the fissure, please feel free to utilize them, Xuanqingzi said without surprise. Casting a sidelong glance at the Su surnamed master from Tianlan, his expression calm. It seemed this elder was well aware of the origins of the Tianlan cultivators. In that case, we shall not be polite. Taoist Su, I must trouble you to take action, Gu Tianhao remarked with a chuckle, turning his attention elsewhere. As per the persistent request of Brother Gu, Su shall make an attempt to comply with both of you. The young man deftly patted a spirit beast pouch at his waist, and instantly, a vibrant burst of colorful mist erupted from the pouch's opening. Following a flash of ethereal light, a 5-colored peacock materialized in the air. Its resplendent plumage radiating shimmering halos, truly a sight to behold. This is the Lingxi peacock. Xuanqingzi narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle change in his expression betraying his inner thoughts. Indeed, The five-colored spiritual light emanating from the Lingxi peacock possesses the innate ability to isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With it as our guide, we too shall be able to proceed. Brother Xianqing, we shall take our leave first. Upon witnessing the Su youth summon the spirit bird, Gu Tianhao and his companions hesitated no longer. After a melodious call from the peacock, they plunged into the silver luminescence, and the several Yuanying stage cultivators promptly unleashed their protective treasures, hastily following suit into the radiant mist, in the blink of an eye. Only Tianlan and the lower-ranking disciples of the Yinluo sect remained outside. These individuals appeared to have received prior instructions. Upon seeing Gu Tianhao and the others enter without incident, they too did not linger, swiftly taking to the skies and retreating to the surface. Moments later, only Swan Kingzi and the female cultivators of the Huaxian sect remained at the entrance. Observing this, the woman of the Mu clan contemplated briefly before turning to issue a few commands. Instantly, her female disciples scattered in a flurry, departing from the area. Once she witnessed her disciples vacate the vicinity, the woman nodded at the elegant lady, signaling her. Junior sister, release the spirit shuttle. Understood, the graceful lady responded promptly. Then deftly retrieved a shimmering, double-pointed treasure from her waist and tossed it into the air. Almost simultaneously, the woman waved her fragrant sleeve, summoning an identical golden treasure at that moment. The silver and gold beams of light converged in the air, intertwining and flashing without exploding or separating. Instead, they merged into a magnificent golden-silver shuttle, measuring about 10 feet in size, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. "Let us go," the woman exclaimed with a melodious command, and together with the elegant lady, they transformed into two radiant arcs, vanishing into the colossal shuttle. The surface of the shuttle shimmered with both golden and silver hues, spinning rapidly before it shot forth, darting into the rift. The old Taoist had exerted considerable effort to caution you. Yet you insist on entering. Should any mishaps arise, do not hold the old Taoist accountable for failing to warn you. After the grand shuttle disappeared from sight, Swan Kingzi muttered with a hint of unease. Subsequently, he gestured to the two Jidan stage Taoists behind him, and the three of them settled into a meditative posture at the entrance, closing their eyes to cultivate their spirits, with such a formidable cultivator guarding the entrance. The distant onlookers could only exchange glances in uncertainty. Within the sealed confines atop Kunwa Mountain, in a dim and obscure space, an astonishingly large entity floated motionless in midair, its surface adorned with countless restrictive talismans, entwined with numerous chains. Each talisman radiated with vibrant spiritual light, indicating their high tier, while the chains, in stark contrast, were dark and devoid of luster, yet faintly emanated traces of blood. Chapter 1005, Colossal Entities. Palaces, and breaking the array surrounding this colossal entity, adorned with an array of talismans and chains, lay over 1,000 palm-sized bronze mirrors, each emanating hazy beams of yellow light, forming a peculiar magical array. The entire space housing this gigantic being was enveloped in layers upon layers of restrictions, akin to ceaseless waves, flickering with faint spiritual light. Its vague form, reminiscent of a small mountain, exhibited no signs of change. Were it not for the occasional subtle undulation upon its surface, one might easily mistake it for an inanimate object. In stark contrast, an adjacent realm presented an entirely different spectacle, verdant and lush. It was adorned with extraordinary flowers and rare herbs, with an abundance of spiritual energy that left one breathless. At the heart of this ethereal paradise stood a magnificent palace, sprawling hundreds of feet wide. From a distance, the palace appeared eerily silent, as if devoid of life. However, standing above the palace and gazing downward revealed that it was constructed at the very center of a vast magical array. Flanked by 81 small altars, each approximately 10 feet tall, scattered throughout the array. Most astonishingly, each altar bore a towering figure of white jade, standing several feet high, clad in golden armor. These stone figures held golden blades of unknown origin, facing the palace with an air of solemnity, almost as if they were living beings. Yet, amidst this silent tableau, both the palace and the stone figures seemed to have existed for countless millennia, exuding an aura of profound mystery and eerie strangeness. At this moment, within a certain area of Kunwa Mountain, where the Ziwei 7-star array was laid, the array reverberated with explosive sounds. Reaching a critical juncture, 7 purple beams of light surged into the sky amidst an endless sea of purple mist, accompanied by deep, rumbling thunder. Thick arcs of electricity frequently leapt from the surface of the beams, striking various points within the array. The mist had thickened to the point of obscuring one's hand in front of one's face, occasionally pierced by the unsettling cries of tormented souls. Hanli, enveloped in golden light, maintained a calm demeanor as he slowly approached one of the beams. The surrounding purple mist coalesced into massive serpentine forms, each as thick as a bowl, upon drawing near. They were swiftly ensnared by his golden radiance, severed into multiple segments, and dissipated back into mist. Despite this, Hanli's expression revealed no hint of joy, for from the depths of the purple mist, even more serpentine forms emerged, lunging toward him. The silver arcs of electricity that occasionally struck from above, regardless of their size, held no concern for him. Just as a silver arc was about to reach him, he waved his hand, infused with golden energy, redirecting all the arcs to the side, rendering them utterly ineffective. Suddenly, two barely audible hums resonated behind him. Frowning slightly, Hanli did not turn around but flicked his hand backward, unleashing two slender golden arcs. Following two thunderous booms, a charred scent wafted through the air. Only then did Hanli glance back to see two massive, jet-black peaks plummeting from the low sky. These towering forms were not only astonishingly large but also adorned with brilliant yellow patterns, and the toxic spines protruding from their backs measured 3 inches in length, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. However, Hanli had already eliminated at least 30 to 40 of these sinister insects amidst the swirling mist. Except for the initial few that he dispatched using his flying sword, the remainder of the formidable peaks fell victim to his exorcising divine thunder. It was not that he had an abundance of this divine thunder to squander. Rather, he had initially suffered a minor setback against these towering foes. Although the potency of the stinger at the tail of these insects was unknown, the vivid green ichor coursing through their bodies possessed a remarkably corrosive nature. When Hanli's flying sword inadvertently came into contact with some of it, its surface immediately became pockmarked, and even the sword's inherent spirit sustained some damage. Consequently, Hanli was reluctant to employ his flying sword against these creatures. Yet, paradoxically, these insects exhibited a certain resistance to low-tier spells such as fireballs and ice spikes, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the golden arc to eliminate them one by one. Fortunately, despite their considerable numbers, these insects had no means of resisting the exorcising divine thunder, which dispatched them almost instantaneously upon contact. It seemed that Hanli's divine thunder had not consumed much of his energy. Aside from these fist-sized insects, several bizarre crimson bats also launched assaults on him from within the purple mist. These bats, aside from their striking color, appeared no different from ordinary bats. However, when Hanli struck one with his flying sword, the sword's light failed to vanquish the bat outright. It was only after the sword's body made contact that the bat's form was cleaved apart. This revelation left Hanli astonished. He was well aware that since integrating the Gung essence into his Qingzhu Bi-Cloud sword, it had become exceedingly sharp, capable of severing even the most robust flying swords with ease. Yet these bats proved surprisingly resilient. It was evident that both the giant bees and blood bats were among the most common spiritual insects and beasts in the realm of cultivation. Yet they had been cultivated to such a formidable extent, indicating the considerable effort expended in their development. Now, in order to align with the formation, they were laid out here without anyone to control them, thus limiting the full potential of these giant peaks and blood bats. That it appeared that the cultivators ahead had indeed spared no expense in their efforts to delay him. Contemplating this, he found himself merely a dozen yards away from the purple pillar of light, seemingly just a few steps away from destroying it. Yet at that moment, the once vanished purple giant bamboo, which had disappeared since his entry into the formation, suddenly reappeared around the light pillar, swiftly expanding outward in a blur. Enveloping Hanli in a dense thicket of bamboo shadows, the pillar of light, which had seemed so close, vanished into thin air like smoke. It appeared that there was also an illusionary barrier set up near these pillars. Initially taken aback, Hanli soon broke into a smirk. As long as it was not the top-tier illusionary transformation technique he had encountered previously, he was confident that ordinary illusionary barriers could not ensnare him. Without a moment's hesitation, the blue light in his pupils flickered, and instantaneously, all the purple bamboo before him transformed into phantoms, with the pillar of light reappearing in its original position. With a flick of his sleeve, 7 or 8 golden flying swords shot forth, spiraling in the air before suddenly morphing into a colossal golden sword. With a brilliant flash of gold, an extraordinarily thick beam of sword light cleaved down upon the base of the pillar. A resounding explosion echoed as the base was destroyed, causing the pillar to vanish in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the purple mist bamboo forest surrounding Han Li vanished in large swathes, whether illusions or real prohibitions. All centered around him, clearing out a vast expanse of over 100 feet and revealing patches of pristine white jade bricks on the ground. Han Li cast a fleeting glance downward, his eyebrows involuntarily arching. Before lifting his gaze towards the distant areas still shrouded in purple mist, he observed that among the remaining 6 beams of light, only 3 now persisted. The other 2 had evidently been destroyed by the 2 individuals who had outpaced him. After a moment of silence, Han Li showed no inclination to destroy the remaining light pillars. Instead, he retrieved a spirit stone and settled into a meditative posture. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to contemplate his strategies in response to the emergence of the ancient demon. The mountain was currently teeming with formidable cultivators as well as various fiends and monsters. Even with the 3 flames fan and a late-stage nascent soul puppet at his disposal, a moment's carelessness could lead to grave peril. As Han Li replenished his magical energy, his eyes flickered with contemplation. Time passed without notice until Han Li suddenly reached for his waist pouch with one hand. In an instant, a blue, rectangular object materialized in his grasp. The very miniature crystal tablet he had discovered within the stone tablet at Kunwa Mountain. This object was remarkably concealed, despite his formidable spiritual awareness. He had scrutinized that stone tablet for an extended period without uncovering its presence. Had it not been for the innate treasure-identifying abilities of the Earth Armor Dragon, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. The crystal tablet itself was peculiar, although it appeared to be composed of an unknown essence. It was astonishingly heavy when devoid of spiritual energy. Yet, once infused with such energy, it became as light as a feather. However, what captivated Han Li the most were the enigmatic lines of ancient script etched upon the tablet. Despite being written in archaic characters, Han Li found himself at a loss, unable to recognize any of them, as they represented a form of ancient writing not recorded in any known texts. Nevertheless, he could ascertain from the script's morphology that these characters dated back to a time long preceding the so-called ancient era he was familiar with. It was indeed a genuine antiquity, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. After weighing the crystal tablet in his hand for a moment, he sighed and allowed a flash of light to shimmer from his palm as he carefully stowed it away. Just then, 2 resounding echoes emanated from the distant formation, signaling the destruction of 2 more light pillars. The last remaining pillar, needing no intervention from Han Li or the others, dimmed and vanished of its own accord. Thus, the magnificent array was finally dismantled through their combined efforts. All the purple mist illusions dissipated. The figures of the others became visible, but soon the air was filled with the furious voice of the old demon Qian. Where are the 4 rascals from the Poison Saint sect? They actually recognized this formation and sneakily slipped away. Han Li scanned the area and indeed found that the 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect had vanished without a trace. Humph, not only them, but that scheming Zheng Wei is also nowhere to be found. I suspected he had ulterior motives when he urged us to enter together, bellowed the enraged nascent soul cultivator. No wonder these individuals suddenly broke away from us and ventured on their own. Just look ahead, Bai Yaoi sighed, gesturing with her jade-like fingered AT that moment. The others also noticed that at one end of the square where they stood, there lay a series of stone steps leading in various directions. It seemed these individuals believed that as long as they did not choose the same path as the cultivators ahead or split their forces, they could manage on their own. Hence, they slipped away, likely seeking to monopolize something. The elder with the surname Fu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Humph, this is quite agreeable. I had also contemplated acting alone. Anyone who dares to obstruct my quest for treasures shall meet their demise." The elder Qian unexpectedly regained his composure swiftly. Then, the 5 white figures flickered and paused 2 or 3 times before each stone tablet. Surveying all the steels in their entirety, without hesitation, the 5 white figures converged and darted towards the stone steps marked with the inscription Kunwa Hall. Chapter 1006. The Spirit Casting Hall. Upon witnessing this scene, the large man and his companions exhibited a change in complexion. Simultaneously, the voice of the elder Fu resonated in Han Li's ear. It appears that after this formation is broken, our united front has also been dismantled. I wonder, Brother Han, what are your plans moving forward? Han Li cast a glance at the elder a short distance away, pondered briefly, and then responded in a similarly hushed tone, "There are so many paths leading from here. I, Han, also intend to act independently as long as I avoid those particularly conspicuous locations. I should not encounter significant danger. I see. However, I cannot afford to act alone, for the Silver-Winged Night Demon and the Lion Beast may launch a surprise attack. And I lack the means to defend myself, the elder replied after a moment of silence, offering a wry smile. This elder from the Jiu sect bore no ill will. After all, with so many individuals seeking treasures, it was indeed imprudent for many to pursue the same destination. Otherwise, should any rare treasure surface, a struggle would be inevitable. Moreover, Han Li's capabilities were evidently superior to both him and Bai Yaoi. It was better to split up here. Brother Fu, Brother Han, we shall take our leave. The large man seemed to have concluded his discussion and immediately called out to their side, pairing off into groups of 2 at several stone tablets, before swiftly dividing their paths towards 2 of the stone steps. Soon after, their figures vanished into the distant spiritual mist. At this moment, the elder Fu and Bai Yaoi also concluded their secret communication and, bidding farewell to Han Li, eagerly chose a previously untraveled stone step, employing their lightness techniques to depart, in the vast expanse of the square. Within the span of mere moments, only Han Li remained. Surveying the desolate surroundings, a cold smile crept across Han Li's face as his gaze swept over the stone tablets. Aside from the paths traversed by the earlier groups and places like Kunwa Hall and the Demon Suppression Tower, which were evidently significant locations on Kunwa Mountain, the rest were ambiguous and indecipherable. Huiming Pavilion, Shangyun Hall, Goyu Pool, the Spirit Casting Hall. Could it be related to artifact refinement? Han Li's gaze paused at a particular stone tablet. Although he knew that places like Kunwa Hall and Lingbao Pavilion were more likely to harbor valuable treasures, they would undoubtedly attract numerous cultivators, and he held no interest in risking his life for such pursuits. Having obtained the infant rearing elixir, it is paramount that I escape this place unscathed. Han Li pondered, sensing that the spirit forging hall would likely be devoid of others, which piqued his curiosity. With a swift motion, he ascended the stone steps behind the monument and made his way up the mountain. Shortly after Han Li vanished from sight, a flicker of yellow light illuminated the center of the square, revealing 3 monstrous beings: the Silver-Winged Night Demon, the Hideous Woman, and the Lion Beast, who simultaneously manifested amidst the radiance. The Earth Escape technique could be employed only to this extent. Venturing further would trigger the underground restrictions. The Silver-Winged Night Demon retracted its brilliance, turning its gaze towards the stone steps leading to the Kunwu Palace, and spoke slowly. The residual fluctuations of spiritual energy here are quite strong. That it appears that those human cultivators have just dismantled the formation. The Hideous Woman chimed in, hands on her hips. Just then, the Lion Beast let out a low growl, spread its wings, and soared into the low air, spiraling around several monuments before returning. But it seems there are indeed individuals who have passed through these areas. TSK, my dear Lion Beast, your sense of smell is remarkably acute. The Silver-Winged Night Demon initially appeared taken aback, then burst into laughter. This works perfectly. With the human cultivators dispersing, I shall find it much easier to seize the life token. However, if the cultivators daring to enter Kunwu Palace lack sufficient prowess, they may struggle to breach its restrictions. The Hideous Woman furrowed her brows with renewed concern. Humph, it matters not. Should these humans falter, I shall secretly lend them a helping hand. As long as we do not encounter those specific prohibitions that restrain us, we should have a fair chance at dismantling the others. The Silver-Winged Night Demon spoke with confidence. In that case, let us proceed. That we must first discern which cultivators traverse these stone steps. Brother Night Demon, among the 3 of us, my concealment technique is the most adept. Please, veil our forms, the Hideous Woman asserted boldly. Understood, the Silver-Winged Night Demon replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, it gently shook its wings, unleashing a torrent of silver mist that enveloped them all, and in the blink of an eye, the trio of monsters vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at a stone pavilion halfway up Kunwa Mountain, a 5-colored peacock had just emerged partially from the shimmering barrier. Unbeknownst to all this, Han Li, with a delicate tap of his toes, glided several zhang away as if weightless, navigating a few turns until the white jade square was far behind him. Towering spiritual trees lined the stone steps, some familiar to Han Li while others were entirely new, intriguing him momentarily. These trees, having thrived on Kunwa Mountain for countless millennia, had transformed from originally ordinary spiritual wood into prime materials for artifact refinement. Nonetheless, Han Li was not inclined to slow his pace for such trivialities. After approximately a quarter of an hour, his surroundings suddenly brightened, revealing a vast expanse of pavilions in the distance. The flicker of joy crossed Han Li's face as he quickened his pace, soon reaching the end of the stone steps. However, he halted abruptly, his expression shifting as a layer of misty light obstructed his path. Peering through the veil, he discerned a towering azure wall looming behind it, standing 6 or 7 zhang high, effectively concealing whatever lay beyond. Yet before him stood a grand stone monument, from which the silhouettes of extensive buildings could be faintly discerned beyond the walls. At the prominent apex of the monument, the words Zhu Tang were inscribed in shimmering silver powder. Han Li cast his gaze around, noting the vastness of the luminous barrier that enveloped the entire estate like Zhu Tang. Revealing no apparent means of clandestine entry, it appeared that the ancient cultivators who had sealed this mountain had, before their departure, lifted all restrictions, safeguarding everything here, perhaps in the hope of one day returning to this mountain. He contemplated this with a sense of indifference, yet his actions were resolute. With a flick of his sleeve, a beam of golden light shot forth, striking the barrier with considerable force. The crisp sound erupted as the golden light, transformed from his flying sword, pierced the barrier to a depth of nearly a foot, but ultimately came to a halt. The barrier, having been breached, radiated a brilliant white light, seemingly preparing to mend itself. Frowning, he pointed towards the barrier, and with a swift motion, the flying sword returned to him. The fissure in the barrier promptly sealed itself once more. Observing the barrier, which was at least several feet thick, Han Li assessed that even with his most powerful sword techniques, it would likely yield no results. After all, barriers of this nature, if not obliterated in a single strike, could almost instantaneously restore themselves. Of course, had he the patience, he could unleash the gold-devouring insect to gradually consume the spiritual energy of the barrier. It would likely take several days to dismantle the restriction. However, he had no such luxury of time to wait idly. After a brief contemplation, he quickly reached a decision. He tapped his waist pouch, and a fist-sized orb of light shot forth, spiraling until it revealed an ancient-style feather fan, glimmering with a triad of golden, silver, and red spiritual auras. With a beckoning gesture towards the sky, the fan emitted a melodious phoenix cry as it descended gracefully into Han Li's hands. Without hesitation, he rubbed it between his palms, and it expanded to several feet in size, radiating brilliance. Han Li, with a cold gaze fixed upon the barrier, gave the precious fan a slight flourish. With a soft sound, though he meticulously controlled his internal power, a tricolored flame erupted from the fan, yet this time it did not manifest as a fire phoenix. Instead, it directly engulfed the barrier. The flames, where they passed, melted the barrier like spring sunshine upon snow, causing it to dissolve at a visible speed, swiftly creating a large aperture. Han Li's eyes glimmered. He retracted the tri-flame fan and transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing directly through the barrier. As the azure light coalesced, Han Li materialized before the monument. Glancing back momentarily, he observed that in this brief interval, the barrier had begun to mend itself once more. A wry smile crept onto Han Li's lips. It seemed he would need to exert considerable effort to exit. With this thought, he checked his internal energy. Although his prior experience with the tri-flame fan had allowed him to wield only half its potential this time, he had still expended nearly a third of his power. Shaking his head, he turned and strode purposefully towards the bell tower situated behind the stone wall. The preceding pavilions, all of similar design, were 2 stories tall and stood over 10 zhang high. Upon casually entering one near the entrance, Han Li discovered the interior to be barren, containing little more than a few tables and chairs, seemingly intended solely as a resting area. It appears that even though there are some personal belongings inside, they have long been tidied up by the ancient cultivators during their departure. Although Han Li had anticipated this outcome, he still let out a soft sigh. With this, he held little hope for the other pavilions they expected. After circling around several similar pavilions, he found himself utterly empty-handed. The other stone houses below, resembling warehouses, were equally devoid of any contents. Regardless of the stone shelves, stone platforms, or the enormous metal boxes, everything was barren, with not even a trace of refining materials in sight. This left Han Li, who had already traversed a small area, feeling quite frustrated. When Han Li stepped out of the last stone house, he found himself before a stone hall. This hall appeared modest in size, roughly 100 or so zhang in width. Yet it radiated a vivid crimson hue, as if flames were engulfing its entire surface. Hall of Transformation, Han Li murmured to himself, gazing at the fiery plaque hanging above the entrance, although merely standing outside. A wave of searing heat emanated from within the hall, striking him directly. His heart stirred, and he promptly entered with his hands clasped behind his back, that as soon as he crossed the threshold. A thunderous roar filled his ears, causing Han Li to squint and swiftly survey the interior. Chapter 1007. The colossal cauldron inside the expansive hall, which was several dozen zhang wide. Crimson mist swirled around, and a dozen fire pillars stood erect around the perimeter, each entwined with lifelike sculptures of red dragons, exuding plumes of red mist from their mouths. The cauldron, towering 6 or 7 zhang high, possessed an ancient and simplistic design, a colossal artifact compared to any he had previously encountered. However, what astonished Han Li was that this object, having been tempered by the red mist, was entirely crimson, obscuring its original color. The intense heat radiating from its surface created a sensation akin to being amidst a volcano, even from a distance of 20 to 30 zhang. Since entering the hall, he felt not only parched, but also an immediate prickling heat against his skin that he suspected that had it not been for the automatic formation of a misty protective barrier around him, he might have suffered a significant setback the moment he stepped into this hall. Yet, encountering such a scenario, Han Li felt more exhilarated than enraged. After glancing at the fire pillars, his gaze settled on the colossal cauldron. At that moment, the cauldron stood motionless in the center of the hall, yet it emitted a continuous rumble akin to thunder. Based on Han Li's refining experience, this indicated that something was being forged within the cauldron. It seemed that he would not leave empty-handed after all. With this thought in mind, Han Li exhaled, skillfully dodging the surging red mist, and confidently approached the colossal cauldron. As he drew within 6 or 7 zhang of the cauldron, he slowed his steps, simultaneously sensing the astonishing fire's spiritual energy contained within its surface, circling the object slowly. Regardless of what lay within, after so many millennia of tempering, it surely had undergone unknown transformations. Even though his curiosity surged, he would not rashly open it. After circling it 7 or 8 times, Han Li came to a halt, contemplating as he began to scan the remaining areas of the hall. After so many years, these fire pillars and the colossal cauldron were still operational. There must be some formation nearby that had been perpetually activated. What he needed to do was to identify and obliterate the control node of the formation, thereby momentarily halting the surrounding columns of fire to seize the treasure. This formation was merely a control-type restriction, lacking any semblance of concealment or hiding. Moments later, his pupils gleamed with a blue light as he suddenly fixed his gaze upon an inconspicuous corner of the grand hall. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ignoring the massive cauldron, he raised one hand, and a beam of golden light, approximately 10 feet long, erupted from his palm, striking the ground in that corner. With a tremendous roar, that corner exploded in a burst of golden brilliance, and the fiery columns, which had been spewing forth vibrant flames, abruptly ceased. Once the golden glow dissipated, a sizable pit appeared in its stead, surrounded by fragments of shattered formation plates, with a small golden sword, mere inches in length, leisurely floating above the pit. This strike from the flying sword had utterly obliterated a formation plate buried in that location. Consequently, the medium-sized formation that permeated the underground of the Grand Hall immediately came to a standstill. After a slight smile, Han Li beckoned towards the distance. The flying sword, emitting a shrill whistle, shot back towards him, spiraled, and vanished into his sleeved at this moment. Without the resurgence of the columns of fire, the crimson haze above the cauldron gradually began to dissipate. However, Han Li did not immediately turn his attention to the cauldron. Instead, he lowered his head to scrutinize the ground, and as the blue light flickered in his eyes, a look of surprise emerged. Without the formation's concealment, he discovered that the depths below were suffused with a fiery red hue. The entire Grand Hall had, astonishingly, been constructed atop a premier fire pool. No wonder the surrounding columns of fire could continuously provide an unyielding supply of fiery haze. Han Li's heart filled with realization as he withdrew his gaze, turning his spiritual vision towards the cauldron, eager to discern what was being refined within it. His astonishment. What greeted his eyes was yet another expanse of fiery brilliance, seemingly even more intensely crimson than the previous geothermal pool. Before he could ascertain anything further, the cauldron emitted a resonant hum, and with a soft pop, a layer of scarlet flames enveloped it once more. Han Li's mouth slightly agape, his face a mask of astonishment. After a brief blink and a moment of contemplation, a look of delight crept across his features. It turned out that this cauldron, after so many years of tempering, had absorbed the power of the earth's fire to such an alarming degree that it had autonomously advanced from an ordinary magical artifact to a rare treasure of the fire attribute. This was what had rendered it so sentient. Instances of magical artifacts undergoing such self-evolution through prolonged infusion of a specific attribute's spiritual energy were not unheard of within the realm of cultivation. The treasures thus obtained wielded genuinely formidable power. However, such treasures typically came into being through serendipitous circumstances. Some cultivation sects of your had attempted to forge high-tier treasures using similar methods, only to abandon their efforts after a short while. This was due to the fact that such methods were not only time-consuming, often requiring millennia and the efforts of multiple generations of cultivators, but also had a dismally low success rate. Occasionally, when success was achieved, the enhancement of the treasure's power was merely marginal, rendering the time and resources expended utterly unworthy of the return. Before me lies a cauldron, which undoubtedly was not intended by the ancient cultivators to enhance their ranks, but rather, it is likely that the ancient practitioner responsible for the spirit transformation palace, during a critical phase of some alchemical process, found themselves compelled to abandon this mountain for reasons unknown. In their desperation, they activated the palace's magical array to continue the refinement within the cauldron. One can imagine they still harbored hopes of returning to retrieve this object. Yet such a scenario would only arise if this mountain had been sealed for countless millennia. After all, even ancient cultivators would not engage in the frivolous endeavor of tempering something with earth fire for over 10,000 years without purpose. Otherwise, the practitioner in charge of the refinement might succumb to their own demise before the process could be completed. Han Li's gaze flickered as he pondered the events of yore, his protective spiritual light surging forth to shield him from the searing heat that now soared to unprecedented levels. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his waist with one hand, and with a swift motion, produced a stack of blue array flags. He then moved rapidly within the grand hall, embedding the flags into various corners. In an instant, he returned to stand before the colossal cauldron, scrutinizing the object anew. As incantations escaped his lips, a shimmering blue barrier materialized within the hall, enveloping both Han Li and the giant cauldron. The oppressive heat receded significantly under the influence of this water attribute shield. Undeterred, Han Li summoned a spirit beast pouch into the air, from which emerged a flurry of half-foot-long, snow-white centipedes, each equipped with a pair of wings, the evolved six-winged frost centipedes. These agile centipedes spiraled gracefully before converging above the cauldron, poised and ready for action. Only then did Han Li feel a sense of assurance. With a swift motion of his hands, a layer of purple flames suddenly ignited in his palm, and he unceremoniously reached toward the giant cauldron. A colossal purple hand materialized above the cauldron, descending with unyielding intent upon the lid. The cauldron trembled violently as the crimson flames atop it surged dramatically, coalescing into a fiery red bird that emitted scorching flames towards the approaching hand. An explosive sound erupted upon their contact, and amidst the flickering crimson and purple energies, the firebird momentarily resisted the purple hand, preventing it from descending immediately. Han Li's eyes flickered with intrigue, yet he did not hesitate to utter a low call. The dozen or so six-winged frost centipedes that had been circling above the cauldron immediately opened their mouths wide, unleashing torrents of icy mist that enveloped both the firebird and the cauldron beneath it. Simultaneously, Han Li raised his hand toward the purple hand formed from the extreme fire, pointing decisively at his command. The hand swelled exponentially, and combined with the chilling air from the frost centipedes, it radiated an awe-inspiring force. Under the might of its 5 fingers, it successfully shattered the fiery red bird, and without a moment's pause, the purple hand dove toward the cauldron lid. With a soft clang, the lid was effortlessly sent flying several feet away, revealing a brilliant red glow within. Han Li was eager to examine the contents of the cauldron, but was abruptly startled by an excruciatingly unpleasant bird call. Following this, a crimson light shot forth from the cauldron, racing toward the apex of the great hall with astonishing speed, piercing through the 2 snow-white centipedes before they could even react. With a resounding crash, the red light collided with the azure barrier above, causing it to melt and decompose, as if it were on the verge of breaking through. Although Han Li was taken aback, he could not allow this entity to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a barrage of over 10 azure sword chi that darted forth in an instant, striking the crimson light with pinpoint accuracy. A series of crackling sounds ensued. While the red light was not sent flying by the sword chi, each impact caused it to dim noticeably. After enduring a relentless onslaught of sword chi, it began to teeter precariously. Sensing the imminent peril, the crimson light trembled and attempted to change direction to shoot away once more. However, a sudden flash of purple light appeared behind it, as a massive violet hand materialized out of nowhere. Swiftly grasping the red light, the hand then surged toward Han Li with alarming speed. At that moment, the great cauldron, now with its lid opened, seemed to have lost its will to resist. The thunderous roars emanating from within ceased. The flames on its surface extinguished, and it was subsequently encased in a block of crystalline ice by the chilling aura of the six-winged frost centipede hovering above. Nevertheless, Han Li could not afford to divert his attention to the cauldron's condition, for his gaze was entirely captivated by the object now in hand. It was the solar essence fire. Han Li stared at it, murmuring in a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. This was not the solar essence fire, but rather the Yin True Fire, renowned alongside the solar essence fire, and one of the three great true fires of the human realm. An exquisite voice, one Han Li had not heard in a long time, suddenly resonated softly within his consciousness. Silver Moon, you have awakened? Han Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, yet filled with joy. Indeed, I regained consciousness just as the master entered the great hall. My years of cultivation have allowed me to barely awaken, but I fear I am unable to assist the master in other aspects. Silver Moon replied slowly. Your consciousness remains unharmed, I trust? Although it seemed there were no issues, Han Li sensed an underlying unease in Silver Moon's tone, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire further. I am fine. It is merely that this period of slumber has restored a fraction of my memories, and I find myself somewhat disoriented. Silver Moon responded with a forced smile. Restored a portion of your memories? Han Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, it feels as though my past is a distant memory, akin to that of another person. However, most of my memories remain elusive. Silver Moon sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Recalling some past events is certainly a positive development. Perhaps, as time passes, you will ultimately remember everything. After a brief silence, Han Li spoke in a soothing tone. Perhaps, Silver Moon murmured in a barely audible voice. By the way, did you say this object is indeed the Yin True Fire? Surely, you jest. Han Li swiftly shifted the topic, pointing at the object seized by the other hand engulfed in purple flames, his expression one of astonishment. Enveloped in violet flames, a small cluster of crimson fire morphed into various miniature avian forms, darting about with an almost lifelike agility, exuding an undeniable spirit. The young maid was certain. This was indeed an essence of Yin fired. In my recollection, this genuine fire was merely a low-tier existence. For otherwise, it would not have suffered significant spiritual loss from just a few sword strikes. Fortunately, this was the true Yin fire and not the solar essence fire, although both are profoundly cold and Yin in nature. This fire had only recently come into being, and its power was evidently inferior to that of the violet extreme fire. Otherwise, the violet extreme fire would have been incapable of containing it. Conversely, even the weakest form of solar essence fire could, at the cost of some primordial energy, break free from the violet extreme fire. However, should this fire evolve to a higher tier, its might would undoubtedly surpass that of the violet extreme fire, for it shares a name with the solar essence fire and ranks among the three great true spiritual fires of the human realm. Inu meticulously elucidated to Han Li the terrifying nature of this fire. What are these three great true spiritual fires? I have never heard anyone speak of them, Han Li remarked, his gaze fixed on the ethereal flames, feeling a twinge of skepticism. After all, this crimson fire appeared to possess spirit, but did not genuinely seem formidable. The concept of the three great true spiritual fires emerged spontaneously in my mind upon witnessing this fire. It seems I possess a rather eclectic understanding of such matters, Han Li mused. As Inu offered a wry smile. Since this notion already exists within you, it appears this fire is indeed genuine. Given that this fire is also of the utmost coldness and Yin nature, I wonder if my violet extreme fire can absorb and merge with it. Han Li's eyes gleamed with thoughtfulness. That it should be feasible. However, it may be more advantageous for this fire to consume the violet extreme fire instead. After all, this true fire already harbors a hint of spirituality. To destroy it would indeed be a great pity. as it would significantly diminish its potency. Inu cautioned, "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Nevertheless, I must first succeed in refining this fire. Its nascent spirituality renders it more challenging to assimilate," Hanli acknowledged with a nod. "However, Master, it would be best if this fire could also absorb a trace of solar essence fired, if that were the case. The convergence of yin and yang, coupled with the might of the violet extreme fire, would yield unimaginable power that it would likely ignite anything in the human realm," Inu remarked with a smile. "Solar essence fire? Capturing such a fire would be ideal, but I have heard from the Dayin Divine Monarch that solar essence fire is beyond the reach of cultivators from our realm. Such aspirations are merely fanciful dreams," Hanli said with a furrowed brow, expressing a sense of resignation. "That is true. However, since you have obtained the true Yin fire, and given that it is both complementary and antagonistic to the solar essence fire, perhaps this fire can be used to capture the essence fire," Inu suggested hesitantly, clearly uncertain about the feasibility of this approach. "Let us discuss this matter later. I am still unsure when I will be able to refine this true Yin fire," Hanli responded, a flicker of intrigue passing through him, though he shook his head. Upon hearing Hanli's words, Inu smiled brightly and chose not to pursue the topic further, instead shifting the conversation to remind him. "Master, the true Yin fire must first be restrained with a binding technique before it can be contained. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness may allow it to escape." "Yes, I am well aware of that," Hanli chuckled softly, suddenly tossing the purple flame high into the air. Instantly, a swirling mass of purple fire enveloped the Yin fire, gently floating above his head. He then flicked his fingers, releasing slender arcs of electricity that shot forth in rapid succession. And within moments, the purple flame, along with the Yin fire, coalesced into a golden sphere the size of a fist, radiating a brilliant golden light. The silver moon seemed to emit a soft chuckle. This technique was almost identical to that which Hanli had employed to imprison the Qianlan ice flame. However, with his current cultivation level, his method was, of course, remarkably refined. Subsequently, Hanli produced a crimson jade box and carefully contained the golden sphere within. His gaze then shifted to the colossal cauldron encased in ice. Such a profound, true fire, by rights, should have originated from an extremely frigid place, yet it had unexpectedly emerged from this cauldron, which was indeed rather peculiar. Could it be that the item forged back then was some extraordinary cold substance, giving rise to this fire through the interplay of yin and yang? Hanli stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The silver moon remained silent, evidently sharing the sentiment of oddity. However, after a few moments of pondering, Hanli dismissed the thought and stepped forward, approaching the massive ice. With a swift flick of his sleeve, a remarkably thick arc of electricity shot forth. Upon contact with the ice, it instantly transformed into a golden electric net, spreading across the surface of the colossal ice, following a series of crackling flashes. The entire block of ice shattered into countless fragments, revealing the eerily silent giant cauldron beneath. Hanli gazed at the motionless cauldron, an expression of calm intensity crossing his face as he summoned forth a glimmer of azure light, his form levitating gently to hover about 10 feet above the cauldron for a better view. Although there were indeed spatial restrictions in this area, Hanli, with his formidable mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, could effortlessly float upward for a brief period. The red light within the cauldron had long since vanished without a trace, allowing a clear view of everything contained within. Just then, Hanli's expression subtly shifted, and he reached out with one hand, grasping at the void above the cauldron. With a whoosh, a sparkling object shot forth from within the cauldron, spiraling before landing in Hanli's hand. That turned out to be a transparent orb the size of a fist, warm to the touch like a piece of jade, yet it exhibited a slight elasticity when pressed. What could this be? Hanli furrowed his brow in curiosity. "There's no need for concern, Master, regardless of its original material. After countless years of incessant refinement, it has undoubtedly transformed into something unrecognizable. However, the birth of that Yin true fire must be linked to this object, which was certainly not an ordinary item." The silver moon remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Hanli thought, it would be prudent to study this material and its potential applications when time permits. The smile crept across his face at this realization. With a flicker of azure light, he stored the object within his storage pouch. Afterward, Hanli scrutinized the cauldron once more, confirming the absence of any other items. Without hesitation, he made a series of hand seals, then raised one hand. sending a red talisman spiraling downwards to strike the giant cauldron. The previously tranquil cauldron quaked violently, and a brilliant red light enveloped it, causing it to rapidly shrink in size in an instant. A miniature cauldron, half a foot in diameter, appeared on the ground, emitting a clear and resounding chime. The distant lid of the cauldron responded by soaring toward it, spiraling downwards to fit snugly atop the now diminutive cauldron. Once the small cauldron was fully completed, its sound instantly grew threefold in volume, resonating with a sense of joyous exuberance. Observing the cauldron's remarkable vitality, Han Li's eyes sparkled with delight as he flicked his sleeve downwards. A stream of azure mist cascaded from above, enveloping the cauldron and sweeping it back into the palm of his hand. Supporting the vermilion cauldron with one hand, he scrutinized it closely, and soon, a look of satisfaction began to blossom on his face. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal, and with a flash of azure light, he gently tapped the cauldron with one hand. The cauldron erupted in a myriad of crimson rays, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings. The lid of the cauldron opened slightly. Countless firebirds, each the size of a fist, surged forth in a chaotic swarm, their grotesque forms entirely engulfed in a fiery red hue. These were none other than the supreme young fire crows. Breathing flames from their beaks, they soared through the great hall under Han Li's mental command, darting about with unparalleled agility. These creatures were, in essence, the essence of earthly fire that the cauldron had accumulated over many years, conjured into existence. Each one rivaled the authenticity of true fire attribute spiritual birds. After witnessing the cauldron's miraculous capabilities, Han Li joyfully stowed this treasure away, considering it an excellent addition to his arsenal for future confrontations. After all, while the power of the three-flame fan undoubtedly surpassed that of the cauldron, the considerable consumption of magical energy involved was a source of great concern for Han Li, causing him to hesitate in employing the fan lightly. Subsequently, Han Li meticulously searched the hall once more, yet found no other items of interest. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze wandered over the several crimson fire pillars, and a sudden impulse struck him. He unleashed a dozen flying swords, ruthlessly severing each of the dragon fire pillars at their bases, boldly collecting these colossal objects. Although these fire pillars had not attained the sentience of the Grand Cauldron, their relentless expulsion of earthly fire over the years had imbued these originally bronze-crafted artifacts with an astonishing amount of fiery energy, transforming them into extraordinary items that it was certain that whether as materials or as spiritual artifacts, they were exceedingly rare treasures. After ensuring that he had overlooked nothing in the hall, Han Li exited with a smile, setting out to explore the remaining structures in the vicinity. Unfortunately, it seemed that Han Li's fortune had been entirely spent in the Spirit Transformation Hall. Apart from discovering a few exceedingly mundane alchemical jade slips in an inconspicuous loft, he found little else of value in the Forging Spirit Hall. Chapter 1009. The Shadow Soul Takes Form. Given the remoteness of this location, such findings were already a significant stroke of fortune. After a brief period, when Han Li completed his exploration of the final building and returned to the stone tower before the Forging Spirit Hall, he found himself hesitating at the sight of the shimmering white veil. With time still on his side, he could continue to seek out the remaining places, but doing so seemed fraught with risks. Who could say if other cultivators had similarly searched their areas and were now venturing elsewhere? If it were the wealthy elder and his companions, it would pose no issue. Even the likes of the old demon Qian and the poison saint sect would not instill fear in him. However, encountering the first wave of cultivators who had entered this mountain could spell significant trouble for him. The likelihood of them attacking him on sight was exceedingly high. Yet, the thought of remaining trapped in this place, waiting for the fissure to reopen in a few days, left him feeling somewhat discontent. As he pondered this, Han Li suddenly burst into a quiet chuckle. Even if he remains hidden in this place, if someone truly searches thoroughly elsewhere, would they not actively seek out the Casting Spirit Hall? Moreover, considering his calculations, after such an extended period, it is likely that the likes of the Qian Old Demon and others have already encountered the first wave of cultivators at several key locations within Kunlun Mountain. Perhaps even engaging in combat. If that is indeed the case, it would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity while others are preoccupied to explore a few more locations, or even to take advantage of the chaos. After all, if one can uncover treasures such as the true fire of Tyene within this modest Casting Spirit Hall, it stands to reason that other places may yield some rewards as well. Furthermore, With his current abilities, even when besieged by several late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he is confident in his ability to escape, even if he cannot achieve victory. After weighing his options, Hanli no longer hesitated. He retrieved the three-flame fan, and with the flickering of the three-colored flames, he effortlessly shattered the luminous barrier before him and descended the mountain, simultaneously, in a subterranean hall of Kunwa Mountain. Illuminated by a ghostly blue light, the large-headed creature, the ancient demon, and a nascent soul cultivator from the Yi family found themselves encircled by 7 or 8 red-haired, bare-skinned malevolent spirits. Each of these spirits bore a green face and sharp fangs. Exhaling dark energy, their claw-like limbs slicing through the air towards the trio. The large-headed creature and his companions, ensnared within a haze of grayish mist, deployed multiple layers of protective barriers crafted from various colors of light. Despite the ferocity of the dark energy and the sharpness of the claw attacks, their defenses remained unyielded. However, in contrast, the ancient demon's yellow flying sword and another elder from the Yi family's black and white swords, though radiating brilliance, were equally ineffective against these malevolent spirits. Whether the flying sword cleaved a spirit in two or the white jade ruler shattered a ghostly head, the remaining spirits, as long as they simultaneously unleashed their dark energy, would instantly revive the slain spirit, returning it to a state of vigorous life, as if they were indeed immortal. That moment, the elder from the Yi family rubbed his hands together and gestured, causing a series of crimson fireballs to penetrate one of the malevolent spirits, obliterating it completely. Yet, with the nearby dark energy coalescing, that spirit immediately reappeared and lunged viciously at the barrier once more. Seventh Uncle, Elder Han, this cannot continue. These malevolent spirits have been nurtured by the dark energy of this place for countless years and have evidently reached the realm of solidified souls. Ordinary spells and artifacts are utterly incapable of slaying them. Only the use of yang-based techniques and treasures can prove effective, the elder from the Yi family said anxiously. Humph, if it were that simple, I would have acted long ago. These malevolent spirits are not merely solidified souls, they are but the avatars of a singular ghost king. Unless we can simultaneously eliminate all of them, they will instantly revive in the dark energy, the large-headed creature replied with a cold snort, lacking in patience. All avatars, the elder exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, otherwise, even if they are solidified souls, after being repeatedly slain by us, they should have suffered significant depletion of their vitality. Yet, look at them. They show no signs of fatigue. It appears that this ghost king intends to exhaust us to death before dealing with us, he concluded. The ancient demon spoke calmly and then pointed at the small black sword, piercing through a malevolent spirit in one swift motion. So it is. Unfortunately, the 15th brother, when confronted with that shadowy serpent on the previous level, fell victim to its shadowy sand attack, escaping only with his nascent soul. Otherwise, his mastery of the supreme yang divine power would have made him ideally suited to deal with these vile spirits. The elder glanced around at the dreary surroundings, his expression shifting slightly as he spoke. This is simply unavoidable. Who could have imagined that such a serpent, capable of merging into shadows, truly exists in this world? Suddenly launching a surprise attack from the very shadow of Ming Li, even I would have been unable to offer assistance in time. Moreover, the serpent's venom was so potent that within moments, Ming Li's physical form had completely decayed. The peculiar figure let out a sigh that my nephew does not harbor any grievances against Uncle Chi. Yet, this demon suppression tower is indeed bizarre. Not only is it constructed upside down, with the entrance at the top and the spire pointing downward, but each level presents increasingly formidable demons, and we have spent such an extended time merely reaching the 7th level. Elder Han mentioned that this tower should consist of 9 levels. It is hard to fathom what kind of monsters await us in the next 2 levels. Must we truly press onward? The elder hesitated slightly. Humph, are you already frightened by a mere hint of danger? The more formidable the entities suppressed below, the greater the likelihood of encountering heavenly treasures in the next 2 levels. After all, only those ancient demons, which even the primordial cultivators feared, would necessitate the use of such treasures for suppression. Do you wish for the ambitions of our Yi family, cultivated over centuries, to come to naught? The peculiar figure's voice turned icy as he reprimanded sternly. Uncle Chi's reprimand holds truth. I have indeed shown some cowardice. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Yi family could only fend off the approaching malevolent spirits while nodding in agreement, I have located the Ghost King at that moment. The ancient demon suddenly spoke up. What? Where is its true form? The elder's spirit lifted as he hurriedly inquired. Just as the ancient demon's gaze flickered, intending to respond, his expression suddenly changed, and he let out a soft gasp that instant. A dull thud resounded from afar, and a flash of light erupted at the entrance of the hall. Suddenly, a massive, greenish luminescent sphere surged forth from within, and as the light dimmed, 4 figures of varying stature emerged from within the sphere. Upon seeing the swirling malevolent shadows and the trapped ancient demon trio in the hall, the 4 figures gasped in unison. Yu Sheng, did you not perish long ago? It turns out the Yi family has broken the seal? The speaker was a cultivator with azure markings on his face, none other than Hua Tianqi. The 4 were, of course, the 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect, recognizing Uncle Qi from the Yi family. Hua Tianqi's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. The trio in the hall could not maintain a favorable expression upon seeing the Poison Saint sect members, especially while still entangled with the malevolent spirits. I wonder who it is. It turns out to be my friend Hua. Unexpectedly, the actions of the Poison Saint sect have been rather swift, entering this mountain so quickly. I wonder what brings you esteemed friends to this demon suppression tower, instead of seeking treasures elsewhere. A fleeting shadow crossed the peculiar figure's face, which was soon replaced by an air of nonchalance. Hee. That is a question we, Hua and the others, would very much like to pose to Yi as well. Moreover, it has been hundreds of years since we last met. After your feigned death, Yi Xiong has quietly advanced to the latter stage of the nascent soul. If the righteous and demonic factions were to learn of this matter, they would undoubtedly be restless. Hua Tianqi, observing with a cold gaze as the strange figure effortlessly commanded a flying sword to shatter a malevolent spirit into fragments, spoke with a hint of detachment. Though his mind was racing with thoughts of urgency. Brother Hua, could it be that these individuals are aware of the extraordinary treasures hidden within this tower and have come specifically to claim them? A voice from an elder of the Poison Saint sect echoed in his ears, tinged with an undercurrent of concern. Years ago, the founding patriarch of the Poison Saint sect had vaguely mentioned in his final words that peculiar treasures were concealed within the demon suppression tower, though the specifics remained shrouded in ambiguity. Nevertheless, the 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect would not take this lightly, and their first destination was indeed the demon suppression tower, despite having encountered other cultivators ahead of them upon breaching the initial layers. They had presumed that such a perilous place would not attract significant attention from preceding cultivators. They believed that their combined strength would suffice to contend with any who had arrived before them. However, to their astonishment, a formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivator awaited them on this level. Had it not been for the sight of the Yi family's 7th uncle and his companions seemingly trapped by a horde of spirits, Hua Tianqi would have certainly turned on his heel without hesitation. The late-stage nascent soul cultivator, accompanied by 2 early-stage nascent soul practitioners, posed a challenge beyond the capabilities of the 4 of them. Unclear. Perhaps like us, they have merely gleaned fragments of information, Hua Tianqi replied, his expression darkening, his lips moving slightly, while his gaze remained fixed on the trio of peculiar individuals before him. It appeared that his resolve to depart was waning. When the large-headed figure spoke, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a silver light flickered and vanished in an instant. In the next moment, a burst of silver brilliance erupted from a corner of the hall. Accompanied by a low growl, a gray, indistinct, ghostly figure materialized, spewing forth a thumb-sized gray orb, which was repelling a silver flying spear, retreating under the pressure, and emitting a series of monstrous howls. The 4 elders of the Poison Saint sect had yet to react to the emergence of this ghostly figure, while the ancient demon silently moved, a motion of his sleeve revealing a pitch-black mirror that suddenly appeared in his hand. He swiftly directed it towards the surrounding spirits. The dark and ominous light surged forth from the mirror, engulfing all the malevolent spirits within a peculiar black mist, causing them to shriek in agony as their ghostly forms were torn apart one by one, the black mist slicing through them with the sharpness of blades. However, although the Ghost King was ensnared by the silver flying spear, preventing these malevolent spirits from being restored through magic, the ghostly figure's piercing howl transformed their dissipating energy into thick, swirling clouds of malevolence, ensnaring the ancient demon and his companions within. Despite the formidable black mist emanating from the ancient demon's mirror, it could not dispel the encroaching darkness all at once. Hua Tianqi's expression finally shifted dramatically. glancing quickly at the large-headed figure and his companions shrouded in energy, then sweeping his gaze towards the exit at the opposite end of the hall. A resolute look suddenly appeared on his face as he uttered a low command. "Let us depart." With a sudden flick of his palm, a shimmer of emerald light burst forth, enveloping the four individuals and propelling them like a green comet toward the entrance of the next level. "Hua Tianqi, you dare!" roared the large-headed creature, his fury igniting as numerous beams of yellow sword light, each the thickness of a thumb, erupted from him, instantaneously tearing apart the ominous clouds that had encircled them. As he seemed poised to break free, without a moment's hesitation, Hua Tianqi was propelled several dozen zhang away by the flash of green light, vanishing into the exit on the other side. As the large-headed creature and the ancient demon swiftly dispelled the surrounding malevolence, the previously empty entrance suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, revealing a formidable, shimmering crystal barrier. The thickness of this barrier was indeterminate, sealing the entrance tightly with not a single gap through which to escape. Without pausing to contemplate, the creature raised his hand and unleashed a sword light that stretched several zhang, striking the crystal barrier with ferocity, only for the vibrant hues of light to flash as the sword light vanished without a trace. The Shumi 5 Elements wall. The creature was momentarily stunned by the sight, but upon closer inspection of the crystal barrier, he exclaimed in alarm, "This treasure, is this not the revered artifact of the Shumi sect? How has it ended up in the hands of the Poison Saint sect?" Realization dawned upon him. The Shumi sect was indeed one of the grand sects of the southern region, rumored to have deep ties with the Poison Saint sect. It seemed they had employed some method to borrow it. The elder from the Yi family, his complexion drastically altered, spoke up. "The Shumi 5 Elements wall. I have heard of its formidable reputation." The ancient demon furrowed his brow. "This complicates matters. It appears that the base of this tower indeed holds the potential for that celestial treasure. Otherwise, why would these individuals dare to act so recklessly?" The creature's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the crystal barrier. "Why, brother, there is no need for concern. It may serve us well that these individuals have descended before us. Regardless of whether the next level harbors that celestial treasure, the entities imprisoned below will undoubtedly be far more challenging to contend with. Their advance merely invites their own misfortune. Once we have dealt with this ghostly king and breached the crystal barrier, we may find ourselves fortuitously benefiting." The ancient demon remarked with a cold chuckle. The large-headed creature, momentarily taken aback, soon relaxed and smiled. "Brother Han speaks wisely. I have been overly concerned about the precious treasure, allowing my worries to cloud my judgment." After uttering this, his gaze shifted with a glint of cold light toward the ghostly figure ensnared by the silver flying spear on the other side of the crystal barrier. Hua Tianqi and the other three elders of the Poison Saint sect had already revealed themselves. Hua Tianqi exhaled a sigh of relief. One elder could no longer restrain himself from voicing a complaint. "Brother Hua, isn't this course of action rather reckless? While the Shumi 5 Elements wall may temporarily hold them at bay, how shall we proceed after having so antagonized them? Humph, do you still harbor fantasies of peaceful coexistence with the Yi family? Setting aside whether we abandon the treasure, Yi Yusheng faked his death years ago to escape annihilation by the 10 major sections. Now that we have encountered him, how could he possibly allow us to depart unscathed? What difference does it make whether we offend them or not? Moreover, do you truly believe that a treasure, which our sect's ancestors have long coveted, is merely an ordinary item? It is highly likely that this is the legendary celestial treasure. So what is there to fear in taking a bit of risk?" Hua Tianqi cast a sidelong glance at his somewhat anxious companion and, with a grave expression, remarked, "A celestial treasure. If it truly is such an extraordinary artifact, it is indeed worth the peril we face. However, with the likes of Yi Yu and his companions stationed outside, even if we were to acquire the treasure, how would we manage to escape?" A fellow elder from the Poison Saint sect, still fraught with concern, inquired, "Haha, do you truly believe I would recklessly engage in such a risky endeavor without assurance?" Hua Tianqi confidently replied, "Before we set out, I ensured to bring along our sect's poison dragon pearl. Once we obtain the treasure, I can endure 10 years of recuperation after consuming this pearl, which will allow me to contend with late-stage nascent soul practitioners for a while. With that time at our disposal, escaping should pose no difficulty." It appeared that the senior brother had indeed made preparations. With this reassurance, the other three elders relaxed their expressions, although the allure of the treasure was tempting. The preservation of their lives took precedence. It is a pity that Brother Yuan is not here. Otherwise, with our combined strength, we could stand a chance against those late-stage practitioners without resorting to such a formidable item as the poison dragon pearl. Hua Tianqi suddenly mentioned Yuan, his expression tinged with regret. Indeed. Yet, did not Brother Hua leave a message? Perhaps Brother Yuan is already on his way here. If that is the case, our acquisition of the treasure and subsequent exit may prove to be significantly easier. One elder from the Poison Saint sect remarked with a smile. Let us hope for the best. Everyone must remain vigilant. If the entities on the 7th layer are already so troublesome, we can only imagine the horrors that await us on the 8th and 9th layers. We must not endanger our lives here. Hua Tianqi's expression turned serious as he cautioned. The other 3 elders nodded in agreement. Then, Yuan Xingren began to turn and walked into a slanted passageway behind them. Based on their prior experience, they believed that descending a few dozen zhang would naturally lead them to the next layer. However, this time, after merely traversing a mere 10 zhang, they were suddenly greeted by a bright light ahead, revealing a small square stone chamber. Inside, there were 2 miniature teleportation arrays, one black and one white, while the walls appeared bare and devoid of any other items. What is this? Hua Tianqi was taken aback. Quickly furrowing his brows, the other 3 elders exchanged glances. Striding into the stone chamber, Hua Tianqi placed his hands behind his back and scanned the surroundings, circling around the 2 small arrays twice. Miao Shidi, you are well versed in ancient formations. Could you ascertain whether these 2 arrays are for short-distance teleportation? Hua Tianqi finally turned to a burly elder and spoke in a measured tone. Understood. The burly elder promptly responded, approaching one of the arrays to scrutinize it closely. The other 2 also approached out of curiosity. Indeed, these are short-distance teleportation arrays, and they are of a very limited range, likely not exceeding 100 li. After a brief assessment, the burly elder assured them with a nod. Then it must be correct. This should lead to the 8th layer. The revelation that the 8th layer required a teleportation array was indeed somewhat unusual. Is the teleportation array bidirectional? After a fleeting glimmer of cold light, Hua Tianqi remarked with keen perception. Naturally, short-distance teleportation arrays are generally bidirectional. However, why are there 2 arrays here? Could it be that the 8th level possesses 2? The elderly man with thick brows stroked his chin, expressing his confusion. Unclear. Nevertheless, a journey through one should clarify everything. Let us first explore this teleportation array, he suggested, gesturing towards the white array. The other one gives me an unsettling feeling. Without hesitation, Hua Tianqi boldly stepped onto the white teleportation array. The remaining 3 individuals glanced at the ominous black array, sharing a sense of trepidation, and promptly hurried to the white array as well. As a peculiar incantation was cast upon the array, a brilliant white light erupted, and the group from the Poison Saint sect vanished within its glow. The next moment, after a dizzying whirl, Hua Tianqi and the others found themselves in an enchanting realm. Above them, a cerulean sky adorned with white clouds stretched endlessly, while vibrant spiritual flowers and extraordinary herbs flourished around them. With a gentle inhalation, they were enveloped by a rich essence of spiritual energy. Yet, what astonished the Poison Saint sect members most was the sight of a resplendent small palace not far ahead, perched atop an enormous array and surrounded by numerous altars. Each altar was guarded by a colossal stone figure wielding a golden great blade. Silently facing the palace, both the altars and the stone figures exuded a primal aura, standing in mute vigil. Such an eerie spectacle left even Hua Tianqi momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Han Li stood at the white jade plaza he had departed from, gazing at a throng of cultivators surrounding him with cold, scrutinizing eyes, and suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps remaining hidden within the spirit-casting hall would have been a wise choice. Or if he had delayed his exit by just a moment, he would not have been met with such an overwhelming welcome. Just as he approached another stone staircase, a large group of individuals surged forth from the woods flanking the plaza. These individuals eschewed the normal stone steps, opting instead to stealthily navigate the sides. Given the severe limitations on his spiritual awareness in this area, Han Li realized the precariousness of his situation only when he had already stumbled into their midst. Han Daoist, what a surprise to encounter you here. You have truly been difficult to find, remarked a striking woman in a white robe, her icy gaze fixed upon Han Li, her teeth clenched. This woman was none other than the revered Saintess Lin Yinping. Among the others was a somewhat familiar young man in white robes, Ge Qianhao, along with 2 elderly men in black robes. They formed a semicircular blockade, ensuring that Han Li could not escape down the mountain. With a sigh, Han Li recalled that after the auction, he had taken a jade pendant from this woman to craft a sensing artifact, originally intended as a precaution against her. However, years had passed, and the artifact's efficacy had long since waned. Had he encountered her 2 years prior, such an embarrassing situation would have been averted. That I did not expect to meet a saintess in such a place. It is indeed a pleasure, he replied. Might you be the esteemed master of your abrupt clan? His mind raced, yet his expression remained unperturbed. He offered a slight bow to Lin Yinping before turning to the young man in white. Addressing him slowly, in the current situation regarding Han Li, it is evident that among these individuals, the true threat lies with this late-stage nascent soul master. Although there are many cultivators present, the attention of my companions is predominantly focused on this individual. I, Su, am one of the 4 renowned masters. In the past, I had the chance to glimpse Han Daoyou's silhouette from afar, but regrettably, he was unwilling to pause for even a moment to engage in a friendly spar. I wonder if Brother Han would be inclined to offer some guidance now. The young man named Su, with an expression devoid of emotion, gazed at the similarly youthful Han Li and spoke each word deliberately. Chapter 1011. A stunning surprise to the enemy were it not for the current circumstances. But what of it now? Han Li glanced at Gu Tianhao and the others, a faint smile playing on his lips as he shook his head, though, from Brother Han's tone, it seems he possesses a considerable amount of confidence. I have heard that you vanquished a peak elder of the Yin Luo sect during the mid-stage of their nascent soul. Might I inquire if this claim holds any truth? The young man in white showed no sign of anger. Instead, he inquired with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gu Tianhao and the other 2 from the Yin Luo sect shifted dramatically. At this juncture, denying it would be futile. Indeed, I did slay an elder of the Yin Luo sect in Tiannan. Are you, Su Daoyu, seeking to defend the Yin Luo sect? Han Li pressed his lips together, his gaze turning icy as he spoke. That To kill a peak cultivator of the same realm with mid-stage nascent soul cultivation speaks volumes of Brother Han's extraordinary abilities. Were it not for the deep-seated enmity with our Tianlan, I would genuinely wish to cultivate a friendship with you. How about this? I have heard that Brother Han once utilized a peculiar small cauldron to seize our sacred hall's legacy cauldron and the avatar of our sacred beast. If you would be willing to return this cauldron to me, I could ensure that the sacred hall and you transform hostility into harmony. Of course, should Brother Han also be inclined to surrender that Ghost Luo banner, I shall likewise endeavor to resolve your grievances with the Yin Luo sect. What are your thoughts on this? The young man named Su fixed his gaze on Han Li for a moment before uttering such words. What? Su brother, this cannot be permitted. The saintess felt her expression shift, hastily attempting to interject, but was silenced by a wave of the white-clad youth's hand, swallowing back her words. The other 3, equally astonished, exchanged glances but tacitly refrained from voicing any objections. To demand my treasured cauldron is simply out of the question. I suggest you all take action instead. Upon hearing the mention of the Su Tian cauldron, Han Li refused without hesitation. Since Han Daoyu has declined my good intentions, do not blame me for being merciless. The young man named Su, seeing Han Li's steadfastness, revealed a hint of regret on his face, but his expression quickly darkened. With a flick of his sleeve, a verdant jade rui suddenly materialized in his hand. He gave the rui a slight shake. A flurry of green light danced about. He then fixed a menacing gaze upon Han Li. Observing this, Han Li remained silent. With a series of hand seals, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him, and a pair of silvery wings manifested. Following this, with a swift motion, an ancient feather fan appeared in his grasp, shimmering with golden, silver, and crimson glimmers. This was indeed the 3-flame treasure fan, which he had discreetly held onto all along. Faced with such numerous adversaries, Han Li could not afford to employ ordinary means. He had resolved to unleash his most formidable treasures from the very onset. The young man named Su was captivated by the extraordinary radiance of the 3-flame fan, and with his keen perception, he instantly recognized its remarkable nature. Moreover, the terrifying spiritual pressure contained within the 3-colored spirit flame caused even him, despite his cultivation at the late stage of the nascent soul, to involuntarily raise his brows. His expression finally darkening. Su Daoyu, this individual has a profound enmity with our Yin Luo sect. We are not here merely to spar with him. Let us unite and capture him, Gu Tianhao remarked. Having discerned the extraordinary nature of the 3-flames fan, without waiting for the Su surname youth to respond, he gestured to the 2 elderly figures in black, and the 3 of them stepped forward simultaneously. unleashing their respective magical treasures. Two uniquely styled flying swords and a phosphorescent bone dagger, all swirling unpredictably before them. Lin Yinping's expression shifted slightly, and without uttering a word, she flicked her delicate sleeve, producing a silken handkerchief embroidered with silver silkworms, which shimmered gently in her grasp. The Su surname youth furrowed his brows but chose not to speak. Instead, he casually swept his hand across the rui, causing the green radiance to intensify. His gaze, fixed upon Han Li's three flames fan, turned frigid in an instant. The five of them prepared to encircle him. However, Han Li, who had long been poised for action, would not allow himself to be placed in a passive position. With a thunderous boom, he vanished from sight amidst a flash of silver light, only to reappear several dozen feet away on a stone staircase. Seeing this, the opposing group could not allow Han Li to escape so easily. Immediately, two beams of blue light and a green rainbow shot forth, followed closely by a torrent of silvery threads. Yet, the Su surname youth advanced unhurriedly, his flowing garments giving an air of calmness as he mysteriously appeared 10 feet away, moving no slower than Han Li's lightning escape. In his hand, the Jade Rui's green radiance morphed into the head of an unknown beast, resembling neither dragon nor horse, glaring fiercely at Han Li. Taking a deep breath, Han Li's expression suddenly turned icy as he directed his feather fan towards the opposing group with a vigorous sweep. A phoenix cry soared into the heavens, and then a three-colored fire phoenix emerged from the fan, its wings unfurling as it charged toward Gu Tianhao and the other's magical treasures. With a resounding explosion, a mysterious halo adorned with swirling three-colored runes materialized just above the plaza. While the light was not excessively blinding, the overwhelming spiritual pressure it emanated caused everyone present to instinctively shudder. The Su surname youth, positioned directly beneath the halo, exclaimed in alarm that he swiftly waved the green rui before him, and an unidentified beast with a serpentine body and beastly head shot forth, spiraling into a green light that enveloped him. As for the two flying swords and the bone dagger, they were unable to evade the halo's emergence and were instantly engulfed. Lin Yinping's silken handkerchief, which had released a dense barrage of silver threads, disintegrated into nothingness upon mere contact with the halo. Yet the halo showed no signs of abating. It expanded wildly, pulsating outward in a dazzling display. The once pristine white jade plaza began to splinter and melt under its immense pressure. Such power and momentum were enough to leave the heavens and earth trembling in its wake. Han Li remained utterly indifferent to the unfolding events, showing no inclination to linger in place. With another flutter of his silver wings, he transformed into a gleaming arc of silver, darting rapidly towards the mountain peak. Along the way, he swiftly retrieved a small vial, allowing a drop of the ancient spirit elixir to touch his lips. Although the power of the Three Flames fan was formidable, Han Li believed that a single strike with this treasure would not suffice to annihilate these few adversaries in the vast expanse before him. He estimated that, at most, it might catch them off guard and cause them some distress. Given the disparity in numbers, it was prudent to temporarily avoid confrontation. By a stroke of fortune, the stone staircase closest to Han Li led directly to the Kunwa Hall. Though he harbored some doubts, he found himself with no alternative. Even with the presence of Qi Lao and other cultivators ahead, he was confident that, by leveraging the mountain's restrictions and terrain, he could maneuver against these foes. Thus, under the cover of lightning escape, he vanished at the staircase's terminus, in the square. The colossal tricolored aura flickered for merely a few seconds before vanishing entirely. On the periphery of the square, Gu Tianhao and his companions appeared, each in a state of utter disarray. Among them, Gu Tianhao fared the worst. His bone dagger, though not his innate treasure, had been meticulously refined and was somewhat connected to his spirit. Consequently, when the aura instantaneously dissolved the dagger, he suffered a severe mental blow, nearly jeopardizing his escape from the aura's influence. Nevertheless, he was grazed by the edge of the aura, resulting in the collapse of his protective spiritual light and leaving one of his arms charred and severely wounded. The two elderly men in black robes were not spared either. However, they reacted swiftly, severing their connection with their flying swords the moment they sensed danger. Thus, aside from tattered garments and the loss of their eyebrows and hair, they emerged relatively unscathed. Lin Yinping, positioned the farthest from the explosion, suffered minimal damage, as the destruction of the silver threads merely depleted some of her treasure's spiritual energy. Additionally, a mysterious dark shield had appeared before her, Concealing her form behind ITAS for the young Su, who possessed the highest cultivation, he found himself at the heart of the Three Flames fan's most potent force. Yet, relying on the protection of his jade talisman, he managed to escape unscathed. However, this celestial master Tianlan's expression turned grim as he cast a glance at his hand, which had once firmly grasped the treasure. His dismay, the jade talisman began to emit a layer of green light before shattering with a sharp crack, disintegrating into a cascade of crystalline fragments that fell from his palm. In his attempt to withstand the tricolored aura's might, the ancient treasure had been utterly destroyed before it could unleash its true potential. What kind of fan is this? Gu Tianhao grimaced through the pain in his arm, hastily retrieving spiritual medicine from his storage pouch to tend to his wounds, his face a mask of shock and fury. The other two black-robed elders appeared deathly pale, visibly shaken by the experience. If this truly is a celestial treasure, my dear Taoist Go, you may not survive to speak of it here, one remarked. This must be a replica of some celestial treasure. I never imagined he possessed such a treasure. No wonder he remains so composed in the face of our numbers, Su mused, his gaze dark as he surveyed the distant staircase. And a replica possesses such power? Gu Tianhao was taken aback. What was so peculiar about this? The fan should have been a mere imitation with a singular power, devoid of any other alterations. Its formidable strength was hardly surprising. The young man shook his head and pondered what to do. This individual possessed such a treasure, making the situation far more troublesome than we initially anticipated. Should we pursue him further? A black-clad elder, his gaze flickering, spoke up, clearly daunted by the fan's might. Rest assured, my friend, though the fan is indeed sharp, it demands an immense expenditure of spiritual power. Otherwise, he would not have turned and fled. As long as we catch up to him before his power is restored, he will not dare to wield that fan lightly. Now is the perfect moment to eliminate this individual. Tianhao replied calmly, then swiftly patted his waist, from which a burst of five-colored radiance shot forth. With a graceful sweep, a resounding call revealed the ethereal Lingxi peacock. Ascend the mountain. This time, we cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, the repercussions will be endless. Taking a deep breath, the young man in white declared coldly. He then surged forward towards the stone steps, with the five-colored peacock following closely behind, its wings unfurled. Chapter 11-12. The bronze lion Lin Yinping did not hesitate to follow the Su surname youth closely. For her, as the holy maiden of Tianlan, the terrifying nature of Han Li was well known. Meanwhile, Gu Tianhao and the three Yin Luo sect cultivators displayed uncertain expressions. Those of the demonic path were often heartless, and their earlier willingness to act was predicated on the belief that a late-stage cultivator would be present, enabling them to easily subdue Han Li. However, they did not anticipate the formidable nature of the treasure in the opponent's possession. Even the esteemed master of Tianlan had been compelled to retreat in the face of its might. Although this master had spoken reassuringly, suggesting that their adversary might only possess a single strike's worth of power. Such was merely a possibility that if pressed, the opponent could very well resort to secret techniques to forcibly unleash their potential and unleash several strikes in succession. The three of them held no confidence in their ability to withstand such an onslaught again. Moreover, from their earlier conversation, it seemed the opponent possessed an even more powerful treasure. This revelation left the three increasingly perturbed, though they all aspired to retrieve the ghost banner to achieve great merit within their sect. They were naturally averse to risking their lives for a gamble. Yet, standing before the people of Tianlan Prairie and simply refraining from pursuit seemed equally implausible. The three found themselves in a moment of hesitation. Let us follow as well. However, let us not engage directly with that fellow named Han. We shall assist from the sidelines as long as we avoid a direct confrontation with that fan and evade it swiftly. We should be fine. Tianhao finally reached a decision in his heart and whispered to the other two that after a brief hesitation, the two black-clad elders nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them took flight in pursuit. The stone steps leading to Kunwu Hall were exceedingly long. Even with Han Li employing the might of lightning, it took a considerable amount of time before he transformed into an arc of electricity. Finally, emerging from the stone steps and coming to rest before an expansive stone forest. Although referred to as a stone forest, it consisted merely of numerous stone pillars of uniform height towering from the ground, each intricately carved and inscribed with various runes and spells, emanating faint glimmers of spiritual light. Clearly, this stone forest was part of a formidable array of restrictions. However, The once orderly columns now lay in disarray, many reduced to mere half-broken remnants. While the ground was strewn with countless fragments of stone and various-sized craters, it appeared that this barrier had long been forcibly dismantled by brute force. Hanley cast a cold glance at the scene before him, and without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the forest. The stone forest was not extensive. After a few swift movements, he emerged at the edge of the opposite side, only to encounter a sloping stone incline before him. This slope was entirely paved with massive blue stones, upon which lay a chaotic scatter of stone statues, along with various weapons such as long spears and axes, strewn across the ground. Hanley furrowed his brow, but suddenly sensing something, he lifted his gaze towards the top of the slope. There, a platform-like area over 100 feet away flickered with ethereal light, intermittently accompanied by explosive sounds, as if a fierce battle was underway. Could it be that the elder Qian and others had engaged in combat? Hanley felt a surge of urgency within and employed his lightness technique to swiftly ascend towards the platform, simultaneously retracting his aura. After a few gliding motions, his figure became indistinct and ultimately vanished without a trace. Under his deliberate concealment, he silently arrived at a vast expanse, several times larger than the previous jade-white square. Yet, upon discerning the situation before him, Hanley was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a vast, misty luminescent curtain, where 5 white figures, 1 yellow figure, and 2 green figures were embroiled in a fierce battle. The 5 white figures were naturally the 5 demonic incarnations of Elder Qian, each exhaling gray mist and exhibiting ferocious postures. The green figure was a middle-aged cultivator, entwined by a massive skeletal ring that shimmered with a dim yellow light. Whenever gray mist struck it, the yellow glow merely rippled as if unaffected. The middle-aged cultivator wielded a pair of red and yellow flying swords, desperately fending off the onslaught of the 5 demonic entities. The 2 green figures were towering bronze lions, each nearly 10 feet tall, relentlessly pouncing and tearing at the 5 demons and the middle-aged cultivator with lightning speed. Occasionally, they unleashed thick, green beams of energy from their mouths, suggesting considerable power. Although the 5 demons and the middle-aged cultivator seemed unconcerned about the lions' ranged attacks, they exhibited a palpable wariness towards the beast's close combat capabilities, floating with utmost agility to avoid their approach. In instances where they could not evade, they had no choice but to momentarily abandon their opponents and strike fiercely at the beasts. However, the 2 bronze lions, radiating a brilliant green light, appeared impervious to harm. Despite being hit by gray mist or flying swords, they merely staggered back a few paces, utterly unscathed. This layer of misty light was peculiar. Arcs of silver lightning flickered across its surface, and whenever anyone approached the edge, thunderous roars erupted, with a torrential downpour of electric arcs cascading downwards. Although it seemed that both the 5 demons and the enigmatic middle-aged cultivator with the skeletal ring had no issue with enduring these electric strikes, no one wished to suffer such a brutal assault unnecessarily. Thus, the conflict within the luminous curtain intensified even further. What is this, a gladiatorial arena? Hanley could not help but sigh at the sight before him. With a mere glance, he discerned that the middle-aged cultivator was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Were it not for the enigmatic bone ring that shielded him, he would have long since succumbed to the 5 Suns demon, which would have drained his vital essence. Although the 2 bronze lions appeared exceptionally fierce, they were merely puppets without a master, and the middle-aged cultivator and the old demon Qian were merely distracted by them. Otherwise, should they regain their focus, either of the 2 could easily dispatch those creatures. Muttering to himself, Hanley cast his gaze to the sides. The luminous barrier almost enveloped the entire platform, with flickering rays of light on both sides indicating the presence of formidable prohibitions that rendered passage impossible. Consequently, Hanley found his path obstructed. Yet, as he peered ahead, he discerned the faint outline of a colossal mountain gate behind the barrier, reminiscent of the entrance to Kunwu Palace. Hanley's brow furrowed involuntarily. He was not one to halt in his tracks so easily. Otherwise, in a matter of moments, the Su surname youth and his companions would catch up to him. With an air of composure, he subtly flicked his sleeve, causing the 3 flames fan concealed within to glide back into his palm. He prepared to leverage the fan's power to temporarily breach the prohibition, intending to dart through the barrier and enter the other side with lightning speed. Although it was certain that the 2 combatants within the barrier would notice him, he had no choice but to take that risk. This locale was by no means suitable for a confrontation with others. Just as Han Li took a deep breath and was about to channel his spiritual energy into the treasured fan, he suddenly turned his head towards a massive stone pillar at the edge of the platform. A flicker of surprise crossing his face. Could it be an illusion? Why did he sense a peculiar spiritual fluctuation emanating from that spot? However, the disturbance was so minuscule that had he not been in dire circumstances, fully extending his spiritual awareness, he might have never perceived it at all. Filled with curiosity, he instinctively activated his clear spirit eye technique, and to his astonishment, he beheld a pair of faintly glowing red eyes behind the stone pillar. The silver-winged night demon. In a moment of revelation, he instantly recognized the owner of those eyes and poured his spiritual power into his own gaze without hesitation. Under the enhanced might of his spiritual vision, Han Li discerned a vague shadow behind the red eyes, which seemed to belong to the silver-winged night demon. Yet, this creature was not gazing in Han Li's direction. Instead, it remained fixated on the conflict within the barrier. It appeared that due to the mountain's prohibitions and Han Li's exceptional concealment technique, it had yet to detect his presence. Nevertheless, Han Li felt a sinking sensation in his heart, for beside the shadow of the silver-winged night demon lurked two additional indistinct figures. His spiritual vision was fully activated, yet he could not discern any clearer details. He vaguely sensed that one of them resembled the lion-like beast he had encountered at the foot of the mountain, while the other, though humanoid in shape, was entirely unfamiliar. These beasts were indeed lying in wait here, and they seemed to be collaborating. Could it be that they too were coveting some treasure within the Kunwu Palace? Han Li's thoughts raced like lightning. Just then, he noticed a flicker of movement, and hurriedly turned to look back, that he saw that within the stone forest at the foot of the slope, spiritual lights were flickering, signaling that the Su surname youth and his companions were on the verge of emerging from the stone forest, poised to pursue him. Observing the unfolding situation, Han Li immediately ceased to hesitate. With a swift motion, the ethereal fan in his hand emitted a soft sound as it was enveloped by a layer of tricolor flames. The fan then descended silently upon the luminous barrier, akin to a blade cleaving through the air, following a muted explosion. Although Han Li managed to control the fan's power, the moment the tricolor flames made contact with the restriction, a dazzling spiritual light erupted forth. Both the silver-winged night demons lurking behind the stone pedestal and the elderly Qian Mo, who was entangled in a fierce struggle with the middle-aged cultivator within the barrier, turned their astonished gazes towards Han Li. Realizing his position had been compromised, Han Li no longer concealed his intentions that he leaped into the air, transforming into a blinding azure rainbow that surged through the newly created aperture, racing towards the opposite side of the barrier. In the midst of forcibly extracting his magical energy to counter the spatial restriction, the azure rainbow moved with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he darted several dozen zhang away, poised to sweep past the center of the platform. Audacious! Qian Mo bellowed in fury. Among the 5 white phantoms besieging the middle-aged cultivator, 3 suddenly vanished from sight in a mere flicker, in the next moment. They eerily reappeared before Han Li, 6 chilling green eyes fixated upon him. "Get out of my way!" Han Li's voice rang out sharply amidst the azure light. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed as a massive golden arc shot forth from his escape light, transforming into a golden electric dragon that lunged fiercely at the 3 white phantoms, exorcising divine thunder. Upon witnessing the golden electric arc, Qian Mo's voice erupted in alarm as he immediately recognized its origin. The 3 demonic avatars, which had been exhaling demonic energy to obstruct Han Li, hastily vanished once more. The golden dragon struck at the empty space, while the azure rainbow seized the opportunity to swiftly dart past. Arriving near the barrier's edge, Chapter 1013. Weight of 10,000 Jin. As the electric arc sensed Han Li's approach, a thunderous roar reverberated through the barrier. Han Li emitted a low whistle, and the golden electric dragon behind him soared upward, exploding with a resounding boom that a gigantic golden net materialized from thin air, enveloping Han Li beneath its protective embrace. All silver arcs that struck the golden net dissipated soundlessly into the void. "Han Li, is that you?" Elder Han exclaimed in astonishment, his voice filled with both rage and surprise as he and the middle-aged cultivator simultaneously recognized him. Taken aback, Han Li turned to glance at the square-faced middle-aged cultivator. Noticing the look of disbelief upon his face, though it was clear he did not recognize Han Li. Puzzled yet undeterred, Han Li continued his actions without pause, with a resounding cry akin to a phoenix's call. He unleashed a trio of fireballs from the three-flame fan, instantly creating a large hole in the luminous barrier. In a swift motion, he stepped out and stood beyond the barrier. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief and turned back to take another look. On the other side of the barrier, the figures of the youth surnamed Su and Lin Yinping had just appeared on the platform. Upon seeing Han Li emerge from the restricted side, their expressions naturally soured. Observing this, Han Li let out a chilling chuckle. Since so many have arrived, allow me to give you all something to occupy your time, lest you grow too idle. Han Li remarked enigmatically, then casually flicked his fingers, unleashing a golden arc that shot forth with a crack of thunder. As Fong Yi made contact with the other silver arcs on the light screen, the golden arc swiftly vanished with a sound akin to a slick intake of breath. However, in the next instant, it bizarrely sprang forth from the opposite end of the light screen, with a resounding crash. The golden arc struck a seemingly inconspicuous stone pillar at the edge of the platform. Immediately, a muffled grunt resonated from that direction, revealing the presence of a silver-winged night demon, a lion beast, and an exceedingly stout woman resembling a barrel. "Behold, the lion beast," exclaimed the young man of the Su clan. Recognizing the distinctly ferocious creature among the three, the chill ran through him, prompting an involuntary shout. Upon hearing his words, Lin and the others were equally startled, quickly adopting a defensive posture. Elder, meanwhile, Gu Qianhao and the others, who had just arrived, caught sight of the 5 sons of the heart demon within the light screen and could not help but rejoice. The 3 demons, forced into the open by the unexpected blow, were filled with frustration. The silver-winged night demon, in particular, recognized Han Li, the very foe who had nearly claimed its life. Enraged at the disruption of its plans, it could not help but curse vehemently, perplexed as to how this adversary had repeatedly seen through its wind concealment technique, rendering it so pathetically passive, under the brooding gaze of the young man from the Su clan. The 3 demons felt a deep sense of predicament. They were not truly afraid of these human cultivators. Rather, they hoped these cultivators could assist them in breaking a crucial restriction that lay ahead. Yet, now that their existence had been uncovered, they found themselves at a loss as to how to extricate themselves from this awkward situation. After sweeping his gaze over the silver-winged night demon and the stout woman, the young man felt a tempest of emotions swirling within him, his heart filled with dread. The demonic aura emanating from these 2 transformed beings was astonishing, seemingly on par with that of the lion beast. After a moment of weighing their strengths, he silently lamented, reluctant to act rashly. Meanwhile, the elder demon and the elder from the Yi family, witnessing this sudden turn of events, wished to halt their actions. But the 2 bronze lions continued their relentless pursuit. Thus, they were left with no choice but to fend for themselves while cautiously maintaining a safe distance from one another. In this standoff, each party harbored mutual apprehension. However, Han Li paid no heed to the chaotic situation unfolding around him. With a swift motion, he darted towards the rear. Recognizing the opportunity to seize the treasure, he felt no inclination to hold back. A few leaps later, he found himself standing before an entrance fashioned entirely from exquisite jade. This entrance was indeed peculiar. Apart from 2 solitary rows of unfamiliar towering trees on either side, nothing else was present, leaving the surroundings eerily barren. Through the wide-open gate, along a pristine white stone path extending for over 1,000 zhang, he could faintly discern a colossal ancient palace in the distance. Exuding an aura of extraordinary grandeur, it appears this is the Kunwu Hall, Han Li murmured to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he surveyed his surroundings once more, ultimately focusing on the towering trees flanking him. Each of these trees stood an impressive 20 to 30 zhang high, their branches and trunks a stark yellow, yet they somehow conveyed a sense of vitality and abundance, which struck Han Li as somewhat odd. Employing his spiritual sense, he meticulously scanned the towering trees, finding no abnormalities. Both the external and internal aspects of the trees appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any unusual fluctuations. Han Li furrowed his brow involuntarily before finally diverting his gaze from the trees. After a brief moment, his consciousness swept over the mountain gate once more, confirming the absence of any concealed restrictions. Without further hesitation, he lifted his leg and stepped through the gate, making his way directly towards the distant Kunwu Palace. However, Han Li was utterly unprepared for what came next. The instant his feet touched the white stone path for more than 10 zhang, an icy chill surged through his entire being, and an unusual sensation enveloped him. Alarmed, Han Li silently cursed, intending to retreat at once. Yet, it was too late. Before he could leap into the air, an overwhelming weight pressed down upon his shoulders, and without warning, his knees buckled, forcing him to kneel directly on the white stone surface. With little time to contemplate, Han Li let out a loud shout. His protective spiritual light flaring vividly around him, a shimmering azure glow enveloped him, allowing him to lower himself partially, kneeling on one knee. Simultaneously, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, and within him, a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed, as if his very bones were on the verge of being crushed. This sudden shock was not trivial. The protective light managed to alleviate a small portion of the oppressive force. And while it was somewhat better than before, it could only barely keep him from collapsing, as if 1,000 pounds of immense strength bore down upon him. He realized that had it not been for his cultivation of the Ming Wang Ju and the ingestion of the Tian Shi Ju, which fortified his body beyond that of ordinary cultivators, this blow alone would have shattered his bones and rendered him motionless on the ground. Yet, he had meticulously searched the vicinity earlier and found no trace of any formations. How could he have inexplicably fallen into such a formidable restriction? Han Li inwardly lamented, and without further thought, he hastily recited incantations. Even struggling to move his fingers, the only means left to him was to invoke spells through his chants. In the blink of an eye, thunderous sounds erupted amid the azure light. Amidst the flickering arcs of electricity, a golden electric armor manifested around him. Under the compulsion of this armor, Han Li slightly swayed, gritting his teeth as he attempted to rise. However, the moment he had straightened halfway, the weight intensified once more, forcing him back down to a half-kneeling position. This time, Han Li's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, the elder Qian Mo and others, obscured by the luminous barrier and the elevation of the mountain gate, could only see Han Li seemingly engulfed in a melee, unaware of the surrounding circumstances. This sight naturally caused those who were anxiously guarding their treasures to lose their composure. Beast, truly seeking death, I shall grant you what you desire. Suddenly, the furious voice of Qian Mo echoed from within the barrier. At that moment, the 5 white figures ensnared within the restriction abruptly converged towards the center, merging into a towering white giant. However, instead of attacking the square-faced cultivator from the Yi family, it swiftly turned its massive hand and struck backward. In an instant, the white figure transformed, its arm morphing into a great white python that swallowed a bronze lion, which had been pouncing from behind. Whole, the python then coiled its body, detaching from the giant form and morphing into a colossal sphere of light, completely ensnaring the bronze lion within. Despite the bronze puppet thrashing about inside, spewing beams of light, it remained utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, the square-faced cultivator abruptly activated the enormous bone ring upon his body in an instant. The ring radiated countless golden glimmers, conjuring a myriad of hazy yellow rings, but as he channeled his magical decision, the massive illusions vanished without a trace. Yet in the next moment, it appeared atop the bronze lion's head, which was relentlessly pursued by the middle-aged cultivator. As a result, countless rings of shadow descended without ceremony, encircling the beast and ensnaring it, causing it to tumble over in a tight embrace. However, the square-faced cultivator no longer cast a glance at the bronze creature. Instead, his countenance darkened as he fixated on the white giant looming opposite him. Humph! The legendary Metian ring truly lives up to its reputation. It is said that this treasure is a replica of the ancient spiritual artifact, the Yue ring, though it has never been substantiated. In my opinion, even if it is merely a copy of a transcendent treasure, it cannot be vastly inferior. Suddenly, the voice of the dry old demon emanated coldly from the mouth of the enormous white shadow. Without this treasure for protection, I fear you would have long since perished at the hands of Brother Qian. Yet, my friend, now entangled in light and shadow, do you not fear that all treasures will be seized by that young man just now? After a derisive chuckle, the square-faced cultivator cast a deliberate sidelong glance towards the direction of the mountain gate. If the restrictions of Kunwu Palace were so easily breached, would not ye have long since entered the palace to acquire the treasures, instead of being pursued by me here? However, just now, Brother Yi referred to this person as Elder Yi. Could he be a cultivator from your Yi family? The voice of the dry old demon turned icy. Ha! It appears I have misidentified him. This person is unknown to me, the square-faced cultivator replied with a slight shift of his eyes, feigning ignorance. The dry old demon fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the veracity of the other's words. Yet moments later, he coldly resumed speaking. Regardless of whether this individual has any true connection to the Yi family, he is an outsider from Tiannan. And you Yi family cannot genuinely place your trust in him. You have painstakingly sought out Kunwu Mountain and unlocked this seal. Do you truly wish for the treasures to fall into the hands of outsiders? Since I am currently unable to deal with you and have no interest in further entanglements, let us join forces to break this restriction first, and then, once we reach Kunwu Palace, we can each employ our own methods to claim the treasures. Each employing our own methods. Very well. I share this sentiment. To the astonishment of the dry old demon, who expected hesitation from the other party, the middle-aged man readily agreed without a second thought. This left the old demon momentarily stunned, causing him to hesitate. Chapter 11:14. The transformation of two immortal maidens. Now, with the monsters at hand. Otherwise, claiming treasures would merely be a dream. Upon hearing the exchange between the dry old demon and the others, the young man surnamed Su turned his gaze coldly toward the luminous screen, expressing his dissatisfaction. Huh? You must be Brother Su from Tianlan, right? I have no interest in witnessing treasures without first engaging in a mutually destructive struggle with some entity. Moreover, even if everyone present were to join forces, it is likely we could do nothing against these three. The dry old demon sneered and unexpectedly stated this. What do you mean by that? Brother Qian, although the Tianlan Prairie and the Yinluo sect have maintained a cordial relationship, the young man's expression darkened upon hearing these words. That it is nothing, since these three have remained hidden while I and Brother Yi were engaged in fierce conflict. They must harbor some ulterior motives. Otherwise, if they truly intended us harm, the earlier moments would have been the perfect opportunity to strike. The faint voice emerged from the immense white shadow. It is good that you are aware of this matter. Even if you intend to act, do you truly believe you can contend with us? There is nothing to conceal. The three of us have also come for several items within Kunwu Palace. Before entering the Grand Hall, the silver-winged night demon, reluctant to take action, spoke with an unperturbed demeanor as a flash of azure light flickered in his eyes. The ugly woman and the lion beast stood silently beside him, appearing as if they were ready to follow his lead. Neither I nor the saintly maiden held any interest in the treasures within the hall. However, the possessions of that lad surnamed Han were something that the Tianlan Sacred Hall deemed essential. Of course, should the ghost Luo banner be located, Su would return it to your esteemed sect in its entirety. The youth bearing the surname Su, clearly unwilling to stake his life against three formidable demonic beings, pondered for a brief moment upon discerning the implication in the words of the old demon Qian, and then replied with a softened expression, in light of this, there is no need for us to engage in conflict here. It would be wiser to join forces to dismantle the barriers and seize the treasures. Otherwise, with so many of us present, we risk having outsiders abscond with the treasures, which would indeed be a most ludicrous situation. Gu Tianhao echoed this sentiment. All present, whether cultivators or demons, had lived for countless years and were not foolish enough to allow others to reap the benefits of their efforts in the blink of an eye. A temporary agreement was reached. Though it was highly likely that this accord would dissolve upon entering the Kunwu Hall, it was preferable to fighting amongst ourselves before even laying eyes on the treasures. Since there are no objections, let us all proceed to break the barriers. The old demon, Qian, cackled gleefully upon witnessing the situation. He then waved his sleeves, conjuring two massive white serpents that lunged fiercely at the luminous barrier above. Meanwhile, the square-faced cultivator silently nodded to the two hovering flying swords above, which immediately shot forth as two dazzling streaks, cleaving through the air. Outside, the three demons and the youth surnamed Su remained vigilant. Yet upon witnessing this scene, they too began to unleash their attacks on the barriers in an instant. A cacophony of vibrant lights and demonic energies erupted both within and outside the barrier, accompanied by a series of resounding booms. Who would have thought that the old demon Qian, so irritable in demeanor, could so swiftly ally with creatures like the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast? I shall have to exercise greater caution when encountering that demon in the future, lest I fall victim to his guile, murmured a lithe green figure concealed behind a stout stone pillar amidst the rocky forest below. Humph. At your current level of cultivation, the old demon, Qian, need not even employ any trickery against you. If he were to unleash his 5 sons of the heart demon, you would find it utterly impossible to evade, retorted another green figure beside her without hesitation. These two were none other than Madame Mu of the Transforming Immortals sect, and a strikingly beautiful young woman. Sister, Do you truly believe there is no way for me to contend with the old demon Qian? The young woman replied, her tone tinged with defiance. What can a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator do against one in the later stages? Even I, should I confront the old demon head-on, would only be able to protect myself. Madame Mu replied, our sect's techniques are not designed for straightforward confrontations. However, if I could obtain a drop of the old demon's blood and quietly cast my spells, I would have a 7 or 8 out of 10 chance of severely injuring him. Madame Mu added with a cold smirk, our Transforming Immortals sect is a semi-hidden sect, and in terms of techniques and secret arts, we are hardly inferior to the top 10 sections if it weren't for the long-standing rules we must adhere to. We might very well have produced late-stage cultivators by now, and we would have no need to fear the likes of the old demon Qian, the young woman said, somewhat begrudgingly. The founder of our sect is originally a descendant of the 3 elders of Kunwu. Initially, the sect was established not far from the seal, with the purpose of closely guarding the Kunwu Mountain seal. However, after so many millennia, this matter has gradually faded from the memories of countless generations. Had it not been for the recent communication from Elder Xiang, prompting us to revisit the foundational texts of our sect, we likely would remain entirely ignorant of the seal's significance. Otherwise, why would we have taken the perilous risk of venturing into this mountain? Lady Mu sighed. Speaking of the old demon Qian, I am more concerned about the young man wielding the exorcising thunder. The power of his feather fan is so formidable that even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would think twice before confronting him. If used within a confined space, the artifact's might would be exponentially amplified, undoubtedly a replica of the renowned Seven Flames fan from ancient times. The graceful woman suddenly mentioned Han Li.it is indeed a replica of a celestial treasure. Yet whether it is the Seven Flames fan remains uncertain. However, this person's appearance is quite unfamiliar, and he possesses considerable other abilities. With his silver wings, he can even execute the rare lightning escape technique. Clearly not an ordinary cultivator. Yet, this individual does not seem to belong to our Great Gene sect, nor does he appear to be aligned with the Yi family. Regardless, even if he is exceptionally powerful, there is no need for us to concern ourselves with him. Speaking of which, Elder Xiang should have entered this mountain long ago. Why has he not intervened to stop these cultivators? With his prowess, a mere flick of his hand would suffice to prevent the likes of the old demon Qian from running rampant. Lady Mu's expression turned contemplative. Perhaps Elder Xiang is preoccupied with other matters. Or he has gone directly to the demon suppression tower, for that location is of utmost importance. The young woman hesitated to speak. That is unlikely. Although the demon suppression tower is indeed the true focal point controlling the entire Kunwu Mountain seal. To reinforce the seal, the dragon transformation seal from the Kunwu Hall is essential. Elder Xiang understands the gravity of the situation. How could he not first retrieve the treasure from Kunwu Hall? Lady Mu shook her head with a grim expression. Are you suggesting that something unforeseen has befallen Elder Xiang? That is implausible. With his cultivation, who in this world could possibly pose a threat to him? Could it be that the individual has already escaped confinement? Upon uttering that last phrase, the graceful woman's complexion turned ashen. It is highly improbable for him to have emerged. The previous restraints were only recently broken. Had that person truly escaped, they would have shattered all the barriers long ago. There would be no reason to wait until now. It is possible that Elder Xiang has indeed been delayed by some matter and has yet to enter the mountain. After a moment of change in expression, Lady Mu forced a smile. Let us hope that is the case. Regardless, we must follow closely behind these individuals and see if we can procure the dragon transformation seal ahead of them. However, aside from this dragon transformation seal, was there not also the celestial crystal tablet that could reinforce the seal? Why was the whereabouts of that treasure not directly passed down to us? The descendants? Otherwise, what need would there be to take the risk of trailing behind these individuals? Upon hearing this, the graceful woman began to voice her grievances. You see, that is where you are mistaken. The celestial crystal tablet is merely a contingency item. Its whereabouts are entrusted to another branch of the descendants of the 3 elders of Kunwu, precisely to prevent any mishap from either of our factions. Ensuring that there is still a means to control the mountain seal. It is said that this treasure lies in an unforeseen location, known only to a long-lost individual, while others remain oblivious to its hiding place within Kunwu Mountain. With both a light and a dark strategy in place, it is evident that the ancient cultivators who participated in the sealing took considerable pains. One wonders what thoughts occupied the minds of the 3 elders of Kunwu back then, to leave us such a formidable predicament. Would it not have sufficed to slay that individual with a single stroke? Why resort to sealing, thus wasting such a spiritual mountain of the human realm? The elegant woman furrowed her brows and remarked, "This point is indeed noted in the text that it seems that the identity of the sealed individual is exceedingly unique, with their life and death entangled in matters pertaining to the upper realms. Consequently, the ancient cultivators of the human realm dared not act recklessly, opting instead to confine him within the mountain." After a moment's hesitation, Lady Mu divulged some of the knowledge she possessed. Now it makes sense why the people of that era were so cautious. But just how formidable is this individual's cultivation? Even mentioning him makes Elder Xiang appear restless. Although we have known Elder Xiang for quite some time, we have never witnessed such unease in those ancient beings. The beautiful woman inquired with curiosity. Regardless of the individual's level of cultivation, it is certain that they could extinguish our existence with but a mere flick of a finger. What purpose does speculation serve? Lady Mu shot her a sidelong glance, responding with a hint of irritation. Indeed, the beautiful woman displayed an expression of helplessness. By the way, you have brought the 4 symbols, haven't you? Our hopes of seizing the dragon sealing seal hinge entirely on this treasure. Lady Mu shifted the topic to another matter. Senior sister has reiterated this numerous times. How could I possibly forget to bring this treasured item of our sect? However, it is rather unfortunate. Were it not for senior sister's cultivation method being in direct opposition to that of the 4 symbols, she would be the most suitable to wield it. Senior sister mentioned that one of the 2 celestial treasures meant to suppress that individual is the 8 spirits, which is precisely a replica of this 4 symbols. Isn't it? I truly wish to see what it looks like with my own eyes. The beautiful woman remarked with a playful smile as her bright eyes sparkled. The 8 spirits and the black wind flag were only briefly mentioned in the texts. Whether we can truly behold them, I don't. Elder Qian and the others have breached the barrier. We must hurry and follow. Just as Lady Mu was about to impart further words to her junior sister, her gaze shifted and caught sight of the shimmering barrier on the platform fracturing under various assaults. Her expression turned serious as she spoke urgently. The beautiful woman felt a chill run down her spine as she too glanced upward, just in time to see Elder Qian and the others rushing through the dissipating barrier towards the mountain gate. Chapter 1015, Golden Magnetic Spirit would not venture too close to those ancient beings. Thankfully, the barrier of this mountain can restrain divine senses. Otherwise, we would have no chance of tailing late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Lady Mu called out, and immediately, a radiant white light enveloped the 2 women as they quietly slipped away from the stone pillar, employing secret techniques to follow discreetly. Not long after the 2 departed, a flicker of green light appeared behind another stone pillar situated just behind where the 2 women had lingered at a tall figure. Enveloped in a misty green aura, materialized, its crystalline emerald eyes coldly fixated on the direction in which the 2 had vanished for a moment before it vanished mysteriously. The venerable Qian Lamo and his companions arrived before the mountain gate. Han Li was seen ambling slowly along the narrow path that lay between the grand gate and the immense palace, pausing momentarily with each step as though each stride weighed 1,000 pounds. Despite being only 200 or 300 zhang away from the colossal edifice, at this juncture, Han Li was enveloped in an ethereal azure glow, the entirety of his form cloaked in an extraordinarily vibrant purple flame. He had even transformed into a bizarre half-dragon, half-human visage by employing a spirit-summoning talisman, which astonished Qian Lamo and his cohorts. What kind of divine power is this? How has he come to appear in such a manner? An elderly man clad in black could not help but exclaim. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems this lad is ensnared by some form of restraint, presenting us with an opportune moment to eliminate him. Gu Tianhao observed, a flicker of malevolence crossing his features. With a swift motion of his hand, a fiery red spear materialized and shot forth like a streak of crimson light. Han Li had previously thwarted Gu Tianhao's efforts by destroying a bone sword he had refined with the 3-flame fan, causing considerable vexation. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Gu Tianhao was determined not to let it slip away. However, scarcely had the red light traveled a dozen zhang before it struck the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a deep pit and then becoming firmly embedded in the earth. What is this? Gu Tianhao exclaimed in shock, urgently channeling his entire essence to retrieve the treasure, but the spear remained as if rooted to the ground, refusing to budge. Is at the great 5 elements magnetic force. Lin Yinping gasped upon witnessing the scene. No, it is the golden magnetic resplendence, a natural restraint generated by those golden magnetic spirit trees flanking us. Anyone who steps into the influence of these trees will be subjected to the invisible magnetic gravity, rendering them nearly immobile. The silver-winged night demon glanced at the 2 rows of withered trees and remarked nonchalantly, "Nearly immobile. How did that fellow Han manage to walk past?" A young man with the surname Su scoffed, casting a glance at Han Li's distant silhouette. "Heh, my friend, it seems you have deliberately chosen to ignore the drastic transformation of this individual. His cultivation has undoubtedly surged by at least half, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-Yuan stage. Moreover, both the exorcising divine thunder and that purple ice flame are formidable divine powers if you were to approach. You might find it far more challenging to withstand his transformed state." The silver-winged night demon shot a sidelong glance at the youth, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Is that so? Your tone suggests a certain familiarity with this Han fellow. Do you know him?" The young man with the surname Su maintained an impassive facade, but subtly shifted the conversation. "Whether or not I know him seems irrelevant to you," the silver-winged night demon retorted, detecting the probing intent behind Su's words, and responded with a cold laugh. Su's expression remained unchanged, yet he seethed inwardly at the silver-winged night demon's reply. The golden magnetic spirit trees, could they be the ancient spiritual trees known as the falling treasure trees? These trees are said to have long been extinct in the outside world. It is rumored that any treasure infused with metallic properties is susceptible to their influence, which explains why Ji's artifact fell so readily, Gu Tianhao remarked, furrowing his brow. Not only that, but the magnetic field emitted by these trees is extraordinarily potent, capable of compounding effects and repeatedly imposing gravity upon those affected. The precise magnitude of gravitational force that will be exerted can be discerned by observing the number of ethereal trees in the 2 rows. Their arrangement is so densely packed that it is likely we would be subjected to the simultaneous influence of 4 or 5 of these trees upon our entry. While others may remain unaware, I, for one, am acutely aware that I could never withstand such colossal power. The square-faced cultivator's expression grew somber. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe and wish to put it to the test," Lin Yinping remarked, her gaze fixed upon Han Li's slowly retreating silhouette, her demeanor turning cold. With a swift motion, she struck her waist pouch for spirit beasts, and forthwith, a 4-legged monstrous serpent erupted into the air. This creature was clad in thick, coarse scales, adorned with a pair of fleshy wings, and exuded an aura of formidable resilience. "Go," Lin Yinping commanded with a low voice, gesturing towards Han Li's back. Suddenly, the serpent was enveloped in a layer of golden mist, spiraling through the air before darting into the mountain gate. In a display witnessed by many, the serpent soared forward for a distance of over 10 zhang, only to plunge downwards with a swiftness akin to that of a spear. Yet, the serpent's body proved remarkably tough, exhibiting a raw strength as it landed. With a powerful push of its limbs, it rolled over and stood upright, its wings flapping laboriously as it attempted to take flight. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of delight crossed Lin Yinping's face. However, her smile was abruptly extinguished by a muffled explosion as the serpent's body ruptured, its flesh and blood reduced to a pulpy mass under the oppressive force of gravity. How is this possible? Is the magnetic light truly this formidable? What is that Han fellow made of, that even my spirit serpent could not endure this? Yet he remains unscathed. Lin Yinping's countenance paled, disbelief evident in her voice. "Do not ponder too much. I sensed a faint demonic aura emanating from that individual. It appears he has employed some secret technique to temporarily harness the strength of a certain demonic beast, thereby augmenting his own power to such an extent. Nevertheless, his innate abilities are indeed remarkable, as he can wield 3 forms of might simultaneously to withstand this immense force without resorting to magical artifacts. Even I cannot achieve such a feat," the cold-hearted Qian Laomo remarked, inadvertently revealing part of the truth. Such secret techniques exist. This individual truly possesses an extensive knowledge of esoteric arts. Upon hearing the old demon's words, Lin Yinping and the others began to comprehend the situation. Enough with the idle chatter. If you humans continue to converse, that person will soon step into the Kunwu Hall, the unattractive woman among the 3 demons declared. Observing Han Li's approaching figure as it drew nearer to the Grand Hall, her voice grating like a broken gong. "Rest assured, the prohibitions of the Kunwu Hall cannot be limited to just the barrier before us. Within that hall, there are undoubtedly far more formidable restrictions waiting for him. Furthermore, given our awareness of the origins of the golden magnetic spirit wood, breaching these barriers should not pose a significant challenge. As long as we wield magical artifacts devoid of any golden attributes to fell these colossal trees one by one, the restrictions will be easily dismantled, the youth surnamed Su replied nonchalantly. Is it truly that simple? The unattractive woman blinked, her expression betraying skepticism. The golden magnetic radiance merely excels in its unexpectedness, ensnaring individuals such that they cannot extricate themselves once trapped. The rest is hardly worth mentioning. The youth surnamed Su stated, dismissively raising his hand that a small sword of pale yellow shot forth from his grasp, followed by a golden arc that sliced horizontally towards the nearest giant tree. With a thunderous roar, a sudden flash of faint golden light enveloped the elder, and the tree trunk struck by the flying sword bore only a deep gash, astonishingly remaining standing. "Doe," exclaimed the young man surnamed Su. Taken aback that it seems that Su, my friend, has overlooked a crucial detail. These golden extreme magnetic woods are inherently sturdier than gold or stone, and after being nourished by the celestial energy of Kunwa Mountain for countless millennia, they have transcended the realm of ordinary spiritual woods. To destroy them is no trivial matter. Let us not tarry any longer and strike together. The voice of the old demon Qian echoed, followed by the enormous white shadow opening its maw, launching a white crystal sphere that hurtled towards another colossal tree. After exchanging glances, Gu Qianhao and the others ceased their hesitation, producing various treasures of jade and wood from their belongings. Unleashing a torrent of spiritual light towards the towering trees on either side, in an instant, the several giant trees were shrouded in vibrant spiritual luminescence, unbeknownst to both old demon Qian and the young man surnamed Su. As the human cultivators attacked the golden extreme magnetic woods, the silver-winged night demons also spat forth treasures to join the assault. Yet beneath their seemingly ordinary facades, they were secretly elated. The treasures they unleashed appeared formidable. Yet when they struck the colossal trees, their impact was minimal. This peculiar situation was skillfully concealed by the overwhelming onslaught, and the human cultivators remained oblivious to the underlying anomaly. How foolish! I never expected these humans to actually attempt to fell the golden magnetic spiritual woods. The sigh of the silver moon echoed in Han Li's mind as he toiled ahead. It is no wonder that old demon Qian and the others overlooked this, for they lacked the clairvoyant abilities to perceive the inner workings of these giant trees, unaware that each tree bore the ancient demon suppression curse inscribed within. Without your reminder, I might not have noticed the oddity either. Who would have thought that ancient cultivators could inscribe spells into the very bodies of trees? Han Li remarked with a calm demeanor. However, this allows the silver-winged night demons to traverse this area without restraint. Should we warn those individuals? Silver Moon hesitated and asked, warn them? Why would we, aside from the cultivators of the Yi family? The members of the Tianlan Sacred Hall and Yinluo sect are mere passers-by. The arrival of the three demons is fortuitous, as they can effectively hold them at bay. The reason I did not employ my treasures to destroy those giant trees is simply due to my limited strength. I cannot fathom the effort required to annihilate them. Otherwise, I would have taken action myself. Han Li smiled slightly. Indeed, that is a valid point. However, it would be prudent for the master to enter the hall and seize the treasures at the earliest opportunity. Once the treasures are secured, with the master's abilities, a hasty retreat amidst the chaos should be feasible. Then, one could conceal oneself in a hidden spot within the mountain for a few days. And once the fissure returns to normal, departure from this mountain would be possible. Silver Moon chuckled lightly. For now, we can only take it step by step, Han Li replied, lacking such optimism that that moment. A thunderous crash resonated from behind, and although Han Li did not turn to look, he instantly discerned that a golden magnetic spirit would have been severed. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he was merely a few dozen zhang away from the imposing hall ahead. He could even clearly see that at the apex of the grand entrance, which stood 20 to 30 zhang high, hung a peculiar plaque, neither gold nor wood, upon which the words Kunwu Hall were inscribed in grand, swirling golden ancient script. Han Li exhaled softly, and after a brief hesitation, he once more retrieved a jade vial containing the essence of 10,000-year spirit liquid from his sleeve and imbibed a drop. The considerable expenditure of his magical energy in resisting the golden magnetic radiance was instantly replenished, and the azure glow, golden arc, and purple flames surrounding him surged simultaneously. Subsequently, he quickened his pace, striding purposefully toward the hall's entrance. In the underground 7th level of the Kunwu Mountain Demon Suppression Tower, A crisp cracking sound echoed as the crystalline barrier that had thwarted the advances of the grotesque figure and his companions for a quarter of an hour finally shattered under the relentless onslaught of their treasures. Crumbling into dust as glimmers of crystal light gradually faded from sight. Let us proceed. This wall truly lives up to its reputation as the treasure of the Shumi sect, capable of delaying us for such a long duration. The grotesque figure remarked, gesturing to retrieve a glimmering silver sword that had been swirling above him into his robe. Why now? The Poison Saint sect must not have truly secured the treasure. Right? Another elder from the Yi clan inquired anxiously after stowing away a white jade ruler. Fear not. Even if they acquire the celestial treasure, it will not be immediately usable, should they obtain it. We can simply seize it back at once, the ancient demon replied nonchalantly. Indeed, what Elder Han has stated aligns perfectly with my intentions. The grotesque figure laughed heartily before being the first to step into the 7th level's exit. The Yi elder nodded slightly, offering a forced chuckle as he followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the three traversed the slanted stone steps and found themselves in a chamber equipped with a teleportation array. Upon encountering the small, black and white teleportation arrays, they were momentarily taken aback, much like the members of the Poison Saint sect. However, after scanning the two arrays, the ancient demon's gaze settled upon the black teleportation array, and a glimmer of surprise flickered across his face. Why are there two teleportation arrays? Which one leads to the 8th level? Or do both? The Yi elder murmured, his attention drawn to the white teleportation array. For traces of spiritual energy still lingered in the air from the earlier use by the Poison Saint sect, no need to choose. We shall use this one, the ancient demon declared, fixated on the black array. His tone somewhat peculiar. Use that teleportation array, but the people from the Poison Saint sect, the elder, perplexed, began to inquire. But before he could finish, the ancient demon, without any preamble, waved his sleeve, and a shadowy, demonic arm shot forth with lightning speed. The suddenness of the movement left the elder with only the sensation of a breeze by his ear before an icy, claw-like grip seized his head, pinning him mercilessly. The elder, taken aback, could only manage a startled cry before his head was crushed with a resounding thud, akin to a watermelon being smashed, as brain matter and blood erupted in a fountain, soaring a foot high. Yet, the ancient demon remained undeterred. Almost simultaneously, an ominous dark flame erupted from its mouth, swiftly enveloping the headless body that had yet to fall. Wisps of azure smoke gracefully ascended amidst the infernal blaze. In an instant, the elder's corpse was reduced to ashes, only for a nascent soul, shrouded in a pallid luminescence, to emerge from the black flames. This nascent soul clutched a pristine jade ruler tightly, its countenance a portrait of sheer panic. 7th uncle, help me, it cried out in a desperate, piercing voice, frantically channeling spiritual energy into the ruler, while simultaneously appealing to the grotesque figure. Enveloped in the dark flames, it found itself unable to utilize the technique of instantaneous movement. However, an eerie spectacle unfolded. The grotesque figure gazed impassively at the struggling nascent soul of the Yi family elder. Appearing utterly indifferent as a result, the protective aura surrounding the nascent soul sustained only for a brief moment before shattering under the fierce surge of the dark flames, with a heart-wrenching scream. The elder's nascent soul was obliterated by the black inferno. Tragically, the elder could not fathom the entirety of his plight until his final breath, vanishing from this world amidst a torrent of resentment and bitterness. Why strike now? Wasn't it said that action would only be taken at the final layer? At last, the grotesque figure spoke coldly, betraying a hint of dissatisfaction, originally expecting to encounter the target only at the last layer. It had sensed its presence here, rendering this individual beside it a mere nuisance. Could it be that you harbor some regrets? The ancient demon cast a sidelong glance at the figure, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Amir Jr., what is there to regret? The figure fell silent for a moment before speaking with a complex expression. It is best if you think so, my friend, if we can rescue the Holy Ancestor's avatar. The Holy Ancestor can bestow upon you secret techniques to infuse you with demonic energy. With your aptitude, there is at least a 60 to 70% chance of enabling you to ascend to the transformation stage in one fell swoop. The ancient demon replied with satisfaction. Humph, were it not for the impending deadline, why would I easily betray the Yi family to assist a demon like you? The figure snorted coldly, its gaze flickering uncertainly. Demon, should you succeed in infusing demonic energy, you shall also become a member of our holy clan. in our sacred realm. There are not few human cultivators who have transformed into descendants of the Holy Clan. What is there to hesitate about? The ancient demon remarked nonchalantly, a smirk playing at the corners of its mouth. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us depart swiftly, lest the night grows long with dreams. The grotesque figure seemed disinclined to discuss the matter further, swiftly stepping onto the black teleportation array. Observing this, the ancient demon let out a cold chuckle and followed suit onto the array. As the black teleportation array was activated, the two figures vanished in a flash of spiritual light. In the next moment, the figure and the ancient demon suddenly found themselves within a similar formation, surrounded by flickering dim lights that appeared somewhat obscure. Where is this? Once the figure regained its composure from the dizziness, it immediately scanned its surroundings, its face reflecting confusion and astonishment. Brother, you might want to look up. It's above us. The ancient demon's voice, tinged with enthusiasm, drifted from the side. Upon hearing this, the figure hurriedly looked upwards, only to be taken aback. High above, at an altitude of over 100 zhang, myriad restrictions shimmered and flickered incessantly. At the heart of these prohibitions, a shadow resembling a small mountain hovered motionless, ensnared by thick, dark chains the width of a bowl, and adorned with countless talismans of various hues. Surrounding this shadow were several bronze mirrors, each emitting pillars of yellow light, collectively forming an immense prison that enveloped the shadow securely. Upon discerning the form of the shadow, the peculiar figure from the Yi family gasped in astonishment. His heart filled with dread, for there, before him, loomed a two-headed silver wolf, its size exceeding 100 zhang. Despite being bound by restrictions, its fur gleamed with a resplendent silver sheen, akin to being crafted from pure silver, evoking a sense of awe at the wolf's majestic presence. Yet, curiously, one wolf's head retained its silver-white hue, while the other had transformed into a glossy black, shrouded in a faint dark mist, adorned with a single purple horn that rendered it exceptionally menacing. At this moment, both heads, starkly contrasting in appearance, had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a slumber, leaving one to wonder if it was the effect of the restrictions. Is this the incarnation of the holy ancestor you spoke of? The peculiar figure inquired, brow furrowed. Indeed, this is the incarnation of our holy ancestor from the sacred realm, came the reply. Among all the holy ancestors in the sacred realm, the Yuansha holy ancestor can undoubtedly rank within the top 5. However, this is not the true form of the Yuansha holy ancestor. It is merely a fragment of its soul inhabiting the body of a spirit world demon wolf. Nonetheless, this being is not to be compared with ordinary transformation stage cultivators. Barring any interference from the spirit world, it is an invincible existence within the human realm. In times past, the Yuansha holy ancestor was one of the 3 leaders of our sacred clan that descended into the human realm. The ancient demon proclaimed with pride, Yuansha holy ancestor. The peculiar figure murmured softly, Brother Yi, please protect me. I will first employ a secret technique to communicate with the holy ancestor's divine soul, the ancient demon suddenly remarked. Very well, proceed with your spellcasting, the peculiar figure responded, seemingly having cast aside all reservations. The ancient demon appeared entirely at ease with his companion's agreement, immediately forming hand seals with both hands that a surge of pitch-black demonic energy erupted from him, enveloping his form entirely. Following this, a low growl resonated, and a two-headed, four-armed demonic figure emerged amidst the cracking of bones. This demonic apparition stood several zhang tall, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence that caused even the peculiar figure to flinch and step back slightly. Subsequently, the ancient demon began to chant a deep, unintelligible incantation, while the 4 arms, glistening with scales, formed seals in unison, transforming into a godlike presence within the swirling darkness. Though the peculiar figure remained cautiously vigilant of his surroundings, his gaze remained fixated on the 2-headed giant wolf above, keenly observing for any signs of change. After a considerable span, akin to the duration of a tea break, the ancient demon abruptly halted his incantation, opening his mouth wide to expel a jet of dark red essence directly into the air. Simultaneously, he raised his 4 arms, causing 4 black seals to vanish into the essence, which promptly morphed into an enigmatic blood pattern, flickering and disappearing into the void above. Yet in the next moment, the crimson mark eerily manifested upon the brow of the black wolf's head, followed by a flicker of brilliance from its single horn. The eyelids of the black wolf stirred slightly, and its eyes gradually opened halfway, revealing a dazzling purple light. as if two purple suns had simultaneously appeared between its eyelids, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at them. Neither the ancient demon nor the large-headed creature were aware that at the very instant the colossal black wolf's head was roused, a silver box atop an altar in a nearby enclosed palace emitted a flash of light, as if something within it had also awakened. Above this silver box, a half-foot-long emerald-green ruler floated and rotated slowly, emanating a spiritual glow that perfectly enveloped the box below. Chapter 1017. Merging souls. As the silver box was enveloped in the green light emanating from the wooden ruler above, the spiritual radiance flickered, and the silver brilliance vanished without a trace, resulting in an exceedingly eerie spectacle. Were someone to sweep their gaze near the altar of the silver box, they would be greatly startled. Standing motionless over 10 paces away from the altar was a figure clad in a blue robe and red scarf, with azure patterns dancing across their face. None other than Hua Tianqi, the Grand Elder of the Poison Saint sect. However, at this moment, Hua Tianqi's eyes were slightly closed, his expression wooden, and blood flowed incessantly from his 7 orifices. Were it not for the gentle rise and fall of his chest, one might easily mistake him for a corpse. Meanwhile, the other 3 elders of the Poison Saint sect were nowhere to be found, having not entered the hall alongside him. Yet, from outside the hall, a faint sound of rumbling explosions could be heard, as if someone were trapped within some form of restriction, in the enigmatic space confining the giant wolf. The purple light in the black wolf's eyes vanished, and simultaneously, a woman's voice echoed. "Blood Flame, it is you. I once thought you had long returned to the sacred realm, that I never imagined you would linger in the human realm until now." The voice, melodious and enchanting, bore a striking resemblance to that of the woman who had ensnared Xiang Ji Li on that day, though it lacked some of the seductive allure and carried a hint of icy coldness. "I pay my respects to the holy ancestor. When I departed back then, I was already a step behind and nearly fell victim to a human pursuit. Had those human cultivators not believed I possessed the location of the passage from the sacred realm to the human realm, intending to slowly employ soul extraction methods on me, I would not have survived to this day." The ancient demon replied respectfully, "Though your fortune is quite favorable. The spatial rift that led into Ling Miao Garden was shattered long before we entered the human realm. There is no passage remaining," the black wolf's head noted, devoid of any excitement regarding the past conflict between humans and demons, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Is this the ancient giant demon that almost exterminated the ancient cultivators?" The large-headed creature observed the exchange between the ancient demon and the giant wolf with a cold gaze, noting that the black wolf's head spoke in a feminine tone, articulating slowly, devoid of any trace of demonic essence, and felt an unexpected surprise within. "Since you have arrived here, you must have planned everything accordingly. However, allow me to remind you, rescuing me is not as simple as you might think. Say nothing of the great Zhou Tian star chain that binds me. It is beyond your current cultivation to break," the black wolf's head remarked, casting a glance at the densely packed black chains enveloping its form, speaking with a faint detachment. "Rest assured, holy ancestor, since I have arrived, I have naturally made thorough preparations. This time, not only do I have the assistance of my friend Yi, but I have also gathered several magical artifacts, sufficient to break this chain." The ancient demon, however, appeared to be quite confident. "You indeed possess magical artifacts to aid you, which truly offers a glimmer of hope in dispelling this great Zhou Tian star chain. Yet, even so, I cannot allow you to cast your spell immediately." The black wolf head shook its head. "Why is that?" The 2-headed, 4-armed ancient demon was greatly taken aback, its eyes flickering with a purplish-red light. The eccentric of the Yi family was equally astonished. "It is quite simple. This star chain is not the most formidable restriction binding me. Just take a look at the ground where we stand." The black wolf head sighed lightly. "Where we stand?" Both the ancient demon and the large-headed oddity instinctively looked down. However, apart from the black teleportation array from which they entered, there was nothing else in sight. Both were left utterly perplexed. "Oh, you truly believe this place is an independent space from which one can enter and exit at will?" "It is merely a certain transcendent spiritual treasure, utilizing its power to isolate a portion of the 8th layer. As soon as you make any unusual movements, this treasure will immediately activate, sending you out of this place. Re-entering here would not be such an easy matter. Moreover, this external force is not the primary reason for my long entrapment. The greatest trouble lies within this body of the silver moon demon wolf." The black wolf head slightly moved its cranium, glancing at the other silver wolf head still in slumber, a trace of seriousness finally appearing in its eyes. The ancient demon and the large-headed oddity were not ordinary beings. Upon hearing this, and looking toward the distinctly different silver wolf head, they both seemed to awaken to a realization. Sensing something ominous, wasn't the spirit of this silver moon wolf demon devoured by the holy ancestor back then? Could there have been some unforeseen circumstance? The ancient demon inquired hesitantly. How do you think I was captured back then? Was it not because this wolf demon played tricks while I was possessing it? It actually possessed two primary spirits. One was severely injured by me and managed to escape in that moment, leading me to believe I was free from worry. The other, however, utilized secret techniques to conceal itself within its body. And just as I was engaged in a critical battle with the three elders of Kunwu, it suddenly counterattacked, resulting in my being sealed for so many years. The black wolf head spoke with a hint of anger. Two primary spirits. Could it be the rare phenomenon of dual souls in one body? The large-headed oddity exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing this. You humans are quite knowledgeable after all. This silver wolf indeed possesses two completely independent spirits. Originally, it was just a single wolf head, but once the second wolf spirit emerged, it immediately manifested a second wolf head to contest for control of this body with me. Moreover, the cultivation method of this wolf demon is genuinely peculiar. I foolishly possessed this body for such an extended period and remained unaware of the anomaly within. The black wolf head murmured, seemingly still baffled. Then does this wolf demon's second spirit still exist? Of course, it does. After being captured by those human cultivators, I learned that this silver moon wolf demon was, in fact, the beloved consort of the Heaven Koei divine wolf, one of the 7 great demon kings of the spirit realm, and one of the few true spirits that descended into the human realm at that time. The reason I could easily possess this wolf demon was precisely because it had just descended into the human realm, in a state of severe depletion. Otherwise, with the prowess of this silver wolf at its zenith, I am but a fragment of a soul, and it is uncertain whether I could achieve my aims. However, the revelation that this silver wolf possesses 2 souls within one body has indeed taken me by surprise, leaving me with a considerable loss. Nevertheless, I had already occupied this corporeal form for several years, and the majority of my physical being had been successfully demonized. Even if I were captured and subjected to their whims, those human cultivators would be unable to expel me from this body, nor would they dare to recklessly destroy both me and this flesh. They were left with no choice but to temporarily seal me within the demon suppression tower. The black wolf head spoke languidly. Recounting the tale, the ancient demon seemed unfazed, while the large-headed creature was momentarily taken aback by the revelations of these ancient secrets. Thus, it seems that this second wolf soul now resides within this body. The ancient demon let out a wry smile, as all 4 of its enormous eyes focused intently on the silvery wolf head. Not at present, but shortly, she should return, it continued. You might consider yourselves fortunate to have awakened me at this moment. The black wolf head let out a soft, playful laugh. What do you mean by that, revered ancestor? The ancient demon felt a chill pass through its heart. It is quite simple. When the ancient cultivators initially sealed me here, using the Black Wind banner to create the realm of absolute spirit, they deliberately extracted the second wolf soul's essence and exerted great effort to construct a palace rich in spiritual energy nearby, placing it within. Consequently, the second soul of this demon king's favored consort would periodically return to contest dominion over this corporeal form. Should she find herself at a disadvantage, she would promptly retreat to her resting place to restore her depleted essence. Meanwhile, due to my imprisonment, I could only rely on the demonic energy within me to counter her maneuvers. In this ongoing cycle of conflict, I soon found myself at a significant disadvantage to avoid being forcibly expelled from this body. I had no choice but to resort to merging my spirit with hers. The black wolf head stated with an unsettling calmness. What? Merging of spirits? You have already. The ancient demon's 4 eyes widened in horror, momentarily causing it to forget its formalities. Indeed, I have already become one with her, forming a new soul, with her consciousness as the principal and mine as the subordinate. However, in the beginning, the new soul was unstable, and upon its emergence, the ancient cultivators recognized my presence within her and refused to acknowledge her identity, failing to lift the seal to release her. Yet, due to her unique status, the ancient cultivators dared not act against her, ultimately abandoning Kunwa Mountain and sealing it completely. Thus, my soul and hers remained in a peculiar state of intermittent conflict and fusion. It was not until over 10,000 years later, after further merging, that we achieved complete stability, our union becoming remarkably harmonious. However, just a few days ago, the new soul, in an attempt to draw a clandestinely infiltrating transformation stage cultivator into an illusory, celestial phenomenon, sustained significant damage to her consciousness, allowing our spirits to separate once more. Yet, I suspect this will be the final instance of such separation, once the second wolf soul awakens from her slumber in that spiritually abundant realm. We shall once again merge into one. The black wolf head recounted these events with an air of detachment. Meanwhile, the ancient demon and the large-headed creature were left utterly dumbfounded. Revered ancestor, is the new soul after the merging a demon or a member of our holy lineage? After a prolonged silence, the ancient demon finally asked with a bittersweet smile, "What do you think?" The black wolf leader, seemingly unfazed, retorted with a question. The ancient demon could only respond in silence. Given the meticulous details you've shared, there must be some means to prevent this calamity, correct? Speak plainly, if you have something to say. After a moment of contemplation, the peculiar figure spoke suddenly. Speaking of which, I have yet to inquire. How is it that, as a human, you would lend your hand to Bloodflame? Surely, you must have some ulterior motive. I observe that your remaining vitality is scarce. It appears your end is nigh. You wish for this holy ancestor to infuse you with demonic energy? A flicker of purple light flashed in the black wolf leader's eyes. Rather than answering, he spoke with profound significance. Since you have discerned this, there is little for me to conceal that I, would rather descend into the abyss of darkness than succumb so easily to demise. If this were to be my fate, then what have been the trials and tribulations of nearly a millennium of arduous cultivation and countless brushes with death? Am I to simply return to dust? At this juncture, the peculiar figure exhibited no pretense, his expression darkening ominously. Chapter 1018. A reunion with Yuan Guang. Your words are refreshingly candid. Since you possess such resolve and can assist this holy ancestor in escaping this predicament, I can grant you a singular opportunity to infuse demonic energy into your being. To speak frankly, given your condition, the likelihood of success is at best 50%. However, our sacred lineage inherently enjoys a lifespan that far exceeds that of your cultivators. Even should you fail to advance, the infusion will still significantly extend your life. You will still have a chance to achieve the God transformation stage independently. The black wolf leader, casting a brief glance at the peculiar figure, replied with an unperturbed demeanor. 50%. Even if it is merely 1 in 10, I shall still give it my all. How may I assist you in your escape? The peculiar figure laughed heartily, his resolve unwavering. Very well, I shall be direct. The soul fusion has reached its current stage. Once that wolf soul returns to this body, I shall be compelled to merge with it without the need for any incantation. The only means of prevention is to obliterate the wolf soul. However, the place where the silver moon wolf soul slumbers is ensconced within a deadly array meticulously arranged by the 3 elders of Kunwu in years past. This array comprises 81 magic blades. Any entity imbued with demonic energy that approaches shall be mercilessly sliced to shreds by the combined force of these colossal blades. Bloodflame cannot breach this array. I observe that your cultivation method, while not a righteous path, is also not a sinister demonic art. Thus, the task of extinguishing the wolf soul rests solely with you. Should you accomplish this, the matter of the demonic infusion will be entrusted to me. The black wolf leader's voice remained unchanged, yet it resonated with enticing allure in the ears of the peculiar figure, causing him to gaze at the giant wolf with a countenance fluctuating between light and shadow. Where is that wolf soul located? After a brief moment, this eccentric individual from the Yi family bit his teeth and declared, showing no inclination for bargaining whatsoever, "Yi, my friend, you are indeed a wise man. Among the 2 teleportation arrays you entered, one leads directly to the palace where the wolf soul is ensconced." The black wolf leader, noticing that the eccentric figure did not haggle over details, revealed a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes and spoke with clarity and decisiveness. If it pertains to that teleportation array, the fellows from the Poison Saint sect must have entered it some time ago. It poses a bit of a challenge. However, if we strike covertly, dealing with them will be a trivial matter. I shall hasten there to annihilate that wolf spirit. The large-headed creature muttered a couple of phrases, clasped his hands in a gesture, and with a flash of brilliance from the teleportation array beneath his feet, he truly vanished, in an instant. Only the ancient demon remained near the teleportation array. Earlier, in the presence of the human cultivators, I refrained from inquiring about your matters. Now, you may enlighten me on how many magical artifacts you have collected as the first-class aberration disappeared from sight. The black wolf-headed figure's gaze suddenly darkened, emanating a chilling aura. The chains upon him resonated with a low hum, releasing countless dark, piercing rays that plunged deep into the massive wolf's body. Yet, the black wolf-headed figure remained utterly unfazed, appearing to disregard it entirely. Reporting to the Holy Ancestor, I have located 5 magical artifacts left behind by our kin in the human realm. The ancient demon bowed deeply, displaying heightened reverence. 5 artifacts would suffice, albeit barely. Let us prepare them immediately. Although I can currently control only half of this body's magical power, once I break free, it will be sufficient to shatter the restrictions of the Black Wind Banner. Even if it is a transcendent spiritual treasure, without a master to wield it, it is merely an inanimate object. The black wolf-headed figure spoke ominously. Understood. Upon hearing this, the ancient demon did not hesitate and waved all 4 arms through the air. Instantly, a flash of black light emerged, revealing a magical artifact in each palm. A pair of dark sunglasses, a blood-red command token, a jade lotus, and a grayish-white circular ring. Moreover, the ancient demon opened its massive maw and directly expelled a small black vial. As these 5 artifacts emerged, they began to spin incessantly above the ancient demon's head. With a long howl, the ancient demon unleashed a torrent of black light, and with a tremor of the 5 artifacts, they shot directly towards the space occupied by the giant wolf. The surrounding restrictions immediately sensed the disturbance, radiating with vibrant light. As various colors flickered incessantly in that fleeting moment, the entire sky seemed to come alive. Unbeknownst to Han Li, an ancient giant demon was on the verge of breaking free from the demon suppression tower. He stood at the entrance of the Kunwu Hall, gazing at the scene within. His face a mask of peculiar expressions. The North Polar primordial light. How could this phenomenon manifest here? Han Li murmured, his gaze sweeping over the densely woven silver light strands in front of him. He confirmed that these were indeed identical to those encountered in the abyss of Demon Fall, except these strands did not emanate from any rock, but rather erupted from the hundreds of massive stone pillars in the hall, engulfing the entire chamber and obscuring his view of what lay behind it. That moment, a raucous laughter suddenly erupted from behind Han Li, sounding distant yet exceedingly arrogant. Han, my friend, I wonder if you intend to leap voluntarily into the North Polar primordial light. Or would you prefer that we assist you with our treasures shortly? The voice belonged to the elder Qian. Han Li furrowed his brow and glanced back, only to see, through the colossal hall's entrance, that the 2 rows of golden magnetic spiritual wood had dwindled to merely a dozen or so. Elder Qian and several other demons, including the silver-winged night demon, had indeed pursued him to the entrance of the hall. As they continued to bombard the final colossal tree with treasures, they gazed through the palace doors at Han Li, each displaying a myriad of expressions, except for those demonic beings who had been aware of the existence of the North Polar primordial light from the beginning. The others were all individuals of considerable experience. Upon catching sight of the scene within the stone palace from a distance, they instantly recognized the North Polar primordial light. Consequently, their emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the fact that the North Polar primordial light obstructed Han Li, preventing him from entering the palace first to claim the treasures. The sorrow arose from their realization that they, too, seemed equally incapable of traversing this abruptly manifested barrier of North Polar primordial light, rendering the prospect of acquiring the treasures a vexing dilemma. Meanwhile, the voice of the old demonic figure, Qian, echoed unpredictably, seemingly indifferent as he laughed maniacally. For cultivators unprepared in advance, the North Polar primordial light was indeed a dead end. It was no wonder the old demon wore a look of schadenfreude. Han Li let out a cold snort, turned back, and tapped his waist storage pouch. A jet-black ring shot forth from the pouch, spiraling before expanding into a massive ring nearly 10 feet in diameter above his head. The runes upon this ring flickered, suggesting its extraordinary nature, as it was one of the 2-element rings. With a composed gesture, Han Li pointed at the enormous ring, which promptly descended to envelop him. Simultaneously, a spell was swiftly cast upon it, and a murky light shield materialized around the ring, thoroughly protecting Han Li within. Upon witnessing this scene, the laughter of the old demon Qian abruptly ceased, and the cultivators and demonic beings behind him simultaneously fell into a stupor, their faces betraying disbelief. Could it be that this individual truly possessed a means to breach the barrier of the North Polar primordial light? The thought involuntarily flickered through everyone's minds, causing their actions to hesitate as they attempted to command their magical treasures to attack the golden magnetic spirit with dais they observed. Han Li's figure flickered, surging forward through the dense array of silvery light threads, and as the North Polar primordial light struck the unassuming shield surrounding him, it all inexplicably veered aside, automatically avoiding Han Lit this moment. All present exchanged astonished glances, utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Han Li's form was engulfed by the North Polar primordial light, vanishing from sight. Quickly act. We cannot allow this brat to seize the treasures. The silver-winged night demon finally emerged from its shock, issuing a fierce shout, its visage contorted into a grotesque grimace. Yet, no matter how swift their actions, what use was it when the North Polar primordial light stood in their way? Gu Tianhao's expression also darkened significantly. Humph, the North Polar primordial light may confound others, but to think it could hinder me is a mere fantasy, the old demon Qian retorted icily, and with that, the white giant shadow, transformed from the five-child demon, suddenly leaped forth, disregarding the remaining golden magnetic spirit wood and shooting directly towards the palace doors. Elder, Gu Tianhao, and the others gasped in astonishment. Unable to suppress their exclamations, the enormous white shadow entered the magnetic field of the remaining golden magnetic spirit wood. An immense force immediately pressed down upon it, pulling the white shadow to the ground. Rendering it unable to move an inch, the thunderous roar erupted from the mouth of the white shadow, and then its brilliance dimmed. An ethereal blood shadow shot forth from the white figure, flying more than 10 steps before being yanked back to the ground by the overwhelming force. Yet, this blood shadow trembled slightly, advancing step by step towards the grand hall, as if it were a common person. This spectacle naturally left the onlookers, both human and demon, thoroughly aghast. At this juncture, the only recourse left was to rely on the divine abilities of the esteemed Gui. Let us take action. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Those items must never fall into the hands of others. The silver-winged night demon, without a moment's hesitation, turned its head, its expression shrouded in gloom, and conveyed a message to the ugly woman. The ugly woman, equally grave, nodded in agreement. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped her, and she rolled onto the ground. Beneath the blinding radiance, a gigantic tortoise, black and white in hue and measuring nearly 10 feet in size, suddenly materialized, swiftly making its way forward. This creature had revealed its true demonic form. The lion beast and the silver-winged night demon simultaneously leaped onto the tortoise's back. At that moment, the tortoise entered the magnetic field of the golden magnetic spirit wood. Consequently, the lion beast and the silver-winged night demon found themselves momentarily disoriented on the tortoise's back, struggling to maintain their balance. Yet, the tortoise, adorned in shimmering black and white, continued to advance with remarkable speed, seemingly unaffected. However, it could not be entirely immune to the influence, for as the three demons entered the magnetic field, peculiar golden runes suddenly emerged around them, swiftly penetrating into their bodies as if they were intangible. Despite the radiant barrier surrounding them, the three demons were utterly powerless to prevent the infiltration of these runes. The tortoise appeared unaffected, but once the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast had absorbed a rune each, their countenances immediately grew weary, as if burdened by an insidious restraint. Fortunately, the remaining area affected by the golden magnetic radiance was limited, and the tortoise, in a matter of moments, carried the three out of this realm. The two demons exhaled deeply, their spirits rejuvenated significantly. Chapter 1019. Surprise attack. As the tortoise halted, the two demons dismounted, their forms shimmering with spiritual light as they transformed back into the guise of the ugly woman. Though her pallid face appeared even more ghastly, the three demons, without a moment's pause, darted towards the grand hall. At that moment, the blood shadow, a manifestation of the elder Qian demon, had already entered, and the three demons beheld countless silver threads piercing through the shadow, leaving its body riddled with wounds. Yet, the blood shadow erupted with a blinding crimson radiance, and while its body sustained damage, it continuously mended itself. In this state, the blood shadow pressed on without hesitation, swiftly vanishing into the North Polar primordial radiance. Witnessing this scene, the three demons felt compelled to act without the slightest delay, as if they had already devised a strategy. The lion beast suddenly positioned itself at the forefront, unleashing a massive, gaping maw from which a silent golden sound wave erupted, severing the silver threads in its path. Following closely, the silver-winged night demon vigorously flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce azure wind that combined with the golden wave, sending the severed silver threads scattering into the void. With the relentless sweep of their powers, a clear space finally emerged. Seizing the opportunity, the three demons dashed into the clearing and gradually made their way deeper into the grand hall. Meanwhile, Lin Yinping, still outside the Kunwu Hall, wore a troubled expression in the blink of an eye. Only they and Gu Tianhao's group remained at the scene, continuing to wreak havoc upon the colossal tree. She bit her lips slightly, her brows furrowing, and turned to the youth surnamed Su, saying, "Brother Su, the saint need not be anxious. Our primary objective is merely the lad surnamed Han. The treasures within this hall are of little consequence. Moreover, with such a multitude having entered, how could the treasure possibly be so easily monopolized by anyone? We shall obliterate these colossal trees and then guard the entrance to the hall." The youth bearing the surname Su wielded a jade flying sword, relentlessly striking at a massive tree, speaking impassively. "Ha! Brother Su, your words hold merit," another chimed in. "Even if others acquire the treasure, they must ultimately exit through the hall's entrance. Though we cannot enter the North Polar primordial light, they would still need to reckon with our consent if they wish to depart freely." Tianhao laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Lin Yinping glanced at the strands of silver light within the great hall, contemplating briefly before nodding calmly in agreement. The two elderly figures clad in black, upon hearing this reasoning, found some sense in it, their anxieties diminishing as they diligently continued their assault on the giant tree. In the blink of an eye, a resounding crash echoed as a massive, charred tree, over 10 zhang in height, succumbed to their relentless attacks. Concurrently, Han Li stood deep within the Kunwu Hall, exhaling a long breath as he turned to glance at the dense strands of silver light behind him. Indeed, those ancient cultivators were quite cunning, for they deliberately set up an illusory formation within the North Polar primordial light. Were it not for my keen eyes, I might have encountered considerable trouble upon exiting. Musing to himself, Han Li then shifted his gaze forward. He was currently situated toward the rear of the Kunwu Hall, an area not overly expansive. Directly in his line of sight, 2 rows of wooden chairs of varying designs formed a semblance of a conference chamber. At the far end of these chairs, a faintly golden chair occupied the center, accompanied by a green table, about a zhang in height. While the chair was relatively unremarkable, crafted from ordinary golden silk spiritual wood, the table was a different matter altogether, exuding a vibrant green aura and radiating palpable spiritual energy, unmistakably an extraordinary object. Moreover, it was enveloped in a shimmering green light, through which one could vaguely discern several items resting atop the jade table. This must be the treasure of the Kunwu Hall. Han Li raised an eyebrow, scanning his surroundings, which were devoid of anything particularly eye-catching. Finally, his gaze returned to the front, landing on an object above. There, on the wall behind the faintly golden chair, hung an inconspicuous painting, a depiction of 3 figures gazing at the moon. A monk, a Taoist, and a Confucian scholar, shrouded in ambiguity, appeared to be engaged in earnest conversation amidst a bamboo grove, directed toward a round moon. The painting, measuring merely a foot in size and slightly yellowed in hue, bore no trace of spiritual light, which initially caused Han Li to overlook it. Yet now, with narrowed eyes, he found himself transfixed by the image. After a considerable pause, he lowered his head, lost in contemplation that he had discerned nothing unusual upon first glance, and his spiritual sense confirmed that the painting was indeed mundane. Nevertheless, a lingering feeling of peculiarity gnawed at him. How could such an ordinary object be displayed in this hallowed space? With a countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve, Han Li suddenly raised a hand decisively, unleashing a beam of golden light that surged forth, striking the painting with ferocity. As the sword light erupted, the 3 figures gazing at the moon were reduced to fragments, scattering like dust in the air. Witnessing this scene, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he had been overly suspicious? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. However, since the deed had already been done, he would no longer hold back. Han Li decisively waved his sleeve, and several fireballs, each the size of a fist, materialized before him. He took a deep breath, preparing to launch these fireballs with his spiritual sense, intending to incinerate the remnants of the shattered painting. Just at that moment, a sudden exclamation from the silver moon echoed in his mind. "Master, be careful." Han Li was taken aback. Although his spiritual sense detected no anomalies, his body instinctively blurred, and in an instant, 7 or 8 identical phantoms emerged, making it difficult to discern his true self. Almost simultaneously, the ground of blue stone behind Han Li erupted violently, and amidst the debris, a flicker of spiritual light surged forth. As several phantoms were pierced through by beams of golden and silver light from behind, only one figure emitted a crisp sound, as the golden and silver beams were unexpectedly blocked by an unknown object and rebounded. It turned out to be a golden and silver spear-like magical artifact. The figure staggered under the immense force, but swiftly vanished from its original position, reappearing several feet away in an instant. Turning to reveal Han Li's face, filled with extreme anger and shock. Had it not been for his prior summoning of the Yuan Gang shield to protect his back, he might have suffered grave injuries. Therefore, even though Han Li usually concealed his emotions, he found himself overwhelmed with fear at this moment, his rage surging uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he summoned a shimmering silver shield into his hand, while with another flick of his sleeve, dozens of golden small swords transformed into a dense torrent of sword light, shooting towards the debris-laden ground opposite him. In response, a light, melodic laugh rang out, followed by a blinding flash as a massive golden and silver object rose from the ground. Despite the multitude of sword lights striking this object, they bizarrely flickered and fell short. Observing this, Han Li's heart sank, and his anger subsided significantly as he focused intently. The golden and silver object was revealed to be a massive spear, several yards long, its surface shimmering like a mirror, crafted from an unknown material. From its form, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the treasure that had just ambushed him, albeit on a far grander scale. "My friend, your vigilance is truly remarkable. To have evaded such a strike that I wonder, what cultivation method do you practice? Might you share it with this younger sister?" The few golden and silver small spears that had attacked Han Li spiraled back into the giant spear the moment it appeared, vanishing without a trace, accompanied by the astonished voice of the young woman emanating from within. As Han Li's expression darkened like water, he recalled his flying swords. While his thoughts raced, suddenly, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, transforming into a green rainbow that shot towards a nearby table. Since other cultivators had arrived, he intended to seize the treasure first. Otherwise, if the entanglement continued, more and more cultivators drawn by the extreme Yuan light would appear, rendering his hopes of obtaining the treasure exceedingly slim. However, as Han Li surged forward, he found it peculiar. The woman's voice was unfamiliar, certainly not belonging to the individuals and creatures he had encountered outside the hall earlier. Could it be that other cultivators had already entered Kunwa Mountain so swiftly, arriving before Qian Laomao and his companions could cross the northern extreme Yuan light? All these contemplations flitted through Han Li's mind in an instant. At the sound of the young woman's startling exclamation, the escaping light surged forward, swiftly traversing a distance of over 20 zhang, poised to hover above the table. Just then, an unexpected spatial disturbance occurred above Han Li's head. With a flash of azure mist, a rune-engraved azure cloth materialized and descended without hesitation. This enormous cloth, measuring 5 or 6 zhang across, appeared so close that, caught off guard, even Han Li, with his vast powers and myriad methods, found himself ensnared within it. In that moment, he was effectively trapped. Before his eyes, a shimmering azure light enveloped everything, and realizing the peril, he hurriedly flicked his wrist, summoning the Yuan Gang shield, which manifested a layer of hazy white light that enveloped him, prioritizing his protection. Meanwhile, outside the azure cloth, a woman appeared mysteriously atop it, none other than Madame Mu of the Huaxian sect, having witnessed the formidable power of Han Li's three-flame fan. She understood that the azure cloth could not contain him for long. Seizing her opportunity, she swiftly transformed into a white rainbow, darting towards the table. With a raised hand, a silver token emerged in her palm. Shimmering with radiant silver light, that a torrent of silver mist erupted forth, striking the green barrier with precision. Under the weight of that intense silver glare, the formidable barrier crumbled away like snow under the warmth of spring, vanishing in the blink of an eye and revealing the true visage of several items on the offering table. For stacked crimson wooden plaques, a small purple sword, a palm-sized demon-slaying staff, a scroll glowing with a red light, and a verdant seal engraved with a vividly lifelike five-clawed true dragon. Upon seeing these treasures, the woman was filled with immense joy. After a brief pause to gaze at the seal, she waved her long sleeves, eager to gather all the items into her possession. Chapter 1020. The Quest for Treasure. Just as the treasures were about to be claimed, a flash of green light erupted from the ground where the woman stood, and several green serpents shot forth, coiling around her like zongzi after a few swift twists. With a series of loud thuds, it was unclear what kind of spiritual artifact she bore, but a layer of white light shield materialized around her without her casting any spells. The azure serpents were repelled, revealing their true forms as several verdant vines that eye in that moment. Madame Mu was filled with astonishment and fury, mirroring Han Li's own emotions. She never anticipated that there would be a hidden adversary following her. Had her actions to ensnare Han Li and open the protective barrier over the table merely served another's purpose? Who could possibly be the one ambushing her, managing to closely follow the Sun and Moon shuttle without detection? It was crucial to note that her stealthy infiltration relied entirely on the silver token left behind by the three elders of Kunwu, which allowed her to temporarily control certain restrictions within the hall. Guiding the Sun and Moon shuttle past other cultivators that moment, a jarring, discordant laugh echoed, followed by a towering figure of green mist emerging silently from the nearby ground. That a pair of cold green eyes scanned Madame Mu with icy disdain, sending a chill down her spine. Yet, upon focusing her gaze on the figure's form, her expression shifted dramatically as she gasped, "Mu Kuei, how can such a creature exist in the human realm?" Though the verdant shadow, at first glance, appeared to possess complete limbs and a head, resembling certain human features, it was, in fact, entirely shrouded in bark-like substances. It resembled a monstrous tree capable of locomotion. Upon hearing the Lady of the Woods exclaim thus, a flicker of derision flashed in the eyes of the wood spirit, who then disregarded her entirely and transformed into a radiant green light, darting towards the table, intent on seizing all the treasures for itself. A sense of dread enveloped the Lady of the Woods. Even if she could extricate herself from her predicament, she would be unable to prevent this creature from claiming the artifacts. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the luminous entity of the wood spirit approached the table, it was abruptly shattered into fragments by Han Li amidst the remnants of the moonwatching trio. Suddenly, motes of spiritual light erupted, releasing three streams of vibrant yellow, white, and red light. This radiant aura enveloped the green light, propelling it away like a ball, sending it tumbling several yards. The green light coalesced, revealing the staggering form of the wood spirit. At that moment, this towering creature seemed utterly uncontrollable, spinning in place several times before managing to stabilize itself. However, as it gazed upon the radiant hues, its emerald eyes were filled with an indescribable terror. The three streams of light spiraled around the table, materializing into indistinct figures about a foot tall. They floated gracefully, yet their appearances unmistakably mirrored those of the Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist figures from the moonwatching trio. Their 6 vacant gazes were fixated upon the distant wood spirit, as if observing a corpse. The 3 elders of Kunwu. The wood spirit cried out in abject horror. In an instant, its entire being shimmered with spiritual light. And without a second thought, it transformed into a green rainbow, hurtling towards the direction of the North Polar Yuan light, not daring to glance back. Simultaneously, the 3 small figures silently pointed at the sword, the demon-slaying staff, and the scroll upon the table. The 3 artifacts emitted a resonant hum and leaped into the air, trembling before transforming into brilliant purple, yellow, and red streaks of light that vanished instantaneously. Yet, in the next moment, they reappeared just as the wood spirit was about to plunge into a multitude of silvery strands, converging together for a devastating strike. The wood spirit had no means of evasion. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the tricolored radiance erupted, instantly engulfing the green light within, radiating a blinding brilliance akin to the sun, rendering it impossible to behold. When the light finally receded, the only remnants remaining in the air were the 3 floating artifacts, while everything else had vanished without a trace. This singular strike from the 3 artifacts had utterly evaporated the terrifying wood spirit, along with its corporeal form and essence. Concurrently, the lowest of the 4 blood-red wooden tokens upon the table ignited spontaneously, swiftly reducing to a pile of ashes upon the demise of the demon. The three artifacts soared back, spiraling before dutifully returning to their original positions upon the table. The three figures above, shrouded in indistinctness, dissipated and vanished, having uttered not a single word throughout the entire ordeal. These three small beings were merely a fragment of the divine will left by the three elders of Kunwu in that illustration, intended as a safeguard against the treasures falling into the hands of malevolent entities. Constituting the final barrier within the Kunwu Hall, the formidable entity known as Mu Kuei, possessing both cunning and remarkable cultivation, could undeniably be regarded as an exceptionally powerful demon, perhaps even surpassing the silver-winged night demon. Yet, in a stroke of unfortunate fate, he met his demise at the hands of three divine thought-driven treasures, a truly lamentable outcome. Lady Mu, initially taken aback, soon found herself elated upon the death of Mu Kuei. The green vines that adorned her transformed instantaneously from iron-hard to mere ordinary tendrils. With a flicker of white spiritual fire, she reduced them to nothingness, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. She was poised to take action when a resounding thud echoed behind her, as if something had shattered, swiftly followed by a thunderous clap. "Sister, be cautious," cried the beautiful female cultivator. Startled, Lady Mu instinctively raised her delicate hand, and with a graceful motion of her 5 jade fingers, she summoned all the treasures on the table, causing them to tremble and rise into the air, drawn towards her in that very moment. A bolt of lightning illuminated the space above the table, revealing a figure who reached for the same treasures, causing them to momentarily pause before redirecting towards him. It was none other than Han Li, who had just escaped from the massive net and had swiftly arrived here using the wind and thunder wings. Witnessing this scene, Lady Mu was a mix of astonishment and fury, without a moment's hesitation. She unleashed several strands of icy silk that shot towards Han Li, transforming into silver needles. Simultaneously, she waved her sleeves, sending forth a crimson mist that spiraled toward the treasures. Observing this, Han Li's expression darkened as he opened his mouth to expel a shimmering white crystal orb. The snow crystal pearl aimed directly at the flying needles. With his other hand, he reached out toward the treasures, summoning a massive azure hand that grasped at them in a swift motion. He also conjured an ancient feather fan into his grasp. A fierce glint flashed across his face, and without a moment's hesitation, he directed a powerful gust from the fan toward Lady Mu. Previously, he had been ambushed by the woman entangled in the giant net, and now trapped again by this lady's treasures. His fury had reached a boiling point. Thus, he did not hesitate to wield the 3-flame fan at this critical juncture. The silver needles were thwarted by the snow crystal pearl, while his hand grasping for the treasures was ensnared by Lady Mu's radiant mist, rendering it ineffective. However, as the 3-flame fan quivered, a torrent of gold, silver, and red flames surged forth. Upon witnessing this, Lady Mu's complexion drastically changed. She had personally witnessed the terrifying power of the 3-flame fan and was acutely aware that its might was beyond her capacity to withstand in desperation. She could do nothing but retreat swiftly, abandoning her treasures. When the tricolored flames struck empty air, they erupted with a brilliant explosion, releasing an astonishing spiritual pressure in a diameter of nearly 10 zhang, compelling even Han Li to stagger back several steps. Although the treasures were on the periphery of the 3-flame fan's might, both Han Li's azure hand and Lady Mu's crimson mist were obliterated by the overwhelming spiritual pressure, causing the treasures to plummet from the skies towards the ground. Upon witnessing this, Han Li was filled with delight and was about to take action when, suddenly, 3 beams of escape light shot forth simultaneously from the northern polar primordial radiance. One was a blood shadow, another a silvery glow, and the last a purple mist. Each of these escape lights seemed to master some peculiar evasion technique, immediately vanishing into thin air or transforming into a gentle breeze. Han Li, upon seeing this scene, inwardly exclaimed that it was a dire situation. However, he did not hesitate in his movements. With a thunderous roar, he arrived above the treasures even before these individuals could act. Yet, he was merely a moment ahead, for the other 3 shadows almost instantaneously materialized near the treasures, launching attacks on those nearby, while simultaneously reaching for a particular artifact. The closest items to Han Li were an unknown wooden plaque and a crimson glowing scroll. Disregarding the other treasures, he transformed into a wisp of azure mist, swiftly sweeping the 2 items into his possession. Just as he intended to snatch the nearby demon-slaying staff, a dozen blood-red light pillars and a wave of golden sound rippled towards him from above. Left with no choice, Han Li had to retreat momentarily, evading the onslaught. Consequently, the demon-slaying staff was seized by the encroaching blood shadow. The purple mist and silvery glow, however, paid no heed to the other treasures. Desperately enveloping the two scattered wooden plaques, appearing fearful of others snatching them away. Han Li was taken aback by this sight, while the blood shadow, with a flash, lunged towards the verdant seal-like artifact. "Stop! You cannot take the dragon transformation seal." A woman's urgent voice rang out, followed by a milky white jade ruler suddenly appearing above the blood shadow, descending mercilessly. This ruler was truly peculiar, even before it made contact. A resonant sound of Dharma echoed from it, and countless milky white lotus flowers emerged in the vicinity, appearing as if a celestial maiden were scattering blossoms. Each flower was the size of a bowl, and on every petal, a seven-colored Buddha light shimmered. Not only the blood shadow, but even the other silvery mass and blood shadow were ensnared beneath its influence. Fortunately for Han Li, due to his retreat, he found himself just outside the ruler's reach. As Han Li gazed in astonishment, all the white lotuses exploded simultaneously at the sound of the woman's sharp command, transforming into a magnificent seven-colored giant lotus that bloomed petal by petal. Countless Buddhist scriptures surged forth from each petal, and the resonant Dharma sound reverberated throughout the grand hall like thunder. The blood shadow, the silver mass, and the purple mist, trapped amidst the colorful lotus, could not even stabilize their forms, swaying as if intoxicated. Chapter 1021. The might of the solar ring. Just as Han Li was stunned by the extraordinary spectacle before him, the golden shield, forged from the hidden Vajra relic within his body, also manifested alongside the giant lotus. Startled, Han Li quickly concentrated his internal energy, suppressing the anomaly of the treasure. He then cast a profound glance at the distant colorful lotus before. Without uttering a word, flapping his silver wings and vanishing from his spot, in the next moment, he reappeared near the northern polar primordial radiance, slipping into it like a green rainbow. For Han Li, having already acquired two treasures, it was undoubtedly wise to make a swift exit from the chaotic scene. The sudden emergence of the jade was indeed terrifying and astonishing in its display of power. Although its divine abilities leaned towards confounding and transforming enemies, there was no doubt that its might was not inferior to that of the three-flame fan. It was highly likely that it was a replica of some celestial treasure. Despite harboring a deep resentment towards the owner of this for the earlier ambush, he would not choose this moment to confront the opponent head-on. After all, whether it was the old demon Qian or the silver-winged night demon, they were not exactly aligned with him. If he were to be besieged by these few individuals, no matter how formidable his powers, he would surely meet his demise here, upon the golden and silver giant shuttle. The elegant woman from the Transformation Immortal sect was using both hands to channel the white jade, her face reflecting a struggle. Thus, although she saw Han Li retreating, she had no leisure to pay attention to him. As long as Han Li did not take away the most crucial item, the dragon transformation seal, she could only choose to ignore him at that moment. The woman who had temporarily escaped due to Han Li's overwhelming display was now filled with resentment as she noticed her junior sister trapping the old demon Qian and others beneath it. With a bitter glance towards the direction in which Han Li had vanished, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the colossal colorful lotus. It was uncertain whether it was the elegant woman's manipulation or the fact that the woman herself possessed powers that rendered her unafraid of the lotus. She effortlessly seized the dragon transformation seal from within the giant lotus, unaffected by the treasure's might. However, as she swept her long sleeves, she also drew the small purple sword into her grasp. In that instant, a flash of seven-colored Buddhist light enveloped the lotus, causing it to shatter inch by inch. The previously suppressed old demon Qian and the two monsters were instantly freed, and upon stabilizing themselves, their six fierce glows simultaneously fixed their gaze on the woman. It appeared that the young woman had finally exhausted her magical power, leading to a decrease in the four symbols' potency. The woman's expression shifted. Just as Han Li plunged into the Arctic Yuan light, he unexpectedly encountered the grotesque woman transformed from the Xian Yin turtle. The demoness was clad in an unusual, iron-blue battle armor, and the previously indomitable silver light threads faltered upon striking it, rebounding slightly. Remarkably, she remained unscathed within the Arctic Yuan light. Oddly enough, the grotesque woman, adorned in this armor, appeared to be advancing with deliberate slowness, seemingly unable to employ any escape techniques. That it was no wonder that the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast had distanced themselves from her. Taking the lead, as soon as Han Li appeared before this demoness, she naturally laid eyes on him. After a moment of surprise, she immediately revealed a wary expression, conjuring a dark, staff-like artifact before her. Her eyes darting over Han Li with great intensity. Han Li maintained a calm demeanor and swiftly dodged to the side. He had no ties to this demon and did not harbor intentions of exorcising her. Moreover, she was considerably restricted within the Arctic Yuan light and was unlikely to take the initiative to attack. However, this time, Han Li miscalculated. Just as he swiftly passed by the grotesque woman, she suddenly shifted her expression, abruptly turning her head to fix her terrified gaze on him. This startled Han Li, causing him to instinctively halt his escape, and he grasped an object in confusion, staring intently at the demoness. "You have taken that item. Return it to me," the grotesque woman shrieked, her voice piercing and shrill. Suddenly, she seized the black staff before her and with a vigorous shake directed it towards Han Li. Instantly, the staff transformed into a length of several zhang, and in a swift motion, countless shadowy forms of the staff emerged, resembling small mountains. Descending upon Han Li with an overwhelming force, the frenzied expression replaced the woman's countenance. Her face twisted in madness. The mountainous shadows of the staff sent a chill through Han Li's heart, leaving him bewildered by both the woman's demeanor and her words. Yet, he did not betray any sign of fear. Instead, he raised a hand, and a dark ring promptly materialized, soaring forth to confront the oncoming shadows above him. In the distance, the woman observed this with great delight. The staff in her grasp was forged from the quintessence of 5 metals, meticulously gathered during her confinement underground, and after countless years of relentless refinement, it had evolved into a remarkable treasure. Though the shadowy forms appeared unremarkable, each bore the strength of 1,000 caddies. She was utterly confident that the seemingly insignificant ring would be obliterated upon contact. With this thought, her malevolent spirit surged, and she recklessly channeled additional spiritual energy into the staff, causing the shadows to swell further, preparing to annihilate Han Li in one fell swoop, thus eliminating any future threats. As the woman's vicious expression became apparent, Han Li discerned her intentions, although he was puzzled by her desperate aggression upon their first encounter. His own murderous intent ignited. With an impassive demeanor, he pointed at the dark ring. Just before the ring made contact with the shadows, it emitted a resonant hum, and an astonishing scene unfolded. The nearby silver threads, upon hearing the sound, trembled and shot forth towards it. The dense array of polar essence converged with astonishing speed, immediately piercing through all the shadowy forms, which, once formidable, were rendered riddled with holes and dissipated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. "You can control polar essence," the woman shrieked, as if someone had grasped her throat, her face a mask of shock. The 2 instruments' ring consists of yin and yang rings. The yin ring protects the bearer from polar essence harm, while the yang ring allows the manipulation of polar essence to attack foes. This black ring was indeed the yang ring. Han Li let out a cold snort. Were it not for the polar essence, he would be exceedingly wary of a creature of this caliber, equivalent to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and would find it nearly impossible to slay such an opponent. However, now that she was ensnared within the polar essence, and with the 2 instruments' ring at his disposal, the circumstances were drastically different. Since she had chosen to court death, he was willing to expend additional effort to eliminate her. Although he could not yet discern the true nature of her being, such a creature of this tier undoubtedly possessed an exceptionally rare and high-quality physical form and soul. With this thought in mind, Han Li had no inclination to engage in any explanations with this demon. That he raised his hand, casting a spell upon the ring. The ring spiraled, its hum intensifying, and under the dark, mysterious glow, a vast expanse of silver threads within several dozen zhang was brought under its control. With a mere thought, Han Li stirred the surrounding polar essence, unleashing a torrent of silver waves that surged relentlessly towards the woman in the center. The woman gasped in alarm, momentarily neglecting to wield her treasure against Han Li. In a hurry, she opened her mouth to spit forth a mass of black-red essence blood. With a swift gesture, this essence transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enveloped her armored form. Subsequently, her armor shifted in hue from blue to a deep crimson. That moment, the formidable wave of Arctic primordial silver light surged forth relentlessly, engulfing the ugly woman in its embrace. The armor adorning her body shimmered with an eerie crimson hue. desperately resisting the encroachment of the silvery threads, emitting a piercing sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Although the ugly woman had employed a suppressive technique, the earlier reliance on her armor to barely withstand the Arctic primordial light was now rendered futile. The onslaught of silver threads was nearly several times greater than before, and in the blink of an eye, the surface of her armor began to succumb, revealing countless small pits under the strain. Her complexion darkened significantly, and suddenly she let out a sharp cry. Rubbing her hands together before pressing them onto her armor, the layer of grayish-white light rippled outward, and a rocky substance manifested upon the armor, forming an additional layer of protection that slightly mitigated the silver light's corrosive effects, allowing the Arctic primordial light to erode her armor at a slower pace. However, these grayish-white anomalies were also gradually being obliterated by the silver threads, necessitating the ugly woman to expend her vital essence in an unending effort to replenish them. Anyone could discern that it was merely a matter of time before they were completely destroyed. Yet, during this fleeting interval, Han Li, whose murderous intent surged, would not grant this creature any reprieve. He swiftly unleashed several spells with both hands directed at the solar ring, causing it to spin in the air. And immediately the Arctic primordial light responded with blinding silver brilliance, rising and falling like tumultuous waves, an awe-inspiring sight. Upon witnessing this, the ugly woman's countenance paled to match the grayish hue of the anomalies on her armor. The distant Arctic primordial light, urged forth by Han Li, swept toward her like an overwhelming tide, and in an instant, her armor could no longer withstand the onslaught. The manifestations of the anomalies failed to fully materialize before being utterly annihilated by the silver threads. Cracks began to appear in her armor, threatening collapse within mere moments. Fear finally crept into her expression, her eyes darting frantically, filled with terror. "Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. I am willing to serve you as your spirit beast." As a corner of her armor shattered, dozens of silver threads pierced through, transforming one of her arms into a cloud of blood mist. In her despair, she could no longer concern herself with anything else and cried out in desperation. For this ancient rock turtle demon, who had lived for countless eons, how could she resign herself to meeting her demise here? "Be my spirit beast." At this proclamation, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, and he temporarily quelled the assault of the Arctic primordial light with his solar ring. "Do you take me for a child of 3? The Forbidden God technique has little effect on a creature of your cultivation level. How can you expect me to trust you and accept you as my spirit beast?" Han Li replied, unperturbed, as he regarded the ugly woman ensnared by the multitude of silver threads. If she failed to provide a satisfactory explanation forthwith, he would not hesitate to command the Arctic primordial light to annihilate her without a moment's hesitation. He was determined not to afford her any opportunity to delay. "There is no need for me to elaborate further. Did you receive a wooden token within Kunwa Palace? If you examine it closely, you will understand." The ugly woman, realizing Han Li's lingering murderous intent, spoke with a pallid expression, not daring to show any hesitation. "The life origin token." Upon receiving the blood-red wooden token, he did not take the time to scrutinize it. Yet it undeniably appeared to be extraordinary compared to ordinary treasures. Now, after hearing the words of the ugly woman, he began to harbor some doubts. Without uttering a word, he promptly tapped his waist storage pouch. And in an instant, a beam of blood light burst forth, spiraling before landing in his palm. That it was indeed that very wooden token. Han Li's eyes shimmered with a blue glow as he finally discerned its true form. About the size of a palm, its surface was enveloped in a layer of blood light, while a small, fog-like grayish-white entity emerged on the front, gently quivering within the blood radiance, almost appearing as if it were a living creature. Han Li swiftly scanned it with his divine sense, and a hint of joy flickered across his face. With a single hand gesture, he unleashed a streak of azure light. Instantly, the blood light on the token blazed forth, causing the small grayish-white fog to dissipate, revealing an intricate pattern of a black and white spirit tortoise. "Xian Yin turtle, your true form is this celestial spirit beast. No wonder your defenses are so astonishing. It can endure for such a long time even amidst the polar origin light." Han Li gazed at the token for a long while, his pupils narrowing as he raised his head and spoke. "Fellow Taoist, you should now realize that I have no intention of deceiving you," the ugly woman explained, remaining motionless in the polar origin light, fearful of provoking Han Li's misunderstanding. "This life source token was forged personally by the 3 elders of Kunwa back in the day. No one in the human realm can create such a high-tier token anymore. As long as this token is in hand, our lives and deaths are in the hands of its master. Her words rang true. Yet the efficacy of this life source token also depended on who wielded it. If a cultivator below the nascent soul stage attempts to refine this token and compel you to obey, their cultivation would likely be insufficient, and they may suffer backlash from the restrictions inscribed upon the token. Han Li replied calmly. What, fellow Taoist? Do you possess this token, yet still harbor doubts about me? The woman's already unattractive face grew even more displeased. Of course, I have my reservations. Even if I refine this token and can restrain you at any time, your cultivation far surpasses mine. If you were to disregard your life, it would not be impossible for you to break free from control and strike back. Han Li's expression suddenly darkened, and the halo above his head emitted a low hum, encircling the ugly woman, with the silvery strands beginning to stir restlessly. If you remain unconvinced, I am willing to split a portion of my divine soul and attach it to the life source token. If I truly harbor any ill intentions, you will notice it immediately, the ugly woman exclaimed, startled, as she spoke hastily. Splitting the divine soul. That method indeed works. Since you have suggested it, do proceed with the division, Han Li replied, his expression unchanging, his gaze flickering. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the ugly woman hesitated. However, when she caught sight of Han Li's eyes growing increasingly stern, a chill ran down her spine, and without further delay, she swiftly slapped the back of her head. With a pop, a flash of black and white light erupted from her crown, revealing a hideous infant soul floating above her head. The infant soul opened its mouth and spewed forth a fist-sized green light. After a look of pain crossed the ugly woman's face, the green light trembled violently, splitting into two slightly smaller orbs. One orb spiraled back into the infant soul's mouth, while the other hesitated before slowly advancing towards Han Li. Observing this, Han Li unceremoniously waved the life source token towards the approaching green light. A burst of blood light erupted, engulfing the green light and pulling it into the wooden token. The wooden plaque radiated a sanguine light, accompanied by a faint yet melodious chime. Han Li lowered his gaze upon this object, observing that the black and white spirit turtle was now vividly defined, its head raised and tail flicking as if it had come to life. Only then did Han Li genuinely relax, and, opening his mouth, he directly swallowed the item whole. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the hideous woman felt a chill envelop her heart, realizing that unless she advanced to the transformation stage, she would never escape his control. After consuming the wooden plaque, Han Li felt a profound sense of relief. He promptly raised a finger and pointed at the ring in the air. Instantly, the Arctic yuan light that had surrounded the ugly woman dispersed in all directions. Han Li's figure flickered, and he appeared before her, scrutinizing the disheveled state of her missing arm, his brows knitting in concern. Casually, he flicked a finger towards the protective barrier before him, causing a dark, misty brilliance to flash, enveloping the woman within the shadowy shield and isolating the remaining silver threads outside. Rest assured, I have no intention of binding you indefinitely as long as you transcend or ascend to the spirit realm. Your freedom will be restored. I do not expect you to serve as a legacy spirit beast for my family or sect, Han Li remarked nonchalantly after retracting another sun ring. Is your word truly sincere? The ugly woman inquired, her previously forlorn expression brightening at his words. Whether you believe it or not, you shall know in due time. However, in comparison to your ethereal spirit beasts, our human lifespan is trivial. If you dedicate yourself to my cause during this period, I assure you that I shall not treat you unjustly. Moreover, I possess more than just you as my spirit beast. Soon you will realize that being my spirit beast may not be such a misfortune. Han Li, unfazed by her insistence on her identity, smiled faintly. What if I do not believe? Yet if you genuinely uphold your promise, I would not mind serving you for a while. The ugly woman replied with a bitter smile. Very well, you shall come to know the kind of person I am through further acquaintance. For now, consume the contents of this small vial to restore your magical energy and heal your wounds. Han Li's expression turned serious as he tossed her a small vial. Restore magical energy? Could it be that this vial contains? The ugly woman accepted the vial with skepticism, uncapping it to be greeted by an overwhelming surge of pure spiritual energy that caused her to gasp in astonishment. Within this vial is a drop of 10,000-year spirit night, sufficient to replenish your depleted magical energy. I shall soon require your assistance, Han Li declared with an air of calm. Thank you, esteemed friend. Grateful for such a boon, the ugly woman did not hesitate to express her thanks before immediately consuming the drop of spirit night. After a brief circulation within her body, it transformed into an exquisitely pure spiritual power, swiftly filling her entire being. Overjoyed, she gestured with one hand, her body radiating black and white spiritual light, then turned her gaze to the site of her severed arm, murmuring incantations to Han Li's astonishment. A remarkable scene unfolded. He beheld the intertwining black and white spiritual light converging at her wound, with countless flesh buds rapidly proliferating within the brilliance. In the blink of an eye, a fully formed arm began to take shape. An indestructible body. Han Li was taken aback. This rare ability among spirit beasts had only been witnessed once before in the fire-toad beast from the abyssal demon valley. The woman's prowess was evidently many times greater than that of the fire-toad. Within mere breaths, her entire arm had fully regrown, leaving Han Li utterly astonished. It seemed that his ability to subdue this creature had indeed been a stroke of extraordinary luck, were it not for the polar primal light. This creature would have already expended a considerable amount of its magical energy in resisting it. Simply contending with such formidable powers is by no means a trivial matter. In truth, Han Li was unaware that the ugly woman had already suffered significant magical depletion due to the restrictions of the golden magnetic spirit wood prior to this. Otherwise, she might have been able to endure the polar primal light for a longer duration. After all, this creature is a 10th level demon beast, possessing profound cultivation that exceeds Han Li's expectations. Indeed, the 1,000-year spirit liquid is truly remarkable. To restore my magical energy and repair myself would likely require 2 or 3 days of meditation and rest. As the incantation on the woman's lips ceased, she waved her newly grown arm, her complexion visibly improving. Han Li, at this moment, was still uncertain as to how to address her, but since she was mingling with the silver-winged night demon, she must have heard some matters concerning me from him. He remarked slowly, I am called Gui Ling. I have indeed heard a few things about you, Taoist Han, but only concerning your extraordinary abilities. She replied hesitantly, regarding my affairs, I shall find an opportunity to speak to Gui Taoist about them in due course. Your cultivation and abilities are indeed exceptional. Although I have control over the life talisman, I would not truly regard you as a low-tier demon beast to command in ordinary times. We shall relate to each other as equals. Han Li said with a sudden light-hearted laugh. I thank you, Taoist friend. May I inquire what you meant by needing to take action just now? The creature recalled Han Li's earlier remarks, her expression turning serious. She was genuinely concerned that he might require her assistance against the silver-winged night demon and that lion-bird beast. Although her relationship with the other two demons was not one of life and death, there was still some camaraderie between them. When the old demon Qian enters the polar primal light shortly, you will assist me in taking him down, Han Li said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet his tone remained casual. The old demon Qian, are you referring to that late-stage nascent soul cultivator who employs demonic arts? The ugly woman asked cautiously, her heart slightly easing. Indeed, that is the very old demon. Han Li confirmed. Initially, I had no intention of taking action here, as this individual wields formidable demonic arts and possesses extraordinary evasion techniques. Even if I could manipulate the polar primal light, my chances of leaving him behind would be exceedingly slim. However, with Gui Taoist here to assist, the situation is vastly different now, Han Li remarked with a cold smile. Since you have stated it so, I shall fully support you, the creature responded, bound by circumstance but agreeing readily. Then I will rely on you, Gui Taoist. However, when we take action later, please spare the nascent soul for the time being, as I have some inquiries to make. Understood. Yet, I must speak candidly. While it would be relatively easy to severely injure this old demon Qian with the advantage of terrain and your assistance, truly eliminating him would still be a daunting task. I have witnessed firsthand that he can wield demonic arts to withstand the polar primal light penetrating his body, and if he were to flee with all his might, it would indeed be quite challenging for the two of us to restrain him, the ugly woman cautioned, glancing toward the direction from which Han Li had come, hesitating momentarily before speaking up. Indeed, relying solely on the two of us does seem somewhat inadequate. But what if we were to add another late-stage nascent soul cultivator to our ranks? A strange expression suddenly crossed Han Li's face. Another late-stage nascent soul cultivator? The unattractive woman was momentarily taken aback by these words, instinctively glancing around, yet failing to discern any concealed presence nearby. Her gaze soon returned to Han Li, an expression of astonishment and suspicion adorning her face. Chapter 1023. The ambush of the old demon. In the latter part of Kunwu Hall, a colossal shuttle surged through the air like a silver dragon, crackling with lightning. Behind it, a multitude of spell attacks rained down like a torrential storm upon the shuttle, only to be met with shimmering golden and silver hues on its surface, which resolutely repelled all assaults. The Sun and Moon Shuttle, indeed one of the three great spiritual shuttles of the human realm, exhibited an impressive resilience against such fierce onslaughts. Within the giant shuttle, Madame Mu was fully engrossed in maneuvering the spiritual shuttle, desperately evading the incoming attacks. Beside her, a strikingly beautiful woman clutched the four symbols with one hand, her complexion devoid of color, and her eyes half closed, clearly displaying signs of exhaustion. It seemed that her earlier forceful use of the transcendent spiritual treasure had nearly depleted her magical energy. Daoist Qian, do you truly intend to collude with these two fiends? Our acquisition of treasures here is solely for the safety of the human realm. To reseal this mountain, Madame Mu exclaimed in a tone of indignation. Her level of cultivation significantly inferior to that of the old demon Qian, and the two got enough with your grandiose rhetoric about the safety of the human realm. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Besides, when have I ever allied myself with fiends? These two fellow Taoists are merely incensed by your attempt to ambush them that a mere minor sect like the transformation of immortals dares to snatch food from the tiger's jaws. Be wise and obediently surrender the treasures you have taken. Moreover, that jade is merely a replica of a transcendent spiritual treasure, so leave it to me. A cold, mocking voice emanated from the blood shadow, belonging to the old demon Qian. Upon hearing this, Madame Mu sighed, realizing that further discussion would be futile. After all, her sect was regarded as inconsequential in the eyes of the 10 major righteous and demonic sects. Under the joint might of the old demon Qian and the two with silver wings, the Sun and Moon Shuttle began to lose its luster and was gradually forced into a corner of the hall. Just as a sinister expression crossed the face of the old demon Qian, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the two women and shatter the spiritual shuttle, a resonant sound akin to a celestial chime emanated from within the shuttle. Instantly, blossoms of white lotuses arose around the old demon Qian and the two, and a white simultaneously shot forth from the shuttle. Not good. Both the silver light purple mist and the blood shadow recoiled like scorpions. Their previous encounter having taught the old demon Qian and the two never to allow such white lotuses to approach. Seizing the opportunity, the whites swiftly returned to the shuttle, which then vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the old demon and his companions, racing towards the North Polar primordial light. Meanwhile, the white lotuses silently dissipated, revealing themselves to be mere illusory phantoms, furious upon realizing they had been deceived. The old demon Qian and the silver-winged immediately summoned their escape light and pursued with urgency. However, it was already too late. The gold-and-silver giant shuttle plunged into the North Polar primordial light, countless silver threads shooting towards the treasure. Yet upon contact with the surface of the giant shuttle, they were repelled by a silvery barrier. Madame Mu was fervently performing hand seals, continuously urging a shimmering silver plate in her grasp. Her expression grave, this silver plate sparkled with radiance, emitting streams of auspicious light, and the silvery barrier enveloping the giant shuttle was indeed a manifestation of this plate's mystical powers. Beside them, the enchanting woman, having expended her remaining magical energy, summoned the four symbols once more. Though merely a fade of strength, it rendered her on the brink of collapse, completely devoid of the ability to act. Amidst the chaos, Madame Mu turned her head to glance at her junior sister, her face etched with concern. "Do not worry, senior sister. If I can return and recuperate for several years, I shall be fine." The beautiful woman reassured with a smile. "Let us hope so," Madame Mu replied. "Given your current cultivation level, wielding the four symbols is indeed a considerable strain. Yet without this treasure, how could we possibly seize the dragon transformation seal from a formidable practitioner like Qian Lama?" The beautiful woman retorted with bitterness. "That scoundrel from the Han family is exceedingly sly. Upon acquiring the treasure, he slipped away immediately. Otherwise, he could have alleviated some of our burdens." Madame Mu could only manage a wry smile, her mind fleetingly recalling Han Li's visage and that exceedingly terrifying fan. The blood shadows, golden light, and purple mist relentlessly pursued them, all converging into the Arctic primordial light. Both women were currently in a weakened state. Had the Sun and Moon shuttle not been extraordinarily miraculous, they would have likely been captured by now. Thus, none of the three displayed any intention of relinquishing their hold. However, as they slipped into the Arctic primordial light, Qian Laoma and his companions immediately sensed the precariousness of their situation. The two women within the silver shuttle could manipulate the illusory formation within the Arctic primordial light using the silver tokens in their hands. Though this illusion posed no significant challenge to the three of them, it provided the spirit shuttle with just enough opportunity to vanish amidst the dense silver threads, eluding their grasp entirely. This incited Qian Laoma's fury, causing him to seethe with rage. The silver-winged night demon and the lion beast exchanged glances, assessing Qian Laoma with a dubious gaze. The old demon, sensing their scrutiny, became immediately alert and coldly remarked, "What? Do you two intend to plot against me?" "Not at all. With such vast powers, how could we engage in such foolishness?" The silver-winged night demon hesitated momentarily, realizing that even in collaboration with the lion beast, subduing the old demon would not be easily accomplished. He then laughed heartily and beckoned the lion beast, prompting the two demons to employ their abilities to carve a path and swiftly retreat. For them, having secured their life tokens, their primary objective had been fulfilled, and they wished to avoid any further complications. Watching the two demons vanish into the Arctic primordial light, Qian Laoma let out a cold laugh and transformed into a blood shadow. Darting away in another direction, countless silver threads pierced through the crimson shadow, yet they did not cause the old demon's escape to falter in the slightest. After weaving east and west, he ultimately soared out of the illusory formation's confines. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief and was about to propel himself towards the exit when his expression suddenly shifted, causing him to slow his escape. His eyes flickered with an unsettling gleam. "Who goes there? Step forth," he bellowed with authority. "Indeed, Brother Qian, you are truly the esteemed elder of the Yinluo sect, possessing profound cultivation." A calm male voice emerged from behind a stone pillar ahead. A young man, exuding composure, stepped forward, enveloped in a murky light shield. "Hanli." Qian Laoma instantly recognized the newcomer, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. "You've been here for quite some time, haven't you? Waiting for me, I see," he remarked, noticing how Han Li's shield effortlessly repelled the Arctic primordial light. The old demon, feeling a sudden twitch in his facial muscles, spoke in a chilling tone. "It seems I need not elaborate further. Taoist Qian has already deduced a portion of the matter. It is quite simple. Brother Qian, could you kindly provide me with a copy of your esteemed sect's soul-sealing spells dispelling method?" Han Li remarked with an impassive demeanor. Soul-sealing spell? This declaration took the old demon by surprise, yet after a moment's contemplation, he burst into raucous laughter. "Though I am uncertain as to why you desire this spell's dispelling method, do you truly believe I would divulge it to you? I knew that my previous words were not but a waste of breath. However, I cannot resist the urge to test the waters. After all, should I wish to extract the souls and refine the essences of the elders from the 10 major sects, I fear I would no longer be able to remain in the Great Jin." Han Li sighed softly, murmuring as if engaged in casual conversation with a neighbor. Upon hearing the mention of soul extraction and essence refinement, the old demon's pupils constricted, but soon glinted with a sharpness akin to blades. "If you wish to extract my soul and refine my essence, you should first ascertain whether you possess the capability to do so. Bring forth any allies you have. You alone, as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, cannot dare to make such grandiose claims," the old demon stated with an unsettling calmness. "Since you have spoken thus, Taoist Gui, you may join us as well," Han Li replied nonchalantly. No sooner had these words left his lips than a flicker of light appeared behind another stone pillar, revealing a grotesque woman clad in blood-red battle armor, wielding a staff in one hand, her expression devoid of emotion. "I ask at you. What benefits did this brat bestow upon you to make you ally with him? I can offer you even greater rewards." The old demon initially recoiled in surprise, but quickly recovered, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Agreed. Just surrender your life to me," the grotesque woman retorted with a snort, slamming her black staff into the ground, her eyes wide with intensity. This demoness, compelled to submit to Han Li, was brimming with pent-up frustration and naturally did not extend a favorable demeanor to the old demon. Upon hearing the woman's words, the old demon seethed with rage internally, yet his exterior remained unperturbed. Scanning the surroundings with his divine sense once more, he confirmed the absence of any third party. which brought him a measure of relief. If it were merely these two, he was confident that he could extricate himself without issue. After mulling it over, the old demon ceased to engage in further frivolities. His body suddenly radiated a brilliant crimson light, transforming into a blood shadow that shot away to the side, clearly intent on avoiding a confrontation with Han Li and his companion. Han Li, however, had anticipated this move. The moment he witnessed this scene, he raised a hand without hesitation, summoning a pitch-black ring that materialized in his grasp, swelling in size as it caught the wind, gripping this treasure firmly. He gave it a slight shake, causing silvery waves to ripple across an area of dozens of feet, as concentric circles of silver threads converged around him, forming a silver barrier that sealed off the surroundings completely. Although the blood shadow conjured by the old demon was formidable and seemingly impervious to harm, the sight of such densely packed light threads took him aback, halting his escape momentarily to eye in that fleeting moment of delay. The grotesque woman did not hesitate. She waved her black staff through the air, and heavy shadows of her staff materialized above the blood shadow, descending ominously. Before it could land, an immense pressure bore down upon the old demon, tightening around his body as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. That a chill ran down the old demon's spine. Almost simultaneously, Han Li had summoned the solar ring, gravely directing a point towards it, causing countless silver threads to shoot forth from the surrounding silvery waves, densely weaving into a massive net that surged towards the blood shadow. The countenance of the elder Qian changed dramatically, and suddenly, a piercing howl erupted from his mouth, heralding an eerie spectacle. Enveloped in the ethereal radiance of blood, the shadow of his form began to swell abruptly in the lower abdomen, and with a thunderous bang, his entire being exploded, scattering countless strands of blood in all directions. As a result, both the heavy shadow of a 1,000-pound staff and the colossal net woven from the polar essence lost their efficacy, leaving only the helpless sight of those blood strands spiraling away, condensing and reshaping over 10 zhang away. In the blink of an eye, the blood shadow that had taken the form of Elder Qian re-emerged. Unscathed, in a moment of urgency, the update was delayed. The cowboy, observing that the boy had ceased to struggle, leaped down from his horse, retrieved the knife that had fallen to the ground beside the boy, and then plunged it into the crown of the boy's head. Qian he lowered his gaze to his palm, where lay half a tael of shattered silver, and suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in his eyes. Surely, this could be exchanged for the key to the next stage. Lantian waved a vocabulary book in front of Ice Lotus, who several times attempted to leap up and snatch it, but Lantian was taller, making it utterly beyond her reach. Then, Sister Xian brought out cold brewed tea, adding a milk cap and cream, inviting everyone to savor it. This house had no exterior space, necessitating the design of some seating within. Sister Tian and Qingqing were deep in discussion about it. Knowing Hu Qiankuan's obstinate nature mirrored her own, Xiao Pinming refrained from further persuasion and simply turned to leave. Our school boasts 5 dining halls. The second and third are situated near the dormitories, while this fourth dining hall is less crowded and leans towards the culinary preferences of Chaos Han. Ada's classmate walked along. He provided introductions about various calamities in Charon village, battles in Jinhua city, and the mysterious individuals encountered by Tsunade, which he had gathered some inkling of. The mention of a friend by the man sparked their curiosity, as the haze obscured their vision. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, followed by the thundering of hooves. Upon Tsunade's utterance, Shizun, who had remained by her side, couldn't help but cover her mouth in disbelief. Gazing at Tsunade in astonishment, it was not that the basketball skills of the Heavenly Kingdom students majoring in international trade were lacking. Rather, Lin Yunhai harbored an innate disdain for them. Additionally, some teachers, inherently sycophantic, such as the referee in this match, delighted in pandering to these individuals. Coupled with Lin Yunhai's background, the Heavenly Kingdom boys in international trade found themselves regrettably suppressed. Conversely, Ouyang Fei's defiance and Ouyang's reproach appeared to her as acts of utter rebellion. But I recall my grandfather once stating that only spells could harm the soul. Yet, such magic requires cultivation in the human immortal realm. While we are currently in the Qi nurturing stage, lacking even the power to wield magical artifacts, Feng Yuan remarked. However, after the transaction, Lu Dade, following Yi Xian's instructions, could initially procure the divine medicine for life-saving purposes, with the remaining amount to be repaid gradually. Furthermore, the issue of grain allocation from Sichuan posed similar challenges. Although Sichuan borders Shaanxi, Hong Chengqiu could directly dispatch personnel to escort supplies at the provincial border. Hong Chengqiu proceeded slowly, guided by a general, making his way directly to Sun Chuanting's command tent, followed closely by subordinate generals and a contingent of royal guards. Subsequently, Mo raised a glass of wine, gesturing towards Lu Yanchong and the others, and proclaimed, "Our fates entwine no longer. From this moment forth, we are forever severed. You owe me nothing, and I owe you nothing." Having uttered these words, Mo downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Behind us, that accursed insect had once again pursued us. The relentless waves of swarming insects surged forth like a tidal wave, causing my heart to leap into my throat. Theoretically speaking, is the doctrine of Taoism not straightforward? Is it not? Taoism succinctly encapsulates its essence in a simple phrase, does it not? Taoism asserts that as long as we do not disrupt the lives and existence of others, our way of living is deemed correct. Is it not remarkably simple? Shun Mingxi and the others gathered to observe the photograph, their brows furrowing at the sight. It was not for lack of effort. Every conceivable method had been employed. Yet there was no sign of improvement. The master spoke of a divine nectar capable of saving the life of the true maiden. Yet we were unable to locate this miraculous substance and could only wait helplessly. The Qinglei protector explained with resignation. Within the confines of the sealed room, devoid of windows and illuminated solely by artificial light, even the cold and indifferent Boss E, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards, found all eyes fixated upon Lin Xinghuan. Though Mu Shichen was reluctant, he acquiesced to Yi Shuluo's wishes. As her pregnancy rendered her emotions fragile, he cared not whether his sister suffered, resolutely determined that she should face no grievances. Yet sitting in the bathroom like this felt rather peculiar. Since she refused to let go, Jun Moshing simply lifted her away. Changsun Wuji was left dazed by Li Haoqian's sudden blow. For as a noble, he had never encountered such treatment. One moment of disagreement, and a slap was delivered. She scrutinized his expression, detecting no hint of jest, and reluctantly resumed her seat. Below lay the mass grave, filled with countless corpses. The air was thick with resentment, yet I curiously noted that this malice felt somewhat different from before, when Wanwan's words, at first glance, appeared entirely innocuous. However, there was truly no need to mention Yi Shuluo. Yet she insisted on doing so. With a soft kiss, Li Chuan planted his lips firmly upon his cheek. Lu Er continued speaking, his demeanor replete with disdain, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. For they had once been the lords of the Bronze Domain, but with the breach of their realm, they had been reduced to mere strays, forced to scuttle beneath the shadows in a desperate struggle for survival. Chapter 1024. The Fusion of the Five Demons. Although Han Li had not contemplated such a facile defeat of the old demon, he had not anticipated the peculiarity of the adversary's demonic prowess. It was evident, however, that this was no mere ghostly form but rather a transformation into a nearly immortal demon-like state through some arcane sorcery. This particular sorcery was somewhat familiar to Han Li. He had heard tales of ancient demons in such forms that had once tormented ancient cultivators. Now witnessing it firsthand, he realized it was indeed extraordinary. Han Li felt a surge of astonishment within. Yet his offensive did not waver. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a purple fireball that, after a slight roll, expanded into a wheel-like size, hurtling directly towards the blood shadow, with a deft motion of one hand. He summoned the colossal net formed by the Arctic primordial light, causing it to surge forth relentlessly, while his other hand flicked his sleeve, unleashing a thick golden arc that leaped forth with a thunderous crack. Vanishing in an instant to strike down upon his adversary, the grotesque figure known as Gui Ling also positioned her black staff horizontally, fiercely brandishing it against the blood shadow with a series of powerful strikes. A multitude of staff shadows re-emerged around the blood specter, transforming into a tumultuous wave that surged towards it. In this contest of magical prowess within the Arctic primordial light, neither side dared to recklessly unleash flying swords or knives. For a moment's negligence could result in their treasures being pierced and shattered before even reaching the opponent. Thus, Han Li refrained from employing the Qingzhou Fengyun sword, opting instead for the Bixia Divine Thunder and Ziluo Extreme Fire. The cunning old demon, having only just extricated himself from peril, found himself once again besieged by a relentless barrage of attacks, their ferocity surpassing that of the previous encounter. The surge of malevolence welled up within him. And after a fleeting flash of savagery crossed his countenance, he bit down hard enough to pierce his own tongue, then opened his mouth to expel a swirling gray orb interlaced with crimson threads. Perfectly intercepting the descending golden arc, the clash of divine thunder against this orb produced only a muffled thud, and the two forces coalesced into a peculiar green smoke that spiraled skyward, effectively neutralizing each other. Observing this turn of events, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, yet the old demon swiftly pivoted, summoning 5 gray-white columns of mist that erupted around him. From within the demonic haze emerged 5 skeletal figures, each towering 2 zhang in height, their gaunt frames exuding an eerie chill. The old demon had summoned the true forms of the 5-hearted demon. Upon their arrival, the 5 skeletons opened their mouths to unleash a phosphorescent azure flame. Although seemingly innocuous, akin to ordinary ghostly fire, the fireballs, transformed from Ziluo heavenly fire, clashed with 2 of the azure flames, resulting in a stalemate in midair. The other 3 flames arched skyward, forming a curtain of azure fire that repelled the colossal net woven from Arctic primordial light, preventing it from drawing near. The encroaching staff shadows, accompanied by a howling wind, rushed towards the center. As before, an invisible force manifested around them, intent on ensnaring the old demon once more. This time, however, the old demon refrained from self-detonation. Such a formidable technique, while exceptionally powerful, exacted a significant toll on his magical energy with each instance of bodily disintegration and reformation. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to resort to such measures again. Moreover, having summoned the true forms of the 5-hearted demon, he had devised a counter-strategy. With a mere thought, the 5 skeletal figures flickered into position around him, their hands extending outward as they formed a gray-white light barrier that enveloped both the old demon and themselves. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars, each impact reverberating with a terrifying intensity that sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing the formidable power of the staff shadows, Han Li felt a twinge of trepidation. This formidable Xinyan turtle, a 10th-level demon beast, indeed possessed remarkable abilities that it seemed that during their earlier confrontation, the creature had been unable to fully unleash its true prowess due to insufficient magical energy. Otherwise, subduing it within the Arctic primordial light would not have been so effortlessly achieved. Yet the resilience of the 5-hearted demon's protective barrier far exceeded Han Li's expectations. As the thunderous roar subsided and the shadow of the staff finally vanished, the pale gray barrier, supported by 5 skeletal frames, astonishingly remained intact. Such a formidable assault had failed to shatter this delicate layer of protection. Upon witnessing this, Guiling's expression darkened, casting a sinister glance at the protective shield. He let out a cold snort. Opening his mouth, a swirl of black and white essence abruptly spewed forth onto the ebony staff in his hand. The staff emitted a prolonged, resonant cry, and amidst a dazzling display of spiritual light, its form underwent a sudden transformation, morphing into a sleek black axe. With a flick of his wrist, Guiling raised the axe above his head, his gaze fixated upon it as incantations tumbled forth from his lips. In an instant, the surface of the black axe radiated a blinding silver glow, its brilliance piercing to the eye, as the artifact expanded dramatically, altering its hue. Within the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal silver axe measuring over 10 zhang in length. This axe, not only gleaming like a door panel with its brilliant blade, had a handle as thick as an average person's thigh. With its newfound enormity, the formidable blade seemed to have shed some form of seal, unleashing an astonishing aura of murderous intent that soared skyward. Even at such a distance, Han Li could distinctly sense the bloodthirsty ferocity emanating from this giant blade. That it was indeed an unequivocal instrument of slaughter. At that moment, a flash of sinister expression crossed Guiling's grotesque visage. With a swift motion, he formed a hand seal, and his own form swelled to a staggering height, transforming into a giant of 7 or 8 zhang. A tremendous spell. It was unexpected that this demon could wield such immense power without revealing its true form. That it appeared that its cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the late Yuanying stage. Observing this anomaly, Han Li couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Simultaneously, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards a certain point within the North Polar Yuan light before he casually withdrew his attention, his eyes glinting coldly for a moment. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he silently grasped the triflame treasure fan concealed within. The hideous woman extended her palm, akin to a fan, and clutched the silver axe in her grasp. Lowering her head, she cast a glance at the distant Qian Laomao, and with both hands holding the axe, she slowly swung it through the air that a silver crescent axe beam materialized, soaring forth with a sharp whistle, leaving a white streak in its wake, as if it were poised to slice through the very fabric of space nearby. Qian Laoma, hidden behind the protective barrier, turned pale at this sight. Even with his confidence in the 5 unified demons, he would never dare to confront such a staggering assault head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly raised a hand, conjuring a short white blade that appeared within his grasp, which he promptly seized. With a flash of cold light, he struck down, severing a portion of his own index finger. Yet, before the severed digit could touch the ground, he quickly enveloped it in a surge of vital blood, encasing it completely. In the blink of an eye, the blood shimmered, and under the fusion of the finger and vital essence, it transformed into a blood dagger several feet long, narrow, and exquisitely sharp in design. Holding the blade with one hand, Qian Laoma, upon seeing the massive crescent approaching, solemnly swung his hand. The long knife vanished into thin air, only to reappear in front of the 5-spirited demon, preparing to meet the axe's dazzling beam head-on. To Han Li's astonishment, when the blood light collided with the silver brilliance, both lights flickered erratically, yet bizarrely emitted not a single sound. All that could be observed was the slender blood blade bending gradually, as if it were in a state of lament, trembling incessantly, revealing signs of impending failure. However, at that very moment, the 5 sons of the demon unexpectedly lunged towards the center, amidst the flickering gray light. 5 skeletal forms astonishingly coalesced into one, giving rise to a colossal skeleton that rivaled the giant transformed from Guiling, appearing before the old demon Qian in an unbelievable manner. The sight. A sharp crack echoed, as the blood-red long blade shattered inch by inch, while the radiant axe light was poised to strike. Yet, the gigantic skeleton, formed from the fusion of the 5 demons, let out a chilling cackle, tilted its neck, and unleashed a cloud of gray mist. Although the mist was but a small fragment, it thickened as if substantial, and when it struck, it did not cleave through. Rather, it seemed to have plunged into a viscous liquid, coming to an involuntary halt. Immediately, the silver axe light dimmed, transforming into a hue of grayish white, before being entirely engulfed by the mist, absorbed without a trace. The mist then spiraled back into the cavernous maw of the skeleton. The foul, demonic energy. It appears that the 5 sons of the demon possess such arcane abilities, suggesting that their previous incarnations were also nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, a typical demonic entity, formed from the remains of ordinary cultivators, would not wield such formidable powers. The giant, manifesting from Guiling, emitted a resonant hum. What means do I employ to forge the heart-united demon? You need not concern yourself with such matters, you aberration, since you are aware of the potency of the foul, demonic energy. You might as well experience the might of the fused 5 demons firsthand. With a cold chuckle, the old demon Qian uttered a low command, raising his hand as numerous incantations struck the giant skeleton. The skeleton responded with a deep, resonant growl, its previously emotionless eyes suddenly ablaze with blood-red light. The demon lifted a leg, charging directly towards the giant formed from the hideous woman, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Han Li's gaze flickered as he observed the enormous skeleton, his fingers tightening momentarily around the 3-flame fan, before relaxing slightly. With his other hand, he swiftly cast the sun ring above his head. In an instant, a cacophony of silver waves, composed of the Arctic primordial light, surged forth, while countless silver threads shot from the sound waves, densely enveloping the colossal skeleton. The skeleton emitted a piercing shriek as a gray mist appeared around it. The multitude of silver threads, upon striking, scattered like dust, having no effect whatsoever. Han Li's expression turned blank, yet he secretly began to channel his spiritual energy into the sun ring. An unexpected transformation ensued. The subsequent strands of light suddenly converged mid-flight, forming dozens of silver chains that vanished in a flash. A series of popping sounds followed, as numerous holes, each the width of a thumb, emerged on the skeleton's body. One minute hole even pierced directly through its forehead. Surprisingly, the foul, demonic energy failed to obstruct this assault. Manipulating the sun ring to concentrate the Arctic primordial light indeed amplified its potency. However, just as Han Li began to display a glimmer of hope, his expression darkened once more. Chapter 1025, Blood Demon Pearl. After sustaining injuries, the gigantic skeleton merely swayed slightly, the grayish-white light flickering across its form. An attack that would be fatal to an ordinary cultivator had no discernible effect on this demonic entity. Han Li furrowed his brow. It seemed that unless he eliminated the old demon Qian first, vanquishing the heart-united demon would prove exceedingly challenging. The giant skeleton, appearing sluggish, nonetheless covered a significant distance in mere strides, arriving before Guiling in a pair of hollow eye sockets. A flash of crimson light flickered, and two skeletal hands reached out into the void. Grasping at their own body point, two ribs shot forth, transforming into two white blades of considerable length, which were seized firmly. After a brief moment of wielding them, ethereal azure flames began to manifest. The giant, formed from the essence of the Guiling, emitted a cold snort, taking 2 strides forward, raising its colossal axe for a fierce strike. The silvery gleam flickered, accompanied by a resounding roar. The gigantic skeleton, with a sweeping motion of its arms, caused the bone blades in its grasp to swell exponentially in size, defiantly crossing them to meet the giant axe, thereby bracing against it directly above its head. This fiend appeared to possess immense strength. Guiling, unperturbed by the axe being blocked, allowed a glint of unusual light to flash in its eyes, followed by a low command. Tiger devours that in a blink. A massive beast's head materialized on the axe's surface, resembling a white tiger with a single horn. The beast opened its cavernous maw, its body darting forward with lightning speed, and it bit down upon the giant skeleton's head, swallowing it whole in mere moments before retracting. This silver giant axe was not merely a fearsome weapon, it possessed its own spirit. This revelation left Han Li momentarily stunned, while the blood-tinged shadow of the old demon Qian was equally taken aback. Yet the giant, transformed from the hideous woman of Guiling, showed no hesitation, wielding the enormous axe with a speed akin to that of a rolling wheel. The headless skeleton was entirely enveloped in a shroud of chilling light. A cracking sound echoed. With the axe's razor-sharp edge and overwhelming strength, it swiftly cleaved the massive skeleton into countless fragments, bones scattering across the ground as the giant axe came to a halt. Guiling opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of yellow demonic flames that engulfed the remnants of bones, intent on obliterating this 5-fold heart demon in one fell swoop. However, the distant, old demon Qian, after his initial astonishment, regained his composure. Observing Guiling utilizing demonic fire to refine a foe crucial to its existence, he silently formed hand seals and urged his demonic power amidst the fiercely burning yellow flames. A chilling wind suddenly swept through, diminishing the flame's intensity. 5 strands of crystalline black silk emerged from the yellow inferno, swiftly shooting forth, bursting apart over 10 zhong away. 5 wisps of grayish-white energy surged from the ground, and as the mist dissipated, 5 pristine skeletons wobbled back into view, transforming the demonic into the invisible. I never anticipated you would cultivate such a formidable ability in your demonic incarnation. Are you not afraid of a potential backlash? Guiling exclaimed in astonishment, bellowing a question. Backlash? As long as I exercise caution, how could I ever grant them such an opportunity? Old Demon Qian replied nonchalantly, tightening his focus on his demonic arts that in the blink of an eye. The 5 skeletal forms lunged together, reuniting into a colossal skeleton. With a swift motion, they conjured 2 bone blades, launching a fierce assault on the hideous woman. This time, Guiling did not summon the beast to attack with the giant axe, but instead brandished the massive blades. Engaging in combat with the adversary, that a large mass of cold light and 2 somewhat smaller wisps of white energy clashed violently between the 2 titanic forms, producing a thunderous cacophony that reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing it to tremble perilously as if on the brink of collapse. Han Li squinted, observing the unfolding spectacle, although Guiling had regained its magical power and transformed back into its giant form. The residual Arctic Yuan light nearby appeared incapable of inflicting any harm upon it. However, it is evident that neither the colossal technique nor the blood-red battle armor adorning it could possibly linger longer than that immense skeleton beneath the Arctic primordial light. This battle must be resolved swiftly. Contemplating this, Han Li cast a glance toward the distant blood shadow, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint, as his divine consciousness subtly commanded the sun ring above his head to quiver slightly. From behind the blood shadow, several silver chains shot forth, silent and stealthy like venomous serpents. Elder Qian was also engaged in strategizing against the combined might of Han Li and his companion. Perhaps due to his confidence in his immortal form or the overwhelming suppression of his consciousness within the Arctic primordial light, that it was only when the silver chains approached that he suddenly sensed the danger and hastily attempted to evade. But the silver gleam flickered, and before he could react, 7 or 8 silver chains unexpectedly pierced through the elder's blood shadow form. Initially startled, the elder lowered his gaze to observe the silver chains emerging from his body. A trace of a cold smile emerging on his face. Such injuries were trivial to him, a matter of mere thought to recover. Yet, Elder Qian soon realized something was amiss. These silver chains, having penetrated, did not dissipate as expected. Instead, they remained as if solidified upon his body, glimmering with a faint silver light. The elder's expression shifted. Too late. Han Li's voice was calm, yet foreboding. The silver chains instantly coiled around the blood shadow like venomous serpents, and with a slight tightening, they brutally tore the blood shadow into 7 or 8 pieces. The elder was both shocked and enraged, his fragmented form transforming into blood mist, darting to one side, only to coalesce anew into his demonic body. In an instant, the silver chains followed closely behind, enacting the same scene upon the blood shadow, yet to fully materialize, like tearing through scraps of paper. They once again ripped Elder Qian's demonic form into numerous fragments, granting him no time to reform. This brutal cycle continued 5 or 6 times, noticeably thinning the blood mist. Seeking death, a furious roar erupted from within the blood mist. Elder Qian clearly recognized the peril he faced in this Arctic primordial light. No matter how swiftly he attempted to flee, Han Li could effortlessly conjure silver chains in his vicinity, leaving him with no means of escape. Consequently, the blood mist ceased its attempts to coalesce and instead surged inwardly. After a flicker of crimson light, a blood-colored orb, the size of a fist, materialized. This orb, as red as blood, shimmered with an otherworldly crimson glow, emanating a nauseating stench of blood that revealed it to be anything but an ordinary treasure. The blood demon orb. Upon sighting this orb, Han Li's lips involuntarily twitched as he exclaimed, "You truly believe that I fear you?" The elder's voice echoed from within the blood orb, and then the orb transformed into a streak of blood light, hurtling toward Han Li with ferocious intent. Han Li took a deep breath. Unwilling to be negligent, and with a single hand raised, he unleashed a series of incantations upon the sun ring above his head. Instantly, over a dozen silver chains manifested along the path of the blood demon orb, each flashing with brilliance as they struck the orb. The orb sped forth with astonishing swiftness, yet it was still struck by each of the silver chains that a resonant hum emanated from the orb. And amidst the flickering green light, the silver chains were effortlessly repelled. Han Li's face bore no expression, and with a mere flick of his wrist, a dazzling orb of golden lightning materialized in his palm. The other hand, concealed within his voluminous sleeve, firmly grasped the handle of the 3-flame fan. The old demon had already concealed his primordial spirit, an infant within the blood demon pearl. To annihilate him, it seemed that the destruction of this pearl was imperative. The blood demon pearl held considerable notoriety within the demonic path, serving as a vessel for the infusion of the primordial spirit and infant. Akin to a second corporeal form, a treasure exceedingly rare among demon cultivators, it was said that crafting such an artifact required the collection of the blood essence from over 100 different spirit beasts, alongside the mastery of several unique demonic techniques to refine the pearl to one's will. Furthermore, the specific method of its fabrication was rumored to have long been lost to time. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into the hands of the Yin Luo sect, and the old demon had successfully forged it. However, this presented an opportunity. Once the pearl drew near, he would ensnare it using a considerable amount of exorcising thunder, followed by a surprise strike with the 3-flame fan. Regardless of the pearl's arcane abilities, it could not possibly withstand the might of the treasured fan. Just as Han Li contemplated his strategy, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the old demon, the blood radiance hurtling toward him abruptly halted, as a plume of crimson flame erupted from the pearl, vanishing into thin air in a mere flash. Han Li's heart sank, and he swiftly extended his spiritual sense in all directions, fearing that the old demon might employ a technique of evasion to approach him unnoticed. Yet, in the next moment, Han Li found himself momentarily stunned, for when the blood demon pearl, enveloped in flames, reappeared, it was not in proximity to Han Li, but rather at a considerable distance, before the Arctic primordial light restriction. From that direction, the old demon's maniacal laughter echoed. "You truly believe this old man is a fool, engaging in battle with you 2 high-level cultivators here. How could I be so foolish?" Once outside, When I have gathered my forces, I shall treat you two properly." As his words faded, the blood demon Pearl plunged headlong into a shimmering sea of silver threads, resembling tumultuous waves, the seemingly dense Arctic primordial light. Under the influence of the blood-colored flames emanating from the pearl, swiftly dissipated and melted away, rendering it incapable of confinement at that moment. Hanli regained his wits, yet it was evident that pursuit was futile. Although taken aback, curiously, his countenance betrayed not a hint of disarray. Instead, he numbly turned his gaze toward the ongoing struggle between the 5 sons of the heart demon and the colossal skeleton. The bone knife in the giant's hand continued to whirl with an unrelenting howl, showing no signs of retreat. That a flicker of realization crossed Han Li's face, and then a thunderous roar erupted from behind him as a pair of wings manifested. With a flash of silver light, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing near the Arctic primordial light, his cold gaze fixated on the direction in which the old demon fled, and with a single hand raised, the 3-flame fan materialized in his grasp. After a slight hesitation, Han Li opened his mouth, and a swirl of azure light enveloping an object was expelled forth. Within was a faintly discernible cauldron, roughly the size of a fist. Indeed, it was the Void Heaven cauldron. Just as Han Li completed this preparation, a tremendous sound erupted from the Arctic primordial light, followed by the indistinct sound of the old demon's curses. The Arctic primordial light trembled, and a blood radiance surged forth, closely followed by a silvery glow. Before them lay the blood demon Pearl, enwrapped in a shroud of sanguine flames. Yet, at this moment, it appeared as if the blood fire had diminished by nearly half. Behind it, a blinding orb of silver light obscured visibility, though it seemed a slender figure flickered within. Chapter 1026. Shattering the pearl. Upon seeing Han Li obstructing his path, the ancient demon Qian felt a chill run through him. Seizing the opportunity, the figure cloaked in silver light made a swift motion, producing a small, fiery red bow, no larger than a palm, in their hand, drawing the bowstring into the air. A multitude of crimson arrows surged forth in a torrential barrage. Simultaneously, Han Li cast an enigmatic smile at the ancient demon, and with a flourish of the 3 flames fan, a tricolored flame erupted from the fan, transforming into a firebird that soared towards the blood demon Pearl. The dual assault was now firmly in place, leaving Qian in a state of alarm. He had witnessed the might of the 3 flames fan before and would never dare to confront it head-on. However, the attack from the figure behind him was equally ferocious, and a momentary lapse in vigilance had already cost him dearly. In desperation, the blood demon Pearl emitted a piercing wail and abruptly retreated, while a surge of bloodlight manifested a grayish, ghostly face upon the Pearl. As it opened its mouth, a stream of black mist erupted forth, instantaneously morphing into a banner several inches tall that in the wind. The banner expanded to several feet, exuding an ominous aura, shimmering with a ghostly light. The Yin Luo banner. In the blink of an eye, Han Li recognized the origin of this item. Apart from the intensified demonic energy, it was nearly indistinguishable from the one he had previously acquired as the elder of the Yin Luo sect. It was hardly surprising for Qian to possess such a treasure. Han Li's thoughts raced with lightning speed. At that moment, the banner unfurled before the blood demon Pearl. Instantly, a tempest of sinister winds surged forth, enveloping the area in black mist, while grotesque, distorted faces emerged from the demonic energy, spewing phosphorescent flames towards the oncoming fire arrows. The arrows, undeterred, struck fiercely into the miasma, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Seizing this opportunity, the ancient demon Qian, concealed by the might of the banner, maneuvered the blood demon Pearl and the Yin Luo banner to the side. Casting a glance backward, he beheld the fire phoenix, wings unfurled, relentlessly pursuing him. A wave of dread washed over Qian, and with a steely resolve, he commanded the banner to radiate a brilliant green light. As a black hole suddenly materialized on its surface, from this obsidian void, a diminutive ghost, barely an inch tall, leapt forth. The moment this ghost emerged from the banner, its form expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering, blue-faced, fanged specter, clad in glossy black armor and wielding a formidable trident crown with flickering green flames. This malevolent spirit appeared to be a formidable entity, brimming with power. It seemed that this ghost had been restrained within the banner for an extended period. Upon completing its transformation, it let out an exuberant howl, only for it to be abruptly silenced, for the 3-colored firebird had already lunged towards the ghost. The ghastly figure, taken aback, hastily opened its mouth, desperately expelling a torrent of inky black mist, while simultaneously raising its trident, intending to fend off the approaching firebird. Alas, this ghost's misfortune was palpable. Despite its formidable prowess, it paled in comparison to the likes of Qian and Han Li, yet still rivaled the abilities of an ordinary early-stage Yuan Ing cultivator. However, having been imprisoned within the banner for centuries, the moment it emerged into the world, it inadvertently unleashed the extraordinary Three Flames fan. Coupled with a momentary lapse in judgment, it hastily regarded the tricolored firebird as nothing more than an ordinary spiritual avian. Consequently, with a resounding boom, the firebird exploded upon contact with the malevolent aura. A mysterious halo manifested in a bizarre manner, rapidly expanding to over 10 zhang in diameter with a pulsating rhythm. Within its formidable presence, tricolored runes surged forth, annihilating the malevolent spirit and the surrounding dark energies. Yet, the blood demon pearl seized this opportunity to evade, enveloping itself in the Yin Luo banner and swiftly escaping the confines of the tricolored halo, thus narrowly avoiding disaster. The elder demon, Qian, internally acknowledged his stroke of luck, casting a glance at the Yin Luo banner, only to be filled with profound regret. This treasured artifact of the Yin Luo sect, which served as its protective emblem, now dimmed in brilliance, appearing to have lost much of its spiritual essence. Such a predicament arose, of course, from the obliteration of the primary spirit and a vast expanse of ghostly mist by the tricolored halo. It must be noted that the Yin Luo banner, revered as the sect's ultimate treasure, possessed powers far beyond mere appearances. Its true might would only reveal itself when all 18 banners were united under a single wielder, with all 18 in hand. Not even Han Li or that hideous woman would pose a threat. Even those in the transformation stage would find themselves unable to contend with Qian, who believed he could ensure his survival. Regrettably, the ancestral edicts of the Yin Luo sect dictated that the 18 banners would remain divided among 18 of the most skilled practitioners, only to be united in times of catastrophic peril for the sect. Even as the Grand Elder of the Yin Luo sect, Qian found himself powerless to alter this decree. Moreover, one of the banners had now fallen into the hands of the adversary, consumed by resentment. Qian contemplated the situation while a ghostly visage re-emerged upon the blood demon pearl, intent on absorbing the weakened green banner into its maw. Following the strike of the Three Flames fan, his trepidation towards Han Li had significantly diminished. Such a powerful artifact undoubtedly expended an extraordinary amount of energy. The opponent had already utilized it against 2 female cultivators from the transformation of Immortal's sect and had just unleashed another wave. It stood to reason that they would be unable to wield this treasure again in a short span of time. Otherwise, if they were to unleash several more strikes, Qian feared he would find no refuge from the devastating power of the artifact. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen development unfolded that a thunderous roar erupted from a distant figure bathed in silvery light, as a brilliant green ray shot forth, vanishing in an instant amidst a thunderous crack. Alarmed by the familiar scene, Qian's heart sank. Previously, he had suffered greatly from a sudden ambush by this very object. The emerald beam contained the malevolent exorcising divine thunder, specifically designed to counteract demonic techniques. Caught off guard, he had been unable to employ his secret arts to mitigate the blow, resulting in significant damage to his protective blood flames. Having learned from his earlier misfortune, the elder demon was determined not to allow a repeat of such an ordeal. As the ghostly face inhaled the ghostly Luo banner, the blood demon pearl shimmered and became indistinct at a few feet away. A short green arrow, several inches in length, crackled with golden lightning, materialized with the sound of thunder. The arrow darted forth, piercing through the pearl. The blood demon pearl silently dissipated into nothingness. At that critical juncture, Qian employed a secret technique to shift the blood demon pearl away, leaving only an illusion in its place. A mere 10 paces away from this location, a burst of sanguine flames erupted spontaneously, revealing the blood demon pearl within. Yet, a most peculiar spectacle unfolded, almost concurrently with the emergence of the blood demon pearl. A faint glimmer of black light flickered, and a dagger, no more than an inch long and as translucent as ink, silently manifested behind the blood demon pearl. In a flash, a dark line effortlessly swept across the surface of the blood demon pearl, and the dagger appeared on the opposite side. Astonishingly, the protective sanguine flames surrounding the pearl failed to impede it in the slightest. A crisp shattering sound accompanied the anguished scream of the elder demon Qian. As the surface of the blood pearl began to shatter inch by inch. Impossible! How could the blood demon pearl be so easily? Even the celestial sword of Tai would be incapable of such a feat. This dagger is not. A voice filled with incredulity emanated from within the blood pearl. The elder demon Qian stammered in a mixture of shock and fury. Then, with a muffled explosion, the blood pearl completely shattered, revealing a nascent soul. This nascent soul was indeed bizarre. It was enveloped in a faint mist of blood, cradling a small banner just inches in size, while 5 skeletal heads clung to it tenaciously. The skulls, as dark as ink, writhed slightly as if they were siphoning the essence of the nascent soul, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers upon witnessing the complete disappearance of the blood demon pearl to which it was tethered. The elder demon Qian's nascent soul emitted a piercing shriek, immediately wrapping itself in the Yin Luo banner to fend off the surrounding polar yuan light, transforming into a mass of black gas that shot off into the distance. The massive skeleton, engaged in a fierce struggle with the giant form of Gui Ling, echoed with a ferocious roar, leaping back before suddenly disintegrating into 5 wisps of grayish-white gas that surged towards the elder demon. Although the blood demon pearl had been destroyed, preventing the elder demon from conjuring his blood shadow body, as long as he could unite with the 5 sons of demon, he could still attach himself to any one of them at will. Naturally, Gui Ling would not allow the 5 sons of demon to escape easily. He immediately shrank back to his usual form and pursued them with a swift black and white escape light. Both the 5 sons of demon and Gui Ling were still a good 50 to 60 paces away from Han Li and his companions. If the elder demon's nascent soul had any objects to attach to, or if it were situated outside the polar yuan light, it could utilize teleportation to swiftly reunite with the 5 sons of demon. However, now he was forced to flee using ordinary escape light, making it impossible to evade Han Li, who could employ thunder escape techniques. Expressionless, Han Li's wings unfurled behind him, and he appeared directly in front of the black gas. With a flick of his hand, thunder roared, and several arcs of golden light coalesced into a golden net that descended upon him. The elder demon, recognizing the exorcising thunder, immediately paled, and as he opened his mouth, a cloud of blood mist erupted forth, temporarily staving off the golden net, only to swiftly change direction and dart away to the side. Yet, who could have anticipated that a flash of radiance would appear ahead? A mass of silver light blocking the path, which soon coalesced to reveal a pale-faced middle-aged cultivator, clad in a yellow robe. His expression was blank, and he held a small red bow in one hand. It was none other than the humanoid puppet crafted by Han Li. However, this puppet appeared soundlessly, not immediately drawing its bow to attack, but rather taking advantage of the elder demon's startled state. Its seemingly ordinary eyes suddenly emitted blinding violet light, rippling outward in waves. The elder demon's nascent soul, upon glimpsing this violet light, found it to be so mesmerizingly radiant, evoking a sensation as if the essence of a demon was intertwined within it. He felt a warm, languid sensation wash over him, rendering him disinclined to contemplate anything further or to take any action. Wait, this is technique. Although the old demon currently exists only in the form of a nascent soul, his years of arduous cultivation and formidable consciousness allowed him to awaken in an instant. Startled, he swiftly turned his head, unwilling to meet the gaze of his opponent any longer. Simultaneously, the protective dark energy around him surged, propelling him to flee in an alternate direction. However, at that very moment, an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from above, causing the old demon to pause and glance up in astonishment, to his surprise. A small cauldron had mysteriously appeared above him. The cauldron spun slowly, emanating a faint azure glow. Although it was his first encounter with such a treasure, the old demon, drawing upon his centuries of experience, instinctively sensed its peculiarity and transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Darting away, the small cauldron emitted a melodious chime and suddenly released a misty azure radiance, rushing towards the direction of the demon's escape. Chapter 1027. Backlash. The azure light appeared ordinary, but with a flash, amidst the myriad of radiant beams, the old demon's furious roar resonated from within the black mist as his demonic energy dissipated, revealing his blood-colored nascent soul and the ghostly bannered AT. That moment, they were ensnared by countless strands of azure light, unable to break free despite their frantic struggles and surging blood flames. They had been captured against their will. In a flash of silver arc, Han Li employed the thunder escape technique to arrive before the old demon's nascent soul, offering a slight smile before gesturing towards the distance. The space above him rippled, and the azure cauldron materialized, spiraling down into his hand. Gently lifting the cauldron, Han Li cast a calm gaze upon the captured Qian old demon's nascent soul, which was already awash with panic. Upon meeting Han Li's malicious stare, the nascent soul's heart sank, and with a fierce determination, it bit down on its tongue, preparing to unleash a deadly spell. Han Li's expression turned icy in an instant. With a pair of soft thuds, one golden and one silver talisman affixed themselves to the nascent soul, causing its internal magical power to coalesce, rendering it incapable of summoning even the slightest bit of energy, thus dissolving its malevolent incantation to that moment. A silver light flickered, and a yellow-robed cultivator emerged behind the old demon's nascent soul, none other than the middle-aged practitioner who had allied with Han. This individual had silently materialized there, unbeknownst to anyone. Only then did Han Li relax, a semblance of a smile gracing his features. This pale-faced, expressionless cultivator was none other than the humanoid puppet he had painstakingly created. At the onset of their ambush, Han Li had instructed the puppet to conceal itself near the palace entrance. Should the cunning Qian old demon attempt to flee without a fight, he would undoubtedly take that route. Being a puppet, it bore no life essence, allowing it to mask its presence flawlessly. Unless one witnessed it firsthand, its movements would remain undetectable. Consequently, when the Qian old demon attempted to escape earlier, he fell prey to the stealthy assault of the humanoid puppet, which struck unexpectedly with its thunderfire bow and golden lightning arrows, forcing him back. However, as capturing the demon's nascent soul alive was imperative, Han Li had utilized the demonic marrow dagger, crafted from rare materials, to shatter the blood demon pearl, subsequently employing the exorcising divine thunder to drive the demon's soul back. In its panic to flee, it was unaware of the puppet stealthily closing in, which then unleashed a dazzling illusion using the dazzling crystal-crafted magic eye. Having witnessed the terrifying glare of the crystal, Han Li felt a surge of confidence, believing that even if the ancient demon's divine sense were formidable, it would be sufficient to render it momentarily dazed. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, seizing the opportunity while the old demon was momentarily distracted, he calmly summoned the void celestial cauldron, effortlessly restraining the nascent soul. With this thought in mind, Han Li glanced at the small cauldron in his hand. Having only cultivated the first layer of the Tongbao technique, he could currently only harness a fraction of the spiritual light emitted by the cauldron. Truly open the lid. It appeared that reaching the later stages of the nascent soul would be necessary. Daoist Han, how shall we deal with these fiends? Just as Han Li was lost in pleasant contemplation, footsteps approached from behind. Gui Ling extended a hand, releasing a swirling mass of black and white gas that ensnared 5 diminutive skeletal figures that had shrunk to roughly a foot in height, guiding them forth. The very moment the old demon's nascent soul had been subdued, the 5 sub-demons had instantaneously lost control, collapsing to the ground in a state of immobility, only to be ensnared by the ugly woman's spell. As Han Li cast a glance at the dazed sub-demons, he intended to speak, but was abruptly interrupted as the 5 pitch-black skulls, which had been clenching the old demon's nascent soul, unexpectedly released their grip, turning instead to face 5 nearby humanoid skeletons, emitting a chilling, piercing wail. This cacophony was not only jarring but also stirred the blood and unsettled the mind. Within the confines of the black and white mist, the previously docile skeletal figures suddenly reacted, their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty fervor. Opening their mouths, 5 streams of deep azure demonic flames converged upon the same point within the black and white gas. With a resounding boom, the ugly woman, caught off guard, found the binding black and white energy shattered in an instant. The 5 streams of white gas surged forth, racing toward the black skulls, seemingly intent on merging with them. However, having witnessed this turn of events, Han Li would not allow the sub-demons to succeed so easily. With a cold snort, he subtly adjusted the small cauldron in his hand. Azure mist surged upwards, forming a barrier that isolated the 5 streams of white gas. Simultaneously, with another flick of his consciousness, part of the mist suddenly twisted and rolled, ensnaring the 5 streams of white gas once more, revealing the 5-foot-tall skeletal figures anew. These demonic entities seemed to be in a frenzy. Though tightly bound by countless strands of azure silk, they thrashed about relentlessly, their mouths emitting azure phosphorescent flames in a desperate attempt to burn away their bindings. You release them at once. The old demon's nascent soul, witnessing this scene, betrayed a hint of fear, suddenly shrieking in a hoarse voice, seemingly gripped by terror. Hanli cast a cold glance, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he was not inclined to heed the words or actions of his adversary. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted. The 5 black skulls abruptly ceased their shrieking, turning instead to lunge forward, reattaching themselves to the old demon's nascent soul. This time, they were not merely biting. They were gnashing and chewing, genuinely attempting to devour the old demon's essence. The counterattack from the fiends. Hanli was taken aback, swiftly comprehending the unfolding events. It was evident that due to the old demon's considerable depletion of magical power, compounded by being bound by his own spell, the once subservient subdemons had finally unleashed their ferocity, turning against their master. However, how could Hanli allow the ancient demon's nascent soul to be devoured so easily? Without further contemplation, he swiftly struck the small cauldron in his hand with one hand, and a melodious chime emanated from the cauldron, and amidst the radiant light outside, countless strands of azure silk shot forth, tightly ensnaring several skulls and forcefully extracting them from the nascent soul's body. The skulls, in a frenzy, gnawed wildly, their deranged appearance sending shivers down the spine of any onlooker. Yet, Hanli paid little heed to these black skulls. Instead, he focused intently on the ancient demon's nascent soul, feeling a slight sense of relief. Although within a brief moment, the nascent soul's form had shrunk significantly, appearing on the brink of collapse to him. As long as the divine sense remained intact, it was inconsequential. Taking a deep breath, Hanli grasped the Luo banner beside the nascent soul, glanced at it briefly, and then stowed it away in his storage pouch. He then cast his gaze toward a distant location. The humanoid puppet flickered and, after a few swift movements, retrieved a dark, leather pouch from afar and returned, presenting it to Hanli. This was undoubtedly the storage pouch of the ancient demon. Having fallen out when the blood demon pearl erupted, Hanli did not hasten to explore its contents. Instead, he turned to the ugly woman and said, "Go, my friend. Please keep an eye on these 5 demonic entities for the time being. While I attend to this nascent soul." He was reluctant to have anyone watching while he extracted the soul. "You may go ahead, my friend. I can handle this," Gui Ling replied impassively, opening her mouth to expel a large plume of black and white mist that enveloped the skulls and the 5 skeletal frames. Taking over Hanli's restraint, Hanli nodded, extending one hand to grasp the azure light in the air, conjuring a massive azure hand that seized the blood-red nascent soul along with the 5 skulls. A green rainbow shot forth, swiftly vanishing into the nearby Arctic essence. The humanoid puppet, however, remained obediently stationary. Upon seeing Hanli's disappearance, Gui Ling scrutinized the puppet, and after a considerable time, a hint of astonishment crossed her face. Were it not for her witnessing Hanli summon this entity from the storage pouch, she would find it hard to believe that the figure before her was merely a puppet. As time passed incrementally, a full quarter of an hour later, a disturbance rippled through the Arctic essence, and Hanli emerged from the parting silver strands of light, his expression devoid of emotion. While the ancient demon's nascent soul had vanished without a trace, Gui Ling, far from being surprised, pointed to the 5 trapped skeletal frames as Hanli approached and inquired, "How shall we deal with these 5 demonic entities?" "As far as I know, once these demons are refined, it is exceedingly difficult to eradicate them from this world unless they are gradually dissolved with pure yang fire. Dissolution? There is no need for such measures. I have other uses for these 5 demonic entities. Let us seal them for the time being," Hanli replied after a brief contemplation. "Very well, as you wish, my friend," Gui Ling responded, somewhat taken aback, but readily acquiescing. With a sweep of his sleeve, a flurry of intricate talismans shot forth, rapidly covering the skeletal frames and black skulls, encasing them in a myriad of colorful orbs of light. Rubbing his hands together, he flicked his fingers, sending forth arcs of gold that exploded mid-flight into countless fine golden threads, layering upon the orbs of light one after another. Gui Ling was taken aback by the scene before her. Amidst the shimmering golden light, 10 colossal golden orbs materialized before their eyes. Han, with a series of intricate hand gestures, channeled more than 10 spells onto these golden spheres, causing their radiant glow to flicker and diminish rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to the size of a fist. Gazing at the resplendent golden orbs, Han furrowed his brow in contemplation. Then, with a swift motion, he expelled a swirling mass of seven-colored Buddhist light from his mouth. Within this ethereal glow was a treasure resembling a bubble, which was none other than the diamond shield he had been refining within his body. With a single hand, Han gently beckoned towards the artifact. The seven-colored brilliance enveloped the golden orbs, drawing them into the shield. With this Buddhist treasure and the suppressive might of the evil-repelling divine thunder, these demonic entities, no matter how ferocious, should be unable to escape. Only then did Han feel at ease to retrieve a jade box from his storage pouch, carefully placing the diamond shield inside and securing it. Let us proceed. Fellow cultivator, are you aware of any hidden places within this mountain? We should take refuge for a few days until the ceiling fissure returns to normal, Han said, casting a sidelong glance towards the temple's entrance. His eyes partially squinted as he addressed Gui Ling. I do indeed know of a secret location. It is a place I stumbled upon by chance, and no one else is aware of it, Gui Ling replied, her spirit lifted at his words. Responding without hesitation, "Da-da. Then let us go. Should we encounter my adversaries, do not linger in battle. Simply evade them swiftly." Han nodded, retracting his puppet. The two then ascended into the ethereal light and swiftly made their way towards the temple entrance. With their cultivation levels, they reached the edge of the northern polar primordial light in the blink of an eye, where the prohibitions once again took effect. To conserve their magical energy, they had no choice but to descend their speed and employ techniques of lightness. Scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, Han was elated yet surprised to find no guards stationed outside the northern polar primordial light. He signaled to Gui Ling, gripping the Yuan Gang shield in one hand and the three-flame fan in the other, and stealthily exited the northern polar primordial light. As he cautiously surveyed the area, ensuring there were no hidden ambushes, Han slowly stepped out of Kunwa Hall. The outside remained eerily silent, yet the sight before him caused his expression to shift subtly. In the vast square beyond, aside from 2 rows of fallen golden magnetic spirit wood, the ground was riddled with craters and strewn with debris, as if a fierce battle had transpired, and it was evident that the combatants were not merely a handful. Gui Ling emerged from behind, her eyes widening at the sight. What has happened? Could it be that those individuals have turned against each other? She pondered aloud, a hint of confusion in her tone. Not necessarily. It could very well be that they encountered the first wave of cultivators, Han replied, regaining his composure, his voice steady. Although I am unaware of their origins, the fact that they managed to independently break the seal of Kunwa Mountain suggests they possess considerable power. Indeed, when the first group breached the mountain's restrictions, I caught a glimpse from a distance. There were about 6 or 7 of them, with at least 2 whose cultivation was on par with mine. Gui Ling sighed. "Oh, do you recall their appearances?" Han inquired, curiosity piqued. The first group of cultivators. I only saw one square-faced middle-aged man. Remarkably, he was able to contend with the formidable Qian Laoma solely with a single treasure. Indicating the might of this faction, Han continued, intrigued by the implications. Both individuals possess extraordinary cultivation, and I dare not approach them too closely. That I merely conducted a cursory scan with my spiritual sense. Gui Ling shook her head. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. It is worth noting that he still wished to ascertain whether the ancient demon was among the first batch of cultivators, and then devise a plan to reclaim those 2 flying swords. Now that he had successfully recovered Gui Ling, along with the human puppet, Han Li was confident that he could contend with his adversaries without the need to avoid them as he had before. Let us proceed. Defeating opponents of such cultivation may not be a daunting task, yet completely annihilating them is certainly no trivial matter. They have likely retreated to other locations, Han Li remarked, his gaze flickering momentarily, a hint of contemplation gracing his features. Although he spoke thus, Han Li was acutely aware that something unusual must have transpired. Otherwise, why would the Yin Luo sect cultivators, not to mention those from Tianlan Prairie, so readily depart? They had pursued him from the prairie all the way to this point, undoubtedly intent on securing their objective. Could it be that the previous wave of cultivators was truly formidable enough to force all others into retreat? Yet that did not seem plausible. If the prior wave had gained the upper hand, why would they not hold their ground at the palace entrance, waiting to seize the treasures? As his thoughts raced like lightning, Han Li could not arrive at any conclusions. After stroking his chin thoughtfully, he resolved to dismiss the matter from his mind. Regardless of what had transpired, he had achieved the primary objective of his journey. What remained was merely to extricate himself safely from this great vortex. The two flying swords in the hands of the ancient demon could be addressed later upon his exit. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Li made his decision. Let us go, Taoist Gui. We shall first visit the hidden location you mentioned, disregarding the others. In a few days, we cannot predict how many more cultivators may flood in. Han Li scoffed coldly, leading the way as he leapt gracefully down onto the stone platform. Gui Ling offered a wry smile, having no choice but to follow Han Li. Along the way, traces of fierce battles were faintly visible. Sword marks and scorched wood were prevalent. These cultivators had indeed pursued fiercely. Suddenly, a massive chasm appeared ahead. Han Li stepped forward, standing at the edge, examining it closely, his brow furrowing in concern. This chasm was undoubtedly the result of a strike from some sword or knife-like treasure, cleaving the entire stone steps in two, stretching over 100 zhang in length and more than 30 zhang in depth, a sight that evoked genuine alarm. At the very least, Han Li mused. Even with his mastery of the great sword technique, he would be unable to achieve such a feat. It appeared that these cultivators had unleashed their true power, wielding such formidable techniques. The conflict was likely even more intense than anticipated. Han Li's mind echoed with the soft voice of the silver moon. Perhaps, but what does that have to do with me? Han Li replied dismissively, with a slight push of his toes against the ground. He gracefully floated over the chasm, with Gui Ling following closely behind as their feet touched the ground. Han Li's expression shifted. He turned his gaze toward a massive stone nearby, his eyes glinting with cold light. Which Taoist friend is hiding there? Step forth. Han Li's countenance darkened as he commanded sternly. No sooner had his words left his lips than a swirling mass of black gas erupted from behind the stone, within which a figure resembling a nascent soul was faintly enveloped. Han Li was somewhat taken aback, yet he would not allow the figure to slip away beneath his very nose. Regardless, it seems that the practitioners on this mountain, no matter their path, are all his adversaries, and thus there is no need for any pretense of politeness. With a sudden clap of thunder, the figure vanished without a trace. In the next instant, as a silver arc materialized, Han Li appeared before the swirling black mist. Suspended in midair, he remained motionless, extending a single hand forward into the void. With a sharp crack, a massive azure hand emerged from thin air, reaching downwards with intent. Startled, the nascent soul felt a surge of black energy enveloping him, preparing to teleport away. This was due to the severe injuries he had suffered during previous confrontations. Otherwise, he would have fled at the very onset. However, Han Li, having exterminated numerous nascent souls, had become exceedingly adept at encircling them as the opponent initiated their spell. A hint of derision flickered at the corner of Han Li's mouth. With another thunderous clap, the azure hand's 5 fingers shimmered with golden light, and 5 hefty golden arcs shot forth, instantly bursting into a vast golden net that enveloped the area below. Almost simultaneously, the nascent soul's form blurred before it plunged into the dispelling divine thunder. With a tremendous roar, the golden arcs exploded, scattering much of the protective black mist surrounding the nascent soul. The nascent soul's form wavered, teetering on the brink of collapse. In this precarious situation, the azure hand darted forward, firmly grasping the nascent soul and drawing it back to Han Li's side. Han Li regarded the captive with a slight smile amidst the creature's terrified gaze, then transformed into a streak of azure light, shooting downwards to the ground. The hand, still holding the nascent soul, followed closely, landing beside Han Li. Is this the one? Gui Ling also cast a quick glance at the nascent soul, revealing a hint of surprise. Although devoid of a physical body, the features of this nascent soul unmistakably belonged to one of the 2 elder members of the Yin Luo sect clad in black. It appeared that this individual had fallen victim to an unknown assailant, barely managing to escape as a nascent soul and hiding behind the boulder. What do you wish to do, Taoist Han? I bear you no grudge, and have not participated in any pursuit against you. The nascent soul's face turned ashen, and as the grip of the azure hand loosened sufficiently for speech, it immediately pleaded in a trembling voice. Why are you in such a panic? Taoist friend, when did Han ever express an intent to act against you? I am merely curious about the events transpiring outside. With whom were you and the individuals from the Tianlan Prairie engaged in conflict? Why did you not remain outside the hall? By the way, you must have seen the 2 women and the silver-winged nightmarish creatures that emerged from the hall. Han Li inquired with an unchanging demeanor, his tone composed. Upon witnessing Han Li's affable disposition, the nascent soul felt a modicum of relief and, anxious not to provoke him, hastily replied, "Not long after you few entered, the practitioners of the Yi family suddenly arrived. Among them was the Yi family's grand elder, who, upon seeing us, immediately launched an attack. Under the leadership of Daoist Su, we had no choice but to hastily defend ourselves that we managed to hold our ground. But at that moment, the demon suppression tower trembled violently, and then a significant portion of the mountain peak collapsed that it seemed as though the entire tower had sunk into the mountain's depths. And the nascent soul hesitated momentarily, but under Han Li's stern gaze, a chill ran through it, prompting an immediate continuation, and from the direction of the demon suppression tower, a radiant light shot forth, accompanied by the astonishing sounds of celestial chants and Buddhist hymns, resounding so loudly that we could hear it distinctly from our location. In the midst of the commotion, someone suddenly called out Tongtian Lingbao, and all attention was drawn towards the direction of the demon suppression tower. The two women from Huayin sect and the silver-winged night demons, upon emerging, also witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon and made their way over. As for me, I deliberately lingered behind to inform the grand elder of this occurrence. Tongtian Lingbao, could it truly be that this treasure has come into existence? How could your physical form have been destroyed? Han Li was taken aback. Whether or not it is the Tongtian Lingbao, I cannot ascertain. Yet, the spectacle is undoubtedly not something an ordinary treasure could produce. Moreover, since Su Daoyu and the grand elder of the Yi family, along with other late-stage cultivators, have proceeded without hesitation, it must not be a fabrication. As for my physical form, it was ambushed by that scoundrel, the scattered true man. This rogue somehow stealthily approached me and struck with a blood-red long knife, instantly absorbing all my vital essence. That demonic blade is utterly terrifying. Had I not decisively abandoned my body and teleported away, I fear even my nascent soul would not have been spared. The nascent soul gritted its teeth as it spoke. What kind of blade possesses such formidable power? Han Li raised an eyebrow, incredulous. That I do not know. It was my first encounter with such a treasure. However, aside from its unusual color, this blood knife bears a striking resemblance to the legendary demon dragon blade. It might also seem somewhat akin. Yet, if it truly were the demon dragon blade, I would not have had the chance to escape. The nascent soul replied uncertainly after silently moving its mouth a couple of times. The demon dragon blade. Han Li's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Chapter 1029. The Cloud of the Demon Blade. This blade, which can only be forged with demonic marrow, is said to possess a nefarious divine ability that allows it to absorb the blood, flesh, and soul of slain cultivators and refine them into power. This means that the more cultivators it slaughters, the greater its might becomes. In fact, a certain demonic cultivator once wielded the demon dragon blade to slay a transformation stage cultivator. Thus, many cultivators believe that if given sufficient time to continuously refine through slaughter, this treasure could even surpass the Tongtian Lingbao in power. Of course, both the Tongtian Lingbao and the demon dragon blade have been absent from the mortal realm for countless years, making any genuine comparison impossible. Nevertheless, the mere mention of this treasure by the elder of the Yinluo sect caused Han Li's expression to darken, since it is merely 7 or 8 parts similar, and given his cultivation level, there remains a chance for the nascent soul to escape. That item should not be the demon dragon blade after all. It may well be another rare demonic treasure. Guiling, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, interjected with a glint in his eyes. That it is likely so. Han Li nodded in agreement. He then lifted his gaze towards the direction of the demon suppression tower, noticing that a portion of the distant peak indeed appeared diminished. Mount Kunwu, renowned as a celestial mountain in the mortal realm, would not be surprising to possess the Tongtian Lingbao. He contemplated the void heaven cauldron in his possession, feeling a surge of excitement as he murmured, "With the newly acquired assistance of Guiling, along with the human-shaped puppet, there is indeed a chance to seize this treasure. Moreover, having previously obtained several high-grade spirit stones from the storage bag of the Qian Old Demon has significantly alleviated his concerns regarding the use of this puppet. Master, let us go and take a look." Somehow, as I just emerged from the palace, I sensed a peculiar disquiet within myself, as if something from the direction of the demon suppression tower was beckoning me. This entity felt hauntingly familiar, seemingly linked to the memories I had lost. Suddenly, Inu hesitantly spoke within Han Li's mind. "Something is calling you." Han Li was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, I have a vague premonition that if I miss this opportunity, I may forfeit my chance to recover all my memories. That a rare note of pleading tinged Inyu's voice. Hanli fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, he suddenly chuckled softly, speaking in a seemingly casual tone. Since you have mentioned it, let us go and take a look. After all, I am quite intrigued by this heavenly treasure. Thank you, Master, for your gracious approval. Inyu replied, brimming with joy at Han Li's response. Gui Daoyu, since there is a heavenly treasure manifesting over there, it seems we cannot afford to miss this excitement. Han Li remarked as he turned his head slowly towards Gui Ling. I shall follow your lead in all matters. Daoyu, however, how shall we deal with this individual? Gui Ling replied, her expression unchanged as she slightly bowed. With such a precious artifact appearing, no cultivator could possibly turn a blind eye. I had anticipated your sudden change of heart. So I am not surprised, Gui Ling continued. You promised me that you would not turn against me. It is only because of that assurance that I have shared all that I know. Upon hearing Gui Ling's words, the imprisoned nascent soul cried out in panic. I did not state that I would act against you, but I also did not say that I would not. Moreover, you are well aware that had you kept silent, you would merely have endured further torment to your soul. If there is blame to be placed, it lies with you being an elder of the Luo sect, and fortuitously falling into my grasp. Han Li replied nonchalantly, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a thick golden arc that struck the nascent soul. With a wretched scream, both the nascent soul and the massive hand disintegrated into golden light. Yet a pale green banner fell from the remnants. Han Li's eyes sparkled with interest as he swept his sleeve, drawing the banner into his hand for a closer inspection. That it was indeed another Luo banner. Through his soul-searching technique, Han Li recognized the significance of this banner. Should he gather all 18, its power would be unfathomable. Having already established a profound enmity with the Luo sect, he felt no need for further courtesy and swiftly stowed the banner into his storage pouch. Even if this treasure seemed somewhat trivial to him, he could not allow the Luo sect to easily assemble this set of artifacts. Throughout its history, the Luo sect had faced instances of these banners being lost or destroyed. Yet their power allowed them to swiftly recover or forge new ones. However, such occurrences had only happened a few times, and now, with the loss of several banners, even the Luo sect's considerable wealth would not enable them to easily recreate them. Furthermore, even if they could, it would take considerable time to cultivate them to a formidable level. Let us proceed. I wonder if anyone has already secured the treasure. Han Li mused softly as he gazed towards the direction of the demon suppression tower, then gracefully descended the stone steps. Gui Ling followed closely behind. The ancient prohibitions flanking the stone steps indicated the presence of prior cultivators. Otherwise, taking a shortcut could have allowed them to reach the demon suppression tower sooner. This time, Han Li paid no heed to the traces of battle along the road. Before long, he returned to the original departure point at the Bayou Square and once again set foot on the stone steps leading to the town of Demon Tower. After traversing a short distance, he encountered a chaotic scene ahead, with large pits and scattered stones strewn about. Han Li intended to pass by without a second thought, but beside him, Gui Ling suddenly gasped and gazed in a particular direction. Han Li was taken aback. He had not sensed anything amiss. Following Gui Ling's gaze, he too discerned something unusual. Beneath a pile of inconspicuous rubble, a small, pale object was partially revealed, though only a fragment was visible. It was unmistakably a bony arm. With a casual flick of his sleeve, a gust of azure wind surged forth, sweeping away the debris and exposing a skeleton lying prone on the ground. Han Li's expression shifted. The garments and hairstyle adorning the bones were eerily familiar to him. It was none other than the affluent elder of the Jiuyo sect. The purple jade orb was tightly grasped in one of its bony hands. Yet it appeared to be shattered beyond recognition, thoroughly destroyed. Han Li uttered not a word, his gaze flickering as he silently observed. He could hardly believe that after expending immense effort to refine the cultivating infant's pill, this individual had met their demise here. The path of cultivation truly is fraught with uncertainty. After a considerable pause, he let out a sigh, revealing a complex array of emotions within him. Although he had no deep ties with the affluent elder, the fact that someone he had recently traversed the journey with had inexplicably perished in this place stirred a peculiar sentiment within his heart. What is this? Does Taoist Han recognize this person? The circumstances surrounding this individual's demise seem rather peculiar. It appears as though they have only recently succumbed, yet their flesh and blood have been strangely stripped away, and there are no signs of the nascent soul having escaped. It seems even the nascent soul did not manage to flee. There were marks on the back suggesting the presence of a blade or sword-type treasure, and the appearance bore some resemblance to. Gui Ling, fixated on an oddly narrow scar on the back of the skeleton, hesitatingly spoke that it resembles the manner in which the demonic blade of the Luo sect is said to have executed its victims. Would you agree? Han Li exhaled deeply and replied, Indeed, otherwise, while there are other demonic techniques capable of stripping away a cultivator's flesh and blood, the resulting marks would not resemble this. Moreover, the previous elder of the Luo sect was able to escape with their nascent soul. Yet this person has utterly perished. Could it be that the weapon in that person's hand was truly the demonic dragon blade? Otherwise, how could the disparity in power be so pronounced? Gui Ling stated gravely. That's not quite right. Although the demonic dragon blade is said to enhance its might by consuming the flesh and blood of cultivators, the process of refinement requires a considerable amount of time. It is inconceivable for its strength to surge so swiftly. Han Li contemplated for a moment and shook his head. That is indeed a point. Gui Ling paused, seemingly enlightened. What intrigues me more is that this scatterer seems to act without restraint, daring to strike not only at the Luo sect but also at members of the Jiuyo sect. Such actions are not typical of a rogue cultivator. Furthermore, after extinguishing the life of the demonic elder, they left the corpse unscathed. Do they not fear the potential retribution from the two major demonic sects in the future? Han Li cast another glance at the skeleton, a look of perplexity flickering in his eyes. The storage pouch upon the skeletal remains has vanished without a trace. It is evident that the elusive Pei Ying Dan has also fallen into the hands of the scattered practitioner. Gui Ling has only just extricated himself from his predicament and possesses little understanding of the current state of the cultivation world. Thus he is unable to provide any answers. Han Li pondered for a moment. Yielding no conclusions, ultimately, he raised his hand to unleash a fireball, reducing the bones to ashes, at least he ensured that the corpse of the elderly gentleman of the Fu surname would not lie exposed in the wilderness. Let us proceed with caution. That demonic blade has devoured yet another nascent soul cultivator. Its power is unknown, that do not underestimate it, for it has dealt lethal blows before, Han Li remarked nonchalantly, leading the way up the mountain. Though his expression had darkened considerably from before, Gui Ling felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. His grotesque visage twisted momentarily before he let out a cold chuckle and followed suit. As they ascended further, Han Li and Gui Ling encountered no further anomalies, eventually reaching the end of the stone steps. However, to call it an end would be misleading, for the steps simply vanished into thin air behind them. Before them loomed a sheer cliff, and the peaks beyond had seemingly vanished as if carved by divine hands. Lifting his gaze to the distant precipice and then lowering it to the unfathomable depths below, Han Li stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression that it appeared that the others had descended. The demon suppression tower had indeed collapsed, yet what transpired below remained a mystery, though Gui Ling had heard tales. He could not suppress his astonishment at the spectacle before him. Gui Daoyu, do you know what sort of demonic creature was once sealed within this demon suppression tower? Han Li suddenly inquired of Gui Ling. I am afraid I am not privy to that knowledge. Back in the day, I was merely tasked with guarding the monstrous beasts of Kunwa Mountain. Those ancient cultivators would hardly share such matters with us. However, before I was relocated, I did sense an immensely powerful demonic aura manifest within Kunwa Mountain. Yet it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, likely sealed within the tower. Regrettably, my cultivation was still quite limited at that time. I could sense the aura's formidable presence, but could not ascertain the true strength of its master. Gui Ling replied candidly after a moment's hesitation. Chapter 1030, Bloodblade. Regardless, even if that demon is powerful, it has been suppressed for so many years. Moreover, there are quite a few late-stage cultivators who have descended, sufficient to handle any situation, Han Li said, casting a deep glance at the cliff's bottom. His tone unfazed, he then beckoned to Gui Ling, and together they floated gently downwards into the abyss. This descent seemed boundless. After what felt like the duration of a tea ceremony, they still had yet to glimpse the bottom. Han Li, perplexed yet somewhat alarmed, noted that their surroundings had grown increasingly dim. The area was shrouded in darkness, rendering it difficult to see far. However, glancing upwards, he could still discern a faint white light above. Were a typical cultivator present in this realm restricted by the divine sense, they would likely only perceive movements within several dozen zhang. Yet, Han Li, finding himself in peril, activated his clairvoyant abilities, his pupils shimmering with blue light. encompassing everything within several hundred zhang in his control. After an indeterminate amount of time descending, Gui Ling suddenly whispered, Han Daoyu, we have reached the bottom. Upon hearing this, Han Li stirred and lowered his gaze. Indeed, not far below, several glimmers of light flickered, hinting at the silhouette of a grand structure. His expression shifted subtly, and just as he intended to see more clearly, a flicker caught his peripheral vision. As if something on one side had flashed, a blood-red streak surged silently from the darkness. Han Li was immediately engulfed by a nauseating stench of blood that assaulted his senses. The name scattered real person sprang to mind almost instantaneously. A chill ran through him. The crimson light darted like lightning, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Had he not been on high alert, he might have found himself defenseless upon realizing the danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, summoning a shimmering silver shield, the Yuan Gang shield. Under its rapid expansion, a layer of misty white light enveloped the shield, encasing Han Li within its protective barrier. In an instant, the blood light swept past, submerging him entirely. With a hissing sound, a fearsome blade, nearly a foot long, emerged from the crimson light, striking the shield with tremendous force. The blade was uniquely fashioned, no wider than 2 fingers, and as thin as paper, radiating an eerie blood-red glow. The shield trembled violently before shattering into fragments. The blood blade followed through, directly cleaving the Yuan Gang shield itself. A flash of light emanated from the shield's surface, which became as smooth as a mirrored eye in that moment. The intertwining bloodlight and silver shield seemed momentarily locked in a stalemate. Han Li's expression softened slightly, and just as he began to relax, the blood blade suddenly curved without warning, slithering around the shield like a venomous serpent, striking from the side with a swift and uncanny motion that defied belief. Han Li reacted as if bitten by the serpent, his body instinctively recoiling backward, while his fingers aimed at the blade, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The sound of impacts echoed as over a dozen azure sword energies shot forth, only to be effortlessly cleaved apart by the razor-sharp blood blade, continuing unabated toward Han Li. His complexion paled, and as he opened his mouth, a mass of azure light enveloped an object before it was expelled outward. With a crisp clang, the blood blade failed to sever the item within the azure light, ultimately being thwarted. Enveloped within the light was the slowly rotating void heaven cauldron death. A voice from the distant darkness uttered in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li manifested the wind and thunder wings behind him, and with a swift motion, he appeared a dozen paces away amidst a flash of lightning. With a grim expression, he raised his hand, causing the Yuan Gang shield and the void heaven cauldron to soar before him. At that moment, a massive surge of bloodlight rushed toward Han Li from all directions, the stench of blood so thick it was nearly suffocating. Han Li snorted coldly, forming hand seals with both hands that a cacophony of thunder erupted around him as a layer of golden arcs of lightning materialized, violently dispersing the encroaching blood light, preventing it from coming near him. Evil dispelling divine thunder. The figure in the darkness, witnessing this turn of events, was taken aback, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Scattered real person, Han Li coldly remarked as he gazed at the shadowy figure in the distance. The figure offered no response. Instead, the blood blade emitted a series of ominous hums, suddenly shooting back through the blood light toward its origin. Then, the shadowy figure flickered and transformed into a dazzling streak, soaring downward, disappearing into a massive black silhouette below. Are you all right, my friend? The ambush had occurred in an instant, and Gui Ling seemed genuinely surprised and unable to react in time. Now, feeling anxious, they approached to inquire. Fearful that Han Li might harbor any resentment, it is of no concern. Indeed, it bears a resemblance to the dragon blade, were it not for my shield's ability to absorb and reflect a portion of the attacks. A mere artifact would likely have been cleaved in twain by now. Han Li spoke with a calm demeanor, raising his hand to grasp the Yuan Gang shield, flipping it over to inspect its surface. A fine, deep gash marred the shield's face. The corner of Han Li's eye twitched involuntarily, and his expression darkened as he channeled his spiritual energy into the shield, causing silvery light to swirl across its surface, gradually erasing the scar under the ethereal glow. With a swift motion, he stowed the shield away and opened his mouth, drawing the void sky cauldron into his being. Did you manage to discern the appearance of that individual? Brother Han, Gui Ling inquired. Unable to contain her curiosity to know, the figure was shrouded in a veil of spiritual light, preventing me from penetrating it to verify whether he is indeed the elusive Zisan Jinren. However, it appears that his cultivation is not particularly formidable, Han Li replied slowly, then lowered his gaze towards the vast, shadowy structure below, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Gui Ling, uncertain of Han Li's thoughts, longed to descend immediately, but could only remain quietly beside him. Taoist Gui, I shall regard this moment of hesitation as a singular occurrence, to be overlooked, and I trust that when the time comes to act, you will not entertain any other thoughts, Han Li remarked without lifting his head. And before Gui Ling could respond, he transformed into a beam of azure light, swiftly making his way downward. The ugly woman, initially startled, felt a wave of relief upon seeing that Han Li had no intention of causing her harm. However, she remained momentarily frozen in place, her face alternating between crimson and pallid. She realized that her earlier improper thoughts had been sensed by him, due to the lingering essence of her soul attached to her life token. After a brief silence, the ugly woman let out a bitter laugh and, resigned, transformed into a streak of light in pursuit of Han Li. This time, Han Li had landed on a vast, square platform, surveying his surroundings with an impassive demeanor. Aside from a dark stone staircase leading downward not far ahead, there appeared to be no other entrances. The Demon Suppression Tower. This hardly resembles a tower, Han Li muttered to himself. Just then, Gui Ling descended behind him. Having overheard his words, she quickly stepped forward to clarify. Dear friend, you may not be aware, but this Demon Suppression Tower is unlike the secular pagodas. It was constructed in reverse by the ancient cultivators. The pinnacle is at the bottom, while the base is at the top. The more formidable the demons imprisoned below, the greater their power. I see. Han Li nodded in realization, glancing around as if unaffected by the earlier warning regarding the demon. This only served to heighten Gui Ling's wariness towards him. Raising his hand, he cast a moonlight stone into the air. Allowing it to hover above his head, he beckoned Gui Ling and stepped into the stone staircase, and the two finally entered the demon tower. The initial layers of the Demon Suppression Tower were vast and eerily tranquil. Devoid of even a shadow. It was evident that the cultivators who had entered before had eradicated all threats. However, the signs of battle soon became more pronounced. It appeared that to prevent others from accessing the lower levels first, the conflicts among those cultivators had intensified. Upon reaching the third level, a charred corpse, its protective aura scorched, lay beside a stone pillar. Han Li stood alongside it, discerning for a while before concluding that he did not recognize the individual, who seemed to belong to the so-called Yi clan of cultivators. However, this individual had his crown wide open, and his primordial infant had fled the vessel, leaving one to ponder whether he had successfully escaped or had perished amidst the chaos. During the fourth level, there were no unexpected discoveries. Yet upon reaching the fifth level, two corpses unexpectedly appeared. One was entirely emerald in hue, unmistakably a victim of some bizarre poison, its features so grotesquely swollen that its original visage was utterly unrecognizable. The other corpse belonged to a burly man, one of the wandering cultivators who had caught Han Li's attention. However, his enormous head lay severed to the side, while his body had been cruelly cleaved into several pieces by a flying sword. Observing the man's incredulous expression, it seemed he could hardly believe he had met his demise in such a place. Although Han Li felt a chill in his heart, he did not falter. After reducing the corpses to ashes with a mere thought, he solemnly entered the sixth level with Gui Ling. To his surprise, he encountered a living person, a woman in palace attire, sealed within a massive block of ice. It was none other than Bai Yaoi. She was performing a spell with her hands, cradling a crystal-clear flying sword, her eyes gently closed. Were it not for the barrier of ice, he would have sensed the faint fluctuations of her spiritual energy. Gazing at her exceptionally pale visage, Han Li nearly believed she had already perished. Instead of hastily unsealing her, he first swept his divine sense across the entire level, finding no other discoveries before gently pressing his hand against the colossal ice. With a soft hiss, a layer of purple flames enveloped his palm, and the once foggy ice was instantaneously warmed as the chill was absorbed. In the blink of an eye, the massive ice began to shrink dramatically. Moments later, Bai Yaoi was finally released from her icy prison. As the final layer of frost dissipated from her form, her eyelashes fluttered twice before she opened her eyes, upon seeing Han Li before her. Her previously tense features relaxed. It's you, Brother Han. I thought it might be someone else, she said weakly, a faint smile gracing her lips, revealing the toll her ordeal had taken on her vitality. If I recall correctly, you cultivate an ice-based technique. Could it be that you sealed yourself within the ice? Hanli furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating her exquisite countenance before slowly inquiring. Chapter 1031. The Eighth Spirit. I am indeed gravely injured. In my attempt to fend off an attacker, chaos ensued. Others, including my assailant, sought to hastily advance to the next level, and it was by sheer luck that I managed to escape a calamity. Bai Yaoi recounted, her voice tinged with lingering trepidation. Though, from your words, it seems you are not well acquainted with your assailant. Hanli asked, his brow slightly raised. That person is likely one of the cultivators who unsealed the barrier. At that time, I was engaged in a stalemate with another individual when I was stealthily ambushed by him. This immense ice, formed from the chill of the Xianbing, can only be shattered by a late-stage cultivator. It cannot be breached in a moment's notice. However, in my severely injured state, I too was unable to break free, which is why I owe my rescue to you, Brother Han. Had I remained trapped much longer, the consequences would have been dire, Bai Yaoi said, a hint of admiration in her voice. There's no need for such formality. It was merely a trivial effort, Hanli replied nonchalantly. May I ask how you came to be here? After parting ways with Brother Han, my companion Fu and I ventured to a hidden chamber within Kunwa Mountain, where we unexpectedly stumbled upon some advantages. Initially, we felt content and intended to withdraw from the situation. However, to our astonishment, we encountered a remarkable celestial phenomenon at the Demon Suppression Tower. Our greed compelled us to join the commotion, but on our way, we encountered numerous cultivators, all hastening towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Among them were familiar faces from the Inluo sect, as well as another group of cultivators who had broken their seals, alongside silver-winged night demons and several wandering practitioners. Faced with such an assembly of powerful beings, we soon regretted our decision and contemplated retreating. Yet, before we could act, we were unceremoniously attacked, drawing us further into the fray. That I found myself relentlessly pursued, ultimately forced to flee to this location, while Fu mysteriously vanished along the way, seemingly having found an opportunity to escape the chaos. Bai Yaoi, displaying keen insight, recounted her experiences to Hanli, casting a few wary glances at the unattractive woman beside her, her expression tinged with unease. Clearly, she sensed the demonic essence emanating from Gui Ling's beastly form. Fear not, Bai Daoyu, Hanli reassured her. Gui Ling has already pledged to join forces with me. Otherwise, I would not dare to venture here alone. Observing her apprehension, Hanli smiled, while Gui Ling managed a faint smile and returned. I see now. How could Brother Han, with such intellect, be as muddled as us? Bai Yaoi mused, though she remained skeptical of the simplicity of the relationships between the unattractive woman and Hanli. Nevertheless, her heart felt somewhat at ease. However, I had already come across Fu's remains on my journey. He had perished. Hanli's expression grew solemn as he relayed the news of the elder Fu's demise. Fu Daoyu is dead? Bai Yaoi exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. I personally handled his body, and it seemed he did not even have time to escape his nascent soul. By the way, while you were encased in ice, did you sense anyone else passing through this area? Hanli suddenly recalled the figure wielding a blood knife and inquired, his gaze sharp. Others? I sensed nothing. Why do you ask? Are there other cultivators who have entered? Bai Yaoi paused, puzzled by Hanli's question. In that case, there is nothing to worry about, Hanli replied. Bai Daoyu, you seem to be quite drained. What are your plans now? For reasons unknown, Hanli hesitated to mention the matter of the scattered practitioners, instead glancing towards the entrance of the lower levels, casually inquiring of her. What else can be done? Regardless of what treasures lie here, I shall not harbor any further illusions. I intend to leave this place immediately and wait outside for the rift to reopen, Bai Yaoi declared without hesitation. That is for the best. I shall take my leave from Bai Daoyu here, as I remain quite intrigued by this treasure, Hanli responded, revealing no surprise at her retreat, since Brother Han is so confident. I shall not press you further. Take care, Bai Yaoi said with a wry smile. Take care as well, Bai Daoyu. Hanli clasped his fists in farewell and swiftly made his way towards the distant entrance. With Gui Ling silently following behind, Bai Yaoi cast a glance at the retreating figures of the two, letting out a soft sigh. She then retrieved a vial from her storage pouch and consumed a fiery red pill. Hanli, who had already distanced himself by over 20 zhong, seemed to recall something and suddenly turned his head, asking from afar, Daoist Bai, I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of the North Knight's minor extreme palace. May I have the fortune of visiting it in the future? Brother Han, you jest. This palace would, "Of course, welcome your presence," Bai Yao Yi replied, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a radiant smile. "With your words, I am now at ease," Han Li said with a faint smile, before resolutely departing without looking back. Once Han Li's figure vanished at the entrance, Bai Yao Yi's smile gradually faded, and a trace of contemplation appeared on her exquisite visage. Although she had readily agreed, she felt a sense of astonishment at his sudden mention of the minor extreme palace. The 7th level was eerily empty, devoid of any presence, the very site where the ancient demons had once battled the fierce spirits. Han Li and Gue Ling effortlessly discovered the small stone chamber leading to the 8th level, where the black and white miniature teleportation arrays remained conspicuously intact. Gazing at the teleportation arrays before him, Han Li stroked his chin, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. "Inu, do you sense anything? These 2 arrays are short-distance teleportation arrays, presumably leading to the next level. Is there something calling out to you? Can you perceive anything?" Han Li inquired silently through his consciousness. Strangely, within these 2 arrays, there seems to be a faint presence of something familiar. However, the white one appears to resonate with a stronger intensity. Inu replied slowly, "That will suffice. Let us proceed through the white teleportation array. The black one emanates a subtle malevolence that makes me uneasy," Han Li stated calmly after a moment of silence. Without further ado, he stepped into the white teleportation array, and Gue Ling, not questioning his actions, followed suit. As a spell was cast upon the edge of the array, a flash of spiritual light enveloped them, and they vanished amidst the shimmering white glow. Almost immediately upon their appearance on the 8th level, Han Li and Gue Ling swiftly summoned their defenses. One conjured a Yuan Gang shield, while the other manifested blood-red battle armor. After all, who could predict whether adversaries lay in wait near the teleportation array? Given their experience, they naturally did not overlook this crucial detail. Anticipated attacks did not materialize. Instead, a cacophony of rumbling sounds surged like tumultuous waves. As the lingering discomfort from the teleportation dissipated, Han Li scanned his surroundings, momentarily taken aback by the chaotic scene before him. The sky and ground were awash with flying swords and magical treasures. Brilliant lights bursting forth in every direction, while escape lights darted about. At a hasty glance revealed numerous figures, including the silver-winged night demons, Su's cultivator, the Tianlon Saintess, and 2 women from the Transformation Immortal sect. Amidst several unfamiliar cultivators, presumably members of the Yi family, however, the figures of Gutian Hao and others were conspicuously absent. It remained uncertain whether they had been eliminated en route or had yet to arrive at this location. Currently, these cultivators were not engaged in combat with one another. Instead, they were scattered around a grand palace. Surrounding the palace was a colossal formation accompanied by dozens of altars, each adorned with a towering white jade effigy. The stone figures, adorned in golden armor, clasped their hands around massive golden blades, astonishingly coming to life. They coordinated with the formidable formations of the grand array, cleaving forth beams of golden light that stretched several yards. Engaging in fierce combat with the multitude of cultivators, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. However, the gazes of many nearby cultivators were not solely fixated upon these stone puppets. Rather, while attacking, they frequently cast their eyes toward the sky above the palace. Suspended 10 zhang above the palace was a uniquely crafted green wooden ruler, emanating a soft green luminescence. This ruler, approximately half a foot in length, possessed an ancient design and rotated slowly in the air. Were it not for the ethereal beauty it exuded, one might easily dismiss it as an ordinary artifact, unworthy of such attention from the gathered cultivators. The pivotal element was that with each complete rotation of the wooden ruler, countless pale silver lotus flowers would suddenly materialize nearby, appearing both real and illusory, drifting gracefully through the air. Among these lotus flowers, 8 ethereal beasts of varying sizes flickered in and out of view, gazing upward and emitting melodious calls, as if paying homage to the ruler itself. The presence of these spectral beasts, such as the swan jiao beast, the 8-horned deer, and the golden-scaled dragon, caused Han Li to draw in a sharp breath upon recognition. These spectral beasts were none other than the legendary creatures from ancient times, the 8th spirit ruler. Han Li was astonished that the 3 elders of Kunwu had not brought this spiritual treasure back to the spirit realm. Before Han Li could fully comprehend the situation, the nearby Gue Ling murmured in astonishment, "The 8th spirit ruler?" Han Li's expression shifted slightly. The 8th spirit ruler was also among the celestial treasures, albeit not often utilized in ancient times, hence its lack of renown. However, being a celestial treasure, its power could not be trifled with. Everything all right? Silver Moon's voice drew Han Li's attention as he furrowed his brow. Sensing an unusual tone. I am uncertain. It is quite peculiar. This celestial treasure, I had no prior knowledge of it, yet just now, detailed information about it surged into my mind. Moreover, it seems that something within the palace is beckoning me. No, not something. Rather, someone very dear is calling out to me. No, it is my other half that resides within. Silver Moon appeared to be in a trance, her words becoming somewhat disjointed. Han Li frowned, intending to listen more intently to what Silver Moon had to say. When in the distance, the young man surnamed Su and the silver-winged night demon, along with other creatures, noticed Han Li's arrival, their gazes filled with hostility and suspicion. A chill ran through him. And Han Li could no longer afford to inquire further into Silver Moon's revelations. Instead, his eyes gleamed with determination as he stepped out of the teleportation array and ascended into the air. I never expected you, friend Han, to dare to appear here, the young man surnamed Su scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a beam of silver light that shattered a stone figure before him, speaking first. Why would I not, with the celestial treasure before us? Do you still have the leisure to seek trouble with me? Han Li replied calmly. Casting a discreet glance, he observed that the remnants of the shattered stone figure, in a flash of white light from the altar, reformed and continued to wield its golden blade. Striking toward the heavens, he felt a tinge of surprise. The expression on the face of the celestial master from the Tianlan grasslands darkened momentarily upon hearing Han Li's words, just as he was about to retort. When the silver-winged night demon in the distance flared its wings and remarked lightly, "Have you perhaps forgotten the grievances between us? Although the treasures are currently at hand, I do not mind addressing some personal grievances first." As soon as these words were spoken, a low growl emanated from the beast by the side, its threatening intent unmistakable. That's so. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle. Beside him, Gui Ling sighed and stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Han Li. This scene caused a slight change in the expression of the silver-winged night demon. Gui Daoist, what is your intention? Why are you standing alongside this human cultivator? What intention? Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? I have been thoroughly exploited by you all, who cared only for your own life tokens while disregarding my existence. Now that my life token has fallen into another's hands, if I wish to avoid being scattered to the winds, I naturally have no choice but to obey. Gui Ling's eyes flashed with fierce light as she suddenly pointed at the distant silver-winged night demon and began to berate it vehemently. This spectacle left all the cultivators utterly astonished. The silver-winged night demon, in turn, displayed a hint of embarrassment, while the roaring beast nearby promptly fell silent. It must be noted that these three demons shared a significant history and had a certain camaraderie. If circumstances allowed, the two demons would have been inclined to assist the ugly woman in retrieving her life token. However, the situation at the time was exceptionally unique, and their ability to reclaim their own life tokens was already a stroke of luck, rendering them incapable of concerning themselves with Gui Ling's token. Moreover, Han Li was exceedingly slippery. As soon as the treasures were in his possession, he made a swift escape, leaving them trapped under the power of the four symbols. Forced to watch him flee. Rest assured, Gui Daoist, we will certainly help you reclaim your life token, the silver-winged night demon said, its expression instantly returning to normal as it fixed a grim gaze upon Han Li. At this juncture, further words seemed futile. I am now compelled to comply. Should I confront you? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yet, Gui Ling showed no gratitude, her eyes narrowing as she spoke defiantly. The silver-winged night demon, upon hearing this, let out a bitter laugh, refraining from further comments but casting a fierce glare at Han Li. Han Li, however, maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly oblivious, while internally resolving that if the silver-winged night demon truly sought trouble, he might just let Gui Ling confront it. Han Daoist, may I inquire about the outcome of your battle with the old demon Qian? It seems he has yet to make an appearance. Has he perhaps met his demise at your hands? Lady Mu of the Huaxian sect suddenly smiled charmingly. This inquiry took the other cultivators by surprise. It turned out that the one who had been spying on their battle in the Arctic Yuan Light was indeed the lady. Pray, allow me to know your esteemed name. Upon hearing such a question laced with malice, Han Li's eyelids twitched, and after sweeping his gaze over her and the exquisite woman beside her, he calmly replied, "It seems only Brother Han is unfamiliar with the two of us. I hail from the southern border Huaxian sect, so I could be considered a half-landlord here. Yet, Brother Han's countenance is quite unfamiliar. Could it be that you are not a cultivator of our great gene? Lady Mu's charming figure swayed, her ordinary visage taking on a hint of allure, though the depths of her pupils remained icy cold. As for my background, it appears irrelevant to the current matter. However, I must express that during my time in Kunwa Hall, I received considerable care from both of you. As for Brother Qian, it was merely a friendly spar. Ultimately, we parted ways. What? Has Brother Qian not arrived here? I had thought he might have come ahead of us. Han Li spoke with a face devoid of emotion, his nonsensical remarks eliciting a roll of the eyes from Gui Ling, who was left utterly speechless. Although Madame Mu harbored some doubts, she too found it hard to believe that Han Li had truly slain the infamous Qian Laomo. Thus, after hearing Han Li's ungracious response, she could not help but stifle a laugh and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, several unfamiliar cultivators, witnessing the attention Han Li garnered, exchanged glances and discreetly withdrew, ceasing their assault on the stone puppets within the formation. Among them, a white-robed scholar in the later stages of the nascent soul realm, with a flicker of insight in his eyes, subtly conveyed a message to Han Li. Esteemed friend, it appears you have some enmity with others present. I am the Grand Elder of the Yi family, steward of the great Jin royal lineage. Would you be interested in forming an alliance with us? As long as we acquire the 8th spirit ruler, all other treasures within the palace shall belong to you. What say you? Han Li was momentarily taken aback by this proposition, yet his expression remained inscrutable, and he offered no immediate response. Do not misconstrue our intentions as greed. Esteemed friend, even if you were fortunate enough to secure such a treasure, your solitary strength would render it nearly impossible to safeguard for long, the scholar continued, sensing Han Li's formidable prowess and his ability to command a high-tier beast like Gui Ling, which fueled his desire for alliance. Han Li's brow twitched slightly before he finally replied, as the foremost family in Great Jin, why would you require assistance from an outsider like myself? Moreover, did you not have 2 powerful cultivators enter this mountain? I wonder where the other esteemed friend is. With a keen gaze, Han Li scrutinized the unfamiliar cultivators, noting none bore the semblance of an ancient demon's transformation, which eased his heart yet heightened his caution. To my surprise, you are quite knowledgeable about the members of my Yi family, the scholar remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. To be forthright, my elder should also be within this tower. Although I have not established contact with him, I trust he will intervene at a critical moment. Perhaps he has already infiltrated the palace. The scholar felt a chill run down his spine, but managed to chuckle. Is that so? If the palace is devoid of treasures, would I not be toiling in vain and incurring the ire of others? Han Li pondered for a moment before responding. That is a simple matter. Previously, I did acquire several powerful artifacts elsewhere on Kunwa Mountain that if you truly have gained nothing, I would be willing to present them all as gifts to you, esteemed Han. Should you fear antagonizing others, my Yi family could also accept you as a guest elder or provide you with a sum of 100,000 spirit stones after the fact. Seeing Han Li's interest piqued, the white-robed scholar hastily laid out his terms. He was deeply anxious over the mysterious disappearance of the headless monster and several other Yi family cultivators, feeling the situation slipping from his grasp. And thus he was willing to expend considerable resources to win over Han Li, a seemingly formidable ally from beyond Great Jin. Guest elder status aside, I am quite intrigued by that offer of 100,000 spirit stones. If need be, I can depart Great Jin immediately after, Han Li mused, a light chuckle escaping him as he agreed. Then it is settled, esteemed friend, we shall proceed as discussed in due time. You may act according to the circumstances. The scholar in white robes appeared to be exceedingly delighted. What? Master, are you truly intending to bestow the 8th spirit ruler upon another? Silver Moon, as Han Li's connected spirit, overheard their conversation with clarity and could not help but inquire. Bestow? Certainly not, we have merely reached a verbal agreement. Such an unguaranteed pact is something neither he nor I would take seriously. It is simply that the Yi family currently perceives itself as weakened, and I require someone to restrain others for me. Nothing more. Han Li responded languidly to Silver Moon that I believe that to be true. As long as we can dismantle the Grand Formation, the question of who will possess the 8th spirit ruler will ultimately depend on each individual's capabilities. Silver Moon sighed. Han Li smiled faintly and chose to remain silent, for at that moment, the white-robed scholar began to chant, addressing the others with a raised voice. Esteemed friends, now that Han Daoist has also arrived, we should have a greater certainty in dismantling this ancient formation. The previous agreement should hold valid for Han Daoist as well, correct? With the likes of us, it is sufficient to break this formation. Why do we need to involve anyone else? We can subdue it ourselves. The youth surnamed Su scoffed. Subdue? Brother Su, are you jesting? If you could accomplish such a feat, I would naturally have no objections. Moreover, the external seal is weakening by the moment. Do you believe we have the luxury of time to dawdle? The white-robed scholar's expression darkened as he spoke ominously. That statement holds truth. The Swankingzi of the Tai sect has already arrived. And it is said that the 7 marvels of the heavenly demon sect will also be present. We have at most 1 day left to seize the treasure. Otherwise, when the foremost righteous and demonic sects arrive, do you think the 8 spirit ruler will still belong to us? Madame Mu brushed a loose strand of hair from her forehead and remarked, Tai sect, heavenly demon sect, all cultivators, including Hanli, were taken aback, with the elder of the Yi family paling significantly. The youth surnamed Su exchanged glances with Lin Yinping, their expressions equally grave, though they had some dealings with the Tianlan Sacred Hall and the heavenly demon sect. They would never assume that the latter would share the treasures of Kunwu Mountain with them. Very well, let him join the ranks in breaking the formation. Once the formation is shattered, who among us will obtain this transcendent spiritual treasure shall be determined by our individual prowess. The youth surnamed Su, being a formidable cultivator, swiftly made a decision. The others, along with the silver-winged night demons and other creatures, harbored their own agendas but did not voice any objections to this matter. Observing this, Hanli smirked slightly, then waved his sleeve, unleashing over 10 golden flying swords that shot forth, attacking the stone puppets below without hesitation. The others, unwilling to delay further, resumed their relentless assault on the grand formation. The previously motionless puppets below immediately sprang into action, wielding their golden blades to counter the aerial attacks. Instantly, flashes of blades and thunderous roars erupted. Chapter 1033. Breaking the formation and escaping, as everyone simultaneously launched their assault on the formation surrounding the palace. The beautiful woman quietly communicated to Madame Mu, "Sister, are we truly going to assist them in breaking this formation? The palace cannot possibly be the sealing grounds of the ancient demon saint that Elder Xiang mentioned. Can it? Otherwise, how could the 8 spirit ruler appear here?" Her expression was filled with deep concern. "Rest assured, junior sister, this is certainly not the place where the demonic entity is sealed. Otherwise, the dragon transformation seal would have reacted long ago. My intention to dismantle this formation is not solely for the sake of the 8 spirit, but rather to control the pivotal array that governs the entire Kunwu Mountain's restrictions, which resides within the 9th level of this demon sealing tower. If we wish to reinforce the seal, aside from the dragon transformation seal, we must also perform the incantation on the final level. However, take a look around. There seems to be no entrance in sight. The only suspicious location is this palace. It is highly likely that the entrance lies somewhere within the palace itself, and perhaps the 8 spirit and this formation are intended to seal the entrance to the 9th level. I had not elaborated on this matter earlier, so it is no wonder you have so many concerns. Lady Mu confidently replied, "I see now. I was wondering why my elder sister did not attempt to reinforce the seal, but instead insisted on bringing me here without explanation. But regarding the 8 spirit, the beautiful woman suddenly understood. The 8 spirit is indeed a treasured relic of our Huaxian sect's ancestors, and it is only natural for us to reclaim it." Before the beautiful woman could finish her sentence, Lady Mu interjected, "While that is indeed true, I fear it may be quite difficult for us to seize this treasure." The beautiful woman glanced at the surrounding cultivators and the silver-winged night demons, hesitatingly responding, "That may not necessarily be the case. Do not forget that the 4 symbols in your hand was crafted as a replica of the 8 spirit. When the time comes to seize the treasure, activating this might yield unexpected results. Moreover, even if we are unable to succeed, do not forget that Elder Xiang may arrive at any moment. When that time comes, regardless of who possesses this transcendent spiritual treasure, they will have to surrender it willingly. Given his esteemed connections with our Huaxian sect, a heartfelt plea should suffice. Even if we cannot obtain the 8 spirit, we are sure to receive other considerable benefits." A sly glimmer appeared in Lady Mu's words. "That is indeed a possibility. However, what is the destination of the black teleportation array in the stone chamber we arrived in? Could it be the very place where the ancient demon is sealed? It is unfortunate that the teleportation array has malfunctioned. Otherwise, it would have been prudent to investigate first." The beautiful woman then recalled another concern and asked anxiously, "Who knows? It is a possibility. However, our sect's texts do not detail the specifics of the ancient demon sealing." Lady Mu paused, replying only thus as the two women engaged in their hushed discussion, unbeknownst to them. In a nearby dimly lit space, the ancient demon ancestor they spoke of was currently breaking free from the myriad bindings of the seal. 5 magical artifacts: dark glasses, jade lotus, circular ring, spirit arrow, and a small black bottle, floated above the heads of a 2-headed giant wolf, simultaneously emitting beams of black light that poured into the massive silver wolf's body, causing a sinister glow to emanate from its surface. The talismans and chains on its body were forcibly pushed away by a distance of about a foot. The talismans and black chains flickered with an unusual radiance, seemingly activated by the restrictions they contained. Yet, what was even more astonishing were the numerous yellow copper mirrors surrounding them. At this moment, they all emitted a resonating hum, and the yellow beams of light they projected were several times thicker than before, rendering the cage they formed seemingly indestructible. The ancient demon with 2 heads and 4 arms hovered in midair, its 4 hands forming intricate seals to channel the power of 5 enchanted artifacts. Both faces bore expressions of grave concern as they gazed upward at the silver wolf. Beneath it, a black teleportation array was shrouded by a set of array flags glowing with a grayish light, temporarily halting its operation to prevent any other cultivators from intruding. At that moment, the black wolf had fully manifested its demonic form. Its single horn had grown considerably larger, crackling with black arcs of electricity that emitted a thunderous roar. The eyes of this wolf head blazed with piercing violet demonic flames, causing the talismans caught in its gaze to spontaneously combust, turning into swirling ashes. With the infusion of demonic energy from the 5 artifacts, the ancient demon's ancestral soul finally amassed enough power to begin casting a spell to free itself. As time ticked away, when the last talisman nearby the black wolf had disintegrated into nothingness, it let out a low growl. Its already formidable body expanded once more amidst flickering black light, as if it were transforming into a divine being capable of creating and shattering worlds, filling the entire space. The cage composed of yellow light beams barely contained the giant wolf for a moment before it was forcefully shattered. Hundreds of bronze mirrors simultaneously exploded, scattering like stars across the sky, vanishing without a trace. However, the seemingly inconspicuous great celestial chain, under the shimmering light, grew thicker and larger as the giant wolf's body expanded, tightly binding it without yielding an inch. Moreover, it appeared that the wolf's struggles ignited a layer of milky, white flames on the surface of the thick chain. The acrid scent of charred flesh instantly permeated the entire space, as this white flame disregarded the protective demonic light surrounding the wolf, directly igniting its silvery fur. The black wolf head contorted in an expression of excruciating pain, indicating that this flame was indeed formidable. Upon witnessing the milky white flames, the ancient demon below revealed a hint of fear on its face and murmured, "Pure young bonefire." It was unexpected that those ancient cultivators had managed to infuse such demonic fire into the chain. This posed quite a dilemma. Yet, at that moment, the black wolf head suddenly swung its immense cranium, producing a resounding crash as arcs of black electricity transformed into a lightning sphere that shot skyward, only to burst apart moments later. Countless black arcs descended from the heavens, striking all the black chains that in an instant. White flames and black electricity intertwined and flickered, resembling 2 monstrous pythons entwining and gnashing at each other, creating an eerie and thunderous roar. The black wolf head was relentless. As the purple flames intensified in its eyes, a low incantation emerged from its mouth, unleashing a wave of black mist that swept outward. Wherever it passed, black waves surged, obliterating countless unknown restrictions in the distance with astonishing force. The ancient demon below, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a look of delight. It seemed that although this ancestral soul had been trapped for many years, its powers remained intact, and it would not be long before it broke free. At the entrance of the fissure sealed by Kunwa Mountain, shadows flickered about, yet the gathering of cultivators had not increased. Compared to the previous throng of over 1,000, there were now merely 200 to 300, a staggering reduction of more than half. However, Swan Kingsley, seated at the entrance, did not exhibit a demeanor of ease. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grave. This was primarily due to the fact that among the 200 to 300 individuals present, the majority were cultivators of the core formation stage or higher, with a notable contingent of over a dozen at the nascent soul stage. Were it not for the formidable reputation of the Tai sect and Swan Kingsley's own status as a late nascent soul cultivator, It is likely that some among this gathering would have already succumbed to impatience and attempted to breach the fissure behind them. Nevertheless, this elder of the Tai sect was acutely aware that he could not deter the assembled cultivators for long. As many were esteemed elders from significant sects, powers that even the Tai sect would prefer to avoid antagonizing. Brother Xianqing, how long do you intend to make us wait? We did not come here merely to squander our time. A voice from the crowd finally expressed impatience, as an elderly man with a ruddy complexion stepped forward, revealing himself to be a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Taoist Luo, did I not already convey that at present no one can traverse the fissure? I stand in your way not out of malice, but to prevent my fellow Taoists from recklessly forfeiting their lives, Shuang Qingzi replied with a sigh, his gaze calm and composed. Yet I have heard that cultivators from the Yin Luo sect and the Huastin sect have already ventured inside. What is the explanation for that? The elder named Luo inquired, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. That is because Madame Mu and Brother Qian possess the Sun and Moon shuttle and the Lingxi peacock to pave the way. Thus they can afford to take the risk. Were you, Brother Luo, to possess one of the 3 esteemed shuttles, I would not hinder you in the slightest. In truth, if we could exercise a bit more patience and wait just a few days longer, the fissure would revert to its original state, Shuang Qingzi stated with composure. Waiting a few more days? By then, the treasures within may have already been completely plundered by the likes of the Qian old demon. Another voice interjected, tinged with annoyance, as a figure shrouded in a veil of green mist glided forth from the throng. That it turned out to be Taoist Yu from the Bailan Cliff, and upon seeing him, Shuang Qingzi could not help but furrow his brow. Though not a member of any major sect, this individual was notorious for his mastery of toxic arts, a formidable opponent that even he would prefer to avoid confronting lightly. Truth be told, Shuang Qingzi harbored no genuine concern for the fate of these individuals. He would not bat an eye if they all perished within the fissure. However, the intelligence he had previously received indicated that the seal was to be broken by cultivators from the Yi family. As he pondered the Yi family's potential schemes, he promptly received a mysterious directive from within his sect, mandating that he collaborate with the Kimyo Zenran of the Tianma sect to enter the fissure. While doing his utmost to prevent other cultivators from doing so, the person who issued this order held a uniquely significant position within the Tai sect, one that even he dared not defy. Otherwise, given his status, why would he engage in such an ungrateful endeavor? Yet, the order required the 2 late-stage cultivators to join forces to enter the seal, indicating that whatever lay within was anything but trivial. Indeed, not long ago, he received a jade slip containing information about this seal, which left him astonished and filled with remorse over allowing the Qian old demon and others to enter previously. Naturally, he now felt even more compelled to prevent other cultivators from entering the fissure. Otherwise, the influx of so many cultivators would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications. Should that being, sealed away, be released, who among the human realm could stand as a rival? Moreover, the presence of a transcendent treasure within, such as the celestial spirit, cannot possibly be entrusted to others. In the 13th chapter, titled The Demon Sealing Ring, Ice Soul Valley, Shuang Qingzi mused thus, clearing his throat as he prepared to say something to assuage the 2 individuals before him. How is it that our heavenly demon sect and the Tai sect prohibit your entry? Do you intend to force your way through? Upon hearing these words, the elder surnamed Luo's expression shifted noticeably. Suddenly, a dark light shot forth from the distance, swiftly arriving before the group. As the radiance dissipated, a middle-aged scholar clad in a black robe and possessing a hooked nose materialized. The moment he appeared, his gaze swept over the elder Luo and the cultivator shrouded in green mist, his brow furrowed in malevolence. 7 Wonders real person. The elder Luo instantly recognized the scholar, involuntarily inhaling sharply. This was not merely due to the 7 Wonders real person's extraordinary prowess surpassing that of Shuang Qingzi, but rather because, as a law enforcement elder of the heavenly demon sect, his methods were notoriously ruthless, making him a formidable figure in the realm of demonic cultivation. Friend 7 Wonders, you jest, since both your sect and the Tai sect have taken such a solemn stance. It appears the rift indeed harbors some peril. A few days' delay on my part is of no consequence. The elder Luo chuckled awkwardly, retreating back into the crowd. The cultivator within the green mist also turned and departed without uttering a word. However, the nearby cultivators, witnessing the unprecedented alliance of the foremost righteous and demonic sects, erupted into a flurry of agitation. Even the most naive among them could discern that whatever lay sealed beyond the rift was of no trivial matter. Otherwise, how could the two great sects adopt such a formidable posture? Yet, under the overwhelming pressure of their combined might, the scattered cultivators and minor sects dared not voice their grievances. Those from slightly larger sects were equally reluctant to take the lead in such a precarious situation. At that moment, another 7 or 8 cultivators from the heavenly demon sect soared forth, all being nascent soul-stage demonic practitioners. Upon their arrival, without a word, they produced array plates and, swiftly erecting a grand formation that enveloped the rift's entrance in thick white mist. Swankingzi and the 7 Wonders' real person then turned and entered the formation, disappearing from sight. This caused the nearby cultivators, who had initially hoped to seize any advantage, to exchange glances in bewilderment. Once inside the formation, Swankingzi exhaled softly, pausing his steps before offering a faint smile to the 7 Wonders' real person. Brother 7 Wonders, you arrived far more swiftly than I had anticipated. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, I would have found it difficult to pacify those of our kind. Only someone of your esteemed reputation could command such awe. You mean to imply that I bear a notorious name? The middle-aged scholar replied with a forced smile. Haha, I would never think such a thing. Swankingzi chuckled awkwardly. Now, let us refrain from further discussion. This time, we are both here under orders and had no choice but to come. I overheard your words from a distance. It seems the Yin Luo sect's people have already entered. Could it be that the elder Qian demon has arrived? Otherwise, why would you allow them passage? The scholar furrowed his brow in contemplation. Upon my arrival, the venerable Qian Laoma had already entered the seal with several wandering cultivators. Subsequently, members of the Yin Luo sect and individuals from the Tianlan grasslands also infiltrated, one of whom was a grandmaster from the Tianlan grasslands. That moment, I was unaware of the significance of this seal. Thus, I did not resolutely obstruct their entry. Swankingzi's expression grew grave. However, whether it was due to negligence, he did not mention the matter of the 2 women from the Huasian sect at all. I did not expect the Yi family to employ such a diversionary tactic, using a counterfeit heavenly spiritual treasure to draw the attention of both our sects, while secretly seeking to acquire the genuine heavenly treasure. Had we not long ago embedded an informant within the Yi family, we might still be oblivious to this day. The enigmatic Qiqiao Zhenren spoke ominously. Regrettably, the Yi family's operations this time were exceptionally meticulous. Although the informant had been aware of this news for some time, he was unable to relay it in advance. He could only sabotage their formation to a degree before escaping amidst the chaos. Otherwise, had we received this information earlier, we would never have allowed them the opportunity to break the seal. While the heavenly treasure is indeed extraordinarily rare, releasing the ancient demonic progenitor would be a matter of great loss. Qian Laoma has been inside for such an extended period. He may have already located the seal's origin. Swankingzi sighed. Qian Laoma is no fool. He would not engage in actions that harm others while benefiting himself. Instead, I find myself quite uneasy about those cultivators from the Tianlan grasslands. They are not like the cultivators of Dajing, who harbor so many reservations. Qiqiao Zhenren shook his head. Though I have heard that your sect has some connections with the Tianlan Holy Palace, I did not expect you to harbor such distrust towards them. Upon hearing this, Swankingzi chuckled lightly. What connection? Merely a matter of mutual benefit. Qiqiao Zhenren appeared unimpressed. The seals of ancient cultivators are not so easily unraveled. As long as those individuals remain unable to break the ancient demonic restrictions, I believe that our 2 sects can thwart their reckless actions. That if they have already released that ancient demonic avatar, the creature, having been suppressed for so many years, must be considerably weakened. Together with the 5 demon restraining rings I brought, we should be able to subdue it once more. Qiqiao Zhenren spoke slowly. Demon restraining rings. You mean the ancient artifacts that have been passed down from the spirit realm, specifically designed to confine demons? Upon hearing this name, Swankingzi's eyes lit up. Indeed, these are the treasures brought by the spiritual realm's cultivators during the invasion of the ancient demons, specifically meant to combat high-tier ancient demons, even if what is sealed is merely an avatar of the ancient demonic progenitor. With 5 demon restraining rings in place, it would have no choice but to surrender. Qiqiao Zhenren remarked with a cold smile. This is excellent. Initially, I was concerned about potential risks on this journey. I did not expect my friend Qiqiao to be so thorough in his preparations. Even acquiring such ancient treasures, Swankingzi's expression relaxed. That I possess no such extraordinary treasures. These 5 demon restraining rings were sent by a member of our sect along with the orders. But has the esteemed member of the Tai sect not provided you with any treasures to counter this? The scholar cast a sidelong glance at the old Taoist, skepticism evident on his face that I departed in haste and had no time to prepare any treasures. However, when we opened the inner gate this time, I brought the Tian divine sword with me. I believe it can lend you a hand. Swankingzi let out a bitter smile and spoke, the heavenly god sword. This treasure is indeed most suitable for dealing with demons and monsters. The scholar nodded in agreement, seemingly quite satisfied with the remark. However, the poor Taoist was still somewhat perplexed. I received a missive from the esteemed one within the sect, instructing us not to harm that ancient demon's life unless absolutely necessary, and that it would be best to seal it again. What could this mean? Wouldn't it be better to eradicate it entirely and eliminate future troubles? Swankingzi suddenly inquired. Who knows, replied the scholar. The orders I received convey a similar sentiment. However, when I reflect on it, the ancient cultivators did not exterminate this demon. It seems there must be some special reason behind this. The scholar contemplated for a moment and stated solemnly, let us follow the directives given to us. What you say is indeed correct. Swankingzi acknowledged that it would be prudent for us to refrain from unnecessary complications. That he then asked, has Brother Chimiao brought the spirit turtle flying chariot? Let us hasten our entry. Swankingzi nodded thoughtfully and cast a glance at the fissure entrance. Hearing the Taoist's words, the scholar chuckled softly, flicked his sleeve, and a swirling mass of dark light enveloped a flat, circular object that shot forth. This item spiraled before the two of them, expanding in size against the wind, transforming in an instant into a spirit chariot several zhang in size, resembling a colossal turtle shell. Swankingzi smiled slightly at the sight. Subsequently, the scholar and Swankingzi exchanged a few words of caution with the fellow cultivators who accompanied them, and the two then swiftly entered the chariot. The spirit chariot morphed into a dark rainbow, swiftly flying into the fissure. The Jinhuan Mountain is one of the four major spiritual veins of the Great Jin, and the Taiji sect, renowned as the foremost righteous sect, is situated within this mountain range. The Taiji sect's influence is such that only the Tiangmo sect and the Wanyao Valley can barely rival it, making it unparalleled throughout the entire Great Jin. Thus, within the vast expanse of the Jinhuan Mountain, hundreds of large and small spiritual peaks lie under the control of the Taiji sect's cultivators. However, the Isol Valley is an inconspicuous small valley within this mountain range, unlike the other spiritual mountains and lands that enjoy eternal spring. This valley is not only deficient in spiritual energy, but is also beset by icy winds that chill to the bone. The entire valley is perpetually crystalline and is covered by a thick layer of ice and snow. Yet, this seemingly inhospitable place, which ordinary cultivators would not spare a second glance, is one of the seldom known forbidden areas of the Taiji sect. It is rare for ordinary disciples to even hear of this valley, let alone visit it. Despite the valley's mystery, there exists no external restrictions beyond a mirage array obscuring the valley's entrance, and there are no Taiji sect cultivators stationed outside that in truth, for hundreds of years, no one has dared to set foot within this valley. Even when high-ranking elders occasionally visit, they only speak respectfully from outside the valley, never daring to venture a single step inside. However, on this day, as the Seven Wonders Real Person and Swankingzi entered the ceiling fissure, a gray-robed elder, whose face bore the pallor of illness, appeared ghost-like at the valley's entrance. He glanced at the mirage array and a trace of derision flickered in his eyes. After clearing his throat twice, he transformed into a green light and shot into the valley, treating the mirage array at the entrance as though it were non-existent. In a brief moment, the green light condensed at the far end of the valley, revealing the elder's form. Gazing coldly at the imposing ice wall before him, he suddenly darkened his expression and said icily, "Old Bai, knowing full well that who has arrived, why do you still hide away in your coffin instead of greeting your guests?" The old man's voice was not loud, yet moments later, the entire ice valley reverberated with his words, echoing like thunder, one after another, as if the ice wall itself trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. However, the elderly figure in the gray robe remained unfazed, squinting his eyes, standing motionless before the ice wall. Chapter 1035. The transformation of the godly practitioner. Uncertain how much time had passed, a deep sigh arose from a male voice. "Friend who? Why are you here in my Isol Valley instead of cultivating your mind at Magic 2 Mountain? I do not recall inviting you here. Do you think I wish to come here? It is all due to matters concerning Kunwa Mountain." The elderly figure in gray huffed, seemingly equally displeased. "Kunwa Mountain? Hasn't this matter already been entrusted to our disciples? Why meddle further? came the emotionless reply from within the ice wall. If only it were that simple. Would I have rushed over from Magic 2 Mountain otherwise? You may not be aware, but it seems something has happened to Old Xiong at Kunwa Mountain. The gray-robed elder said ominously. Old Xiong? Surely there must be some mistake. He is the most powerful among us ancient ones. How could he possibly encounter trouble? The voice from the ice wall finally expressed some astonishment. I am not entirely convinced either, but this information was personally delivered to me by the eccentric Feng through his flying sword. You know well that Feng and Old Xiong have always been on good terms. Thus they possess each other's soul pearls. This time, when Kunwa Mountain emerged, Old Xiong happened to be nearby and went to take a look. Not long after entering, his soul pearl began to dim. If he is not gravely injured, he must be trapped in some kind of restriction. In either case, Old Xiong is likely facing dire straits. Unfortunately, Feng himself is now in deep trouble and cannot arrive in time to rescue him. Thus, he has sent word hoping that the two of us could make the journey to investigate. He even offered to reward us with 2 blood chi pills as compensation afterward, the gray-robed elder stated coldly. Blood chi pills. Feng is indeed quite generous this time. With these pills, our lifespans could be extended by several decades. However, how does Feng know that Old Xiong entered Kunwa Mountain? The man within the ice wall asked cautiously. This old fiend is notoriously cunning. He always ensures a safe retreat before taking risks. Before entering the seal, he left a message for Feng using his flying sword. In retrospect, it seems he did not err in this strategy. For at least someone will come to his aid now. What do you think, friend Bai? Are you interested in taking a look? If we were to concoct these blood chi pills ourselves, who knows how long it would take? The elder urged. The man within the ice wall fell silent, not providing an immediate response. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally spoke softly. Forget it. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not involve myself in this matter. How is it that even the blood chi pills cannot sway you? The response from the man within the wall evidently surprised the gray-robed elder. I yearn for the blood chi pills. Yet I fear that this venture may yield more losses than gains, the man replied coldly. What do you mean by that? Even if that demon truly escapes, do you and I not have enough strength together to fear it? The old man said with a cold sneer. Fear is not necessarily the issue. Even if it was formidable in the past, after so many years of suppression, coupled with the drastic changes in the essence of heaven and earth, its supernatural abilities would not exceed ours by much. Unlike during the ancient wars, if one were sufficiently powerful and willing to take risks, it would not be impossible to unleash the power of the void refinement stage in the human realm. So why not pursue it? The old man's brow furrowed, increasingly perplexed. Had I not consumed a fire essence 3 years ago, perhaps I would have accompanied you on this journey. However, I am currently utilizing this spiritual object to forcefully break through my cultivation bottleneck. Although the hope is slim, I do not wish to suffer a greater loss for a minor gain. The man said, Fire essence date. You actually obtained such a spiritual object. Could it be that you consumed it directly? The gray-robed elder's expression changed drastically. Naturally, only in this way can one fully harness the fire's spiritual energy contained within the date, the man replied with an emotionless demeanor. You truly did that. Are you not aware that if the fire essence date is not refined into a pill, its overwhelming fire energy could forcibly ignite your internal magical power? We discussed the dangers of this during our gathering years ago. Did we not? The elder's eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke solemnly. You need not remind me of the perils. I am already acutely aware. However, if I do not take the risk, am I truly destined to spend my life in this icy wall? Or shall I follow the path of the old ghost and the wind elder, possessing tremendous supernatural abilities, yet masquerading as a fool among low-tier cultivators, constantly fearing the overexertion of my powers could lead to my demise? The white-clad man spoke with a tone of derision. Brother Bai, your words are somewhat extreme. Their actions were also driven by the desire to locate the reverse spiritual passage that the cultivators from the spirit realm used to descend, to see if they could ascend to the spirit realm without advancing to the late stage of divinity. After all, it stands to reason that if the cultivators from the upper realm can suppress their powers to descend into our human realm, then we, too, could temporarily enhance our magical power through secret arts to enter the spirit realm using this passage, the gray-robed elder remarked. The reverse spiritual passage has been sought after by countless divine transformation cultivators since the drastic changes in the essence of heaven and earth. Not only the great gene, but much of the human realm has been thoroughly searched. If it could be found, we would have already made progress. There is no need for us to continue searching. Most likely, This reverse spiritual passage either does not exist at all or is not located on land, but somewhere in the desolate seas, making it impossible to locate, the man said dismissively. Perhaps, nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this remains a glimmer of hope for our ascent to the spirit realm, which is certainly preferable to idly waiting. The gray-robed elder seemed to concede to the man's reasoning, showing a hint of resignation. Compared to the reverse spiritual passage, it would be more practical to diligently advance to the late stage of divinity and then ascend to the upper realm on our own. Had it not been for the ancient demon realm's machinations, causing the essence of heaven and earth in our human realm to become so thin, with our talents, how could we all have stagnated at the initial stages without making any progress? As he spoke, the man became somewhat resentful once more. Even if Brother Bai laments his fate and blames the heavens, it serves little purpose. Since the last batch of ancient cultivators ascended, while it cannot be said that no practitioners have reached the later stages of cultivation to ascend to the spiritual realm, the number is merely a handful compared to the ancient times, which is an insurmountable chasm. In recent years, the situation seems to have worsened even further. For nearly 10 millennia, not a single ascendant cultivator has emerged. It is no wonder that Elder Feng and his companions, fully aware of the slim prospects, have placed their hopes upon the reverse spiritual passage. The gray-robed elder felt equally vexed. They have their methods, and I have my own path of cultivation. Enough of this discourse. Now that brother who understands my intent, he must either directly refuse Elder Feng or embark on the journey alone, that I must retreat into seclusion and cannot see him off. By the way, I shall instruct my disciples to completely seal this valley. Unless the fire essence states are fully refined, they shall not meet anyone again. Do inform those old monsters as well. The man within the ice wall, growing impatient with further discussion, hastily concluded his final words and issued an order for departure. Immediately, silence enveloped the icy barrier. The gray-robed elder's expression darkened. After a long moment of hesitation before the ice wall, he suddenly stamped his foot. For the sake of these 2 blood essence pills, I must take this risk. With the extension of my lifespan by over 100 years, it shall sufficiently compensate for the loss of essence I will incur on this journey. Muttering this, a green light enveloped him, transforming into a dazzling rainbow that swiftly shot forth, departing from the valley. Before the 8th level of the Demon Suppression Tower on Kunwa Mountain, Han Li, with an impassive countenance, formed a hand seal. Over a dozen flying swords in the air emitted a resonant hum as they coalesced, suddenly morphing into a giant sword several zhang long, which gleamed with golden light before swiftly descending in a mighty strike. With a resounding boom, where the giant sword cleaved, a white jadestone figure was reduced to mere rubble. His gaze lingered momentarily on the remnants of the stone figure. The shattered stones did not reassemble as before. Han Li nodded slightly, gesturing with his hand as the giant sword flew back with a whoosh. This marked the 4th stone puppet he had utterly destroyed. These stone puppets within the grand formation seemed to possess an immortal quality when paired with the array. However, in truth, once they had been destroyed a certain number of times, they would ultimately become irreparable. Yet, this was only feasible under the relentless assault of so many late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, with merely 2 individuals, it would be nearly impossible to annihilate all the stone puppets without exhausting their strength. Moreover, the golden blades wielded by these stone puppets were of an unknown material, crafted into formidable weapons that were not only exceedingly sharp, but also possessed the divine ability to vanquish demons. Han Li had witnessed firsthand that the blade chi emitted from these golden blades was something the practitioners of demonic arts dared not allow to approach them in the slightest. Otherwise, their protective demonic aura would surely be pierced through, unable to withstand even a single strike. As for those cultivators attempting to breach the formation directly, the stone puppets on the altar would likewise abandon the outsiders and unleash countless streams of blade chi, following intricately profound trajectories to collectively assault any individual within the formation. In such a scenario, no one could withstand the relentless barrage of such formidable attacks, and this formation, being a complex array with multiple effects, would also prove difficult to dismantle swiftly once one entered. The practitioners here were no ordinary individuals. They were well aware of the intricacies involved. That moment, no one dared to seek the limelight. They all focused intently on attacking the nearby stone puppets. Once these puppets were completely eradicated, dismantling the grand formation would become a far more efficient endeavor. After Han Li shattered the puppet before him, he did not continue to engage, but instead furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. He observed that only a few puppets on the altar remained active. It seemed that breaking this formation was imminent. As he contemplated this, a sudden, unheralded cry of distress pierced his mind, emanating from Inu, followed by a series of low whimpers that suggested immense suffering. This startled Han Li, prompting him to send a mental inquiry. "What is the matter? Inu, is something amiss?" A hint of concern laced his voice. "Its nothing. It seems something within the palace has awakened. It feels extraordinarily peculiar, almost familiar, as if it holds significant importance. No. My head aches terribly." Inu managed to utter a few words before succumbing to another wave of groans. Chapter 1036. Inu, Xueling. Longmeng. Han Li's heart tightened upon hearing her words. The structure appeared unchanged from the outside, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Puzzled, he was about to inquire further when an astonishing surge of spiritual pressure erupted from the palace, followed by a resounding crash. A beam of yellow light burst forth from the apex, transforming into a massive yellow hand that lunged fiercely toward the Ba Ling ruler. This spectacle left the cultivators outside the palace astounded, with several exclaiming in shock. That moment, a melodious, sinister laugh resonated from within the palace, and the space surrounding the Ba Ling ruler began to ripple violently, as a figure unexpectedly materialized. As soon as the figure appeared, it opened its mouth and a beam of light, as thick as an arm, shot forth, vanishing as swiftly as a thunderclap. The colossal yellow hand was effortlessly pierced by this beam. A shrill scream echoed as the hand rapidly disintegrated, revealing a silhouette enveloped in yellow light, which hurriedly retreated. The emerging figure chuckled lightly, and in an uncanny flash, traversed a distance of 10 zhang in an instant. Catching up to the fleeing figure, the cultivator enveloped in yellow light was taken aback, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. This attack, formed from his essence blood, was remarkably swift, yet the assailant merely swayed, causing the blood arrow to pass through him as if it were an illusion. With a slight motion of his arm, a piercing scream erupted from the cultivator cloaked in yellow light, who then executed some arcane technique, transforming into a swirl of yellow mist that dispersed in all directions, only to later coalesce once more into a figure at a distance. However, this time, he appeared exceedingly pale, with his body marred by blood and several long claw marks across his chest. One arm had even been severed, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, akin to a stray dog. Seventh uncle, a Taoist maiden from the Yi family, upon recognizing the figure, gasped in disbelief. The wretched individual, missing an arm, was none other than the most distinguished of the Yi family, the notorious big-headed man. This revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of several Yi family cultivators. The scholarly figure in white also exhibited a drastic change in expression. Although Han Li and the young man surnamed Su were unaware of the big-headed man's precise identity, they could sense his late-stage nascent soul cultivation level with their spiritual awareness. In this manner, the trepidation within their hearts was no less than that of the members of the Yi family. Han Li directed his gaze towards the enigmatic figure, but upon a brief examination, he found himself momentarily stunned. The individual was clad in a blue robe, their attire unmistakably reminiscent of a practitioner from the Poison Saint sect. Although the cascading hair obscured their features, their stature suggested they might be Hua Tianqi, a prominent figure from the same sect. Yet, he had not misheard. The voice that emerged from this person was distinctly that of a young woman. This was, indeed, exceedingly strange. Had it not been for the extraordinary abilities of the cultivators present and the proximity of the Eighth Spirit, Han Li would have decisively turned to flee. He had always preferred to steer clear of unknown dangers. The other cultivators also discerned the peculiarity and exchanged glances filled with astonishment towards the mysterious individual. The fact that this person could compel a late-stage nascent soul cultivator into such a dismal state raised the unsettling possibility that they were a transformation stage practitioner. This thought sent a chill through the hearts of all present. Observing that the grotesque figure had narrowly escaped, the mysterious person let out a cold laugh, choosing not to pursue further, instead casting a glance at those outside the formation. Their gaze was as frigid as steel, and those it touched felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, their expressions shifting slightly. The elderly nun from the Yi family and the beautiful woman from the Huaxian sect, the weakest among them, swayed and stumbled back 2 steps before regaining their footing. Han Li inwardly lamented the situation. His eyes flashed with a blue light as he hastily activated his clear spirit eye for protection. However, after the mysterious figure's gaze swept past him, he still felt a chilling sensation envelop him, akin to being trapped in the depths of winter. His complexion paled somewhat. "You are," the mysterious figure's voice, now imbued with a feminine lilt, suddenly turned towards Han Li, fixating upon him with an intensity that did not waver. It was as if she had stumbled upon something utterly extraordinary at that moment. Han Li's spirit beast pouch stirred, and a beam of white light shot forth, spiraling before a small, snow-white fox landed at his feet. Without hesitation, the creature rolled upon the ground, transforming amidst a swirl of silver light into a young woman clad in white robes. Breathtakingly beautiful, It was indeed Inu. Having assumed human form with the aid of her fox spirit, It truly is you. Upon seeing Inu, the mysterious figure shuddered, her voice cold as she spoke, then raised her head, allowing her cascading hair to fall back, revealing her true visage, Hua Tianqi. A ripple of commotion swept through the crowd as someone called out the name. The mysterious individual, adorned with azure markings upon her face, was none other than Hua Tianqi. Yet, curiously, while her features had slightly altered, her eyes had transformed into a striking, eerie green, fixed unwaveringly upon Inu, displaying an expression of peculiarity. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the others instinctively fell silent. With their extensive experience, they could hardly be oblivious to the anomaly surrounding Hua Tianqi. She was evidently possessed by some entity. The chill ran through their hearts as they began to speculate about the identity of this individual. Seizing the opportunity, the grotesque figure hastily retreated, increasing the distance from Hua Tianqi while urgently consuming a medicinal pill and applying several talismans to the severed arm, which immediately glowed with white light as the wound began to shrink and heal. Only then did he raise his head, his face ashen, and direct a steely gaze back towards Hua Tianqi. Han Li observed the unfolding situation, his eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts raced. It appears that this is indeed the entity that summoned the Silver Moon here. Yet, I cannot discern the nature of her relationship with Silver Moon. Are they adversaries or allies? Shuling, you should have arrived here many years ago. It is surprising that after all this time, you have only just made your appearance. However, your aura has diminished to such a feeble state, and you now reside within the body of a four-eyed fox beast. Do you not feel it a disgrace to our identity as the Silver Moon Wolf clan? The expression on Hua Tianqi's face shifted subtly as he spoke with an air of indifference. Silver Moon raised her delicate hand to brush aside the strands of hair falling over her forehead. After a prolonged silence, she finally articulated, albeit uncertainly, "You are Linglong." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of surprise crossed Hua Tianqi's eyes that he gazed intently at Silver Moon for a moment before erupting into a fit of delicate laughter. "I never would have imagined that our clan's most beautiful member, the beloved consort of the Celestial Wolf, would suffer from amnesia. That I should have anticipated this. When the avatar of the Supreme Ancestor forced your primordial spirit from your physical form all those years ago, how could your consciousness remain intact? My dear sister, I am not Linglong, but Long Meng." This individual, with the visage and physique of a man, possessed a laugh that was peculiarly enchanting, evoking an eerie sensation. Han Li furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Although he had yet to grasp the connection between this woman and Silver Moon, the earlier remarks hinted at a certain schadenfreude regarding Silver Moon's plight. Silver Moon, with her brows tightly knitted, fixed her luminous gaze upon Hua Tianqi, her expression fluctuating between tranquility and turmoil, as if his words had stirred forgotten memories within her. "Your words have indeed awakened some recollections of the past. Yet, many of them remain shrouded in ambiguity. If my memory serves me correctly, you should be me, and I should be you." Silver Moon's lips parted as she spoke with composure. "Humph, it seems you can still recall certain matters. Indeed, we were originally one and the same. Together, we formed the entity known as Linglong. In her endeavor to withstand the fifth millennial thunder calamity, she was compelled to practice the supreme secret arts of our Silver Moon Wolf clan. Alas, a misstep occurred, resulting in the splitting of her essence into two independent primordial spirits, yours and mine. In the past, your spirit was the more powerful, naturally granting you dominance over the body, while I was compelled to remain dormant under your oppression for an extended period. However, the tables have turned. Your spirit is now so feeble that I could extinguish you with a mere gesture." Hua Tianqi's voice turned chillingly cold. Silver Moon's expression tightened at his words, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Though my memories may be scarce, I still vividly recall the blood soul mark. You cannot kill me. Should I truly perish, you would not fare any better. Silver Moon's calmness was astonishing upon hearing her declaration. Huatianqi's countenance darkened, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a sinister glow. Silver Moon instinctively gasped, her body trembling as an invisible force propelled her away. Han Li pursed his lips, reflexively reaching out with a hand. Instantly, a verdant spectral hand materialized behind Silver Moon, catching her and gently lowering her to the ground. Witnessing this, Huatianqi was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by a sudden fury as his gaze swiftly turned towards Han Li. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Li wasted no time in raising his hand. The primordial shield instantly expanded, shielding him from imminent danger. With a resounding bang, the surface of the silver shield erupted in a dazzling flash, and the entire shield suddenly caved in several inches, leaving behind a remarkably clear and deep dent. Han Li inhaled sharply, while the nearby cultivators, who had been utterly bewildered by the exchange between Huatianqi and Yin Yu, stirred restlessly upon witnessing the aftermath. The silver-winged Yiksha and the lion beast, having donned expressions of confusion since Huatianqi's appearance, instantly revealed their fear upon hearing the names Linglong and Shuling. It seemed that these two demonic beings possessed some knowledge regarding the origins of those titles. After exchanging glances, they began to retreat towards the teleportation array in a roundabout manner. Huatianqi, surprised that her initial strike had failed, scoffed disdainfully and prepared to launch another attack. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind as she glanced at Han Li and then at Yin Yu, prompting her to break into a light-hearted laugh. Shuling, your aura is so potent on this person, and you just emerged from his spirit beast pouch. Could it be that you have become his spirit beast? She mused. Even so, what of it? Yin Yu retorted coldly, a shadow passing over her delicate features. Hee, if that were the case, I would have to congratulate this individual. To have the favored consort of the Tianke Demon King as a spirit beast is a feat that even the three emperors of the spirit realm would scarcely dare to dream of. Huatianqi remarked with a playful giggle, her tone laced with ulterior motives. Chapter 1037. The 9 True Demonic Suppression Array. Once Yin Yu regained her footing, her complexion pale, she cast a glance at Huatianqi. You are me, and I am you. That if that person were to learn of this matter, do you believe your situation would improve in any way? Furthermore, although he has wed Linglong, his affections still lie predominantly with me. Let us not forget who it was that helped suppress you and forced you into slumber within your own body. Upon hearing Yin Yu's words, Huatianqi's smile faltered, her eyes suddenly glinting with malice. Yet, she soon let out a cold laugh, turning her head sharply as she pressed a hand forcefully toward a certain point outside the formation. With a thunderous crash, the white teleportation array that the crowd had entered abruptly collapsed and caved in, revealing a deep pit of about 10 feet in depth. The silver-winged Yiksha and the lion beast, who had been quietly retreating near the teleportation array, were immediately taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they halted in their tracks. Where do you two think you are going? Huatianqi demanded, her voice icy as she eyed the duo. One resembles the long-lost Kong Xiandan master, yet radiates an overwhelming aura of death, while the other, despite its considerable transformation, is unmistakably that spirit bird once kept by the Kong Xiandan master. If I recall correctly, he perished long before I was sealed away. It seems you are but a remnant of his corporeal form, cultivating to become a spirit beast, and you have even reached the realm of the silver-winged Yiksha. Am I mistaken? Huatianqi's gaze bore into the silver-winged Yiksha, her words dripping with disdain. That I never expected that the fairy Linglong would so easily discern our origins. The silver-winged Yiksha replied, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light, ultimately breaking into a bitter smile. What you knew was of my former self, not me. As for this lion beast, it was merely a 7th-tier spirit bird in the past. Yet it has now ascended to a 10th-tier demon beast. It seems that even if it were to return to the spirit realm, it would still secure a place for itself. Huatianqi snorted in response. Regardless of the circumstances, I still vividly recall the unparalleled grace of the fairy from years past. However, what is the intention behind her destruction of the teleportation array? Having seen through her origins, the silver-winged Yiksha has surprisingly regained his composure. It matters not. Since you are here, there is no need to leave in haste. This consort may yet require the assistance of both of you. Huatianqi remarked nonchalantly. The silver-winged Yiksha's expression darkened. Although this demon had no desire to linger in this place, The destruction of the teleportation array meant that finding another exit would not be a matter of mere moments. After a slight shift of his gaze, he chose to remain silent for the time being. Observing this, Hua Tianqi disregarded the two demons, casting his eyes towards the young man surnamed Su and several cultivators from the Yi family. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, I had not anticipated such a multitude of human cultivators arriving here, each of considerable prowess, regardless of the esteemed identity you held in the spirit world or how you have possessed the body of my friend Hua. Our Yi family has merely sought to unlock the seal of Kunwa Mountain for the sake of the celestial treasure. If you are willing to hand over the 8th spirit to me, our Yi family can assist you in escaping this tower. The scholar in white, having attentively listened moments prior, had vaguely discerned the origins of this individual and stepped forward respectfully. What I wished to express was unexpectedly articulated by my friend Yi. The young man surnamed Su chuckled, a feigned smile gracing his lips. Both individuals, adept in cunning, recognized that they could not contend with the demoness Hua Tianqi upon her initial strike, and thus entertained thoughts of forming an alliance. The 8th spirit? Excellent. If any of you possess the capability to subdue this treasure, feel free to approach. I shall not impede your efforts, Hua Tianqi declared, her gaze flashing with indifference. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Yi family and the young man surnamed Su exchanged startled glances. Momentarily taken aback. What? Are you feeling apprehensive now that I invite you to claim the treasure? Hua Tianqi's voice dripped with derision. Yet, the scholar in white and the young man surnamed Su found themselves even more hesitant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Madame Mu, since Hua Tianqi's appearance, had worn an expression of heightened vigilance. This moment, her delicate hand, concealed within her sleeve, subtly retrieved an object from her storage pouch, her movements exceedingly cautious, as if fearing detection by Hua Tianqi. Since you do not desire this treasure, why did you obstruct me when I sought to collect it earlier? A sharp voice echoed from the far end of the palace, belonging to the large-headed creature. Others may take the treasure, but you alone are forbidden. Hua Tianqi cast a sidelong glance at the creature, responding nonchalantly. Why is that? The creature's expression darkened considerably as it cast a furtive glance at its severed arm, bitterly inquiring, why? Not long ago, you encountered the avatar of the Yuanxia sage, did you not? What Yuanxia sage? I know nothing of it. The large-headed creature's heart quivered, yet it immediately denied any knowledge, though your time spent with this demon was brief. You still bear a trace of an aura that is seldom seen among mortals. I can discern it with a mere glance. Your denial is inconsequential, yet upon entering the hall, you harbored malicious intent upon seeing my soul box. Am I mistaken? Had it not been for the individual possessing me awakening me before you could strike, I might have indeed fallen victim to your treachery. How dare you use a soul annihilation talisman against me? Your audacity knows no bounds. In the midst of the vibrant spectacle, a flicker of green light pierced through the air, and an icy chill enveloped the surroundings. The scholar clad in white robes was momentarily taken aback by these words, and his lips moved urgently as he transmitted a few inquiries to the strange figure, seemingly eager to seek clarification. However, the large-headed oddity remained unresponsive, his countenance as frosty as ever. The scholar's expression darkened, reflecting his inner turmoil. What, pray tell, is the Yuanxia holy ancestor? Is it a creature from the ancient demonic realms? It was then that Han Li unexpectedly broke the silence. The Yuanxia holy ancestor? The complexion of Hua Tianqi shifted slightly, but he soon tossed his head back in a derisive laugh, seemingly poised to respond to Han Li's question. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. An instinct whispered to him that the ancient southern demon's appearance on Kunwa Mountain was likely intertwined with this Yuanxia holy ancestor. Everyone pondered silently, and the atmosphere was steeped in an unsettling stillness. Moments later, a woman's chilling voice pierced through the silence. Fellow Taoists, do not be deceived. The speaker was none other than Madame Mu of the Transformation Immortal Sect, who now held aloft a palm-sized green jade seal, shimmering with an ethereal glow, upon which a spectral five-clawed true dragon manifested. This dragon apparition, in a furious display, seemed to recoil in disdain at the sight of Hua Tianqi. The transformation dragon seal. Upon seeing this artifact, Hua Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he raised a hand to the woman, gesturing as if to strike. With a resounding crack, an overwhelming force that seemed to tear through the fabric of space descended upon her. Madame Mu, startled, swiftly raised the jade sealed at that moment. A resounding dragon-s roar erupted from it, and the dragon apparition swelled tenfold, shooting forth to confront the descending might, following a thunderous clash that reverberated throughout the very space. The dragon and the force of impact vanished in a blinding flash of white light. Seizing this opportunity, Madame Mu and the enchanting woman beside her simultaneously raised their hands, unleashing streams of golden and silver light. Revealing the sun and moon shuttled in a swift motion, the two women slipped into its embrace. Witnessing this, Hua Tianqi's brows knit tightly, and he opened his mouth to unleash a silver beam towards the spirit shuttle, which flickered and vanished in an instant. An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The colossal illusion of a deer adorned with bizarre scales suddenly emerged within the grand formation, swallowing the silver beam whole before vanishing without a trace. As though it had never existed, the 8-chi deer. Han Li gasped in surprise, swiftly directing his gaze towards the 8th spirit, which was floating serenely in the air, now trembling imperceptibly. With each quiver, vibrant rings of 7-colored spiritual light emanated from and the apparitions of 8 spirit beasts began to materialize within the luminous glow. It appeared that this spiritual treasure was on the verge of activation. "This is not good," Hua Tianqi exclaimed, his face paling suddenly. Without another word, he enveloped himself in a flash of silver light and darted back into the palace below. The 8 spirit measuring rulers suddenly emitted a piercing hum. And in response, the nearby grand formation radiated a brilliant light. The ground trembled violently before it split open, revealing 9 fissures from which arose 9 additional altars with a thunderous roar. These 9 altars were several times larger than the smaller ones outside, each crowned with a resplendent golden blade standing upright. The design and form of these blades were identical to the golden blade held by the original stone puppet. However, their colossal size was daunting, each standing over 10 zhang high, resembling 9 formidable pillars. Upon seeing these 9 altars, the scholar in white robes was momentarily taken aback before he let out a loud cry, sensing the ominous turn of events. Han Li had already seized Silver Moon's arm, pulling her back in a swift retreat. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Yi family, a flash of insight struck him, as if he had encountered this name before. However, before he could contemplate further, one side of the space collapsed amidst flickering black light, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that surged forth like a dark python. That a triumphant, maniacal laughter echoed as a double-headed, 4-armed demonic figure emerged from the swirling miasma, standing defiantly in midair. The 9 colossal blades radiated an overwhelming brilliance, each shooting forth a massive beam of blade light into the sky, creating a golden haze that nearly obscured half of the heavens. Descending violently upon the demonic figure, the laughter from the demonic figure abruptly ceased, replaced by sheer terror as it recoiled in fright. Yet, in a sudden flash, a strand of golden light eerily appeared above its head, descending with a fierce slash. With a resounding boom, the intertwining of golden light and demonic energy created a dazzling spectacle. A remarkably graceful and lithe figure materialized before the demonic entity, extending a delicate jade-like finger to intercept the golden light. In a stunning turn of events, the golden light was deflected by her fingertip, revealing a countenance that bore an expression of both reproach and delight, a breathtaking woman clad in a black gown. Upon seeing this exquisite visage, Silver Moon trembled, her complexion paling. Han Li's gaze, however, was fixated on the double-headed, 4-armed demonic figure. He could not be mistaken. This fiend was indeed the ancient demon that had escaped from the abyss of demons. The Qingzhu Bi cloud sword within him emitted a low hum. Sensing the absence of the other 2 flying swords as for the enchanting woman before the ancient demon, she appeared utterly devoid of any discernible magical power. Her cultivation realm entirely inscrutable. Han Li inhaled sharply, and with a swift motion, he led Silver Moon to the opposite side of the 9 true demon suppression grand formation, finally releasing her arm. The previously silent Gui Ling followed closely behind, unable to restrain her curious gaze upon Silver Moon, her eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. "Thank you, Master." Silver Moon glanced at Han Li, her expression a complex mix of emotions as she spoke softly. "Do take care," Han Li advised, his brow furrowing in concern, aware of Silver Moon's extraordinary identity. She nodded, turning her gaze toward the enchanting woman opposite, her face clouded with a sense of melancholy. Meanwhile, Su and the other cultivators from the Yi family had also retreated to this side of the formation. Although they regarded each other with heightened vigilance, Expressions of astonishment and suspicion were evident on their faces. What was amiss? Why did both individuals exhibit such a strong response to demonic energy? An unbelievable sound emanated from the Sun Moon shuttle, followed by a flicker of form as Lady Mu materialized above this treasure, cradling the dragon transformation seal in her hands, which once again conjured the shadow of a true dragon. However, at this moment, the dragon's apparition reacted with even greater fervor towards the woman and the ancient demon across from it, compared to its earlier encounter with Hua Tianqi. Indeed, had Lady Mu not exercised her magical control over the treasure, the dragon shadow might have launched itself forth uncontrollably. The Su Clan youth, unaware of the origins of the dragon transformation seal, cast a cold glance at Lady Mu at this juncture. He cared little for the presence of demonic energy. The chaos surrounding him was overwhelming, and the emerging fiends were increasingly formidable, prompting him to contemplate a retreat. Even if the celestial treasure stirred his interest, one needed to preserve their life to pursue it. After such contemplation, he subtly moved his lips to convey a message to the nearby Saintess Tianlan. Upon receiving a slight nod from Lin Yinping, who furrowed her brows, the esteemed Tianlan master began to cast her gaze about. Searching for something elusive in stark contrast, the scholarly figure in white robes, witnessing that most others were captivated by the newly appeared fiends, relaxed his vigilance over the eighth spirit. In an instant, his eyes flickered, signaling the other two members of the Yi family. Under their cover, he formed a hand seal, causing an identical shadow to materialize in place, while his true self stealthily concealed itself, vanishing from sight. The silver-winged night demon was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visage of the newly appeared woman. Were it not for the overwhelming demonic aura surrounding her, her appearance was unmistakably reminiscent of the legendary Linglong fairy from years past. Yet, who was the one that had just obliterated the teleportation array, and what of the silver moon beside Han Li? The silver-winged night demon muttered to itself, its eyes darting about, uncertain of its own intentions. Lady Mu of the Transformation Immortal Sect gazed at the dragon transformation seal in her hands, her expression fluctuating between light and shadow. Suddenly, she stamped her foot and dove back into the Sun Moon shuttle. The ethereal vessel then trembled and vanished into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Foolish, the surrounding terrain, both on land and in the air, was ensnared by ancient cultivators' magical restrictions. What use was there in burrowing underground? The guiling behind Han Li scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Lady Mu's actions. Not necessarily. These two women are shrouded in mystery and appear to possess considerable knowledge of Kunwa Mountain. They may indeed have a means to breach the restrictions. Han Li remarked, his gaze flickering at this moment. He recalled the origins of the so-called 9 True Demon Suppression Formation, which he had encountered in a tome on formations from years ago, although it had been mentioned briefly. It described this formation as one of the most formidable methods to exorcise demons in the mortal realm, reputedly employed by human cultivators to vanquish numerous ancient fiends during the great battles of antiquity. With this thought, Han Li focused his attention once more. Since the appearance of the youthful woman, 9 colossal golden blades had erupted wildly, unleashing a torrent of golden light that swept through the air like a tempest. The black-robed woman, however, remained unfazed, her fingers flicking lightly, no matter how sharp or dense the blade's radiance. Upon contact with her fingertips, it was effortlessly deflected as if it were mere chaff, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. Yet, amidst Han Li's astonishment, he discerned the underlying truth. This woman appears to harbor a certain trepidation towards the formidable array of demon suppression, as she merely lingers outside its confines, refraining from rashly venturing within. Moreover, after casting a fleeting glance at Han Li and the others, she turns her gaze towards the palace, her attention ultimately fixating upon the 8th spirit at this moment. The 8th spirit, since the emergence of the second demon, has been incessantly humming and flickering, with nearby silver lotuses not only magnified, but also the 8th spirit beast phantoms rendered remarkably vivid, as if they were materialized. The woman in the black robe turns her head and begins to whisper to the ancient demon beside her. Their voices barely audible. Han Li is unable to discern their conversation. Inu, is this woman the incarnation of the Yuan Cha saint ancestor? Han Li exhales deeply, suddenly inquiring that if not this demon, then who else could it be? This individual is a fragment of the ancient demon saint ancestor's essence, and was one of the 3 leaders during the ancient demon invasion of the human realm. The number of ancient cultivators who perished at its hands is truly incalculable. It seems that Inyu's memory has indeed been significantly restored, for after a brief silence, she recounts the origins of the Yuan Cha Saint Ancestor, the fragment of the ancient demon Saint Ancestor. Hanli reflects, recalling that the individual had mentioned your primordial spirit being forced out of your body. Could it be that this ancient demon's fragment is now utilizing the body of? As Han Li's pupils shimmer with blue light, he discerns that the black-robed woman's form is not merely an illusion, prompting his inquiry. Indeed, it is my original body, though I cannot recall how I was possessed by the other party and transformed into a spirit tool nestled within the Void Heaven Cauldron. This body is undeniably the flesh I once shared with Longmeng. Inyu slowly articulates, biting her delicate teeth. But do you not have the chance to reclaim it? After all, you are the true master of this flesh. And it would be improbable for you to lack an opportunity, Han Li remarks, his gaze shifting to the expressionless black-robed woman, his demeanor shifting. Has the master forgotten? I have already enacted the soul-devouring technique. And coupled with my prolonged occupation of this fox demon's form, I no longer possess the capacity to regain my original body. Perhaps there exists some divine technique capable of achieving such a feat. Yet it is certainly beyond the capabilities of human realm techniques. It would necessitate a return to the spirit realm. Furthermore, my consciousness has suffered damage, and my cultivation level has diminished to such an extent that I have forgotten much of my previous techniques. How could I possibly contend against the demon's soul? Inyu hesitantly states, Unless what? Han Li presses, unwilling to let it slide easily. Unless I and Longmeng collaborate, there may still be hope. However, given her current state, would she be inclined to assist me in this matter? Perhaps just as the demon's soul is expelled from her body, she would instantly seal me away to monopolize this form. Inyu sighs. Upon hearing this, Han Li falls into silence. At that moment, the ancient demon with 2 heads and 4 arms suddenly calls out to the hulking figure within the palace. Yi Daoyu, why do you still hesitate? Since you are unable to eliminate that wolf soul, now, if you can simply restrain the 8th spirit, the Saint Ancestor shall likewise agree to infuse you with demonic energy. The technique you practice is not a demonic one. Without a master to wield this spiritual treasure, it shall pose no detriment to you. The ancient demon's voice, though not loud, resonates clearly enough for Han Li and the others to hear. All present are taken aback and once again direct their gazes towards the sky above the palace. Hearing the ancient demon's words, the hulking figure's expression shows signs of indecision. Yet as if recalling something, he grits his teeth and transforms into a streak of yellow light, hurtling directly towards the 8th spirit. It is indeed curious that the formidable 8 spirits showed no reaction to the approach of the strange figure, who effortlessly slipped past its defenses in the blink of an eye. The entity had truly arrived before the 8 spirits. While the 8 ethereal beast apparitions appeared utterly oblivious to its presence, the once apprehensive figure, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a surge of elation as the radiant light diminished. It swiftly lunged towards the treasure. You truly possess audacity. A cold snort suddenly echoed from beneath the palace, as the large-headed figure seemed to sense something amiss. Its expression changed dramatically, and it shot sideways in alarm in the very spot it had occupied moments before. A tremendous explosion resounded, and an overwhelming force surged forth, nearly lifting the palace's roof. The large-headed figure's countenance darkened ominously. Old demon, there is no need for you to incite these youngsters to employ underhanded tactics. With me stationed beneath the 8 spirits, anyone wishing to seize this treasure must first obtain my consent. That I never anticipated that you could extricate yourself from the Black Wind banner. What once suppressed me has now become a weapon to counter you. The icy voice of Longmeng resounded. Is that so? I have no intention of continuing this quarrel with you, fellow cultivator Longmeng. You truly believe that a mere spatial barrier can restrain me? The woman in the black robe retorted with a smile. Suddenly, she propelled herself backward over Tin Zhang, momentarily breaking free from the golden light's grasp. As she spun around, she reached into the void behind her, causing the previously murky demonic energy to surge and condensed in an instant. The demonic energy dissipated, revealing a small, glossy black flag. Without hesitation, the flag shot forth, spiraled in the air, and landed in the palm of the woman in the black robe. The Black Wind banner? Impossible. You have never cultivated the... How could you possibly wield this spiritual treasure? Longmeng's voice became urgent. That I may not have had the time to cultivate for this banner. But do not forget our ancestral demonization technique. Even if it is a transcendent spiritual treasure, once I infuse it with my demonic energy, it will be compelled to obey me, if only temporarily. The woman in the black robe replied with a charming smile, then shook the black wind banner in her hand. A dull roar emanated from the banner, causing the entire space to tremble. Han Li and the others felt as though the air around them tightened, as if it had crystallized in an instant, leaving all cultivators in a state of astonishment. Chapter 1039. The Black Wind Banner. Han Li inhaled sharply. The battle before him clearly surpassed the Yuan Ying level. His mind raced with various thoughts, his lips moved slightly, and behind him, the Guiling's eyes sparkled with intent. After a moment's hesitation, it transformed into a beam of yellow light and burrowed underground. Han Li's gaze darted around, and after a brief pause, it fixated on a specific spot across from him. There, within the expanse behind the two demons, a black teleportation array appeared intact in a corner, enveloped by a set of array flags. This is... Han Li instantly recalled another teleportation array of the same color that he had seen in the previous stone chamber. His heart leaped with joy. However, as he shifted his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with the young man surnamed Su. Both were momentarily taken aback, but quickly averted their gazes. Each harbored ulterior motives in their hearts. It was evident that this great master from the Tianlan Prairie was also eyeing what seemed to be the only escape from this place. At that moment, the woman in the black robe, summoned by the black wind flag, evidently unwilling to delay any further, strode forth with the flag held aloft in one hand, making her way towards the palace within the formation. The ancient demon, too, produced 4 ordinary treasures from his person, closely trailing behind her. Such actions from the second demon naturally drew the attention of the formidable restrictions of the 9 Truths Demon Suppression Formation. Instantly, a wave of golden light, even more astonishing than before, swept down from the heavens with an overwhelming force. The black-clad woman let out a cold laugh, rubbing her small flag between her hands. It immediately erupted with a burst of black radiance, manifesting a layer of murky light that enveloped both her and the ancient demon. A bizarre scene unfolded. As the fierce golden light made contact with the blacklight shield, it vanished without a trace, as though a clay ox had sunk into the sea. The surface of the shield did not even ripple, indicating that the golden light had inflicted no damage whatsoever. With the shield supporting her, the woman in black swiftly breached the inner circle of the 9 Truths Demon Suppression Formation's restrictions. The 9 enormous blades trembled in unison, suddenly emitting a series of clear ringing sounds. As mysterious runes flickered into view, the massive blades rapidly transformed, shrinking down to 9 golden daggers of approximately a foot in length. Although the 9 golden daggers had diminished in size, the radiant spiritual light they emitted was blinding. As if 9 golden suns had suddenly appeared in the space, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon them. The expression in the black-robed woman's eyes shifted. Her previously calm demeanor now bore a hint of seriousness. The blacklight shield expanded dramatically, its surface becoming increasingly glossy and obsidian. That moment, the 9 golden daggers floated upwards, their tips spinning nimbly, before simultaneously aiming at the woman in black. A flash of piercing brilliance erupted as 9 slender golden threads shot forth, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Almost concurrently, 9 bursts of golden light erupted from the shield formed by the black wind flag, radiating brilliance that swiftly engulfed the shield beneath it. Astonishingly, this remarkable assault occurred in utter silence, everything transpiring without a sound, lending an air of the surreal. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li cast a furtive glance at the others, noting that they were all captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Instantly, a flicker of unusual expression crossed his face as he moved with lightning speed that a beast spirit pouch quietly darted into his sleeve. With a calm demeanor, he discreetly moved his hands behind him, causing a cascade of golden flowers to tumble from his sleeve, burrowing into the ground upon contact, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In an instant, thousands of gold-devouring worms had completely vanished underground, leaving no sign behind. For a time, it seemed that no one had noticed. Observing this situation, Han Li felt a sense of relief. Just then, the black-robed woman within the 9 Truths Demon Suppression Formation uttered a faint command. The golden light shimmered, revealing a dark, gaping hole of considerable size that as soon as the hole manifested, the golden light was drawn in as if myriad rivers had converged into the sea, leaving not even a trace behind. With a soft sigh, the black hole trembled violently before collapsing and disappearing, revealing the figures of the woman in black and the ancient demon. The woman clutched the black wind flag in one hand, and upon seeing the 9 golden daggers begin to glow once more in preparation for another attack, she suddenly raised her brows towards the palace and declared, "Friend Long Ming, do not harbor the thought of depleting my demonic energy through the 9 Truths Demon Suppression Formation before launching another assault. You ought to be aware that the Black Wind Banner is indeed a rare spatial treasure among the celestial artifacts, and even the most incisive attacks cannot inflict the slightest harm upon me unless they possess the power to rend the fabric of space. If you have any sense, it would be wise for you to emerge willingly. Should I be compelled to breach your sanctuary, I assure you my disposition will not be so amenable. What do you wish to summon me for? Have you perhaps reconsidered and found the notion of merging with me more appealing?" The melodic laughter of Long Ming resonated from the palace, seemingly unconcerned with the ineffectiveness of the 9 true demon suppression array. "Indeed, this sovereign does wish to merge our primordial spirits once again." To everyone's astonishment, the woman in the black robe responded with an unsettling calmness. "What did you say? Old demon, do you take me for a mere child of 3? Naive enough to believe your words." Long Ming appeared momentarily taken aback, only to scoff derisively, her disbelief evident. "Naturally, it is impossible to merge our primordial spirits as we did previously. I must first impose certain restrictions to ensure that my spirit prevails after the fusion." The woman in the black robe spoke coolly, gently shaking the black chess piece in her hand, effortlessly conjuring a vast black hole that consumed the golden threads emitted by the 9 golden blades. Though her momentary pause prevented any further potent transformations from occurring. "Are you still half asleep? Why would I ever consent to such a preposterous proposition, allowing your spirit to dominate? You already monopolize my body. What need is there to fuse again?" Long Ming inquired with suspicion. "There are indeed ulterior motives. Having merged our primordial spirits several times, you must have sensed that regardless of whether we individually occupy this body, we cannot fully harness its greatest powers. However, upon merging, we easily cast that intruding God transformation cultivator into the illusory, celestial phenomenon. Thus, if we wish to avoid being sealed by the cultivators of the mortal realm upon our emergence, it is prudent to merge our primordial spirits anew." The woman in the black robe stated coldly to Ha. Who would have thought that the ancient demon lord, once a terror in the mortal realm, would now cower before a few God transformation cultivators? How utterly laughable. Long Ming fell silent for a moment before bursting into mocking laughter. In the past, when the sacred realm and the mortal realm were connected, our sacred clan could replenish our dwindling demonic energy at will, allowing us to unleash various great powers without restraint. However, now that the passage has been sealed once more, and with the upheaval of the heavenly essence in the mortal realm, even possessing great divine abilities, I can barely manifest a fraction of my former prowess. What is so strange about harboring trepidation towards those God transformation cultivators? Are you not the same? Do not be deceived by your former status as a late-stage God transformation entity of the spirit realm. How much of your divine power can you truly wield now?" The woman in the black robe remarked impassively. "The notion of allowing your spirit to dominate is fanciful rhetoric. I shall never acquiesce to such an arrangement. Otherwise, what would be the difference from our previous predicament? Do not presume that I am unaware. While infusing demonic energy into the Black Wind Banner may grant you temporary control over the celestial artifact, such an act would only yield a fraction of its true power. Whether you can even enter the palace remains to be seen. While the fusion of our primordial spirits is indeed possible, it must be under the dominion of my spirit. Otherwise, the discussion is moot." Long Ming declared resolutely. Upon hearing her words, a chilling expression surfaced upon the black-robed woman's enchanting visage. "It appears that you possess an unwavering confidence in the 9 true demon subduing array and the 8 spirit measuring ruler. Very well, since you refuse to comply, I shall personally come forth to subdue you, extracting the essence of your primordial spirit, rendering you to nothingness. While this approach may yield less than optimal results, it will nonetheless significantly enhance my divine powers." The black-robed woman ominously uttered these words, casting a fleeting glance towards Han Li before suddenly turning to the ancient demon, whispering a few instructions. The two-headed, four-armed demon nodded vigorously in response, and in the blink of an eye, she retreated, swiftly evading the confines of the formation. In an instant, she had distanced herself from the array, hovering silently above the black teleportation circle. This unexpected turn of events left Han Li and the others momentarily stunned, only to erupt in a chorus of curses. Their earlier intentions to stealthily advance and seek an opportunity to depart were now utterly thwarted. In contrast to the Sioux surname youth and the silver-winged night demon, Han Li had prepared contingencies and maintained a semblance of organization within his thoughts. However, a quick glance around revealed that the silver-winged night demon and the lion-like beast had blurred into obscurity before vanishing amid a surge of azure light. Furrowing his brow, Han Li noticed the Sioux surname youth and the celestial lawn saintess engaged in a hushed exchange, their lips moving incessantly, their expressions grim. Meanwhile, several cultivators from the Yi family clustered around the white-robed scholar, remaining silent and still, devoid of any discernible movement. With a furrowed brow, Han Li's gaze flitted over the white-robed scholar's impassive visage, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After a moment of contemplation, his pupils suddenly shimmered with a blue light as he invoked the Mystic Clarity Spirit Eye technique. Upon inspection, Han Li discerned that the white-robed scholar among the Yi family cultivators was merely a shimmering illusion, a mere manifestation of spiritual energy. Startled, Han Li swiftly scanned his immediate surroundings, finding no anomalies, and felt a measure of relief as he began to search for the true form of the Yi family's esteemed elder. At that very moment, the black-robed woman, an avatar of the Yuan Sha saint ancestor, having deflected a barrage of golden blade attacks, unfurled the black wind banner in her hand and hurled it into the sky. With a series of intricate hand gestures and a peculiar incantation, a booming sound erupted as a swirling tempest of black wind materialized from the banner. The wind expanded from a minuscule size to a colossal vortex, resembling a pillar reaching towards the heavens. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the whirlwind, ominous thunder echoed, revealing countless dark yellow clouds, within which silver arcs flickered erratically, poised to strike at any moment. Beneath the yellow clouds, near the black whirlwind, the winds roared like a turbulent tide as numerous blades of wind began to coalesce into visibility, causing the very space around them to churn with flying sand and stones. Resonating with thunderous clamor, Han Li, enveloped in luminous azure light, had already summoned a dense protective barrier to shield both himself and Inu within its confines. Yet, all he could see was a haze of yellowish, malevolent winds, while the barrier vibrated with a low hum, akin to a small vessel amidst raging seas, appearing diminutive and insignificant. Han Li could not help but press his lips tightly together, his complexion paling significantly. The black wind banner, under the manipulation of the Yuan Sha saint ancestor's incarnation, was finally beginning to reveal the terrifying might of a heavenly spiritual artifact. Chapter 1040, Self-Preservation. At this moment, Han Li finally comprehended the meaning of a wind as sharp as a blade. Though he found himself merely on the periphery of the black wind banner's power, it felt as though he had lost all five senses. The only sound reaching his ears was a howling gale, while his eyes were met with a haze of yellow indistinction. Even his spiritual awareness could not venture beyond a breath's distance. For the moment it strayed from the protective barrier, it was instantly scattered by the fierce winds outside. Now he understood why the Seven Flames banner, which the Three Flames fan could thwart, ranked so low among the heavenly treasures. The Three Flames fan, capable of exerting only 30 to 40% of its power, was utterly incomparable to the might of the Black Wind banner. Fortunately, his clear-sighted spirit eye technique remained intact. By channeling spiritual energy into his eyes, he was able to vaguely discern objects within a radius of several dozen feet, illuminated by the flickering blue light of his pupils. As for the distant 9 true demon suppression formation, he could not ascertain its condition amid such ferocious winds. He could only gather from the tremors of the ground that the conflict within was exceptionally intense. Raising his gaze to the sky, he found the scene above no different. Chaos reigned as the tempest distorted everything into a gelatinous blur, obscuring his long-range vision. Han Li's expression shifted as the humming from the barrier grew increasingly pronounced, and he noted that the depletion of his magical energy to sustain the shield had markedly increased. The power of the Black Wind banner was evidently on the rise. Taking a deep breath, he instinctively cast a glance downward, contemplating the wisdom of retreating underground. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a thick black wind column erupted from the ground nearby, rapidly expanding and swirling upward. Instantly, a tremendous force emanated from above, causing the azure barrier to uncontrollably drift toward the wind column. Startled, Han Li concentrated his magical energy, and the barrier shone brightly, barely halting its movement. Subsequently, a dozen golden sword lights shot forth from the barrier, weaving and flickering around it. Amidst the intersecting sword energies, the nascent wind column was shattered into fragments, dispersing into black mist. Yet, almost immediately, the mist began to coalesce and swirl once more, threatening to reform into a whirlwind. Witnessing this, Han Li's countenance darkened as he summoned the silver moon and retreated. It seemed these wind columns were indeed treacherous, and burrowing underground offered little safety. After cautiously evading several similar wind columns, the two found themselves at the far edge of the space. Before them loomed a dim gray barrier. As he had anticipated, the winds here were considerably milder, and those ominous black wind columns were absent. At last, they could breathe a sigh of relief. However, Han Li's serious demeanor did not wane. After casting a brief gaze toward the palace, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unsheathed a golden flying sword, approximately a foot in length, and drove it forcefully into the barrier behind him. With a crackling sound, the grayish barrier split open, a fissure several feet deep. Yet a flash of white light restored it to its original state almost instantly. Han Li furrowed his brow. The barrier appeared not overly resilient, easily cleaved by a flying sword, yet its depth remained an enigma. And under the constraints of the spell, its recovery was astonishingly rapid. If he could not pierce through the barrier in a single strike, escape from this place would be impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li moved his arm, placing a hand upon the storage pouch at his waist. With a flicker of spiritual light, the three flames fan materialized in his grasp. With great caution, the ethereal energy was gradually infused. And with a flick of the fan, a tricolored halo materialized upon its surface. Han Li inhaled deeply, holding the fan in one hand, and gently waved it towards the barrier. In an instant, a surge of tricolored flames erupted from the fan's surface, and wherever it touched, the barrier silently dissolved, revealing a hole of approximately 10 feet in diameter. However, upon casting a brief glance within, Han Li's expression turned exceedingly grim. The depth of this strike was at least 10 feet before the flames dissipated. Yet the barrier showed no signs of being breached, although he had not unleashed the full power of the Triflame fan. The thickness of this barrier caused a hesitant expression to emerge on his face. While the Triflame fan possessed considerable might, he found it hard to believe that merely augmenting its power would suffice to dismantle the peculiar restrictions set by the ancient cultivator. After all, this was a place where the enchanting Long Meng and the incarnation of the ancient demon saint were sealed away. Moreover, the full force of the Triflame fan would undoubtedly create a significant disturbance, likely attracting the attention of the ancient demon saint. If that were to happen, he might find himself engulfed in flames before even breaching the barrier. Furthermore, he suspected that this enigmatic barrier might conceal additional intertwined restrictions. Should he inadvertently trigger a backlash by disrupting the barrier, it would be no trifling matter. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Han Li's grip on the Triflame fan loosened slightly, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and resolve. This space was not as straightforward as it seemed. It would be prudent for the master to refrain from acting recklessly. Suddenly, the ethereal silver moon, who had been somewhat dazed since encountering Long Meng, spoke up. Han Li smiled at her words, intending to respond, when his expression abruptly darkened. Turning to face the side, he coldly declared, "Who goes there? If you lurk in the shadows, do not blame me for being impolite." Upon uttering these words, he tightened his grip on the Triflame fan, causing the tricolored halo to swirl restlessly once more. "Friend Han, please refrain from making a move. I am aware of the power of your treasured fan. It is not something one would wish to face without cause." A languid male voice echoed, and amidst the swirling yellow winds, two white figures materialized, one male and one female, revealing themselves to be the Su clan youth and the celestial maiden Lin Yinping. Han Li raised an eyebrow, his face betraying his surprise, yet he maintained a facade of cold indifference as he replied, "Oh, have the two of you come here with the intention of confronting me?" Han? Following this, he casually glanced in the direction of the palace. Although that area was where the winds howled the fiercest, with the majority of the black wind columns converging there, the thunderous roars could still be faintly heard amidst the winds, occasionally pierced by blinding golden rays that tore through the sky, illuminating the entire space. In an instant it appeared that the Nine Truths demon suppression array was indeed formidable, sustaining itself even under the ferocious might of the black winds. He wondered whether the Eight Spirits ruler had also joined the fray. Han Li pondered privately, but upon noticing that the black-robed woman remained oblivious to his presence, he felt a temporary sense of relief and refocused his attention on the couple before him. his expression unchanged. There is no need for such wariness. We have not come to trouble Brother Han, but rather to discuss strategies for self-preservation. Lin Yinping, seemingly anticipating Han Li's hostility, raised her hand to cast a soundproof barrier before speaking calmly. What strategies for self-preservation? As Han Li's thoughts stirred, his voice remained devoid of emotion. Why must you, Taoist Han, feign ignorance? The black wind banner wielded by the ancient demon saint is indeed formidable, even united. We are unlikely to match his power. Should we not seize this opportunity while the demon is ensnared by the spirit realm's enchanting consort? Shall we wait for him to turn back and methodically eliminate us? Time was of the essence. The woman, not indulging in any further pretense, directly articulated her intentions. Do the two of you not desire the celestial spiritual treasure? Han Li squinted slightly, inquiring in a measured tone. You jest, my friend. While the treasure is undeniably precious, it pales in comparison to our very lives. The young man of the Su surname interjected decisively. This ancient demon saint has been trapped beneath this tower for so many years. His true essence has long been depleted. Our nascent souls serve as the most effective remedy for his recovery. Once he regains his strength, he will not hesitate to pursue us. What do you intend to do then? Han Li, sensing their intentions, feigned ignorance in his inquiry. Naturally, we shall collaborate to launch a surprise attack on the ancient demon stationed at the teleportation array and then make our escape, the young Su replied without hesitation. Just the four of us? Are you truly aware of the prowess of that double-headed, four-armed ancient demon? Han Li retorted with a cold laugh. What? Do you believe we cannot subdue this demon? Lin Yinping, somewhat taken aback, chuckled lightly in response. If you are aware of this demon's history, he once escaped even when besieged by 3 formidable cultivators and a dozen other nascent soul practitioners. Do you still possess such confidence? Han Li gently caressed the feather fan in his hand, speaking slowly. Is this the same demon that fled from Tiannan all those years ago? The young Su was suddenly taken aback. Indeed, it is he. Upon hearing Han Li's certainty, the esteemed Master Mulan and Lin Yinping exchanged glances, revealing a hint of hesitation. What if the two of us join in? Surely that would compel this demon to retreat. A chilling voice suddenly resonated from above, causing the expressions of Han Li and the others to shift dramatically. In that instant, 2 hues of yellow and purple flashed from the sky, revealing the forms of the silver-winged night demon and the lion beast. These 2 demons, surrounded by spiritual light, appeared unfazed by the malevolent winds, hovering serenely in place. It seemed that the silver-winged night demon's wind escape technique thrived even in this harsh environment. It is you. Do the two of you wish to join forces as well? Upon recognizing the 2 demons, Han Li regained his composure. Indeed, though we are not of your kind, in the eyes of the ancient demon saint, we are indistinguishable. Staying behind could spell disaster for all. The silver-winged night demon stated bluntly. Very well. With the assistance of you two and Taoist Guiling, our chances of success become exceedingly high. We must act swiftly. Who knows how much time we can gain from that formation and the 8th spirit ruler? The young Su readily agreed, a flash of ferocity crossing his face as he turned to Han Li. It was clear that should Han Li acquiesce, their combined strength would be formidable. The 2 demons also fixed their gaze upon Han Li. Instinctively, Han Li bit his lip, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding slowly. We shall only temporarily repel this demon. It is not imperative that we annihilate it. Indeed, this number of allies suffices. Excellent. I shall summon Taoist Gui immediately. Having made up his mind, Han Li no longer hesitated. He swiftly formed hand seals, and with a tremor of his innate spirit plate within, it began to emit a faint luminescence. The 2 silver-winged night demons and the lion-like beast seized this opportunity to descend from the air.